Chapter 1. The Letter of Annulment. At the hairpin ceremony, her fiancé sought to cast her aside in favor of marrying the legitimate daughter of the Xiong family, boldly declaring their love as true. As the genuine daughter of the prime minister's household, Song Ji remained utterly unperturbed. Not only did she swiftly issue a letter of annulment to the scoundrel, but she also cheerfully addressed the onlookers, "Please, do not merely spectate, partake in the feast." The third day of the second month was initially deemed an auspicious occasion, chosen by the Song family to celebrate Song Ji's comingafage ceremony. Yet, amidst the jubilant festivities, her fiancé, Mu Qinghan, entered arm in arm with her so-called legitimate elder sister, Song Yale. With an air of righteous indignation, he addressed Song Ji, "I can no longer deceive myself by remaining with one whom I do not love. My true affection lies with your sister, and thus I have resolved to marry her as my principal consort. I am the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne." Clearly, a mother of a nation ought to be a woman of Yale's grace and poise. While Yu's voice trailed off, but Song Ji comprehended the unspoken words. He implied that her ordinary and superficial nature was unworthy of such a position. Song Ji smiled. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. In her previous life, Mu Qinghan had similarly brought Song Yale before her, demanding she relinquish her place. However, being a match decreed by the emperor, and with her father supporting Mu Qinghan, she had reluctantly wed him, unwilling to jeopardize his standing. Her life in the crown prince's residence had been far from pleasant. In a bid to win Mu Qinghan's affection, her father had tirelessly aided him in ascending to the throne. What had they ultimately reaped? On the day of his ascension, she received a letter of divorce and an imperial edict condemning the Song family for treason. That day, the Song residence was drenched in blood. Yet, Song Yale approached her with a triumphant smile. "Song Ji, did you ever imagine that the position of crown princess would ultimately belong to me? If not for the exploitation of the Song family's influence, how could Qinghan and I endure such humiliation for so long? Now that our ambitions are realized, you may perish." As she succumbed to despair amidst Song Yale's laughter, she unexpectedly awoke back in the year of her comingafage ceremony, reflecting on past grievances felt as ephemeral as a fleeting dream. However, Song Ji was acutely aware that those blood-soaked vendettas were no mere figments of imagination. This time, she had no intention of marrying into the Eastern Palace. Without the support of the Song family, she was eager to witness how long Mu Qinghan could maintain his princely status. Calming her parents, who were about to voice their concerns, she seized the moment before anyone could react, producing a prepared letter of annulment. The clandestine affair between the crown prince and Yale is a breach of propriety and decorum. Today, this marriage must be annulled, not at the behest of His Highness, but by my own volition. Henceforth, I, Song Ji, shall have no further ties with His Highness. All present are witnesses. Her tone was nonchalant yet fluid, as if she were merely stating, "This dish is unpalatable, let us discard it." She offered neither Mu Qinghan nor Song Yale a moment to respond. By the time Mu Qinghan comprehended the situation, he found a letter of annulment thrust into his hand, the bottom. The name Song Ji was elegantly inscribed, a flamboyant script reflecting her current demeanor, standing tall and proud, in stark contrast to Song Yale's delicate and modest handwriting. Given the open-mindedness of the Tianqi kingdom, which valued free unions despite the presence of matchmakers, there existed precedents for women writing annulment letters. Thus, while Song Ji's actions astonished the gathered guests, they were not entirely unexpected. The prime minister's esteemed position attracted numerous officials and their families to celebrate Song Ji's comingafage ceremony. The anticipated event had taken a sensational turn, invigorating the attendees. Those present were astute enough to discern the underlying drama. It was evident that the two had conspired behind Song Ji's back and brazenly chosen to appear at her ceremony to flaunt their affair. Although they dared not openly display disdain towards Mu Qinghan, the glances directed at Song Yale were laced with scorn. What reputable girl would so brazenly engage in a secretive bond with a man, especially one who ought to be her brother-in-law? Song Yale, accustomed to playing the innocent and fragile victim, could hardly withstand such gazes, her eyes brimming with tears. "Sister, I understand your anger, but the crown prince and I share a genuine love." Song Ji feigned an even more innocent demeanor, retorting, "I am aware of your sincere affection, so should this not serve to unite you, why then, sister, Do you shed tears of grievance? I, caught off guard, Song Yale found her usual tactic of feigning distress ineffective, standing awkwardly as she sought Mu Qinghan's intervention. I could see that moment. Mu Qinghan finally snapped out of his stupor, his face growing increasingly grim. Song Ji, you wish to annul our engagement? Song Ji nodded decisively. Indeed, Your Highness. Since you and my sister are truly in love, why should I cling to this betrothal? I would rather dismantle 10 temples than destroy a union. I am a gentleman. After all, with a playful wink, Song Ji's expression conveyed a sense of liberation. Mu Qinghan, perceiving her delight, felt a peculiar unease. She viewed him as a burden. Although the annulment aligned with his desires, her jubilance unsettled him. Realizing this, Mu Qinghan's voice darkened. Facilitating my happiness? Is this not a scheme of yours? Otherwise, why present the annulment letter so promptly? Song Ji laughed. Did you truly believe your clandestine exchanges with Yale were subtle? Our eyes are not blind. I prepared this annulment letter to surprise you post-ceremony. It seems you could not wait. Her teasing tone was unmistakable, leaving Mu Qinghan momentarily speechless. In a bid to defuse the tension, Song Yale interjected, Sister, do not harbor ill will towards His Highness. Blame me instead. I could not restrain my feelings, even at the cost of censure. It is all my fault. She appeared as a delicate flower swaying in the wind, a tear dangling at the corner of her eye, evoking sympathy from many. She merely bravely pursues her beloved. What fault lies with her? Yet some remained lucid. To pursue bravely and to engage in secretive liaisons cannot be conflated. If this is deemed acceptable, may those who find no fault enjoy their own sister. Silence fell over the crowd. Song Yale's expression oscillated between anger and humiliation, her silver teeth grinding in frustration. Mu Qinghan, lost in thought, murmured, So, you were aware of my relationship with Yale all along. Song Ji, uninterested in further discourse, gestured dismissively. I must proceed with my comingafage ceremony. If His Highness has no other matters, you may depart with your true love. Mu Qinghan gazed at the cold, indifferent Song Ji. His heart skipped a beat. He was certain she had once held affection for him. How had she transformed so completely? Could it be a tactic of feigned indifference? This sudden shift in Song Ji's demeanor left Mu Qinghan with a singular plausible explanation. Yes, it must be so. Regaining his confidence, he straightened his posture and declared, As long as you understand that my true love is Yale, the position of crown princess shall rightfully belong to her. With that, he dismissed the annulment letter and confidently led Song Yale away, though her face betrayed her discontent. The circumstances unfolded in a manner utterly divergent from her initial expectations. She had envisioned that the jilted Song Ji would be the one left as a laughingstock, stripped of dignity and respect. In contrast, she anticipated basking in the spotlight and envy due to the favor and affection of the crown prince. She had deliberately chosen this day, amidst the throngs of onlookers, to usurp all the attention that belonged to Song Ji, yet she found herself in this unexpected predicament. It was only upon leaving the Song residence that she remained perplexed, unable to fathom how events had taken such a turn. Chapter 2. She is unworthy. As soon as Mu Qinghan and Song Yale left, Song Ji seamlessly continued with the coming-of-age ceremony, warmly inviting everyone to partake in the feast. Her demeanor was poised and gracious, devoid of any trace of the bashfulness typically exhibited by young maidens, earning her quiet admiration from those present. Though Sun Shi and Prime Minister Song were brimming with questions for her, they chose to prioritize the greater situation and withheld their inquiries for the moment. In the past, whenever the Prime Minister's residence was mentioned, the first name that came to mind was always the eldest daughter, Song Yale, renowned for her exceptional talent and temperament in the capital. In contrast, the second daughter, Song Ji, had remained in the shadows, largely unnoticed. However, today's events had shifted everyone's perception of both Song Yale and Song Ji. What gentle and understanding nature could possibly lead one to conspire behind a sister's back with her fiancé? Although Song Ji did not appear particularly remarkable, she handled matters with remarkable decisiveness. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that her understated appearance did not pale in comparison to Song Yale's allure. After this farce, the banquet proceeded smoothly without any further mishaps. Song Ji exhaled in relief. She had finally altered a pivotal moment from her past life. Once the intricate coming-of-age ceremony was completed and the guests had departed, Sun Sui and Prime Minister Song quickly summoned Song Ji. "Child, what transpired today?" "Your sister." Prime Minister Song could not contain himself and began, but was swiftly interrupted by Song Ji, who asked earnestly, "Father, have you heard the saying inviting wolves into the house?" Sun Sui's face turned pale at these words, her brows furrowing in discontent. "Do not speak nonsense. Your sister is cultured and virtuous, not the sort to be coerced. The crown prince is powerful. It must be he who forced your sister." Song Ji was rendered speechless. Today, Song Yale exhibited no signs of being coerced, a fact only a blindly biased Sun Sui could overlook. However, she refrained from arguing and turned to Prime Minister Song, asking, "Do you believe so as well, father?" At her words, Prime Minister Song immediately retorted with indignation, "Of course I believe in my own daughter. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. To cloak such clandestine dealings in the guise of true love is utterly shameless." Indeed, Prime Minister Song referred to her as his true daughter. For Song Yale was not born of Sun Sui and Prime Minister Song, nor was she the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Song Yale's biological father was Sun Sui's brother. Years ago, a vendetta had led to a devastating fire that nearly consumed the entire Sun family, leaving only the infant Song Yale, miraculously thrown from the flames, to survive. Through the efforts of Prime Minister Song, the culprits met their rightful fate. Yet Song Yale was left an orphan. Sun Sui, moved by compassion and having suffered a premature delivery due to the trauma of the fire, which resulted in the loss of her own child, took Song Yale in as her own. Apart from those within the Song household, no one knew that Song Yale was not Sun Sui's biological daughter. Thus, Song Yale transformed into the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. While Song Ji was born 2 years later, from a young age, she exhibited a composed demeanor and an aversion to tears, leading the outside world to perceive the Sun family's affection and care for Song Yale as paramount, creating a facade that the Prime Minister's household favored her above all. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Prime Minister Song was an ardent protector of his daughter, yet it was his biological daughter, Song Ji, who held his heart. Even his eldest son, Song Fong, who was currently on the battlefield, preferred to cling to his younger sister, affectionately calling her little sister whenever he was home. Had it not been for Song Ji's stubbornness in attempting to sever the ties of Mu Qinghan and his companions in her past life, the Song family would not have suffered such resentment and dire consequences. Reflecting on those painful memories, Song Ji gazed resolutely at Sun and Prime Minister Song, stating, "Father, mother, please conceal yourselves behind the screen. You will soon discern whether Song Yale is truly innocent." She vividly recalled that in her previous life, at this very moment, Song Yale had sought her out, uttering many fantastical notions. Now, having been granted a second chance, she was determined to unmask the little white flower persona without delay. Indeed, it was not long before the voice of her maid, Xiao Tao, echoed from outside, "Miss, the eldest young lady has arrived. Shall I bring her in?" Xiao Tao, her devoted maid, had remained unwaveringly loyal even in the face of the harshest trials in the past, which prompted Song Ji to treat her with exceptional kindness in this life. Upon hearing Xiao Tao's announcement, Song Ji instructed her parents to hide before nodding, "Bring her in." Yes, Xiao Tao respectfully retreated, and shortly thereafter, she guided Song Yale into the room. Song Yale maintained her delicate, pitiable demeanor as she entered, purposefully collapsing before Song Ji and kneeling, declaring, "Sister, I am sorry. I have disrupted your coming-of-age ceremony and your marriage. I am filled with remorse." Song Ji was unimpressed by this display, responding with a hint of amusement, "The mistake has been made. What purpose does your apology serve now? If you truly feel regret, perhaps you should atone with your life, thus preserving your reputation for virtue." Atonement with death? Song Yale was taken aback by Song Ji's words, her expression frozen in disbelief for a long moment before she replied, "Sister, why must you be so harsh? Love often arises unexpectedly and deeply. I acknowledge my wrongs, but matters of the heart are beyond my control." Harsh? Song Ji arched an eyebrow. "Did you not come here, acknowledging your misdeeds? if you wish to confess. Sincerity must accompany such acknowledgement. Your knees are of little worth, and one cannot simply invert right and wrong to shift blame onto me. Once again, Song Yale was rendered speechless. She sensed an unusual quality in Song Ji. Had it been in the past, she would have been quick to assist her to her feet, rather than uttering words that left her feeling cornered. A flicker of discomfort crossed Song Yale's face. Yet she managed to maintain her composure, rising to sit beside her, adopting a tone of feigned earnestness. Sister, please do not be angry. I understand that you are upset, but there is still room for reconciliation. I know you harbor feelings for Qinghan. It is truly unnecessary to escalate matters to the point of breaking off the engagement. She sighed, pondering that as daughters of the Song family, serving a single husband together was not such a dreadful notion. As long as we sisters unite in purpose, whether before or after His Highness ascends the throne, we can certainly secure a place in the inner courtyard. This could very well be advantageous for the Song family. Song Ji couldn't help but chuckle. That broken prince, she mused, was hardly a coveted prize worth sharing a husband. In her heart, she had long envisioned a suitable match. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly remembered the day's objective was to reveal Song Yaluan's true nature to their parents. So she feigned confusion and asked, "But there can only be one crown princess. What would it mean for the two of us to marry into the same household?" Seeing Song Ji pose this question, Song Yaluan felt a surge of pride, thinking that Song Ji still harbored feelings for Mu Qinghan. Thus, her tone unconsciously relaxed. "This is of no consequence. As the legitimate eldest daughter, it is only proper that I bear the title of crown princess. But do not worry, dear sister, it is merely a nominal distinction. Once we enter the prince's residence, our status will surely be equal." Song Ji displayed a knowing expression, elongating her words. "Oh, so you mean to say, sister, that you are here to persuade me to become a concubine to His Highness?" Chapter 3. Not rare. Song Yale hurriedly clarified, "Sister, why must you speak so harshly? You are the legitimate second daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. How could you possibly become a concubine? At the very least, you should be a secondary consort." She considered this arrangement quite favorable. It is essential to note that prior to this, Song Ji had been relatively content with the engagement. Thus, her reluctance to relinquish it was a natural response. Consequently, this would allow her to assert her superiority over Song Ji and ensure that she remained perpetually beneath her. Furthermore, it would bolster her confidence in the royal intrigues, for as long as Song Ji, the biological daughter, was on the same side as her, what need would there be to fear the influence of the Song family? In such circumstances, Song Yale felt both triumphant and vexed. If she were truly a daughter of the Song family, there would be no need for such meticulous caution. She had long been aware that she was not the biological daughter of Prime Minister Song. Sun had concealed the truth from all outsiders, but had never intended to hide it from her. At the age of 10, Sun had grasped her hand and stated, "In the future, during festivals, your father and the others shall inevitably require your offerings." Upon learning of her true lineage, she struggled to believe it for a long time. Yet she was compelled to accept this reality. Although she was undeniably the more accomplished legitimate daughter compared to Song Ji, she suddenly found herself transformed overnight into an orphan, bereft of both parents. This was a bitter truth that her haughty disposition could hardly tolerate. Yet, regardless of her unwillingness to accept it, she had no choice but to do so. The once proud mentality had dissipated, leaving only a lingering sense of resentment, frustration, and envy. Unbeknownst to Song Yale, her sordid thoughts had already been partially unveiled with the mention of secondary consort. She looked up at Song Ji, her expression still one of pitiable innocence. "Sister, what do you think?" Song Ji's gaze suddenly turned frigid as she toyed with the teacup in her hand. "So it appears my sister is quite petty. As the legitimate daughter of the Xiong residence, she is unwilling to offer even a concubine." Song Yale quickly interjected, "It is not that my sister is stingy. This is the prince's wish." Speaking of this matter, she too felt a surge of anger. It was unexpected that Mu Qinghan intended to marry her, yet still refused to relinquish Song Ji. "Is that so?" With a resounding bang, Song Ji placed the teacup back onto the table. "It seems that His Highness, the Crown Prince, harbors some affection for you. which makes all your efforts to entice him worthwhile. Song Yale's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Sister, do not speak nonsense. Qinghan and I share a mutual affection." To which the retort came, "Is it truly mutual affection when you are merely exhibiting all manner of flirtation and seduction? You have truly insulted the essence of mutual affection." Song Yale's complexion paled slightly as she exclaimed, You must not speak so recklessly." "Recklessly? Which respectable young lady would not be of pristine virtue before her marriage? You are overly anxious, Yalu, which has led you to act rather unskillfully, leaving you vulnerable to scrutiny." In an instant, Song Yale fell silent, acutely aware that Song Ji spoke the truth. After a prolonged silence, perhaps realizing the futility of her facade, she finally tore through the pretense and, gritting her teeth, declared, "So what? He genuinely loves me now. If there is blame, it lies with you for lacking the ability to keep your man." Song Ji scoffed derisively and replied, "If he loves you, cherish it well. What you have painstakingly obtained holds no allure for me. The notion of whether you can keep him is irrelevant." Upon hearing these words, Song Yale's previously pale face flushed with indignation, her gaze darkening as though poisoned. Coldly, she uttered 3 words, "I do not believe." The crown prince, with his noble status and striking appearance, could surely not have stirred even a ripple in Song Ji's heart. Unfazed by her disbelief, Song Ji continued, "The Song family has treated you well since childhood. Mother always said you were unfortunate and urged me to be lenient with you, allowing you to select the finest things first and to bask in the limelight. Yet, to think that you would treat us this way for a man is truly laughable." "Be silent," Song Yale retorted fiercely. "I am merely pursuing my own happiness. Is that a fault?" Song Ji replied, "You are not at fault. The blame lies with us. We should not have raised you in such comfort, nor afforded you the opportunity to behave in this disgraceful manner." "Stop speaking." A fierce hatred surged in Song Yale's eyes. "Why should I cease? Are you afraid of being judged for your actions? After all these years, do you not know how our parents treated you? Are you not concerned about their disappointment?" The disdain in Song Ji's eyes was unabashed. Song Yale clenched her fingers tightly, lowering her head to obscure her expression. After a moment, just as Song Ji was about to speak again, Song Yale looked up and began to laugh. Her laughter trembled through her body, chilling her heart. How did they feel cold? Her voice dripped with resentment. Only those who once held high hopes would feel disheartened by disappointment. They had never loved me, so how could they feel heartache? Song Ji furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond. Song Yale continued, "Mother always said that although we are her daughters, she loves me more than you. Yet, when it came time for dowry preparations, you received 10 more loads than I did. And as for father, his favoritism towards you is evident. What a brother. His eyes are only for you." A frenzied expression gradually overtook Song Yale's face. "Did you think I enjoyed growing up in the Song residence with all my needs met? No, I was not happy at all. You are all hypocrites, sheltering me merely to showcase your own benevolence and to elicit my gratitude. I acted deliberately, seducing the crown prince with the intention of embarrassing you during your coming-of-age ceremony. My future is mine to forge. Who would truly consider my well-being?" Initially, her plans had unfolded seamlessly, with the crown prince willingly becoming her subordinate. However, she had failed to foresee the sudden change in Song Ji's demeanor, and everything had spiraled away from her anticipated course. Song Yale's voice rose to a near scream, venting years of suppressed grievances and fury. Following her outburst, an eerie silence enveloped the room, a stillness almost uncanny. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind the screen, the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Startled, Song Yale stepped back, her expression shifting dramatically. Was there someone else present? Yet, no one answered her. "Madam," exclaimed Song the Chancellor in a panic. "Madam, are you all right?" "Jier, quickly summon a physician. Your mother has fainted." "Mother!" Song Ji hurriedly rushed over and saw that Mrs. Sun had already collapsed in the embrace of Prime Minister Song, with traces of tears still adorning her face. Not daring to delay, Song Ji promptly instructed Xiao Tao to summon a physician. After a flurry of activity, Mrs. Sun was finally resting peacefully on the bed. The doctor proclaimed that she had merely fainted due to emotional distress and that her health was not in jeopardy. Song Ji remained calm. After all, they would eventually come to understand the true nature of Song Yale. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Prime Minister Song emerge from behind the screen, cradling Mrs. Sun, Song Yale's mind went blank in an instant, as if struck by a thunderous shock. Her limbs turned icy, resembling a lifeless body devoid of warmth. While everyone else was bustling about, she stood frozen in the doorway, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. It was over, utterly over. The words she had just uttered had been overheard by them all. It was Song Ji. Song Ji had deliberately ensnared her in this predicament. Chapter 4. Act wisely. Song Yale found herself at a loss, hesitating over how to defend her actions when Song Ji and the Prime Minister Song emerged from within. Without a moment's thought, Song Yang struck Song Yale harshly across the face, his anger palpable as his lips trembled. I have never laid a hand on you. Yet your behavior is utterly disgraceful. Not only have you stolen your sister's betrothed, but you have also belittled your mother's genuine affection for you. Father, do not call me that. A hypocrite like me does not deserve such a title. Father, I was wrong. My words were spoken in a moment of anger. They do not reflect my true feelings. Song Yale wept, kneeling and grasping at Song Yang's garment, her cheeks swollen from the blow, yet she paid it no heed. Song Yang, however, yanked his clothing away, his face pale with fury. For over a decade, I believed I had treated you well, only to discover the darkness that has taken root in your heart. The thought that his own daughter had nearly become the laughingstock of the entire capital due to her actions ignited a fire within him. Had it not been for Ji's quick thinking today, she would have been cast off by the crown prince, her reputation forever tarnished. It was unfathomable that the instigator of this mess showed no remorse, audaciously approaching Ji to request that she become a secondary consort beneath her. His daughter would never be reduced to living in subservience, relying on the whims of others. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Though he had always favored Ji emotionally, he had provided for Yale just as well. Her reputation in the capital, while attributed to her own efforts and talents, was also a result of the unwavering support she had received from the Song family over the years. Not to mention the lavish lifestyle she had enjoyed under the title of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, with flattery and respect from others often exceeding that received by Ji. Reflecting on Ji's humble nature, Song Yang felt even more exasperated by Yale's ingratitude and was ready to expel her from the household. Song Ji, perceiving her father's intentions, quickly intervened. Father, please do not act in haste. Let us wait until mother awakens. The matriarch, Sun, had always cherished Song Yale, and Ji wished to avoid any discord between her parents. Now that Yale's true nature had been revealed, she was eager to see how Sun would address the situation. With a fierce glare directed at Yale, Song Yang retreated back inside to attend to Sunday. The servants had been dismissed from the courtyard, leaving only Song Ji and Song Yale alone. Song Ji's gaze was profound. There was yet another reason for not allowing her father to expel Yale immediately. She did not wish to strip Yale of her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Song family, just yet, for exposing the matter now would only serve to benefit those two despicable characters. She was acutely aware that Mu Qinghan currently required the support of the Prime Minister's residence. If he were to learn that Song Yale was no longer regarded as the legitimate daughter, he would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim her without delay. She had no desire to be ensnared by such loathsome individuals. Scoundrels and vixens deserved to be vanquished. Next month, that person would likely return to the capital. Upon recalling that cold and serene figure, Song Ji's eyes flickered momentarily. She was finally poised for a reunion with him. For an instant, Song Ji's thoughts wandered, but she swiftly redirected her focus to Song Yale. Song Yale glared at Song Ji with gritted teeth, realizing her cunning intent to provoke her into voicing those words before their parents. Her face was etched with regret. Song Ji had previously maintained a remarkably low profile and had never engaged in such behavior. Consequently, she had spoken her heart without defense that night, never anticipating that this singular moment of vulnerability would yield such consequences. And so what? Song Ji acknowledged with refreshing candor, lifting Song Yale's chin with an air of superiority. What transpired was unforeseen, and I did not have the opportunity to address your inquiries. Now, allow me to articulate my perspective. Yale, One must adhere to one's conscience. You repeatedly lamented injustices. Have you ever considered that they were never rightfully yours? They are my kin by blood. Your upbringing was a matter of kindness, not obligation. Even if they showed me greater affection, it is the most natural occurrence. For years, you have monopolized the privileges that rightfully belonged to me, usurped my mother's affection, and indulged in lavish treatment and accolades. I have never deemed it unfair. Yet you have chosen to bemoan your fate. How utterly ridiculous. You claim to have suffered in the comfort of the Song residence. Perhaps you ought to experience a life devoid of clothing and sustenance, for that may bring you true joy. As these words pierced the air, Song Yale's countenance momentarily betrayed her, leaving her seemingly vacated of spirit. Each syllable struck at the heart of her unexamined fears. Each word a dagger piercing through her self-righteousness, exposing the frailty of her malicious justifications, illuminating her darkness and filth. Her lips quivered, yearning to articulate a retort. Yet silence ensnared her, fists clenched tightly in frustration. Song Ji's face was a mask of scorn as she summoned her full strength and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed loudly in the room. The force of the blow sent Song Yale's head reeling to one side, the previously pallid cheek instantly blossoming into a swollen crimson, marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. This slap is but the interest I have collected. You dare strike me. Song Yale's face was a tableau of disbelief. Song Ji scoffed lightly. Why not? Should I consult a calendar before striking you? As Song Yale attempted to rise and retaliate, the presence of Chancellor Song within the room made her shrink back, her gaze igniting with hatred. Song Ji, you will pay for this. Song Ji found amusement in her words. What will you use to exact payment? Your FAAD as the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's residence? Or perhaps your impending marriage to Mu Qinghan? Or the favoritism of the Sun family? This inquiry momentarily stymied Song Yale, who abruptly recognized the precariousness of her current situation. Drawing a deep breath, Song Ji concealed the tempest of emotions swirling within her eyes. Rest assured, Yale, I have no intention of harming you. You shall remain the daughter of the Chancellor's residence. In her previous life, Song Yale had eagerly contributed to the downfall of the Song family, completely disregarding the gratitude owed for over a decade of nurturing. In this life, she is determined to ensure that both she and Mu Qinghan remain without a grave. Feeling the piercing intent to kill, Song Yale trembled all over. She looked at Song Ji, her scalp prickling, only to see Song Ji curve her lips into a radiant smile. Though the expression was undeniably bright, an unsettling chill trickled down Song Yale's back, instilling a sense of danger and fear as if she were being eyed as prey. Why had Song Ji exuded such an aura? Song Yale's complexion turned pale, rigidly kneeling in place, paralyzed until Song Ji departed, at which point she gasped for breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. A sense of doubt crept into her mind. Had Song Ji's affection for Qinghan deepened to such an extent? Otherwise, why would the loss of an engagement transform her demeanor so drastically? Song Yale furrowed her brow deeply, grappling with the helplessness of a situation spiraling beyond her control. She persistently pondered how to justify herself, and just as she began to formulate her defense, Sun Sure awoke. Sun Sure appeared to have suffered a significant blow. Looking markedly aged, concerned, Song Chancellery lifted her and settled her against the bed, preparing to offer comfort, but she wearily waved him off, inquiring, "Where is Yale?" Song Ji replied, "She is kneeling outside. Bring her in. I have something to say to her." Understood. Song Ji pressed her lips together and swiftly stepped outside to bring Song Yale in. Chapter 5. Upon entering, Song Yale knelt before the bed with a soft thud, exclaiming, "Mother!" Sun Sure gazed at her daughter, once cherished and trusted beyond measure, her eyes instantly brimming with tears as she turned her head away. "Since the day I brought you back, I have always regarded you as my own flesh and blood. I have poured all my maternal love and energy into you, dedicating my utmost efforts to nurture and care for you. Throughout these years, I have no regrets concerning you. The additional 10 dowries were not intended for Jier. They were specifically prepared for you." At these words, Song Yale was momentarily taken aback. her head snapping up to reveal a look of disbelief. Yet Sun Sure continued, ignoring her reaction. Yayue, how could you think so of me? After all these years as mother and daughter, we are the closest of kin in this world. Sun Sure appeared deeply pained and distressed. Upon hearing this, Song Yue realized that Sun Sure had not given up on her. Her eyes brightened as she shifted forward on her knees to the bed. I was speaking nonsense, mother, do not take it to heart. You are right. We are all members of the Song family, and we are indeed the closest people in the world. Song Ji listened with a sense of irony. If they were the closest, then what did that make her and Song Yang? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely observing as Song Yue fervently pleaded for Sun Sure's forgiveness. In the end, Sun Sure waved her hand, saying, enough, reflect on yourself first. Was she not intending to pursue the matter further? It is astonishing that she has effortlessly passed this hurdle, a sentiment echoed even by Song Yale herself. However, she quickly regained her composure and resolved that as long as her mother remained unperturbed, she would reflect deeply upon her actions. With a sense of urgency, Song Yale rose to her feet, and as she departed, she straightened her posture, transforming her earlier trepidation into a bold demeanor. She cast a provocative glance at Song Ji and silently mouthed, how pitiable. All your efforts are in vain, for Mother's affection lies with me. Song Ji's eyes darkened, her fingers tightening into a fist. Once Song Yale had distanced herself, Sun turned her attention back to Song Ji, saying, my dear, I recognize that Yale has indeed gone too far this time, but she is your sister. Please do not hold it against her. Song Ji remained silent, utterly unprepared for her mother's unexpected reaction. Sun, realizing the absurdity of her words, hastily added, she has merely been spoiled by me, harboring no ill intentions. Since she shares a mutual affection with the Crown Prince, their union is indeed a delightful tale. You shall undoubtedly find a more suitable husband. Song Ji. Song Yang was equally astonished. Had the lady lost her senses in her anger? Do you not wish to consider what you are saying? As both individuals gazed at her intently, Sun's demeanor faltered slightly, and her voice involuntarily took on a more authoritative tone. Do you not possess even a modicum of tolerance for others? Moreover, the Crown Prince harbors no affection for Jire. Marrying him would merely create a pair of ill-fated partners. Song Ji's gaze shifted meaningfully, as if she were unfamiliar with the Sun family. If I interpret your words correctly, Mother, it seems that forbearance entails swallowing the bitter truth, even if it shatters one's teeth. If they were of virtuous character, they could have openly severed the engagement with me and pursued their union without deceit, rather than conspiring behind my back and choosing the day of my coming of age to sever ties in such a distasteful manner. Sun did not approve and frowned, expressing that words should not be so harsh. After all, she is your sister. What harm is there in yielding to her? Again, that same phrase, yield to her. A pang of sorrow gripped Song Ji's heart. Yielding, yielding, yielding. I have spent my entire life acquiescing to your wishes. First, it was about candied hawthorn and dolls. Later, it became fragrant powders and jewelry, and, subsequently, talent and reputation. When has there been a moment I did not yield? Even now, as she shamelessly seduces Mu Qinghan, I have relinquished my engagement to her, even my life, if necessary. In my past life, she did indeed stake her life on it. She believed that Sun's favoritism toward Song Yale was due to a lack of insight into her true nature. After all, in the previous life, Song Yale had spared no one, not even Sunday. It was only upon this reflection that she realized Sun's affection for Song Yale had reached an utterly unprincipled level. Perhaps the disappointment in Song Ji's eyes was too palpable, causing Sun to feel a twinge of guilt. Mother did not mean it that way. Your sister is all alone. She is the sole bloodline of our Sun family. You, however, are different. You are loved by many, and my love is but a trifling addition. Song Ji laughed out of exasperation. But I have only one mother. No one can replace her. In her childhood, when she succumbed to a severe cold and fever, and the doctor was at a loss, she longed for Sun to keep her company, holding her hand tightly throughout the night. Yet what did Sun do? She hurried to Mingwe Pavilion to dine with Song Yale, completely disregarding her plight. Sun said, Yale is frail. If she does not eat well, she will surely suffer discomfort at night. How absurd. She was already unwell. In Sun's eyes, her own critical condition paled in comparison to ensuring Song Yale had a hearty meal. With numerous maids and nannies in the household, how could Song Yale ever go hungry? Ultimately, it was merely a matter of differing importance in Sun's heart. Song Ji thought she could harbor expectations toward Sun, even knowing full well that Sun favored Song Yale more. After all, she was her biological daughter. The reality, however, proved her mistaken. Sun looked at Song Ji with displeasure. What is wrong with you? Were you not always so sensible? Why are you suddenly vying for affection with Yale? You have only one mother, but what of Yale? She has suffered far more. Song Yang could no longer contain himself. Madam, there should be limits to your favoritism. Are you not aware of Ji's temperament? Sun shot him a glance. How am I being partial? I am merely speaking the truth. Is it not the Song family's face that has been tarnished by today's events? If Ji had considered the bigger picture, this would not have escalated so. What if we offend the royal family? In truth, Yale's suggestion is not without merit. Ji could marry as a concubine, and the sisters could support one another. Madam, Song Yang emphasized, have you lost your mind? What difference is there between a concubine and a mistress? Why should our own daughter settle for being a concubine? Ah, Song Yang, I knew that once the Sun family fell, you would look down upon it, and by extension, upon me and Yale. Do you truly believe Yale deserves to be a mere concubine? When have I ever said that? I only assert that Ji will not become a concubine. Enough. Just as their argument reached a fever pitch, Song Ji raised her voice, interrupting the two. She regarded Sun Sui with an icy gaze, as though observing a stranger. Let Song Yale marry the crown prince. I am indifferent. Having uttered these words, she lifted her foot, preparing to depart. Tonight's display had proven to be an unnecessary endeavor. Sun Sui hastily called out from the bed, Jier. Song Ji paused at the threshold, believing Sun Sui had experienced a moment of conscience and wished to offer her comfort. Instead, she heard Sun Sui tentatively suggest, since you are indifferent, perhaps it would be best for you to keep your distance from His Highness the Crown Prince. You are aware that Yale genuinely harbors feelings for him. With her gaze cast downward, the moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping her in a soft, ethereal glow. Her lowered head concealed the expression on her face. After a prolonged silence, a faint voice emerged, all right. She did not turn back, but instead walked away, illuminated by the moonlight. Song Yang looked at Sun Sui with reproach. For the first time, speaking earnestly, how can you act in such a manner as a mother? With that, he hurriedly pursued her. In the room, Sun Sui sat alone upon the bed. Her heart ached upon seeing the medicine bowl beside her. She knew it was the concoction that Song Ji had prepared for her. Yet, as her thoughts drifted to Song Yale, that pang of pain quickly dissipated. She had done nothing wrong. Song Ji was cherished by many. So what harm was there in favoring Yale? Just a little. After all, she was the only family Yale had in this world. Chapter 6. A change in support. Song Yang quickly caught up with Song Ji, walking alongside her in the garden. Jier, your mother was momentarily misguided. Your father will always stand by you. Seeing the worry etched on Song Yang's face, a warmth surged within Song Ji. Father, today's decision to withdraw the engagement was made out of necessity. If I did not act thus, it would only become more difficult in the future. No need for explanations. I trust you. Song Yang patted Song Ji's shoulder. Do not heed your mother's words. Your father has served in office for decades. While he may not be the absolute authority, it is unlikely that a mere withdrawal of an engagement would lead to disaster, especially since the crown prince is in the wrong in this matter. Song Ji felt a great relief wash over her. I initially believed the crown prince to be clever, yet I did not expect him to be so ungrateful. In that case, my Song family can certainly support someone else. At these words, Song Ji's eyes brightened. Father, do you truly mean that? She had been troubled about how to persuade him to change their support, especially considering the numerous interests that the Song residents had entangled with Mu Qinghan. Indeed, Song Yang replied resolutely. There are many princes in the court who surpass me, particularly the third prince, Mu Nanchi. I had intended to support him from the very beginning, but unfortunately, the emperor holds a strong aversion toward him, and he himself is disinterested in the throne. Thus, I reluctantly settled for the crown prince. Upon hearing Mu Nanchi's name, Song Ji felt her heart tremble involuntarily. A deeper smile graced her lips, Indeed, he was exceptional. Truly, he was remarkable. In her previous life, as the crown princess, it was he who stood up for her amidst Mu Qinghan's various belittlements and ridicule. Though he appeared cold and indifferent, he repeatedly made exceptions for her. Even after her death, when her body was discarded in a mass grave and her soul wandered aimlessly, it was he, with his crimson eyes, who searched desperately among countless corpses to recover and bury her remains. He knelt before her grave in great anguish, repeating, "I am sorry, I have come too late." At that moment, she yearned to lift him up and reassure him that it was not late at all. She was truly grateful for his efforts in retrieving her. He was the esteemed third prince, the one whom even Mu Qinghan would dread after ascending the throne. He should not have to kneel and lose his dignity for her sake. Yet her ethereal fingers passed through his form, unable to touch him in the slightest. A pang of sorrow gripped Song Yi's heart. In this life, such a scene would not occur again. The father and daughter conversed under the moonlight for a long time, and upon returning to her residence, Qingfeng Garden, she found that Sun had already moved back to the main courtyard. Song Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She had no desire to confront Sunday. Since she had chosen Song Yale, she hoped Sun would not regret her decision. Her longing for maternal affection had reached its conclusion. That night, Song Yi experienced a lengthy dream. She first found herself reliving her 10th birthday from her previous life, where Sun unexpectedly gifted her a jade bracelet. Although the bracelet was of poor quality, even less valuable than one of Song Yale's earrings, it was the sole gift Sun had ever given her throughout her life, making it precious to her. However, this matter reached the ears of Song Yale, who wept and wailed, insisting that Sun reclaim the bracelet. Sun, unable to endure the commotion, indeed approached her to request its return. "You are the younger sister. Can't you be a little accommodating to your elder sister? Next time, mother will send you something else." Without regard for her feelings, Sun took the bracelet and left. She attempted to cry and cause a scene like Song Yale, but only elicited scolding from Sun, who reprimanded her. "Can you not be so willful? It's just a bracelet. What's the harm in giving it to your sister?" She stood there, watching Sun leave without a glance back, feeling bewildered about what she had done wrong. She longed to say, "This bracelet is different. It is the first gift mother bestowed upon me." Yet, Sun's figure had already faded into the distance. Song Yi stood there, observing the small, bewildered figure before her, and gently reached out to pat her head. "It is not your fault. Do not be sad." In her maturity, she had finally cultivated the inner strength to reconcile with the child within who yearned for maternal love. The scene shifted to the day she wed Mu Qinghan. The festive crimson silk enveloped her entirely, and she heard someone riding beside the bridal sedan, questioning, "Are you truly marrying?" The voice was chilling, imbued with an unsettling coldness. She sat upright in the sedan, thinking, "I am already in the bridal sedan. Is the answer not obvious?" Suddenly, there was silence outside the sedan. After a while, she heard the sound of hooves fading into the distance. The world around her was left with only the blinding red, while the echoes of the hooves grew ever stronger in her mind. The following morning, she awoke with a dull ache in her head and dampness at the corners of her eyes, rubbing them absent-mindedly. She sat up and took a deep breath to collect herself. The sunlight was splendid, and the sounds of commotion from outside filtered in intermittently. Xiao Tao had been waiting outside the door and hurried over upon seeing her awake. "Miss, you're awake." Song Yi slowly got out of bed and inquired, "What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" Xiao Tao pouted in disdain and replied, "It's all because of Miss Yale. His Highness the Crown Prince took leave early this morning to see her, creating quite the uproar in the mansion." "And father?" "The master has gone to court." Song Yi nodded, understanding why these two dared to cause such a ruckus. Xiao Tao's expression brightened as she continued, "Miss, news of your rejection of the marriage proposal has spread throughout the city. Many believe you handled it splendidly, discarding a heartless man without any hesitation. Moreover, Miss Yale's reputation has taken a hit. Numerous noble women have issued warnings to their daughters against associating with her." As Song Yi dressed, she listened to Xiao Tao's spirited recounting, her demeanor filled with pride. Once she was fully attired, Xiao Tao had breakfast brought in. The young maid was in high spirits, her eyes sparkling with laughter. This situation was entirely within Song Yi's expectations. If Song Yale wished to see her humiliated at the coming-of-age ceremony, she would have to bear the consequences. After all, who would dare to associate with someone who plotted against her own family? At this critical juncture, if they had chosen to be discreet, it would have sufficed. Yet they made such a grand display, seemingly afraid that others might not notice. Song Ji let out a soft exclamation, leisurely finishing her breakfast before saying, "Come, miss. Let me take you to see the excitement." Upon stepping out of the Qingfeng courtyard, they were greeted by a vibrant scene. Today, Mu Qinghan had brought an abundance of rare jewels to present to Song Yale, and in his exuberance, he began generously rewarding the servants of the Prime Minister's residence, proclaiming his joy at finally being with the one he cherished. Xiao Tao whispered from the side, "The miss treats us well, and everyone remembers it like a clear mirror. None of us from Qingfeng courtyard have accepted those distasteful rewards." Song Ji's lips curled into a delighted smile. Why should we not accept money when it is offered? Organize everyone to come and line up for their rewards. A confrontation with unscrupulous individuals should not entail a rejection of wealth. After all, Xiao Tao blinked in admiration, acknowledging her miss's grand perspective. Without delay, she prepared to return and gather the others, but just as she took a few steps, Song Ji called her back. "Wait. Hold on." She leaned in to whisper a few words in Xiao Tao's ear, then turned and strolled leisurely towards the flower hall. Before she could draw near, the sound of Song Yale's delicate laughter reached her ears from within. "Your Highness, please, not now. So many eyes are upon us." Mu Qinghan remained unperturbed, who in the entire capital was unaware of his intent to marry her. What was there to fear? However, as Song Yale was about to say more, her peripheral vision caught sight of Song Ji outside, prompting her to feign an accidental stumble into Mu Qinghan's embrace. Dressed in a peach-pink gauzy gown, with her makeup perfectly applied, she appeared to have meticulously prepared herself, showing no signs of the disarray from the previous night. Even her previously swollen cheeks had returned to their normal state. Chapter 7 Apologies. There seems to be quite a crowd. Noticing the deliberately provocative gaze from Song Yale, Song Ji remained utterly unfazed. She strolled to the door, leisurely accepting the sunflower seeds offered by a nearby maid, and began to crack them open with remarkable nonchalance. Her crimson lips were strikingly alluring, and her slender fingers were as delicate as green shoots. This scene, were it not for the overt mockery in her eyes, would undoubtedly be quite pleasing to behold. Song Yale could no longer maintain her composure, reluctantly rising from Mu Qinghan's embrace, and announced, "Your Highness, my sister has arrived." At her words, Mu Qinghan paused momentarily, adjusted his attire, and then turned with an air of propriety, saying, "Oh, you have come." Song Ji handed the sunflower seeds back to the maid, brushed off the remnants from her hands, and as she walked further in, remarked, "Your Highness, there is no need for such familiarity. My full name is Song Ji." Her deliberate attempt to distance herself elicited a frown from Mu Qinghan. Song Yale quickly intervened, playing the peacemaker. "In just a few days, your Highness will be your brother-in-law. It is not excessive to address each other with a bit more warmth." Mu Qinghan cherished Song Yale's perceptiveness, as her concise words alleviated his awkwardness. Contemplating this, his heart felt remarkably light. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. However, Song Ji remained indifferent, merely curling her lips and elongating her tone. "Oh, is he truly to be my brother-in-law?" As soon as those words were spoken, Song Yale was immediately flustered. She feared that Song Ji might directly reveal her true lineage. It is worth noting that Song Ji's temperament had undergone a dramatic transformation, and she was capable of anything. A flicker of resentment crossed her face as she hastily shifted the topic. "All right, let's speak of something else. Today, His Highness is in good spirits, generously rewarding all the servants of the estate. Why has not a single person from Qingfeng courtyard come over?" Mu Qinghan's voice turned frigid, remarking on the absence of anyone, as if to suggest that they looked down upon her. In response to Song Yale's provocation, Song Ji remained unfazed, gazing serenely out of the window. "There's no need to rush," she said with a gentle smile. Following her line of sight, Song Yale and Mu Qinghan could only see other servants joyfully receiving their rewards, amidst blooming peach trees that flourished in vibrant hues. The two were perplexed by her inscrutable demeanor and were about to inquire further when they suddenly spotted a formidable procession approaching in the distance. At the forefront was Xiao Tao, Song Ji's devoted handmaiden. Song Yale's eyes widened in shock, while Mu Qinghan's lips twitched in disbelief, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly. Song Ji offered an embarrassed chuckle. My apologies, there are just a few more people on my side. So they arrived a tad late. Song Yale was utterly astounded by Song Ji's audacity. The throng was so substantial that it surpassed the combined numbers of several other courtyards. To refer to such a gathering as merely a few was simply implausible. How could your Qingfeng courtyard possibly have so many servants? Song Yale could not help but voice her doubts. Song Ji, with a dignified smile, remarked that it was not merely the residents of Qingfeng courtyard who would be honored. Since His Highness the Crown Prince desired to bestow great rewards upon the Prime Minister's residence, it was only fitting that no one be slighted. The household servants, guards, and other attendants from the various estates under the Prime Minister's name must also be considered. Therefore, I instructed Xiao Tao to summon them with utmost haste. You. Song Yale was evidently quite agitated. Song Ji's laughter grew even more exuberant. Fortunately, several of the nearby courtyards were within close proximity, allowing them to catch up with quickened steps. However, the servants from those slightly farther away were less fortunate. Why not allow me to take the reward money to them on your behalf? Your Highness, I am willing to bear the burden for you, and I'm sure they will sing praises of your generosity and benevolence. Mu Qinghan's mouth twitched in irritation. He truly appreciated her meticulous consideration for him. His initial intention in coming was to discern whether she had accepted the role of a concubine and to witness her sorrowful regret over their broken engagement. Thus, he had brought only a modest sum of silver. It was expected that this would suffice for the servants of the Prime Minister's residence. But he had not anticipated the sudden influx of so many more people, contrary to his expectations. The scene of Song Ji weeping and pleading for his return had not materialized. Instead, she appeared radiant and cheerful, utterly unfazed by sorrow. Mu Qinghan stood there, his expression darkening with discontent. Song Ji feigned ignorance to his gloomy demeanor, cheerfully calling out to Xiao Tao and the others, "Everyone, hurry up and line up in the front courtyard to receive your rewards. Don't forget to come and express your gratitude to His Highness afterward." Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Song Yale felt a tightness in her chest. Song Ji, do not take your mischief too far. Blinking innocently, Song Ji retorted, but did not His Royal Highness suggest rewarding the servants? I am merely cooperating. How can this be deemed as taking advantage? Song Yale was left speechless. But this is what is too much? Song Ji countered. Are they not servants of the Prime Minister's residence? This left Song Yale at a loss for words. Mu Qinghan, observing her moment of embarrassment, felt a fleeting disappointment but refrained from comment, quietly instructing a young eunuch accompanying him to fetch more silver for emergencies. Though he recognized that Song Ji had outsmarted him, he had no choice but to endure this silent humiliation. After all, the words had indeed come from him, and should the reward money fall short, he could not afford to lose face. Catching sight of their amusing expressions, Song Ji stifled a laugh as she prepared to leave. I shall not intrude upon your intimate moments any longer. Please carry on. With that, she turned and walked towards the door. Halfway, she cheerfully turned back, saying, "Oh, Your Highness, do not forget the reward for the more distant courtyards. I have already expressed their gratitude for your boundless grace." Mu Qinghan felt a surge of frustration rising in his chest, nearly choking on his indignation. Song Ji departed with a lightness in her step and a refreshing demeanor. Once she left, Xiao Tao and the others quickly gathered their rewards and followed after her. Observing the substantial amount of silver, Song Ji couldn't help but feel that Mu Qinghan would be feeling the pinch for quite some time. After all, he was merely a prince with limited monthly allowances, who told him to come and flaunt himself in front of her. He deserved it. In high spirits, Song Ji was about to step out when suddenly, Sun Shi rushed in, blocking her path. "Jir, did you convince His Highness to reward so many servants?" Song Ji replied. He said it himself. "It has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive the prince like that. He is soon to be your brother-in-law. How can you put Yale in such a position?" After Sun finished speaking, she grasped her hand, insisting, "You must come with me to apologize to His Highness the Crown Prince at once." Song Ji abruptly shook her off. her expression devoid of emotion. I refuse. I have matters to attend to and must leave. Sun's voice rose in anger. What could possibly be more important than this? Are you truly pleased to have disrupted their relationship? Song Ji cast a cold glance in her direction. It was quite amusing, she thought, that her mother should speak thus. The crown prince himself had declared his intention to reward the servants of the Song residence, so she had merely gone to collect the promised bounty. Despite her compliance, her mother accused her of undermining the relationship. Perhaps we should seek an impartial party to adjudicate this matter? You. Sun was momentarily taken aback. Family grievances should remain private. You. She faltered, astonishment flickering in her eyes as she regarded Song Ji. The latter's demeanor was frigid, her gaze no longer imbued with the warmth it once held. Sun felt a heaviness in her breath, as if something precious was slipping away. Yet, the thought that the crown prince harbored discontent towards Yaludu to this incident quickly overshadowed her sorrow. Be honest. Was this deliberate? Do you still harbor feelings for the crown prince, hence your actions? Song Ji nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. There is no connection between these matters, is there? She found it absurd to entertain such a ludicrous question and turned to leave. Sun was relentless. I tell you, the crown prince is your sister's betrothed. You shall not sabotage their bond. Song Ji maintained her composure, observing as Sun's mouth moved, filled with disparaging remarks. Once Sun had concluded her tirade, Song Ji articulated each word with precision. Sometimes, I would rather my own mother were deceased. It would be preferable to endure that loss than to have her alive, while continually turning against me. Sun's expression shifted dramatically, her face paling. What do you mean? Are you cursing me? How have you changed so? Song Ji chose to ignore her, stepping outside as Sun continued to shout behind her. Chapter 8. The tranquil clouds and waters. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Tao cautiously called out, Miss. Song Ji managed a smile, assuring her, I am fine. Xiao Tao suspected her mistress was merely putting on a brave face as her devoted handmaiden. She understood all too well how much Song Ji had longed for the affection of the Sun family. However, Song Ji truly felt at ease. Having faced death once, many of her former obsessions had dissipated. What is destined to be must come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Though she lacked a mother's love, she was cherished wholly by her father and brother. The unconditional affection from her father and brother had always enveloped her. The thought of her brother, Song Qinfeng, who had been away for nearly a year serving in the military, filled her heart with longing. The Qi Kingdom, with its formidable power, stood as one of the mightiest nations on the continent, making its capital a hub of extraordinary prosperity. Since her rebirth, she had not ventured beyond the Prime Minister's residence, making this her first foray outside. After walking a short distance, they noticed pedestrians and merchants pointing and whispering upon seeing them. Most of the remarks were benevolent, commending her actions, but a few still deemed her decision to withdraw from her engagement as a breach of propriety, a disgrace to womanly virtue. Xiao Tao, incensed by the unkind words, suggested, Miss, perhaps we should return to the sedan chair to spare you from such unpleasantness. Song Ji chuckled lightly, replying, Such petty matters do not concern me. We have nothing to be ashamed of, and need not shy away. Observing Song Ji's unflappable demeanor in the face of judgment, Xiao Tao's admiration for her mistress soared to new heights. Perhaps it was Song Ji's calmness that silenced even those few who had initially criticized her. After traversing 2 streets, the pair arrived at a secluded alleyway, almost deserted and serene. Approaching a tall courtyard-side entrance, Song Ji gently tapped on the door. Shortly, it creaked open from within. An elderly gentleman clad in a brocade robe greeted them with a broad smile, his face lighting up further upon recognizing her. Ah, Miss Song, it has been quite a while. The master has mentioned you several times. A warm feeling blossomed within Song Ji. Uncle Chun, how has he been lately? Thanks to your kindness, the master is doing well, and the business at Yin Shui Yu has been thriving, Uncle Chun replied, leading the way. Song Ji had visited this place countless times. Every detail was etched in her memory, from the grand scenery to the tiniest bricks. Even with her eyes closed, she could vividly envision it all. Being there brought her rebirth into sharper focus. This was Xiao Tao's first visit, and upon entering, her jaw dropped in astonishment, remaining agape. And miss, this is it a brothel? Indeed, this is a brothel. Song Ji chuckled, playfully completing her thought. Yunshui Yu was the largest and most prestigious brothel in the capital, frequented by countless dignitaries and well-versed in the latest court and martial news. Once upon a time, when she chose the name Yunshui Yu, Lu Ruyu jested that it sounded less like a brothel and more like a haven for cultured scholars. The lively clamor from the front hall wafted into the courtyard, accompanied by an array of fragrant powders that filled the air. It wasn't until she entered her private chamber that the subtle scent of sandalwood isolated her from the overwhelming fragrances and noise. Xiao Tao's face flushed crimson, her limbs awkwardly unsure of where to rest. "Miss, is it truly appropriate for us to be here?" Song Ji gently patted her shoulder and replied earnestly, "To be honest, this establishment is run by your mistress, so what do you think?" Xiao Tao gasped, elongating her tone with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Song Ji chuckled, "Come now. Do not appear so naive." Xiao Tao felt a pang of distress. It wasn't that she was unworldly, but rather that this world was overwhelmingly vast. The revelation that her mistress had quietly established such a grand brothel in the capital was enough to astonish anyone. Everyone believed that the astute and charming Lu Ruyu was the proprietress of Yunshui Yu. Yet it turned out that her mistress was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Xiao Tao felt her previous understanding of reality turn upside down. Her gaze towards Song Ji transformed into one of admiration. "Miss, you are truly remarkable." Feeling Xiao Tao's fervent gaze, Song Ji smiled and said, "This tale is rather lengthy. I shall share it with you when time allows." Xiao Tao nodded eagerly. All right. I wondered why the sun rose from the west today. It seems some have finally remembered this solitary soul, she mused. Before she could finish, a melodious and enchanting voice rang out from outside the door. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a woman adorned in a resplendent red silk gown. With delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, her fair skin resembled the pristine snow atop Tian Shan, and her exquisite features were a testament to divine favor, perfect in every regard. What stood out most was her dignified presence, exuding elegance and nobility that even the princesses of Tianxi could not rival. This aura, so seemingly incongruous with a brothel, yet curiously fitting, captivated the room. Xiao Tao's mouth fell agape once more, and she exclaimed, "Wow, how beautiful!" This exaggerated remark successfully caught the attention of the newcomer. Lu Ruyu could not help but laugh, glancing at Song Ji. "Oh, I see you brought a little sister today." Song Ji silently facepalmed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she understood. After all, she had been equally awestruck when she first encountered Lu Ruyu. After explaining Xiao Tao's identity, Song Ji lifted her teacup and took a sip. "Ruyu, I have a matter I need you to attend to." "I know," Lu Ruyu replied, closing the door and sitting beside Song Ji, unceremoniously bouncing her legs. Xiao Tao was taken aback. What happened to the graceful and elegant sister from just a moment ago?" Song Ji averted her eyes from this display, clearing her throat. "How did you know?" Lu Ruyu scoffed. "Would you seek me out without reason? The clouds drift lazily, and now you cast me aside, indifferent to my plight. Were it not for my formidable strength, I would have long since crumbled." Once the door was shut, Lu Ruyu ceased to maintain her facade, revealing her true self. Xiao Tao, with tears streaming down her face, pondered whether the initial elegance had merely been an illusion. In response to this, Song Ji felt a twinge of shame, chuckling amiably as she said, "It's only because I know your beauty, kindness, and strength that I entrusted you with this responsibility. Would I have such confidence in anyone else?" "Certainly not." Lu Ruyu waved her hand to halt the flattery, insisting, "Enough of the compliments. Just tell me what you need." With a serious demeanor, Song Ji replied, "I wish for you to gather all intelligence regarding Mu Qinghan, particularly concerning those who support him from the shadows. The more unsavory secrets you uncover, the better." Lu Ruyu, genuinely impressed, applauded, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you have finally cured your blindness." Chapter 9. "You truly have an eye for beauty," Lu Ruyu remarked. "At last, you have cast aside that unfortunate engagement with Mu Qinghan. I always thought you were blind to have ever agreed to such a union. However, ending the engagement does not rectify the flaw of your previous judgment. In truth, Had he not persistently pursued her, she might not have so easily acquiesced to his advances. Recalling this, Song Ji felt a pang of regret. During a palace banquet, she had overheard the noble young ladies exclaiming how breathtakingly handsome the third prince, Mu Qinghan, was, and how his abilities surpassed those of all the other princes. They proclaimed him the ideal match for any woman. Out of curiosity, she joined them in sneaking a glance outside the Guozijian. Unfortunately, when she was discovered, her escape was slightly delayed, leading to her being caught in the act by Mu Qinghan himself. Indeed, the youth was strikingly handsome, and merely standing there, without uttering a word, he exuded an allure that rendered others feeling inferior. Yet his tone was far from cordial as he brusquely inquired, "What are you doing lurking about?" In a moment of bravado, she replied, "I am not lurking. I am here openly to see you." Having never encountered such forthrightness, a faint blush crept across Mu Qinghan's pale visage, and he responded more curtly, "Leave." Song Ji's temper flared. It was the first time someone had told her to leave. She promptly pointed to Mu Qinghan, who happened to emerge at that moment, and declared, "I am not just here to see you. I am also looking at the crown prince. And, to be honest, I find his highness to be far more attractive than you." Mu Qinghan, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then tears streamed down his face. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, it was the first time someone had said he was superior to Mu Qinghan. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, "You must be the second daughter of Prime Minister Song. You truly have discerning taste." Henceforth, Mu Qinghan became infatuated with her. Eventually, everyone discerned the crown prince's affections, and Prime Minister Song, supporting Mu Qinghan, tacitly approved of their union. However, the night before the engagement was formalized, Prime Minister Song inquired if she was truly willing. At that time, she thought it made little difference whom she married, and the prospect of becoming a crown princess seemed appealing, so she did not object, and the match was settled. Little did she know that her casual agreement would lead to a series of unforeseen events. Song Ji's gaze darkened. Indeed, one misstep led to another. Lu Ruiyu patted her shoulder and leaned closer. "Do not wear such a solemn expression. This is fortuitous. We are about to embark on something grand." Song Ji could not help but smile. How grand? Manipulating the throne, perhaps? After a moment of contemplation, she answered earnestly, "Quite grand." The two exchanged a knowing smile. "By the way, there is another matter." Song Ji suddenly remembered, her expression softening. "If there are any of Mu Qinghan's people investigating here, there is no need to conceal anything. Let them investigate thoroughly." Lu Ruiyu's expression turned meaningful as she teased. "So, you dismiss the crown prince because you have taken a liking to his younger brother?" Song Ji nodded affirmatively. Lu Ruiyu was momentarily speechless, while Xiao Tao gasped in astonishment. "Isn't sincerity the ultimate weapon?" Lu Ruiyu quipped. "Your admission seems rather too straightforward." Xiao Tao interjected, "Miss, when did this happen?" Observing the two individuals' eager expressions, Song Ji feigned profundity, stating, "Matters of the heart are quite intricate. Articulating them would only perplex you." With that, she rose from her seat, addressing Lu Ruiyu. "What I just mentioned is now entrusted to you. I shall return in a few days." Lu Ruiyu shot her a reproachful glance, acknowledging, "I understand, you heartless one. Should you ever wish to discuss it, I am always ready to listen." Song Ji smiled, replying, "Very well." As she stepped out into the gentle flow of the world outside, Xiao Tao remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the revelation that her mistress had developed feelings for the third prince. Concern filled Xiao Tao's eyes as she cautioned, "Mistress, while the third prince possesses admirable qualities, I have heard whispers of his reclusive and indifferent nature. No woman has ever approached him. Your affection may lead to naught." Song Ji lightly tapped Xiao Tao's forehead, asserting, "One must try to know the outcome." However, Xiao Tao hesitated, wishing to voice further concerns, only to have Song Ji cover her mouth, insisting, "No more hesitations. One must relish the joys of life. Why ponder so much?" She felt grateful for the chance to relive her life and to bask in the sunlight of today. Life itself was a precious gift. Seeing the illumination in Song Ji's eyes, Xiao Tao felt a shift within her. Suddenly, her heart lightened. "Very well, mistress, pursue whatever you desire, and I shall accompany you." Song Ji was greatly pleased, embracing Xiao Tao's shoulders, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a teachable soul." The two did not rush back to the manor, but strolled leisurely through the streets. Following her recent rise to fame, everyone was now familiar with the name of Song Ji. When purchasing pastries, the vendor graciously deducted a coin from her bill. After acquiring the pastries, she also visited a fabric shop to order several new outfits for herself. Having completed these errands, she ambled back to the manor with Xiao Tao. Upon entering, she initially assumed that Mu Qinghan had already departed. However, as soon as she stepped inside, his voice echoed, "Sure, I have conferred with Minister Song regarding our betrothal. Next month, my sister and I shall wed." Song Ji felt utterly unfazed, replying, "Firstly, I extend my congratulations on your impending marriage. Secondly, I would appreciate it if you address me by my full name. Lastly, the household will inform me of your engagement to Lo. There is no need for you to announce it personally at the minister's gate." Mu Qinghan furrowed his brow, displeased, commenting, "There is a limit to jesting. Light-hearted banter is delightful, but persistent teasing lacks wisdom." Song Ji responded with confusion. Mu Qinghan huffed, "I overheard your conversation with Lady Sun earlier today. Your irritation stems from your feelings for me. After all this time spent together, I harbor some feelings for you as well. I can only blame you for lacking awareness of such matters. If you now have regrets, I would still consider making you my concubine." Song Ji felt exasperated. It seemed everyone around her suffered from delusions. She had no desire to prolong the matter, stating directly, "No, I lack the fortune for such a position." With that, she curtly bowed and declared, "I shall not delay you any further, Your Highness. I take my leave." Her words were crisp and decisive, and she departed with equal resolve, leaving Mu Qinghan to ponder as her figure receded into the distance. Mu Qinghan furrowed his brows deeply in place, while the young eunuch beside him dared not even exhale. After a long pause, he darkly remarked, "Humph, you refused the ladder I offered. There will come a day when you will regret it." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed with the young eunuch. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was being keenly observed by Song Yale, who was hidden among the flowers. She fiercely crushed the leaves in her hand, her face etched with gloom. Why do they still have the prince's attention even after breaking off the engagement? She absolutely would not allow Song Ji any opportunity to enter the Eastern Palace. Chapter 10. Never again. Song Ji found Song Chancellor in the study and learned that the wedding date for Song Yale and Mu Qinghan was set for the 16th of next month. The household bustled with activity, making preparations for the impending nuptials. Due to the urgency, many arrangements had to be expedited. Fortunately, some preparations had already been made in anticipation of Song Ji's own marriage, making matters less daunting. However, she was more concerned about her father's plans and the emperor's stance. Song Yang, aware of his daughter's intentions, kindly assured her, "Do not worry, I have been gradually withdrawing my support for the crown prince in secret, to avoid alarming anyone. The pace will be somewhat slow." Song Ji nodded. "I abruptly called off my engagement yesterday. The emperor did not make things difficult for you during today's morning court, did he?" Song Yang replied. "The emperor was indeed upset that we rejected the royal proposal, but once he understood the circumstances, he did not press the issue further. Fear not. Should the sky fall, I will bear the brunt." Moved, Song Ji rested her head on the table and gazed at him. "Father, you are truly wonderful." Song Yang's chin lifted proudly. "So now you realize how great your father is." "Not at all. You have always been great," Song Ji responded cheerfully. Meanwhile, Sun Sure stood outside with a bowl of sweet soup, ready to deliver it. Upon witnessing the warm scene in the study, she felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Her feet seemed rooted to the spot, preventing her from entering. Ultimately, she handed the sweet soup to a nearby maid and fled in distress. In the days that followed, the Song residents remained in a state of frenzied activity. News of the crown prince's imminent marriage spread rapidly throughout Tianqi. The preparations for this grand union were elaborate, with various countries sending envoys to offer their congratulations, and the entire city adorned in festive red silk. Although Song Yang harbored dissatisfaction towards Song Yale, he understood the necessity of maintaining a respectable facade for the greater good. All of Song Yale's dowry was prepared by Sun Sure. Initially, Song Ji paid little attention to these matters, but she could not ignore Song Yale's incessant boasting. Sister, you may not know, but mother has given me all her dowry. I advised her to reserve some for you, so you could enhance your own dowry when you marry, but she refused. Oh, and those fine items in the storeroom? Mother has included them in my dowry as well. She insists that as a daughter marrying into the royal family, I must have wealth to win people's favor. Thus she has given me the most profitable shops. With each word, Song Ji's expression darkened. It was one thing to give away other possessions, but how could she dare part with the Song family shops? Without a moment's hesitation, she confronted Sun Sui. Have you given all the family shops to Song Yale? Sun Sui, surprised by Song Ji's fervor, initially thought something was amiss. Upon hearing the accusation, she dismissed it lightly. Of course. Your sister is marrying into the Eastern Palace as a crown princess. Her dowry must not be shabby. Song Ji retorted, shabby? Aside from your entire dowry, the storerooms of the Song family are nearly empty due to your actions. How can this be considered shabby? Sun Sui's expression darkened. Ji, are you questioning your mother? Song Ji coldly laughed. Is it not apparent? Sun's sudden gasp confirmed Yali's assertion. Indeed, your selfishness blinds you to her well-being. Your ire stems from a desire to hoard these treasures for yourself. Song Ji fell silent, never anticipating that Sun not only favored Song Yale, but also repeatedly harbored malice towards her. She endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor in her voice. Does father know? Sun's gaze faltered. Such matters do not require your father's concern. Song Ji's eyes brimmed with scorn. If he remains unconcerned, the Song residence will be no more. Sun was stung by her derision. What kind of look is that? It is merely a little more dowry for Yale. Why are you so calculative? Calculative? Song Ji retorted, those shops are the lifeblood of the Song family. All expenditures rely on their income. You display such maternal affection, yet you would squander all the dowry. Will you not eat or drink afterward? Sun, indignant, counter, besides the shops, your father has his monthly stipend. How can the shops be the sole means of survival? Song Ji coldly replied, in the vast Song estate, from social obligations to the wages of the servants, each is a considerable expense. You are well aware that your father's monthly stipend is insufficient. I will inform father of this. You should cease your actions. Seeing that reason failed with Sun, Song Ji turned to inform Song Yang. Sun grasped her arm. I remember you were not like this before. What was I like before? Did I not acquiesce to whatever you said, unconditionally yielding to Song Yale? If that is what you mean, it shall not occur henceforth. Ultimately, you cannot bear to see your sister thrive. Once she secures her position as crown princess, what will these shops matter? Sun expressed her dissatisfaction, offering, very well. I promise you, if you do not seek your father, I shall reserve a portion of my dowry for you. Song Ji shook off her hand. No need. You might as well give it all to Song Yale. With that, she turned to leave, and Sun, infuriated, exclaimed, Go on then, but should you leave, do not acknowledge me as your mother. Song Ji quickened her pace. Ultimately, those shops were not bestowed upon Song Yale. Upon learning of this matter, Song Yang had a fierce argument with Sun, threatening that if she dared to give the shops to Song Yale, a divorce would ensue, compelling Sun to relent. To prevent Sun from secretly distributing the shops, Song Yang reclaimed all the land and property deeds and entrusted them to Song Ji. Sun, accompanied by Song Yale, caused a ruckus at Qingfeng courtyard, lamenting, How did I bear such a daughter? Your father and I have harmonized for over a decade without quarrel. Yet now, under your instigation, we have repeatedly found ourselves at odds. You claim it is for the Song family, but it is truly to clutch everything in your hands, even plotting against your own mother. When will you learn to be like Yale, uncontentious and ungrasping? I have no recollection of raising you to be this way. Song Ji coldly regarded her. Is it my instigation that has led to the discord with father? You assert that Song Yale is uncontentious. Indeed, she is. For every matter is initiated by you, compelling me to yield, allowing her to quietly await the fruits of your labor. Moreover, you have never imparted any lessons to me, as you have been preoccupied with attending to Song Yale. In the past, she dutifully acquiesced to the wishes of Sun Sui, thus maintaining a facade of harmony, where everyone appeared to coexist peacefully and joyfully. However, Once she disrupted this delicate equilibrium, all underlying issues came to light. Previously, Song Ji had never spoken to Sun Sui in such a tone. She had always silently supported her from behind, fulfilling her filial duties. Harboring the hope that one day Sun Sui would turn around and bestow upon her the same affection she offered to Song Yale. Now, having relinquished those illusions, she feels a newfound sense of liberation. Sun Sui will not turn back, and she no longer requires that acknowledgement. Chapter 11. You must not move. Her son was acutely aware that when Song Ji spoke, she regarded her as if she were a stranger, devoid of any emotion. If one were to force a semblance of feeling into the situation, it could only be interpreted as impatience. This realization sent Sun staggering, her footing faltering, as she strained to gaze at Song Ji, attempting to uncover the remnants of her former self within her. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not find the girl who once quietly yearned for her affection. In truth, she had always known that Song Ji longed to be close to her, reminiscent of the countless times in their childhood when Song Ji had attempted to charm her into paying attention. However, each time, Sun would dismiss her with rebukes, hastily abandoning her to attend to Yolo. As they grew older, Song Ji's displays of affection became less overt. Yet Sun could still sense the emotions that lingered beneath the surface. For instance, during her bouts of illness, she would receive a bowl of medicine just in time, or after a long day, a nourishing bowl of bird's nest soup would appear before her. Even the most trivial mention of a desire would see that wish fulfilled by the following day. A pang of sorrow shot through Sun, akin to being pricked by something sharp. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to assert, "You must not be ungrateful. If you refuse to provide for the shop, at least give those 2 estates in the countryside to Yolo." "Have you finished?" Song Ji inquired calmly, lifting her gaze. Sun instinctively nodded, only to hear Song Ji reply, "If you have concluded, you may return. I have matters to attend to." Sun seized this moment to vent her frustrations. "What is this attitude? I am discussing important matters with you." Song Ji regarded her steadily. "If it is indeed a matter of importance, you may discuss it with father. Should he agree, I shall naturally provide you with the deed." Sun retorted sharply, "If your father were to agree, would I need to speak with you?" Song Ji spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, instructing Xiao Tao to see her out. Xiao Tao, having witnessed enough, urged, "Please, madam." Sun glared, her hand raised in anger. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Song Ji shielded Xiao Tao behind her, declaring, "Xiao Tao is my sworn sister. You must not lay a finger on her." Sun's voice sharpened with indignation. "I am the matriarch of the Song household. I cannot even discipline a servant? What kind of sisterhood is this? You abandon your true sister to oppose Yolu at every turn. Yet now you wish to elevate a servant to sisterhood. Are you intentionally trying to insult us?" Song Ji's expression darkened, her tone grave. "This is the one and only time. Should you continue to slander Xiao Tao, our mother-daughter bond shall truly come to an end. Who are you trying to intimidate? Threatening your own mother for the sake of a stranger is unfilial. Had I known it would come to this, I should never have borne you." Before a gathering of servants, Sun's face turned ashen from the humiliation, yet she refrained from further remarks about Xiao Tao. Song Ji regarded her coldly. "And I have never desired your existence." With that, she turned her back, taking Xiao Tao with her, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Sun trembled. Pointing at the door, "Song Ji, I endured 10 arduous months of pregnancy to bring you into this world, and this is how you repay me." A gentle breeze swept through, but no response came from within the room. As Sun contemplated what to say next, Song Yale feigned innocence, gently urging her, "Mother, let's return. After all, those matters pertain to the Song family, and I have no right to covet them." Sun replied, "You are also a daughter of the Song family. How can you say you lack the right?" "Yet," she lamented, "but my father has never favored me, and this time I have angered him greatly. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Focus solely on preparing for your marriage. I shall ensure you wed splendidly." "Mother, you are truly wonderful. Once I secure my position as the crown princess, I will honor you well," Song Yale said, sweetly smiling as she linked arms with Sunday. Sun, filled with maternal pride, caressed her hand, affirming, "You are indeed dutiful." With a glance at the tightly shut door, she added, "Unlike certain others, As for Song Ji, she would be as she pleased. Sun cast aside the peculiar feelings stirred by Song Ji's transformation, content with the presence of Yale. The mother and daughter recognized that lingering here was futile, and with faces expressing their displeasure, they departed. Once the two had left, Song Ji finally reopened the door. Standing at the threshold, she watched Sun's retreating figure and shook her head, reflecting on how she had previously failed to recognize Sun's lack of discernment. Fortunately, she no longer cared for Sun's opinions. Otherwise, hearing such words would have deeply saddened her. Because of her and Song Yang's resolute stance, Sun had not managed to gain any further favor. Engrossed in arranging Song Yale's engagement, Sun was oblivious to Song Ji's needs, despite Song Yang's repeated suggestions to pay her some attention. Following these events, Song Yale came to understand that the ultimate authority in the Song household rested with Song Yang, prompting her to adopt a more subdued demeanor. One day, as the gentle spring breeze caressed her face, the weather was unusually delightful. The peach blossoms in the courtyard bloomed vibrantly as she directed the servants to place down the potted plants. Just then, Xiao Tao rushed in breathless. "Miss, the third prince has returned. I heard his carriage has just arrived at the city gates." Song Ji, holding a book, paused momentarily in astonishment, the volume slipping from her grasp. A clear, elegant visage flashed in her mind, and she felt a flutter in her heart. Xiao Tao, anxious, urged her. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, miss. You have no idea how madly the young ladies in town are anticipating his arrival. If we delay, we might miss the best spots." With that, Xiao Tao hurriedly pulled Song Ji out the door. Midway, Song Ji suddenly halted, frustrated. "My clothes. Should I change into something new?" Xiao Tao sighed, exasperated. "At this hour, what is the point of changing? If we take too long, it will be too late." Xiao Tao, diligent yet infuriatingly earnest, saw Song Ji relent. Resolutely, they continued down the main road into the city. Along the way, they encountered many young women, equally hurried and heading in the same direction, each adorned in vibrant attire, their eyes sparkling with youthful anticipation and longing. Racing alongside these elegantly dressed ladies, she could never be outdone. Song Ji was inexplicably stirred by a competitive spirit and swiftly vanished from her spot. Xiao Tao, gazing at the now empty space beside her, was filled with tears. Indeed, the young lady was deeply infatuated with the third prince. Without daring to linger, she hurried after her. Due to Song Ji's agile form, she ultimately secured a prominent position in the front row. Surrounding her were women adorned in extravagant attire, while she, dressed simply, stood out conspicuously. Song Ji rubbed her forehead. Perhaps this was what they meant by an unintentional stroke of luck. In truth, even without such serendipity, her exquisite beauty would have allowed her to shine among the throngs of women. Although she had never placed much importance on her appearance, it did not imply that she was lacking in beauty. Her visage did not possess the radiant and grand beauty of Lu Ruoyu, which could leave one awestruck at first glance, nor did it resemble the delicate and endearing charm of Song Yale, which easily incited a man's protective instincts. Instead, her features exuded a tranquil allure, reminiscent of distant mountains and autumn waters, captivating in their simplicity, particularly her enchanting eyes, so clear and mesmerizing that one could hardly look away. Chapter 12. He has returned. The distant sound of galloping hooves grew louder, and Song Ji turned her gaze towards the source, witnessing a procession of majestic carriages approaching along the long street. At the forefront rode a man clad in black robes, astride a chestnut steed. His chiseled features and tightly pressed lips exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Yet, his striking beauty could not quell the fervor of the women surrounding him. His mere presence stirred a commotion among the ladies, while he appeared oblivious, continuing to advance with a stoic demeanor. It was Mu Nanchi. He remained as resplendent as in his past life. As he drew nearer, Song Ji clenched her fingers, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over her, her heart racing uncontrollably. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to hear echoes from her previous life. As he questioned her, "They humiliate you, and you simply endure? What happened to the sharp tongue you once possessed? This is the path you chose. If you regret it, it is not too late." In that lifetime, Her status in the Eastern Palace was modest, and she was universally disregarded for her taciturn nature. Servants flattered and belittled her, striving to win Mu Qinghan's favor. Though they refrained from overt disrespect, they often neglected her, whether by providing insufficient coal during winter or serving her stale fruits. Only the diligent maid Xiao Tao toiled tirelessly for her, fearful that she might endure any hardship. On several occasions, Mu Nanqi had come under the moonlight, standing coldly on the wall with his hands clasped behind him, laced with sarcasm. The moonlight was like gauze, obscuring his expression. Yet she sensed a tautness in his demeanor after he uttered his final words. She merely smiled, stating, "This marriage is a decree from His Majesty. I possess no right to regret it." Upon hearing her response, the figure on the wall radiated a chilling aura. After a prolonged silence, he coldly remarked, "You deserve to suffer here," before leaping away. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, she felt that his parting words carried a tone of disappointment. The third prince approaches. Suddenly, a gentle whisper pulled her from a reverie. As the procession drew closer, the women in the street attempted to attract the attention of the man on the steed in myriad ways. However, their movements were restrained by the modesty expected of young ladies. Disappointment washed over them, for Mu Nanqi remained steadfastly indifferent, not sparing even a fleeting glance in their direction. Indeed, he was still the same Mu Nanqi, the embodiment of aloofness, utterly unacquainted with the notion of cherishing beauty. Song Ji could not help but click her tongue in disapproval. He perpetually wore a stern expression, devoid of charm. She suddenly found herself reluctant to reunite with him in such a manner. What significance would it hold for him to see her on this bustling street? In his eyes, she was no different from any other woman. No, this would not do. Resolutely, Song Ji decided that just as Mu Nanqi was about to pass her by, she swiftly shielded her face, nimbly retreating through a narrow gap. At the back of the crowd, Xiao Tao stretched her neck, anxious as she exclaimed, "Miss, why do you come out? The third prince will see you any moment now. You had such a good position." Song Ji hastily buried her head and walked on, dismissing any further conversation as unnecessary. Xiao Tao, with a sigh of regret, followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the noble gentleman seemed to sense their departure and turned his gaze toward the direction they had left. His tranquil eyes held the essence of millennial-old ice, and as the spring sunlight kissed his face, he appeared ethereal and strikingly beautiful. Following his line of sight, the girls nearby could not contain their excitement. "Oh my, the third prince is looking this way. Who could possibly have caught his attention?" They murmured amongst themselves, eager to discover the fortunate soul who had garnered such notice. However, when they turned back, Song Ji and Xiao Tao had already vanished into the alleyway. All that remained in the distance was a solitary corner wall and a small beggar, engrossed in the act of digging his nose. As all eyes turned curiously towards him, the little beggar discreetly lowered his hand and, blushing, ran away, covering his face. The girls were left in a mix of amusement and exasperation, dismissing the incident as a mere blunder, before their attention returned to Mu Nanqi. The grand welcome continued until they could no longer see Mu Nanqi's figure at the end of the long street, and only then did they disperse in disappointment. Meanwhile, back in her residence, Song Ji sat in the garden, consumed by regret, as she devoured 3 hefty meat buns in one go. Xiao Tao, alarmed and concerned for her mistress's well-being, brought over a pot of tea to interrupt her reach for a 4th bun. "Miss, are you regretting something?" Song Ji poured herself a cup of tea. "Regretting what?" "Of course, I regret fleeing at the last moment." Over time, Xiao Tao had grown bolder in her interactions with Song Ji, no longer speaking with the same restraint as before. "If only you hadn't tea left. The third prince would have surely noticed you." In her eyes, her mistress was unparalleled, akin to a celestial being descending from a moon. Though the third prince was known for his disinterest in women, who could say he wouldn't be captivated by her? Song Ji waved her hand dismissively. "And what of it? He would merely see me as no different than any other infatuated girl." Xiao Tao vehemently disagreed. "But you are the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, and you possess such beauty." Song Ji interrupted her. None of that matters to him. She cared not for wealth or power, nor was she swayed by beauty. In her past life, She once believed that such an unambitious person was destined for a monastic life, never imagining that one day desire would ignite in her eyes, and with fervent longing, he would extend his hand to her, saying, "Aji, come with me." In that moment, she realized that he too could harbor such madness. Yet, she had turned him down. She had rejected Mu Nanchi, because she was not just the consort of Mu Qinghan, but also the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, and moreover, she was his nominal sister-in-law. She cared little for herself, but feared the disgrace that could befall him and his family. Layers of shackles bound her, rendering her unable to move, trapped in her circumstances. Fortunately, in this lifetime, she timely curtailed her losses, preventing these shackles from binding her. Reflecting upon the suffocating feelings of the past, Song Ji lost her appetite for the remaining buns. She pushed them away, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and stood up, proclaiming, "The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge and understanding in every direction." Observing Song Ji's sudden surge of determination, Xiao Tao, though puzzled by the change, encouraged her, saying, "Miss, you can undoubtedly succeed. I have faith in you." Touched, Song Ji replied, "Xiao Tao, your confidence in me is overwhelming." Xiao Tao chuckled softly, "Miss, this is the conviction I ought to possess." Chapter 13. This tree is planted by me following the experience of her recent failure. Song Ji resolved to abandon conventional approaches in her encounters with Mu Nanchi. Her recollections painted him as perpetually aloof, a man of few words and even fewer smiles. His demeanor towards her was particularly harsh, bearing a countenance more sour than that of indifferent bystanders, as if she owed him a debt yet unpaid. Unable to tolerate such disparate treatment, she had once indignantly suggested that he extend the same coldness to her as he did to others, asserting that they were not adversaries. However, in stark contrast to her verbose insinuations, Mu Nanchi's responses were notably terse, consisting of a singular command: "Get lost." Truly, he was a man impervious to reason. Seated in the garden, Song Ji found herself at a loss for solutions and decided to relinquish her musings. She believed that solutions would present themselves in due time. After all, with Mu Nanchi currently engaged at the palace, she could devise a plan once he returned. She recalled that in a few days, due to the whims of the Emperor's beloved youngest princess, the task of procuring the world's most exquisite kite had been entrusted to Mu Nanchi, who would venture beyond the palace walls for this purpose. Upon reflection, it seemed the emperor habitually assigned such trivial matters to him, even this time, merely sending him to Jiangnan for a brief inspection before returning. A pensive expression clouded Song Ji's features as she contemplated the magnitude of her ambitions. It was evident that her obstacles extended beyond merely Mu Qinghan. Yet, this was of little consequence. With a resolute gaze, she picked up the remaining half of her bun, savoring each bite as she rose from the garden. With half a month remaining until Song Yale's wedding, she was determined not to allow Song Yale to bask in the glory of a triumphant union. Mu Qinghan, raised from an early age as the crown prince amidst the treachery of the imperial court and pampered by the adoration of many, could not possibly harbor profound love for any woman. While he might momentarily succumb to infatuation, time or circumstances detrimental to his interests would swiftly clarify his priorities. In her past life, the reason he clung to Song Yale was largely due to her obstruction, resulting in a love that could never be fulfilled. What one cannot possess often appears the most desirable, a notion that lingers in the heart, does it not? In this life, without her interposition, she was eager to witness the authenticity of their affections. A faint smile graced Song Ji's lips, revealing a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Xiao Tao, observing this smile, felt an inexplicable chill, sensing that the atmosphere had grown colder. As the wedding date approached, Song Yale became increasingly discreet in her actions, inquiring daily of her devoted maid, "Has His Highness sent word today?" It had been quite some time since Mu Qinghan had visited her, leaving her with a sense of melancholy. Although he had recently sent her a letter explaining his preoccupation with wedding preparations, she could not shake the feeling of being overlooked. Tactfully replied, "Miss. It is a positive sign that His Highness is so invested in the wedding. It indicates his care for you. His current busyness is no cause for concern." Her words were skillfully articulated, striking a chord with Song Yale, who sighed in relief. As days slipped by, the momentous occasion loomed ever closer. With only 3 days remaining until the day of celebration, Song Ji bribed the guards at the palace gates and, after an interminable wait, finally received word of Mu Nanqi's departure from the palace. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly took Xiao Tao with her and rushed out. First, she sought out 5 or 6 reputable assassins in the West Street and struck a deal with them. Ultimately, she arrived at a secluded alley, lying in wait for her quarry. Xiao Tao, following closely behind, was bewildered and inquired, "Miss, are we not going to find the third prince? What are we doing here?" Song Ji narrowed her eyes mischievously and remarked, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged." Indeed, in her previous life, she had never genuinely experienced the nuances of love, nor had she ever sought to capture a man's attention with such intention. However, her extensive reading of romantic tales had now provided her with a practical application. After a brief wait, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar. They were coming. Song Jishi's eyebrows arched with anticipation as she quickly hushed her voice, pulling Xiao Tao to hide further back. Cautiously, she peered out, observing the gradual emergence of 5 or 6 figures clad in black, their faces obscured. They moved in unison, brandishing sharp, long swords, frequently glancing back over their shoulders. Almost in the next breath, the elegant figure of Mu Nanqi appeared at the end of the alley. His steps were steady, devoid of any hint of panic, his countenance still strikingly handsome, as if he were not of this earthly realm. Yet, a chilling air lingered in his eyes, a frosty aura that could be felt even from a distance. The assassins, having successfully lured Mu Nanqi to the prearranged meeting point with Song Ji, dutifully recited the lines scripted in the play she had provided. "This territory is under our protection. If you wish to pass unharmed, you must part with some wealth." At these words, a shadow flickered in Mu Nanqi's eyes, and he halted. The crowded street had prevented him from taking action earlier, so he had deliberately followed them here, initially believing them to be assassins sent by the Crown Prince's faction. To his astonishment, it appeared they were. Attempting to rob him? Mu Nanqi pressed his thin lips together, subtly channeling his inner strength. The audacity of these individuals to commit robbery under the bright light of day, coupled with their evident martial prowess, indicated their nefarious nature. Thus, he would not hesitate to act in defense of justice. However, just as he was poised to intervene, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Song Ji, who was covertly peeking from the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Nanqi discreetly retracted his inner energy, feigning ignorance of Song Ji's presence. Complying with the situation, he retrieved a pouch of silver from his bosom and casually tossed it towards them. The assassins exchanged bewildered glances. Song Ji. The assassin was taken aback, and Song Ji was even more bewildered. Was it truly given so effortlessly? This diverges significantly from the anticipated development. Mu Nanqi is completely disregarding the established narrative. Such a scenario was not scripted in the play. The assassin found himself in a state of disarray, seeking guidance as he turned to glance at Song Ji for any instructions. What does she possibly advise? She cleared her throat, steeling herself to leap forth as previously agreed, to retrieve the money pouch and drive away the cloaked figures. Then, she turned to the elegant Mu Nanqi standing nearby, playfully shaking the pouch of money that hung from her finger. "I have successfully retrieved the pouch for you. No need for thanks," she said, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, adorned with a charming smile. Song Jishin felt a sense of unease in her heart. Surely this act of beauty rescuing the hero would be successful. Chapter 14. My heart yearns for you. Initially, I anticipated that Mu Nanqi would display a sense of gratitude. However, to my dismay, he remained entirely unmoved, his gaze profound and inscrutable. He did not reach for the purse, but rather turned away with an air of aloofness. Preparing to depart, Song Ji felt a pang of confusion. Was her previous display not sufficiently impressive? Despite his many admirable qualities, his temperament was undeniably irascible. He either dismissed people or ignored them entirely. Just as she was about to pursue him, a formidable squad of guards appeared ahead, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing Mu Nanqi unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief and knelt, proclaiming, "We have arrived late to protect your highness." please bestow your punishment upon us." Mu Nanqi waved his hand dismissively, and the guards immediately fell back in an orderly fashion, creating a passageway. He paused with his back to Song Ji, his hair elegantly tied up, cascading down, rendering his silhouette enigmatic. Without turning to face her, his cool voice pierced the air. "Has Mu Qinghan resorted to sending a woman to approach me, indicating a lack of capable individuals?" Frustrated, Song Ji thought to herself that he had mistaken her for Mu Qinghan. She felt overwhelmed. Her sincere intentions should not be tarnished by that unfortunate individual. Hastily, she clarified, "I have already annulled my engagement with Mu Qinghan. I have no ties to him now." Mu Nanqi's expression grew colder still. "To lower my guard, this ploy of feigned discord is rather clever." Song Ji felt as though she were in a bind, unable to articulate her truth. "I'm truly not associated with Mu Qinghan. You may investigate, and my father will no longer support him." Reflecting on recent events, Mu Nanqi's demeanor softened slightly. He continued forward, recognizing the importance of knowing when to withdraw, a sign of intelligence not entirely lacking. Song Ji's lips twitched in dismay. Had she truly appeared foolish in his eyes? Observing his indifference, she stepped forward to block his path. "I retrieve the purse for you. Is a simple thank you too much to ask?" Mu Nanqi disregarded her, attempting to sidestep her once more. Yet, Song Ji was resolute, mirroring his movements left and right. Her expression now earnest and determined, her clear eyes reflecting his image. Mu Nanqi's countenance darkened, poised to command her removal, yet he caught a glimpse of her forlorn expression. "Mu Nanqi, you need not regard me with such suspicion," she implored, her gaze unwavering. The gentle spring breeze danced around them, causing strands of hair to flutter softly. Surrounded by numerous onlookers, an uncanny silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to lift their heads, save for the curious Xiao Tao, who was taken aback by her mistress's audacity. She watched in astonishment, feeling as if she were in a dream. How brave of her mistress to confront the indifferent third prince. Xiao Tao clenched her fingers tightly, anxious that the typically dispassionate Mu Nanqi might strike Song Ji away. She contemplated whether she could rush to her mistress's defense if a confrontation were to occur. However, before she could devise a plan, Mu Nanqi finally spoke. He did not dismiss Song Ji, but merely gazed at her with eyes as dark as ink. His voice cold as he uttered a few words. "Why are you suddenly so close to me?" Song Ji was aware that her sudden advance was indeed suspicious and rather abrupt. After all, in her previous life, she had not interacted much with Mu Nanqi at this time, being entirely focused on winning over the officials for Mu Qinghan. However, having been reborn, her heart had grown resilient enough that his mere inquiry could not disconcert her. She lifted her gaze to meet his, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. As if to say, "What could my intentions be? As a young woman, my purpose in approaching you is quite evident." She paused momentarily before declaring, "Mu Nanqi, I am fond of you." Her words flowed effortlessly, so casually as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. This frankness momentarily left Mu Nanqi at a loss for words. He furrowed his brow, searching her face for any sign of cunning or deceit. Yet all he could see was sincerity shining in her eyes. Stirred by an unexpected feeling, he averted his gaze and feigned a lecture. "A young lady should not speak such words so lightly. It is quite unbecoming." Song Ji felt a sense of dissatisfaction. In her previous life, he had even suggested eloping with her, which was far more inappropriate than this moment. But she was magnanimous and chose to overlook such details. With a playful squint and a smile, she replied, "Very well, I shall not speak it aloud. I shall keep it in my heart." Mu Nanqi cast a meaningful glance her way before turning to leave. This time, she did not stop him. Instead, with a bright smile, she called out to his retreating figure, "Aki, I shall see you at the Crown Prince's wedding banquet in 3 days. I will come to find you then." Mu Nanqi's back stiffened, and he quickened his pace. In truth, she was rather charming, as her smile widened, and until they had walked far away, Xiao Tao finally approached Song Ji, exclaiming, "Miss." "Yes, let's be on our way," she replied. "Where to?" "Yinshui Yu." With only 3 days remaining until the wedding of Mu Qinghan and Song Yale, she needed to prepare her congratulatory gift. Having achieved her goal of getting to know Mu Nanqi, Song Ji felt quite satisfied. The master and servant traversed through the narrow alley, unaware that after their departure, a figure clad in dark brocade reappeared at the spot. The already departed Mu Qinghan stood there, lost in thought as he watched the woman's retreating silhouette. Before finally speaking, sent someone to follow her. Understood. In the empty alley, a resonant and powerful response echoed. Song Ji made her way to Yinshui Yu, fully aware that someone had been trailing her, though she chose not to acknowledge it. Despite her own lack of martial prowess, she had an unusually keen intuition. She deduced that the person following her was dispatched by Mu Qinghan, so she decided to act nonchalantly. In the past 2 days, Yinshui Yu had been exceptionally busy. After enjoying several cups of tea in the private room, Lu Ruyu finally arrived, dressed in a striking golden outfit that accentuated her radiant and elegant demeanor. Before one arrives, their voice precedes them. Are you not preoccupied with arranging the marriage of your rather inexpensive elder sister? How then do you find the time to visit me? Song Ji pressed her forehead, urging, please refrain from jesting, for you are well aware of my biased mother. Lu Ruyu evidently shared this understanding. As she settled into her seat, lifted her teacup, and remarked, it is indeed peculiar that there exists a mother who shows indifference to her own flesh and blood, yet lavishes affection upon another's daughter. Let us not dwell on that. She continued, I know you have come to inquire about the matter I previously entrusted to you. With that, Lu Ruyu set down her teacup and willingly produced a list from her bosom, presenting it. The young women in our establishment are all exceptional. While they may lack other skills, extracting information from men is second nature to them. The ladies who grace our abode have come of their own volition for various reasons. However, their presence here is not merely accepted. They must undergo numerous trials and selections to earn their place. Once they are accepted, both their talents and characters are meticulously cultivated to ensure their competence and loyalty. Chapter 15. Sisters supporting each other, receiving the list handed to her by Lu Ruyu. Song Ji meticulously examined its contents. The names of the ministers secretly bribed by Mu Qinghan were clearly inscribed, and among them, she was taken aback to find the name of General Meng Qi. She was well aware of Meng Qi's prowess in warfare, having achieved numerous victories and earned a formidable reputation among neighboring nations. However, his obstinate nature rendered him friendless, often wandering alone. He maintained a neutral stance, never aligning himself with any faction, which earned him the emperor's trust. To her astonishment, this man had covertly pledged allegiance to the crown prince's faction. A grim expression clouded Song Ji's face as a chilling realization struck her. Her brother, Song Qinfeng, worked under Meng Qi and in her past life. He had been targeted by Meng Qi for his rising prominence, rendering her brother's considerable talents futile. Ultimately, it was Meng Qi who led the massacre of the Song family. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and tightening her grip on the list, she declared, to avoid exposing Yinshui Yu, you must refrain from involving yourself in these matters any further. I shall devise my own means to confront them. Lu Ruyu let out a languid hum. How can I simply ignore you? Their bond had long transcended that of mere friends. From the moment she was rescued by Song Ji, Lu Ruyu had become her only kin in this world, accustomed to navigating the treacherous waters of high society. Lu Ruyu's exquisite visage nonetheless revealed her genuine sentiments when faced with Song Ji. Song Ji, touched by her sincerity, murmured, "You, all right." Lu Ruyu replied with a radiant smile, wishing to lighten the somber atmosphere. As they exited Yinshui Yu, a heaviness weighed upon Song Ji's heart. Memories of the moment she saved Lu Ruyu flooded her mind. How, in a dilapidated temple, Lu Ruyu had been on the brink of harassment, and it was by chance that she had intervened, driving away those filthy men and offering her a cloak to shield her modesty. There exists a plethora of suffering in this world, with countless souls enduring hardship. One cannot save them all. Thus, after her intervention, Song Ji had resolved to let Lu Ruyu depart alone, never considering taking her back to the capital. Yet, as she turned to leave, a firm grip seized her wrist from behind. Lu Ruyu, her head bowed and voice somber, proposed, "Your attire suggests you are no ordinary person. Would you care to strike a deal with me?" Unaware of the trials Lu Ruyu had previously faced, Song Ji sensed the resolve in her tone, a desperate gamble born from the depths of despair. as if a fire burned fiercely within her. She brushed aside the hair concealing her face, revealing a breathtaking visage and a pair of fathomless dark eyes. Initially, Song Ji was captivated by her beauty, but then, as if struck by a thought, Lu Ruiyu's eyes sparkled with mirth. Very well, she acquiesced to the proposal. At that moment, Song Ji regarded Lu Ruiyu merely as a potentially valuable ally. However, as time passed and their companionship deepened, they had evolved into sisters who supported each other unconditionally. Song Ji secretly resolved that once she settled her own grievances, she would certainly seek justice for Ruoyu. This was the agreement they had at the outset of their collaboration. She would serve Ruoyu, and in return, Ruoyu would exact vengeance on her behalf. However, thus far, Lu Ruoyu had not divulged even a hint regarding her hatred. When pressed previously, she merely deflected with claims that the timing was not yet ripe. Observing Song Ji's somber demeanor, Xiao Tao could not help but express her concern. "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Song Ji replied, shaking her head. When Lu Ruoyu was ready to speak, she would do so. For now, the pressing matter was to inform her father about Meng Qi. She hurried back to the residence, first composing a letter to Song Chenfeng, before proceeding to the study of Prime Minister Song. Upon hearing about Meng Qi, Song Yang's expression grew grave. He furrowed his brow as he stared at the list on the table, remaining silent for a long while before finally incinerating the document in the oil lamp. "Ji, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Song Ji responded, "Other trivialities are inconsequential, but we must tread carefully with Meng Qi." "Indeed," Song Yang concurred. "Meng Qi has merits to his name, commands military power, and enjoys the emperor's trust. Recklessly confronting him would bring us nothing but harm. Do not worry. They shall soon present an opportunity to us," Song Ji asserted confidently. Watching his daughter, now radiating a newfound brilliance, Song Yang felt a rush of emotion, his eyes slightly reddening with guilt. It was his inadequacy as a father that led to his cherished daughter bearing such burdens. This realization only intensified his desire to expedite Song Yale's departure. Fortunately, in 3 days, she would be wed. He patted Song Ji's shoulder, saying, "Once she is married off, I shall promptly transform her courtyard into a garden for you." Song Ji chuckled, imagining the fury that would ensue if Song Yale were to hear his words. Yet, the current Song Yale was devoid of any desire to cause trouble. As the wedding day approached, she yearned for tranquility and smooth proceedings. She remained secluded in her Mingyue pavilion, rarely venturing out, with her devoted maid, frequently leaving the residence to inquire about Mu Qinghan's recent circumstances. "Aside from Meng Qi, there is another matter I would like my father to assist with." Song Ji spoke earnestly, lowering her voice. "Speak," he urged. Song Ji approached Song Yang's side and meticulously outlined her plan. 3 days can pass swiftly or drag on, and at last, the momentous day of the union arrived amidst grand fanfare. The court ceremonies were impressively elaborate, with all officials present. Song Yale believed she had finally triumphed, her lips curling into a smile as she prepared for the nuptials. As she caught sight of Song Ji passing by, she could not suppress her smugness and raised an eyebrow, saying, "It is quite commendable of you, sister, to exert yourself so for what was originally your engagement." With a cheerful demeanor, Song Ji looked up and replied, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. I'm simply delighted to be rid of 2 unsavory elements." Song Yale's expression darkened, her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Who do you call unsavory?" Song Ji chuckled lightly, casting a knowing glance at the maid who was preparing her. Soon, Yale was to enter the palace for her ceremonial audience, and utmost care was required to avoid any misstep. Having said this, she gracefully departed to the entrance to await the arrival of the royal procession. Behind her, Song Yale's features contorted in fury. "I am addressing you. Who do you dare call a filthy creature?" "Song Ji, do you have the audacity to repeat that in my presence?" she exclaimed. "I am about to be officially wed as the crown princess." Song Ji did not turn back, leaving Song Yale with a proud silhouette. Enraged, Song Yale seized a nearby box of rouge and hurled it away. The box crashed to the ground, splattering crimson across the spring mud. In her rage, Song Yale abruptly regained her composure. She was soon to be the crown princess. Why should she engage in such trivial disputes? Song Ji, just wait, she declared, her expression fierce. Chapter 16, the daughter of the Sun family, was soon to be escorted to the Song residence by the grand procession. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, Song Yale was joyfully assisted into the magnificent 8-liter sedan chair, basking in the limelight. Sun's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented the swift passage of time, realizing that the daughter she had cherished for over a decade was now to be wed. Song Ji scoffed softly, prompting an immediate glare from Sunday. What are you laughing at? Today is your sister's joyous occasion. Behave yourself and do not cause any trouble. Unperturbed, Song Ji idly toyed with her nails, a smirk playing on her lips. That is rather uncertain, she retorted. Sun's sense of urgency surged. What do you mean? Song Ji, she is your sister. Song Ji corrected her. Incorrect, she is my cousin. Through gritted teeth, Sun demanded, what exactly are you plotting? I will not allow you to disrupt your sister's most significant day. Yet, her incessant chatter faded into the background as Song Ji grew weary of listening. She climbed aboard the accompanying carriage, and the procession set off. Sun intended to intervene, but as she took a step forward, 2 burly servants blocked her path. Enclosed in her bridal palanquin, Song Yale remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. She could only hear the waves of envy from the crowd nearby, her expression radiating delight beneath the vibrant red veil. Once she became the crown princess, her first target for torment would undoubtedly be Song Ji. Little did she know, her joy was about to be short-lived. The bridal palanquin glided down the long street, the sounds of celebration echoing all around, with an increasing number of onlookers trailing behind. After a brief interval, the procession came to a halt. Song Yale blinked in confusion. Had they already arrived at the palace? It seemed to have come sooner than anticipated. Before she could voice her curiosity, a frustrated voice rang out from outside. Sir, my lady is to enter the palace for the wedding ceremony. What does it mean to bring the bridal palanquin here? The leader of the escort maintained a calm demeanor, stating that they were indeed there to collect the bride. Just as the servant was about to protest, Song Ji stepped out of the palanquin, exclaiming, what is all this fuss about? Second Mississippi. The servant retreated timidly at the sight of Song Ji, pointing behind her in distress. Look, they have brought the bridal palanquin here. Behind them stood the newly restored Sun residence, as grand as it had ever been. Although a devastating fire had once obliterated the Sun family estate, it had since been magnificently reconstructed by Sun, surpassing even the opulence of the Song residence, with the memorial tablets of the deceased now housed within the ancestral hall. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Song Ji remarked, is it not only proper to come here? The daughter of the Sun family should naturally depart from her own home. Turning to the crowd, she deliberately raised her voice, today, amidst the throngs. I must declare a truth. Yale is the sole heir of the Sun family. Following the tragic events that befell the Sun family, our Prime Minister's residence, in its kinship, took Yale in, as her maternal family had perished. However, with her marriage approaching, and with the ancestral tablets of her family present here, it is only appropriate that she departs from her family home. This matter was never intended to be made public, but with Yale soon to marry into the royal family, we could no longer conceal her true lineage, lest we incur the crime of deceiving the emperor, and thus we were compelled to speak the truth. Upon these words, a tumultuous wave surged among the surrounding populace. Expressions of shock were evident as they learned that the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister's household was not his biological child, but rather the daughter of the Sun family. It was truly unfathomable. Fortunately, this revelation came to light now. Otherwise, it would have been a grave offense against the emperor. The Prime Minister's household had always held Miss Yalu in high regard, yet it was astonishing to discover she was not of their bloodline. The crowd erupted with a cacophony of voices, each person eager to voice their astonishment. Inside the bridal sedan chair, Song Yale felt her body stiffen, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. She had never anticipated that Song Ji would reveal such a matter today. What audacity! Clenching her fingers tightly, she forced herself to sit upright and raised her voice in an attempt to salvage her dignity. Sister, today is a day of great joy for me. Whether you resent me for marrying the crown prince in your stead, or blame me for my uncontrollable emotions, it is utterly inappropriate to tarnish my reputation for the sake of revenge. Mother would never condone such reckless behavior. Song Ji raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. It appeared that Song Yale possessed quite a degree of fortitude, remaining composed enough to articulate such a statement in an effort to mislead the onlookers. However, the situation had escalated beyond the resolution of mere words. With a knowing smile, Song Ji remarked, "Tarnish? Is it that you find acknowledging one's roots to be shameful? Is this truly an act of defamation?" The moment these words escaped her lips, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. In the realm of Tianqi, filial piety is paramount, and those deemed disloyal or unfilial are held in contempt. Song Yale gasped for breath, attempting to argue from within the sedan. "It is not that I deem acknowledging one's heritage to be shameful. It is merely that I am indeed the daughter of the Song family." "Is that so?" Song Ji replied nonchalantly, producing an official document that clearly outlined Song Yale's lineage, complete with the seal of Song Yang. She instructed her attendants to present this document to the crowd for perusal. Upon reading it, the assembly erupted in astonishment. This document undoubtedly confirmed Song Yale's identity. The pampered daughter of the prime minister's household was indeed not of their blood. Listening to the murmurs outside, Song Yale trembled with rage. Instinctively digging her long nails into her palm, crimson blood trickling down her hand. She was consumed with hatred. Why? Why must it be today? Why now? The identity she had painstakingly maintained was so easily shattered. Had Song Ji been biding her time, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver this fatal blow? As her nails dug deeper, she gasped for air, her jeweled adornments shaking with the movement of her head covering. After a long moment, she finally regained her composure. Understanding the necessity of weighing her options, she swiftly resolved to act. She had to seize the moment before the palace became aware of this revelation and hasten her marriage. She could not afford to linger here and arouse suspicion within the royal court. Song Ji had meticulously prepared for the occasion, and Song Yale understood that any word spoken now would be futile. She chose to abandon her facade and the sarcastic smile, declaring that had it not been for her mother's insistence, she would not have felt compelled to attend this event at all. "Shall we depart now? If we miss the auspicious hour, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." Above all, she was determined to preserve her status as the crown princess. The Luan Yi glanced at Song Ji, who, upon realizing her objectives had been achieved, nodded slightly, allowing the bridal sedan chair to resume its journey. However, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically from the initial festive spirit. The citizens were engaged in discussions of the day's scandal. Their expressions varied, and the previously envious murmurs had significantly diminished, with even the sounds of joy lacking the exuberance they had earlier. The procession approached the palace gates, enveloped in an oddly ominous ambience. Chapter 17. I agreed due to Song Yale's need to follow the Luan Yi way to the palace and perform the ceremonial 3 bows and 9 kowtows to Mu Qinghan. Song Ji was directly escorted to the banquet in the central palace. Sun Shi had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Song Ji, she immediately pulled her to a secluded spot and exclaimed, "What have you done? Good news stays within the family, but bad news travels far and wide. Some matters from outside the palace have already reached inside." Song Ji replied, "Mother, why the urgency? I merely revealed the truth to the public." Sun Shi's face turned pale. "What do you mean?" Before Song Ji could respond, a maid from the Song residence hurriedly approached, breathless as she recounted the events from the wedding. After finishing, she gasped, "What should we do, madam? It seems everyone has likely received the news by now." Sun Shi was momentarily stunned, then took a few rapid steps toward Song Ji, anxiously saying, "Song Ji, you must be mad. How would you be so cruel? You need to tell everyone immediately that that document was a fabrication, born from your jealousy of Yale's fortunate marriage. Have you considered my predicament?" Song Ji retorted, "I don't care about your situation. Who told you to commit such a wicked act against Yale? Whatever predicament you find yourself in, you deserve it." Song Ji remained unyielding, and Sun Shi, in a fit of desperation, pushed her twice, insisting, "Hurry. If you don't go, I will sever our mother-daughter bond." Song Ji gazed deeply at Sun Shi, whose anxiousness was palpable as she pushed, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of causing her harm. "Very well," she finally replied softly, her voice devoid of any fluctuation. Upon hearing those words, Sun Sui exhaled in relief, thinking she had agreed to clarify matters. However, Song Ji continued, "Then let us sever our relationship." Sun Sui froze in place, as if she had misheard. "You. What did you just say?" "I said, let us sever our relationship," Song Ji reiterated, looking at her earnestly. "If you wish to end our mother-daughter bond, I consent." Sun Sui's mind was engulfed in a deafening silence. She never anticipated that her once obsequious daughter would so easily agree to such a separation. What was said in anger? Wasn't it merely a request for help in clarifying matters for her sister? Was it truly necessary to take it this far? A wave of guilt washed over Sun Sui as she scrutinized the impassive Song Ji, realizing she had never truly understood her daughter. The ease with which Song Ji agreed suggested that her mother held little weight in her heart. All those previous displays of filial piety were mere pretense. "Indeed, I have been pretending, and I shall no longer continue the charade." Song Ji maintained her calm demeanor. "I will not assist her in clarifying matters. May I leave now?" "Madam Sun? What did you call me?" The term Madam Sun struck her like a sharp blade, causing her breath to hitch. Now that their bond was severed, it would be impolite to address her as mother. Sun Sui stood mute, the words Madam Sun echoing in her mind, each syllable a heavy blow to her heart. By the time she regained her senses, Song Ji had already departed. She returned to the banquet in a daze, observing Song Ji, whose radiant smile captivated several official ladies in conversation. Those ladies were quite fond of Song Ji, holding her hands and showering her with compliments. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she moved closer, catching the sound of Song Ji's playful tone. "Ladies, you always tease me. I have just broken off my engagement and am in no hurry to discuss another." The ladies erupted in laughter, whispering sweet nothings into Song Ji's ear, which made her smile even brighter. Sun Sui suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since Song Ji had spoken to her in such a manner or smiled at her like that. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, and she found herself uncontrollably stepping forward to join the gathering. However, upon catching sight of her, Song Ji merely cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing her smile and turning away. No, this should not be the case. After all, she was the daughter born after enduring 10 months of hardship, having traversed the gates of hell. How could she ignore her? Sun Sui pressed her hand to her chest, feeling somewhat unsteady after a prolonged wait. Witnessing Song Ji's utter disregard for her, the ache in her heart quickly transformed into indignation and resentment. What worth did blood relations hold if they could not compare to Yalu, who revered and respected her, even harboring malicious intentions against her? With a face as dark as thunder, she huffed softly, seating herself to contemplate how to help Yalu turn the tide. After some time, the voice of the ceremonial officer resonated outside, announcing the emperor's arrival with an entourage, having concluded the court ceremony at the palace. The majesty of the emperor was undeniable. Almost as soon as he stepped through the threshold, all present knelt in reverence. "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Salute to the crown prince and the crown princess." The mere mention of the crown princess filled Song Yale with immense vanity. Following closely behind with a facade of confidence, her smile unwavering. Upon spotting Song Ji, who also bowed amidst the crowd, her exhilaration reached its zenith. What did it matter if her identity was publicly unveiled? The ceremony was afoot. What of the Song residents? What of the prime minister's legitimate daughter? They were all now humbly kneeling before her. She made a concerted effort to mask her triumph, walking gracefully beside Mu Qinghan, exuding an air of harmonious unity. Today, Mu Qinghan held his head high. Although their father had recently expressed his fury over his broken engagement to marry Yalu, he remained the legitimate firstborn son. And after a brief period of reflection, the grand wedding proceeded, indicating their father's regard for him. As he pondered, Mu Qinghan stood even taller, his gaze sweeping across the gathering. Soon enough, he spotted Song Ji, dressed in a fresh and elegant manner. An untraceable glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. For reasons unknown, since their broken engagement, he perceived Song Ji as increasingly enchanting. Like a pearl dusted with grime, she was gradually revealing her resplendent brilliance. As a fellow woman, witnessing Yali's splendid marriage today, he doubted Song Ji did not feel a twinge of envy. After all, it had nearly been her wedding. Should Song Ji regret her decision, he would not mind bestowing upon her the status of a concubine for amusement. As for a secondary consort, that was best left aside. After her earlier disrespect, she would need to be tempered before he considered such a notion. Mu Qinghan envisioned a splendid scene, as if he could already see himself surrounded by affection. However, disappointment was his fate, for at this moment, Song Ji's thoughts were solely occupied with the absence of Mu Nanqi, devoid of any feelings of jealousy or regret. "Please be seated," a commanding voice resonated, that of the emperor. Only then did the ministers enter in succession, accompanied by their families, proceeding to their designated places. The seating arrangement was of great significance. The closer one sat to the emperor, the higher their official rank. According to the customs of the Tianqi kingdom, as the maternal family of Song Yale, the family of Prime Minister Song and other royal relatives were meant to occupy the table nearest to the emperor. However, Prime Minister Song chose not to do so. Instead, he, in his capacity as Prime Minister, took his family to a slightly more distant location. Chapter 18. Is it really the same? Upon witnessing the scene, Song Yale's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition rising within her. Just as she prepared to speak, the emperor, displaying evident displeasure, remarked, "Why does Minister Song sit so far away? We shall soon be one family. Such distance feels rather estranged." It was clear from his tone that the emperor was dissatisfied, seemingly reproaching Song Yang for his lack of propriety. Song Yang had awaited this moment for a considerable time. He cleared his throat and respectfully stood, saying, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I would never presume to overstep. The royal family is unparalleled in dignity, and I would not dare to claim kinship." The emperor's expression deepened with confusion. He inquired, "What do you mean by that?" With increased reverence, Song Yang elaborated, "In truth, Yale is not my biological daughter. She is the orphan child of my late wife's elder brother. We had originally intended to keep this matter private, raising her as our own and marrying her off. However, given that Yale has captured the affections of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and is to be wed into the palace, I could no longer conceal her lineage." As his words echoed in the silence, the audience was taken aback. No one had anticipated that the chancellor would brazenly disclose such information on the day of Mu Qinghan's grand wedding, thus affronting the imperial family. Did Song Yang not fear death for such a bold act? Gasps filled the air as all present lowered their heads, focusing on their own thoughts, fearful of drawing the emperor's ire. At this moment, Sun Sui stood frozen, having yet to devise a response, while Song Yang boldly stated the truth. She looked towards Yale, who appeared pale, her eyes filled with despair. The emperor's eyes indeed glinted with malice, even as the most revered ruler of Tianqi. This was the first time he had learned of Song Yale's origins. However, out of respect for appearances, he refrained from immediate action, instead turning his gaze upon Song Yale. Gone was her earlier pride. She seemed as if her very soul had been wrenched from her, nearly collapsing under the weight of revelation. Mu Qinghan, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in shock and urgency, "Yale, is what Minister Song said true?" "Aye." Song Yale was at a loss for words, looking to Sun Sui for assistance. Today should have been her day of glory, but instead, she found herself ensnared in a series of dire predicaments. No, this was not merely a predicament. It was a dead end. This was an attempt to drive her to despair. Witnessing Yale's distress, Mu Qinghan quickly grasped the truth, his face transforming in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "How could this happen?" Sun Sui promptly stood to mediate, asserting, "Though Yale is not the biological child of a minister's wife, in the eyes of a minister's wife, she is indeed like a daughter. Is that truly the same?" Mu Qinghan retorted in a low, furious voice, "What use is it that she is regarded as such?" Minister Song appears eager to disassociate. It is clear he harbors no affection for Song Yale. The claim of her being the favored daughter of the Song household is nothing but a facade. Through gritted teeth, Mu Qinghan expressed his outrage, while the others present dared not breathe a word, the atmosphere growing eerily tense. Suddenly, the emperor slammed his palm heavily upon the table, exclaiming, "Song Yang, you possess great audacity." Without hesitation, Song Yang knelt, his voice trembling. "I am filled with trepidation, Your Majesty." The emperor, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, asked, "You are fearful? You are not the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Yet you initially concealed the truth and married her into the imperial palace, daring to commit the crime of deceiving the sovereign. And yet you are still fearful?" Song Yale wore an expression of innocence. "Your Majesty, I am wronged." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was adamant about breaking off the engagement with Zhe, specifically requesting to wed Yale, and made no demand to marry the daughter of the Prime Minister's house. Thus, I certainly did not withhold any information. He emphasized the insistence on breaking off the engagement, attempting to shift the blame elsewhere. The ministers present nodded in agreement, recognizing that Prime Minister Song had no intention of marrying his own daughter into the palace. However, it could not obscure the Crown Prince's lack of ambition, as he insisted on ending the engagement during the coming-of-age ceremony, proclaiming his desire to take Song Yale as his principal consort, a fact witnessed by many. Although it was understood that Mu Qinghan's decisive abandonment of Song Ji was connected to Song Yale being a legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's house, as marrying anyone else would suffice, who could have known that Song Yale was a false legitimate daughter? Should the Crown Prince wed a mere ornament with no maternal family backing, it would indeed appear rather ridiculous, undermining his efforts to consolidate power. However, such convoluted matters could not be openly discussed, and on the surface, it was evident that the Prime Minister's residence had nothing to be ashamed of. This hidden grievance was entirely of the Crown Prince's own making, and he could only swallow his bitterness. The Emperor, aware that he could not easily pinpoint any fault in the Prime Minister's residence, gazed meaningfully at Song Yale. Very well. The ministers fell silent, and Song Yale bowed his head even lower, just when everyone anticipated that this sensitive and suspicious monarch would erupt in fury and terminate the banquet. He unexpectedly broke into a cold smile, stating, "Since the die is cast, I shall not hold it against you. This marriage was sought by Honor himself, and he knows in his heart what it entails." "Father Emperor," Mu Qinghan called softly. Yet the Emperor did not turn to him again, merely calling upon Song Yale to have everyone take their seats and partake in the feast. The atmosphere throughout the banquet was somber, with each individual tasting nothing of their food, sitting on pins and needles, fearful of uttering a single misstep, praying for a swift conclusion to the gathering. Perhaps the only one in relatively good spirits was Song Yale. She had thought that her identity would be exposed and punished without warning. Yet to her surprise, the Emperor not only refrained from reprimanding her, but also tacitly acknowledged her status. Consequently, she would no longer fear the revelation of her true identity in the future. She cautiously grasped Mu Qinghan's hand, saying, "Your Highness, did you already know your true identity?" Mu Qinghan glared at her with a fierceness that dispelled any previous tenderness. "You knew all along, yet you concealed it from me and plotted against me." Before Song Yale could respond, Mu Qinghan interrupted with certainty. He looked at the woman he had found quite appealing just days prior, now only feeling annoyance, a tightness in his chest causing him great discomfort. "Your Highness, I truly love you and wish only to be by your side forever," Song Yale said, tears welling in her eyes. Had it been at another time, seeing Song Yale in such a sorrowful state would have elicited his compassion. But now he merely felt exasperated. He glanced once more at Song Ji in the distance, having previously thought she would be the one to regret, only to realize that he himself was the one destined for regret. Mu Qinghan's heart was filled with a tangle of emotions. Sensing his gaze, Song Ji, without needing to look up, instinctively knew who it belonged to. She feigned ignorance, silently reveling in the scene before her. Song Yale sat beside her, aware that he had undoubtedly offended the royal family this time. Yet he still joyfully grasped Song Ji's hand and said, "From now on, she can no longer seize what rightfully belongs to you under the guise of the Prime Minister's daughter." Song Ji felt a warmth in her heart and playfully admonished, "Father, please do not take such risks next time." She had not anticipated her father's boldness today. She had clearly instructed a more gentle approach for their confrontation. However, it was precisely because of Song Yang's forthrightness that it decisively severed any possibility of the Crown Prince's faction binding the Song family to their cause under the pretext of Song Yale. Chapter 19. Show some concern for her. Song Ji could sense that the Emperor had just harbored murderous intent. However, The royal family valued their reputation. Had it not been for the fear of incurring the wrath of old ministers like Song Yale, who would be hard to silence, it was likely that her family would have already been imprisoned. Nevertheless, her father was no fool. Should the emperor truly seek to punish him, he would have a backup plan. In a tone audible only to the two of them, Song Ji remarked, "This matter will not be easily resolved by the emperor." Song Yale quietly reassured her, "Do not fear. Nothing will happen." Though Song Ji wished to express more, the presence of so many people compelled her to swallow her words. It seemed that many matters required an expedited approach. She pressed her lips together, aware that she had become a figure of great attention, and could no longer boldly seek out Mu Qinghan. Thus, she resolved to set aside other thoughts for the time being. Yet, fearing that Mu Qinghan might think her words insincere, she managed to send him a letter. After enduring until the banquet concluded, the civil and military officials hastily bid their farewells and returned to their residences, anxious not to linger. The carriages departing the palace moved at an unprecedented pace. Minister Lu's carriage appeared to take off from the ground, while Minister Zhang's wheels spun so rapidly they nearly emitted smoke. The other officials' carriages were no less hurried, and those in the know understood they were merely exiting the palace, while others might have believed they were racing. Only the carriage of the Prime Minister's residence trailed leisurely at the end. After a moment, they indeed heard eunuch Zhang jog forward, saying, "Prime Minister, please wait. The Emperor requests your presence in the study." Prime Minister Song, seemingly anticipating this, smiled at Sun and Song Ji, saying, "You two should return home and rest early. There is no need to wait for my return." "Father, be cautious." Song Ji's gaze deepened. Once Prime Minister Song departed, Sun angrily remarked, "Are you satisfied with this uproar?" Sometimes, Song Ji truly admired Sun's thought process. Had it not been for Song Yale pulling her, she would never have shared a carriage with Sunday. Noticing Song Ji feigning sleep with her eyes closed, Sun snapped, "You seem quite cheerful with others. Why the long face now?" Unperturbed, Song Ji subtly shifted her position to continue feigning sleep. Sun, now even more incensed, tugged at her clothing. "Do you even consider me your mother? Your father has been summoned by the emperor, yet you act as if nothing has happened. Aren't you worried at all?" Furrowing her brow, Song Ji forcefully shook off her hand, as if she had touched something unsightly. "Father will be fine." Sun was stung by the disdain reflected in her daughter's eyes. "He defied the emperor for your sake. Surely his situation is perilous." Song Ji remained with her eyes closed, asserting, "Father holds significant weight in the court and is fiercely loyal. The emperor would not act against him without just cause. To do so would only dishearten other loyal ministers. Furthermore, the emperor still has use for the Song family." She remained resolute in her belief. Perceiving from the emperor's demeanor earlier that calling the old man back was likely a means of warning or negotiating. The Song family had brought considerable shame to the royal family. It would be unreasonable not to pay some price for it. Sun instinctively refrained from further comment, her heart heavy with worries for both Song Yale and Song Yale. Seeing the serene expression on Song Ji's face, a sense of unease welled up within her, yet she was at a loss as to how to express it. Upon returning to the Song residence, Song Ji promptly parted ways with Madame Sun, each retreating to their respective quarters. She instructed Xiao Tao to prepare ink and paper, composing a letter to convey the current situation to Song Qinfeng. In the midst of writing, a memory from her previous life suddenly resurfaced, prompting her to draft another letter to the Wanfo Temple. Once these tasks were completed, she settled before her desk, gazing absent-mindedly at the night sky outside. Song Qinghan returned in the late hours of the night, and Song Ji, having not retired for the evening, brought over a bowl of lotus seed porridge that the kitchen had kept warm. Upon seeing her, Song Qinghan reproached gently, "You silly girl. I told you to rest first." Sticking out her tongue, Song Ji replied, "Father, how could I possibly sleep with you not yet home?" Just then, Madame Sun entered from outside. Their eyes met, and Madame Sun turned her gaze away in annoyance. Unfazed, Song Ji inquired, "Father, what did the emperor say?" As he sipped the lotus seed porridge, Song Qinghan replied, "I have been demoted. The emperor whimsically reduced my position to that of Deputy Minister of Rights." Song Ji's eyes darkened. According to the laws of the Tianqi Kingdom, the imperial examinations were directly overseen by the royal family. rendering the Ministry of Rites responsible solely for ceremonial matters, feasts, and sacrifices. It was the weakest of the 6 ministries, devoid of any real power. The emperor intended to diminish the Song family's influence, yet perhaps this was for the best, as a tall tree attracts the wind, thus affording them a measure of safety. Song Yale readily agreed. Indeed, this lotus seed porridge is quite delectable. I shall have another bowl. Madame Sun shot him a disapproving glance. My lord, it is late, and one should not eat too much at this hour. Song Yale pouted in protest. Then let it be. I shall go to sleep. As time pressed on, Song Ji prepared to leave without further ado. However, upon reaching the door, she suddenly turned back with a fixed gaze. Father, did the emperor truly not mention anything else? Song Yale paused, his expression one of indignation. You do not even trust your own father? Song Ji's lips twitched, conceding, very well, I shall return to rest. Once she had departed, Song Yale exhaled heavily, his face turning grave. Madame Sun, perplexed, asked, what is happening? Song Yale replied, in truth, the emperor did stipulate one condition. Madame Sun tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her anxiety palpable. What condition? He wishes for Jie to continue her betrothal to the crown prince. Madame Sun gasped. The emperor has lost his mind. Song Yale hastily covered her mouth. Lower your voice. We must not let Jie overhear. In a hushed tone, Madame Sun gritted her teeth. Yilu is already the crown princess. A grand ceremony has been witnessed by heaven and earth. How can the emperor renege on this? Song Yang's gaze turned peculiar. So, your foremost concern is not for Jie. Madame Sun's expression shifted uncomfortably. Of course I worry for Jie, but with your support, she shall be safe. Yilu has only me. Gazing long and hard at the woman he had shared decades of marriage with, Song Yale, in an unprecedented tone, advised. If you do not wish to lose Jie, you must pay her more attention. Sun remained obstinate, asserting that she was no longer a child needing my constant attention. Speaking of which, she had even threatened to sever our mother-daughter ties earlier in the day. My dear, I must say, this temperament of hers has been spoiled by your indulgence. Just look at how well I have raised Yilu. Sun continued to ramble on, while Song Yale rubbed his aching temples. Then why does she wish to sever ties with you? As memories of the earlier incident flashed through her mind, Sun's gaze flickered, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, she quickly redirected the conversation, saying, My lord, it's all your fault for indulging Jie's antics, which have thrust Yilu into the spotlight. Why not visit the magistrate again tomorrow and declare that Yilu is indeed our daughter, and that the document was forged by Jie? Would that not suffice? Song Yale gazed at Sun with disbelief. Today, in front of everyone, he had revealed the lineage of Song Yale, yet Sun had permitted him to do so. Did she not cherish her own life enough? Moreover, how could such words leave Song Ji in a position of dignity? It is no wonder that Jie wishes to sever maternal ties with you. I perceive that you have become utterly obsessed with Song Yale. Song Yale, bristling with indignation, declared that he would take refuge in the side courtyard for the time being, urging you to reflect upon your actions. With that, he stormed away, leaving Sun Sui standing alone in a state of shock. She was taken aback. He actually intended to sleep apart from her for the first time in decades of marriage. Was it merely to clarify matters regarding Yale? Both are daughters. If he could protect Song Ji, why could he not extend a helping hand to his unfortunate Yale? Sun Sui was incensed, and she was certain that it was Song Ji who had whispered insidious counsel into Song Yang's ear, leading him to act so heartlessly. With a grim expression, she resolved to confront Song Ji, but just as she took a step forward, a sudden thought caused her to halt. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across her face, illuminating it intermittently. After a prolonged moment, she lifted her gaze towards Song Ji's courtyard, resolving that if they would not assist Yale, she would devise her own means. Silently, Sun Sui departed, unaware that as she left, Song Ji emerged from the shadows. She had not truly gone, instinctively sensing that Song Yale was concealing something from her. As expected, in truth, her heart was now largely unperturbed by Sun Sui's demeanor. Yet the latter's final reaction had piqued her interest. Xiao Tao, she instructed, recruit a few astute maidservants to monitor her every move. Any irregularity must be reported to me without delay. As for Song Yale, after enduring such a long wait for her successful marriage, I cannot allow any complications to arise. Those who harbor ill intentions towards her shall find no opportunity. A rotten cucumber is of no one's desire. No, I must assist Song Yale. Chapter 20. I am serious due to a late night. Everyone awoke around noon the following day. Fortunately, the emperor had graciously permitted Song Yale to rest at home, sparing him from attending court. The entire capital was now abuzz with the revelation that Song Yale was not the biological daughter of the Song family, a fact that had become a delightful topic of conversation among the populace. Overnight, Song Yang's status plummeted from chancellor to deputy minister, with many speculating that the Song family had undoubtedly incurred the emperor's ire, making any future recovery a formidable challenge. Even more intriguing were the rumors surrounding the crown prince, who allegedly abandoned his newlywed bride on their wedding night, leaving her to endure a solitary vigil in an empty chamber. Despite her humiliation, the crown princess dared not utter a word of complaint, spending the night in tears, only to feign normalcy the following day as she paid her respects with tea. The tales were so vivid that they seemed to be narrated by an eyewitness lurking beneath the bed in the Eastern Palace. After consuming a light porridge, Song Ji calmly stepped out with Xiao Tao. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Song Yale had returned from her audience. Her eyes were slightly swollen, a clear indication of a severe reprimand. Yuter obediently handed her a bowl of ginseng soup, saying, "Your Highness, you have not eaten for a day and night. Please have some soup." Weary, Song Yale waved her hand and inquired, "What of His Highness?" Yuter hesitated, biting her lip before whispering, "His Highness left immediately upon his return. I do not know his whereabouts, but he instructed me to convey a message to you." What message? Even at that moment, Song Yale held some hope. She refused to believe that Mu Qinghan harbored no feelings for her. Even a word of comfort would alleviate her heartache, a stark contrast to the situation she had envisioned upon her marriage. However, fate was unkind, and Yuer's words were chillingly blunt. "His Highness wishes for you to prepare to return to the Song residence in a few days." A look of indignation swept across Song Yale's exquisite features. He seemed utterly indifferent to her feelings, hastily seeking to ingratiate himself with another. "Your Highness, please be cautious with your words." Yuer instinctively glanced around nervously. Unlike the safety of the Song household, the palace was teeming with imperial figures, and a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Yuer, I shall not concede so easily." Closing her eyes, Song Yale inhaled deeply, determined to become not only the crown princess, but also the future empress of Tianqi, and perhaps even the empress dowager. With this conviction, she retrieved a translucent green jade bracelet from her dowry and whispered a few words into Yuer's ear. Meanwhile, Song Ji, accompanied by Xiao Tao, made her way to Yun Shui Yu. Upon stating her purpose, Lu Ryu teasingly handed her a packet of medicinal powder. "What do you intend to do with this? Are you planning to force the third prince into submission?" Song Ji's face flushed with embarrassment. "Though Munanchi is difficult, I am not that desperate. This is for Yao Yuo." Upon realizing it was not for her own use, Lu Ryu pouted in disappointment, her sparkling eyes dimming slightly. Yet a thought crossed her mind, and she sincerely exclaimed, "You are quite mischievous." With a playful smile that resembled a cunning fox, Song Ji replied, "We are both guilty of mischief." After gathering her belongings, she did not linger and departed swiftly, merely informing Lu Ryu that she could begin secretly recruiting more young and beautiful women. Although Yin Shui Yu dominated the capital, its intelligence and profit-making capabilities were inherently limited, and the branches across various regions should commence preparations. Lu Ruoyu felt a rare surge of excitement, her lips quivering slightly as she nodded and uttered a single word, "Good." Upon exiting Yin Shui Yu, Song Ji strolled with Xiao Tao through the streets. Just as they were about to return, they suddenly noticed a commotion in front of a nearby tea house, surrounded by a throng of people. As the two approached, they overheard hushed discussions. "The princess of the Tuoba clan is quite audacious, confronting the third prince and declaring her intent to marry him. No wonder he is the third prince. Alas, the current emperor only favors the crown prince. How could he allow the third prince to wed a princess from the rising Tuoba clan?" To their astonishment, the person at the center of the crowd was none other than Munanchi. Song Ji inhaled deeply, contemplating the situation. It was apparent even to the astute citizens that the emperor had been targeting Mu Nanqi. Yet for the first time, she found the emperor's bias somewhat commendable. Otherwise, Achi might have been overtaken by others. In her previous life, a similar incident had occurred, but it ultimately ended with the Tuoba princess departing the capital in solitude. She squinted toward the second floor and indeed spotted that cool figure by the window. Opposite him sat the Tuoba princess, gripping a whip with a look of discontent. The two exchanged words, and suddenly the Tuoba princess collapsed onto the table in tears, while Mu Nanqi displayed no hint of compassion, coldly bidding her farewell. The crowd below promptly dispersed, but Song Ji instructed Xiao Dao to return home first, while she concealed herself along Mu Nanqi's route back to the palace. Having been disappointed at not seeing Mu Nanqi the previous day, she was pleasantly surprised by her fortune today. As Mu Nanqi's carriage passed through a secluded street, Song Ji leaped forward to block its path, calling out, "Achi, I've come to find you." Her voice was melodious and bright, conjuring an image of her smiling face in one's mind. The carriage came to a sudden halt, yet no response came from within. The guard driving the carriage reported, "My lord, it is the second young lady of the Song family." "No, it is the eldest young lady. I am my family's sole daughter," Song Ji corrected him. Still, there was silence from inside the carriage. Ignored? It mattered not. She would take action. Unperturbed, Song Ji casually crossed her arms and engaged the driving guard in light conversation. "What brings you out of the palace today?" The guard trembled slightly. "I cannot speak of my lord's itinerary." Changing the subject, Song Ji continued, "You are quite honest. How old are you? Are you married?" "I have a friend named Xiao Dao, who is exceptional in every regard. Would you like me to introduce you?" Despite her effortless banter, the guard wore a sorrowful expression, pleading for mercy. He was merely an inconspicuous coachman. Fortunately, the patience of those inside was finally exhausted, and they spoke up to rescue the guard from peril. Albeit with only 2 cold words. "What is it?" "There is," Song Ji replied succinctly and resolutely. A fleeting moment of silence enveloped the air before Mu Nanqi. With growing impatience, demanded, "Speak. Why did you not attend the banquet at the palace yesterday? Why did you not respond to my letter? Why did you ignore me just now?" The barrage of questions caused the interior to descend into silence once more. Song Ji could not help but reflect. Had she perhaps asked too much? Indeed, they seemed to lack familiarity still. Contemplating this, she hurriedly attempted to salvage the situation, adopting a vulnerable demeanor. "I was waiting for you yesterday." From within, Mu Nanqi's voice emerged, icy and detached. "Miss Song, I have no time to indulge in such childish antics." Song Ji sighed, who was playing games. "I'm being earnest." Just as she was poised to elaborate further, an unexpected series of swift, whistling sounds pierced the air, and before she could react, several sharp arrows unerringly penetrated the carriage window, aimed directly at the interior. Chapter 21. Allow me to analyze this for you. The sudden turn of events caused Song Ji to exclaim in surprise. The charioteer, a skill guard, immediately shifted into a defensive stance, effectively warding off the subsequent hail of arrows. The guard placed a finger to his lips, and a sharp whistle pierced the air, summoning a group of shadowy protectors from the surroundings. Concurrently, a throng of black-clad assassins surged forth. What a calamity this was, venturing out without consulting the omens. They had barely exchanged a few words when an assassination attempt ensued. Who was she to seek justice from? By all that is sacred, these assassins had no connection to her. Anxious for Mu Nanqi's safety, she instinctively dashed toward the carriage. Leaping aboard, she lifted the curtain and slipped inside. The entire movement was a seamless flow, and before she fully realized it, she found herself face to face with Mu Nanqi, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. They were so close that had she charged in with a bit more force, they might have inadvertently kissed. Regret washed over Song Ji. Had she known, she would have been bolder, for this golden opportunity had slipped through her fingers. She absent-mindedly touched her nose in frustration. In stark contrast to her inner turmoil, Mu Nanqi's expression was a formidable storm. He sat there unscathed, the arrows that had previously rained down now scattered around them. "Ah, it's a relief you are unharmed," she said, her demeanor shifting as she retreated slightly, her concern turning to disarray. In her fluster, she momentarily overlooked the fact that this man possessed unfathomable martial prowess. "Leave," came his icy voice, devoid of any warmth. Song Ji, hearing the clangor of battle outside, froze momentarily. Blades were indiscriminate. Venturing out now could very well cost her life. What if she were to be mistakenly harmed? She was not a fool. With so many shadowy guardians present, the carriage was surely the safest refuge at this moment. Having been granted a second chance at life, she valued her existence dearly. "I shall not exit," she declared. Mu Nanqi's eyes were pitch black, swirling with intense emotions that seemed poised to hurl her out at any moment. A jolt of apprehension coursed through her. "Stay calm. Allow me to elucidate the situation. Consider this. These assassins are evidently targeting you. As an innocent and delicate maiden, have I not suffered this unjust calamity because of you? Do you not bear some responsibility for my plight?" Mu Nanqi replied, "I did not ask you to obstruct the carriage." Implied within his words was the notion that her entanglement in this misfortune was of her own doing. Ahem. Song Ji coughed awkwardly, realizing the gravity of her words. To put it into perspective, while I may not be the daughter of the Prime Minister, I'm still the daughter of a minister. Should I meet an untimely end near your carriage without cause, would you not find yourself entangled in the repercussions? Thus, my refusal to exit is entirely for your benefit, she argued earnestly, her eyes sparkling with affable light. She believed her reasoning to be sound, and her posture straightened with conviction. Mu Nanqi fell silent, his gaze penetrating as though he sought to see through her very essence. The intensity of his stare made Song Ji's heart race, but fortunately, the battle outside was nearing its conclusion. Just when she thought the ordeal had passed, a black-clad assassin, under the cover of his comrades, desperately approached the carriage, abruptly lifting the curtain and lunging inside. Song Ji shrank by the car door, startled by the sudden turn of events. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled Mu Nanqi, who stood behind her, to shield her from the impending danger. This inexplicable switch left Mu Nanqi momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, extending his hand to grip the assassin's neck, twisting it sharply. The assassin immediately crumpled, lifeless. In the background, Song Ji clapped her hands, her face alight with admiration, exclaiming how formidable and impressive he was. Mu Nanqi, however, was not swayed by her flattery. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Did she truly think he would stand idly by while she put herself in harm's way? Aware of the impropriety of her actions, Song Ji attempted to placate him further. "Let us consider the brighter side. Perhaps this was my way of acknowledging your prowess." Mu Nanqi furrowed his brow. Raising his hand as if to take action, Song Ji quickly interjected, "Why do you get so easily riled? Allow me to explain. Your martial skills are exceptional, while mine are lacking. If I stood there, it would only lead to my demise. I did this knowing you would emerge unscathed. So let us not dwell on such trivialities. You were incredibly valiant just now." Yet, Mu Nanqi remained silent, his steady gaze locking onto her wrist. "You are aware of my martial abilities." It was not a question, but a statement. Song Ji froze for a moment, recalling that at this point, Mu Nanqi had yet to reveal his skills. An uneasy feeling washed over her. "Well, for instance, I mean hypothetically, I came across this information by chance. I wonder if you would believe me?" Mu Nanqi, of course, did not believe her. Aside from his trusted confidants, no one else was privy to this knowledge. He scrutinized Song Ji deeply, who instinctively shrank back. She longed to divulge everything from her past life, yet such an extraordinary claim would be difficult to accept. "Mu Nanqi, a revered monk once foretold my fate, saying that in a past life, we were lovers destined to miss each other. Thus in this life, our paths are fated to intertwine. I approached you to rekindle that bond. Did you not investigate me? Do you not trust the abilities of your own subordinates?" At the mention of her claims, Mu Nanqi scoffed. He indeed had looked into Song Ji. Not only her, but the entire Song family had come under his scrutiny. The Song family had ceased their support for Mu Qinghan, and rather than offering assistance, they seemed to seize opportunities to undermine him. Even during Mu Qinghan's wedding yesterday, they risked their reputation to distance themselves from the Crown Prince's faction. Every maneuver orchestrated by Song Ji appeared aimed at hindering Mu Qinghan. If her appearance here was merely a ruse orchestrated by Mu Qinghan, the scale and cost of such a scheme were excessive. I demand the truth. How did you come to know of my martial prowess? Realizing that evasion would lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion, Song Ji decided to abandon her pretense. Conceding, very well, I shall no longer feign. I am a reincarnated soul, and I know of your skills because I witnessed your prowess in my previous life. In an effort to lend credibility to her claims of reincarnation, she had intended to elaborate further. However, Mu Nanqi's eyes darkened, his grip tightening around her wrist. It seemed Song Ji was reluctant to reveal the truth. Ouch, that hurts! She protested. In this world, it appeared that honesty was met with skepticism. Then, was it that esteemed monk who conveyed this message to me? Does Miss Song perceive me as a fool? In an instant, Song Ji's temper flared, and she exclaimed, asking, yet you would not believe me. Come, cease tormenting me. You might as well end my life. With her eyes closed and heart steeled, she thrust herself forward, presenting herself as if inviting him to deliver her from her plight. In that fleeting moment, as the woman leaned closer, a wave of sweet fragrance enveloped him, causing Mu Nanqi's fingers to stiffen momentarily as he subtly withdrew half a step to avoid her. He gazed at Song Ji for an extended period, so prolonged that the hidden guards outside had already dealt with the assassin and cleared all traces, awaiting his directive on whether to return to the palace. Chapter 22. Delicate, do you know who sent these assassins today? Suddenly, Mu Nanshi resumed his cool demeanor and inquired after taking a seat. Song Ji was momentarily taken aback, then opened her eyes and replied, Mu Qinghan? It is His Majesty. Mu Nanshi's voice grew heavy. Though I am a prince, I am not favored. You asked why I did not attend the banquet in the central palace yesterday. It is because my father did not wish for my presence. Thus he casually assigned me a task to dispatch me from the palace. At this moment, he even seeks my life. This left Song Ji in silence. You tell me this to imply that if I approach you with ulterior motives, given your situation, it will be futile? Mu Nanshi smirked, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. You are rather astute when not feigning ignorance. Song Ji could not help but defend herself. I am not feigning ignorance. Mu Nanshi appeared in good spirits. Could it be that you are truly foolish? Song Ji gritted her teeth. You may insult my body, but you shall not insult my intelligence. Miss Song, were you not once quite satisfied with the position of crown princess? Why has your disposition suddenly shifted? Mu Nanshi asked with a serious tone. Is it truly just to rekindle our past? Song Ji shook her head without a moment's hesitation. No, I was blind then. Now, I merely wish for Mu Qinghan's demise. Is it solely because he has changed his heart to marry Song Yale? Well, if you wish to think that way, so be it, she sighed. Regardless, even if she claims a lifetime of deep-seated enmity, he would not believe her. Let this flimsy excuse suffice. Song Ji relaxed and sat opposite him earnestly. In addition to rekindling our past, I have something significant to accomplish, Aki. There are certain things they may not provide, but I shall assist you in obtaining them. Mu Nanshi narrowed his eyes, his emotions indiscernible, as he sat immobile, seemingly pondering the implications of her words. Yet, Song Ji knew he must have grasped her meaning at once. After a long pause, he casually remarked, Your father must have informed you that I am indifferent to such matters. However, Song Ji smiled. Then you should now realize that enemies will not show mercy simply because you yield. To refrain from fighting will only render you an easier target for slaughter. Moreover, Song Ji elongated her tone, with your strategies, it hardly appears that you are truly indifferent. Mu Nanshi remained silent. Song Ji continued, I have long been aware of your martial prowess. If one wished to harm you, they would have simply informed the emperor from the outset. He would undoubtedly pursue you to the end. Why should I risk injury to discuss matters with you here? Her voice was laced with melancholy, rife with accusations and dissatisfaction. Mu Nanshi cast a seemingly casual glance at Song Ji's wrist, where the once pure white skin was marred by a glaring ring of red marks. Delicate, he retrieved a bottle of fine ointment from his bosom and tossed it to her, averting his gaze to another direction. Song Ji accepted the medicine with a sense of entitlement. By giving me this, do you accept what I've said? Mu Nanshi displayed a profound expression. Miss Song, rather than this, perhaps you should first consider your own situation. They seem to have no intention of abandoning their desire to recruit you into the Eastern Palace. Song Ji understood that this was a test of her capabilities. If she could not protect herself, how could she assist him? His cold circumstances destined him to be a shadowy figure in the night. For Mu Nanqi, only if she possessed sufficient strength could she stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Song Ji felt quite confident about it. If she could not accomplish even this, she would be unworthy of being the daughter of the Song family and would have wasted her second chance at life. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Mu Nanqi's lips, a smile he himself was unaware of. Before he could retract his smile, he heard Song Ji cheerfully remark, "Ah Qi, you must consider rekindling our past relationship." Her tone was light, as if she had encountered something exceedingly joyful. Mu Nanqi cast her a glance and coldly issued an eviction order. "Miss Song, it is time for you to leave." All right, I won't tease you any longer." As Song Ji noticed that the day was growing late and that returning home too late might cause her father to worry, she prepared to take her leave. However, just before she jumped down from the carriage, she could not help but turn back to remind him, "Ah Qi, be cautious of the newly appointed prime minister." The newly appointed prime minister, named Wang Lanji, was affiliated with Mu Qinghan's faction. On the surface, he appeared to possess little capability, merely a sycophant skilled in flattering Mu Qinghan. Yet in her previous life, when she married Mu Qinghan and entered the Eastern Palace, she often witnessed Wang Lanji plotting behind the scenes. He was certainly not a mere flatterer. This time, he had been promoted to prime minister from the position of a fifth-rank official, a recommendation likely stemming from Mu Qinghan's endorsement. Song Ji understood that, aside from Mu Qinghan's recommendation, the emperor had also deliberately elevated him to demonstrate something to the Song family. The emperor wished to convey that the crown prince did not necessarily require the Song family's support. The favor of high office and wealth could be bestowed upon anyone, as long as they positioned themselves correctly. In response, the former prime minister, Song Yale, expressed great satisfaction with this arrangement, even enjoying 2 extra bowls of rice at dinner. "Wonderful, this means I can continue serving as the deputy minister of rights, allowing me more time to spend with you." Once the news of his demotion spread, the influential gentry of the capital began to distance themselves from the Song family, transforming what was once a bustling household into one that was nearly deserted. However, due to the Song family's long-standing principle of treating others with generosity, aside from a few mocking voices, the majority did not take the opportunity to kick them while they were down. The following 2 days passed quietly without incident, and naturally, Song Ji did not encounter Mu Nanqi again. After she jumped down from the carriage that day, she went straight back to the Song residence. Although she did not show it, she suspected that Mu Nanqi had sent someone to observe her in secret. She thought to herself that he still did not fully trust her, should she display even the slightest inclination to reveal his secrets. Those hidden observers would surely act swiftly to eliminate her. Leaning her head on her hand at the window, Song Ji sighed. This man must have a heart of iron. Yet, despite her worries, there was a piece of good news. She had received a response from the Wanfo temple. The letter contained no superfluous words, simply stating, "It is possible." Song Ji held the letter in her hands, her face alight with joy, before placing it upon the candle flame to incinerate it. On the 3rd day, it was the occasion for Crown Prince Mu Qinghan and Song Yale to return to their familial home. The Empress Dowager had sent someone in advance to convey this news, subtly indicating that although Song Yue was not a biological daughter of the Song family, she had nonetheless shared a life with them for over a decade. Naturally, Yue could not sever the bonds of affection, particularly as she had long cherished thoughts of the Sun family. Therefore, during this visit, they would first stop at the Sun residence before proceeding to the Song estate. The message was articulated with grace and propriety, leaving no room for criticism, and the arrangements were meticulously planned. Although they were 100 times reluctant, they found it difficult to refuse. Thus, early that morning, they diligently prepared and awaited in the flower hall. Song Ji initially intended to concoct an excuse to remain hidden, yet upon reflection, she realized that today's events were likely aimed directly at her. If she did not make an appearance, how would the performance unfold? Consequently, she resolved to stay within the estate, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 23. How can you calm your anger? However, She did not forget another pressing matter. While grooming herself, she had instructed Xiao Tao to take the items she had requested from Roy Yu and head out. When the time arrived, the sound of the official announcement echoed outside the door, and they all gathered to welcome the visitors. After all, the Crown Prince was the Crown Prince. His status guaranteed that the entrance would be anything but modest. Following a grand display, Song Yale was finally assisted by Mu Qinghan as she gracefully stepped inside. With their relationship now openly acknowledged, Song Yang felt no need to feign excessive warmth. He maintained a proper decorum while leading the way. At the same time, Sun Sure could not take her eyes off Song Yale the moment she laid sight on her. Despite her extravagant attire, the pallor of exhaustion could not be concealed, stirring deep sympathy within her. The more she empathized with Song Yale, the more she resented Song Ji. If it were not for Song Ji, how would Yale have ended up in such a state? She touched the items in her embrace, further solidifying her resolve. Why was Ji so quiet today? She had not uttered a single word since just now. Was she feeling unwell? Song Ji had not even cast a single glance towards Mu Qinghan, prompting him to break the silence. Today he had adorned himself meticulously, with a jade crown securing his hair and a robe of gold-threaded python pattern in a jade hue. Even his shoes were encrusted with various gemstones, and he held a folding fan in his hand, coupled with his gentle, jade-like appearance. Any unacquainted young lady would be left blushing in admiration, deeming him a refined gentleman. However, who was Song Ji? To her, such a Mu Qinghan only appeared more pretentious. She lazily replied, "Your Highness need not worry. I am naturally not one to engage in much conversation." Having spent years quietly allowing Song Yale to shine while refraining from making numerous acquaintances, she had always given an impression of being reserved and taciturn, leaving Mu Qinghan momentarily speechless. Having met with rejection, Mu Qinghan's expression turned somewhat grim. Why must Ji be so aloof? Remember the times we once sailed together, discussing poetry and enjoying each other's company? Recalling those moments only brought her displeasure. In her previous life, though she did not harbor much affection for Mu Qinghan, she had once held a vision of mutual respect for the engagement she had consented to. Little did she know it would culminate in such an outcome. With her absence of interference, he had actively sought her out, a rather laughable turn of events. It appeared that their so-called true love was not as profound as they had believed. Mu Qinghan displayed a wistful expression. If the engagement had not been annulled, There are no ifs, Song Ji interjected coldly. I am aware you are angry about my association with your sister. Pray tell, how can you quell your anger? At present, his situation had drastically changed. Other princes were eyeing him covetously, and without the Song family's backing, he lacked significant support. Although he had promoted Wang Lanji, a newly appointed prime minister could not compare to Song Yang, who had immersed himself in the political arena for decades. Not to mention, several of the students cultivated by Song Yang had firmly established themselves within the court, a depth of connections that Wang Lanji could not rival. As the various advantages that Song Yang had previously secured for him began to gradually fade, he finally realized that all those benefits were solely due to Song Ji. Reflecting on this, he displayed an expression of profound sorrow and earnestly declared, "It is my fault. As long as you can quell your anger, I am willing to do anything you desire." Song Ji felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Beside her, Song Yale's complexion paled further, and Mu Qinghan, heedless of her discomfort, sought to win back Song Ji, even uttering such words on the very day she returned to her family, showing no regard for her embarrassment. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, filled with resentment, blaming Song Ji. If it weren't for her and Song Yang exposing her identity, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Yet, a flicker of confusion emerged in her eyes. Did Mu Qinghan truly love her? Previously, his decisive action to break off the engagement with Song Ji was not a mere facade. His affectionate promises were genuine, and the care he had shown her over time was sincere. This was the very confidence that made her believe she could thrive without the Song family. However, everything changed once he learned that she was not the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Recalling the indifference and disdain he had shown her in recent days, her heart felt as if it were being pierced by needles. Could it be that he only loved the title of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter? Did his affection vanish simply because she lacked that status? No, she refused to believe it. She wagered everything on him. She could not afford to lose. She could not accept that Mu Qinghan harbored no feelings for her whatsoever. Song Yale instinctively glanced aside, noting that it was no longer Yair attending to them, but rather a round-faced young maid. The palace had exhausted every means to procure certain items, yet acquiring them outside the palace was as effortless as a breeze. Her gaze was filled with hope. This time, Yair would surely succeed in that endeavor. The expressions of the group varied. Song Ji remained silent, while Song Yang attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Your Highness, there is no need for such words. Your union with Yalu is a match made in heaven, and it is a blessing for Yair. She has never harbored anger over this. You need not blame yourself." With Song Yang speaking on her behalf, Song Ji found herself at leisure. However, seeing that even with the opportunity presented, Song Ji remained disinterested, Mu Qinghan's eyes reflected a mix of embarrassment, entanglement, anger, and a hint of disappointment. Song Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose at the side. Sun Shi, glancing at the dejected and sorrowful Song Yale, could not help but speak up for her, stating, "Your Highness, newlywed as you are, it would be better to cherish your own wife rather than concern yourself with the feelings of outsiders." This remark finally prompted Mu Qinghan to remember the overlooked Song Yale. He cast a glance her way, finding her seated there, looking vulnerable and delicate. In truth, he did not harbor feelings devoid of affection for this woman he had stubbornly chosen. He was simply overwhelmed with anger for having been manipulated by her, feeling as though his once illustrious reputation had been tarnished in an instant. The disappointment from his father only compounded his distress. Now, he felt like a laughingstock, the subject of public gossip, requiring careful strategizing to restore his credibility. Nevertheless, at the very least, Song Yale genuinely adored him. No man could resist the wholehearted admiration and devotion of a woman. Upon reflecting on this, Mu Qinghan's tone softened as he remarked, "Naturally, Yale is a woman I cherish deeply, and I shall treasure her well." At these words, Song Yale looked up in astonishment, once again perceiving the tenderness on Mu Qinghan's face reminiscent of their passionate past, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. She had known all along that he held her in his heart. "Your Highness." Song Yale's voice quivered, as if the grievances of the past days were on the verge of spilling forth. Considering that she was still at the Song residence, she valiantly suppressed her tears, managing to muster a smile. "To be favored by your Highness fills me with indescribable joy, and I wish to share your burdens in the future." Her demure and submissive demeanor successfully pleased Mu Qinghan, who expressed his satisfaction with her gentle disposition by taking her hand and speaking tenderly. "There have been many matters these past few days. I apologize for any distress caused." "I am not distressed," Song Yale replied, shaking her head, appearing even more endearing. Chapter 24. As if you were never my daughter, the two reconciled instantly, their gazes filled with affection. Sun smiled, pleased. Yale had been raised and educated under their care, thoroughly familiar with court etiquette, and she believed managing the inner palace would pose no challenge. Should there be any shortcomings, she merely hoped for the prince's benevolence. Mu Qinghan nodded, and after exchanging a few polite remarks, Sun took Yale aside for a private conversation, having missed her dearly over the past couple of days. Taking this opportunity, Song Ji excused herself, but Mu Qinghan intended to speak with her, only to be obstructed by Song Yang. Upon leaving the flower hall, a maid sent to follow Sun hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss, something is amiss. Madam has quietly taken all the land deeds from Qingfeng courtyard while you were away this morning. I could not inform you earlier as you were in the flower hall." Song Ji furrowed her brow and hastened back to Qingfeng courtyard, where she was met with a scene of utter disarray. The dressing table lay in disarray, and the box that held the land deeds was empty. The maid speculated that the madam must have given these items to the crown princess. Song Ji remained unfazed as she picked up the empty box, contemplating its significance, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Fortunately, she had anticipated this. Meanwhile, Sun indeed retrieved a bundle of land deeds from her bosom. Tenderly caressing Yale's face, she remarked, "In just a few days, you appear to have lost weight." Hold on to these deeds. With them, you can continuously support the crown prince financially. With such leverage, he will surely regard you with newfound favor. Mother, you are so good to me, Yilu said, her eyes glinting with avarice as she eagerly accepted the deeds. Embracing son, she feigned sincerity. I do not blame my sister for her actions. After all, I genuinely like the crown prince. However, I have heard she has grown increasingly disrespectful toward you. Among all virtues, filial piety is paramount, and as your daughter, I feel distressed on your behalf. Son's anger flared at the mention of her daughter, thinking, what daughter? I shall act as if she does not exist. The mere thought of Song Ji's cold demeanor ignited her fury, causing her to wince in pain as she sank onto a chair. Instinctively, her right hand reached for the table, seeking the medicine she could always rely on. Yet this time, she grasped at nothing. Her hand hovered in the air, confusion and helplessness flashing in her eyes. Quickly, Yilu interjected, Sister is truly unreasonable. While it is fine to be angry with me, how can she jest about Mother's health? Wasn't she always punctual in delivering your medicine for the headaches? Son's thoughts were successfully diverted, and with a disdainful scoff, she remarked, she is so petty. If she chooses not to send it, so be it. I would not be surprised if she were to poison it. After speaking, she cast a lingering gaze at Yilu. The latter, still delighting in counting the deeds, felt the weight of Son's scrutiny and hurriedly replied, I am unaware of the prescription you have been using. If the wrong medicine is administered, it could be disastrous. I shall summon Song Ji to brew your remedy at once. Without waiting for a response from Son, she dashed out, leaving Son momentarily speechless. A wave of disappointment washed over Son, yet she reassured herself that Yale was not avoiding her. Rather, the recent grievances had taken their toll. In the end, neither Song Ji nor Song Yale made an appearance. Overwhelmed by a headache, Son's personal maid, disregarding her insistence to wait for Yale, forcefully summoned a physician for her. After taking her medicine and lying down, Son closed her eyes, reminiscing about Song Ji's gentle demeanor while delivering her medicine. However, as her thoughts wandered, resentment began to creep in. Having taken on this responsibility, it was perplexing for her to abandon it now. Had she not assumed this role from the start, Yale would surely excel in it. Reflecting on Yale's absence, Son's gaze dimmed with concern for the poor child, who must be overwhelmed by her identity issues, leaving little room for her attention. Ultimately, Son did not appear for dinner, while Song Ji feigned illness to avoid the gathering. She was utterly disinclined to confront Mu Qinghan's self-proclaimed affectionate gaze, which she found repulsive. Only Song Yang, begrudgingly, accompanied them throughout the entire ordeal. As they departed, Mu Qinghan sought to see Song Ji under the pretense of inquiring about her health. However, Song Ji had no desire to allow such a person into her quarters, fearing it would tarnish her sanctuary. Thus, she excused herself, claiming to be severely unwell, unwilling to risk infecting the esteemed prince. Rejected at the door, Mu Qinghan begrudgingly left after instructing his servants to leave behind an array of medicinal herbs and supplements. As Song Yang apologized, he turned back to give a thumbs up to Song Ji, who was peeking through the window. Once the commotion had faded into the distance, Song Ji permitted the gate to be reopened. At that moment, Xiao Tao returned from outside, catching sight of two figures departing hand in hand. Gasping for breath, she sipped some tea and remarked, Miss, it appears the prince and princess have reconciled. Will she still require the items we prepared? Song Ji gazed towards the horizon and confidently replied, she will surely need them. Recalling what Song Ji had instructed her earlier, Xiao Tao could not help but express her admiration. You truly have foresight. I barely waited at the apothecary, and sure enough, Yer came to purchase those items shortly after. It's fortunate she obtained them, Song Ji said, delicately placing a piece of orchid pastry into Xiao Tao's mouth before indulging in one herself. The sweet flavor melted on her tongue, delightful enough to make her eyes squint in pleasure. Tomorrow, a splendid performance awaited. That evening, news arrived from the palace that the empress, concerned about the princess's solitude, had bestowed 2 enchanting concubines upon the eastern palace for companionship. Song Ji found this amusing. Without the support of the Song family, how easily could Song Yale be bullied? Merely 3 days into her marriage, Her husband had already acquired 2 concubines, delivered to the household on the very day of her return. Such blatant humiliation. One could only wonder how Song Yale would endure it. It was worth noting that she had suffered similar indignities in her past life, albeit as the daughter of the chancellor. The empress had refrained from overtly humiliating her due to her status. It was Mu Qinghan who personally escorted 2 maidservants back, lavishing upon them his utmost affection, even tacitly permitting them to bear his eldest son. The consequence of such actions rendered her once more the laughingstock of the entire capital, with noble ladies treating her as a source of shame, refusing to associate with her, thereby isolating her completely within the city. Meanwhile, Song Yale thrived splendidly, seizing the opportunity to forge connections with those noble women. She firmly established her position as the legitimate eldest daughter of the prime minister's household, while simultaneously basking in the admiration of the city's talented young men who vied for her attention, deepening Mu Qinghan's regret for not having wed her. This regret gradually morphed into an obsession, compelling Mu Qinghan to increasingly humiliate Song Ji, as if her very existence were the greatest blemish upon his life. Consequently, upon ascending to the throne, his first decree was to annihilate her family, elevating Song Yale to the status of empress. Reflecting upon the myriad of past events, Song Ji's gaze darkened. In this life, Yale must strive for some dignity, at the very least, to ensure the birth of a legitimate eldest son. Chapter 25. I shall no longer desire those who do not love me at the break of dawn the following day. Song Ji took Xiao Tao to the most prosperous shop in town. This establishment specialized in the sale of writing materials, thus attracting a multitude of scholars. She summoned the shopkeeper and whispered a few instructions into his ear before ascending to the second floor to take a seat. Positioned directly opposite the entrance, she had a clear view of the happenings below. Song Yale did not disappoint. After a brief span of tea, she arrived, flanked by a group of companions, radiating triumph. Upon entering the shop, she imperiously ordered all patrons to leave, then pointed at the shopkeeper and his assistants, declaring, "You all may depart from this moment onward. This establishment is under my control as the crown princess." Having learned of the news regarding a favored concubine upon returning home, she was incensed and hurried over at first light, eager to bolster her own standing. However, after her proclamation, the staff remained unmoved. They continued with their tasks, wholly disregarding her presence. With trembling fingers, Song Yale pointed at them, exclaiming, "You insolent servants! Come here and expel them." The individuals behind her cracked their knuckles, ready to advance. Yet the shopkeeper, still diligently counting on his abacus, finally lifted his gaze. "Even if you are the crown princess, we are merely conducting our business. How can you create such a disturbance without cause?" In a fit of frustration, Song Yale retorted, "Are you deaf? I said that I shall take over from now on. How dare you speak back to me?" The shopkeeper replied respectfully, "Though my status is humble, I understand the concept of propriety. You cannot simply seize what belongs to others because you are the crown princess." "Seize?" Song Yale slammed several land deeds onto the counter. "Open your eyes and examine these." The shopkeeper glanced at the documents and chuckled, "Forgive my ignorance, but I fail to comprehend what the crown princess intends to do with the child's scribbles." "What childish scribbles?" Song Yale asked, taken aback. The shopkeeper, unfazed, pointed to the seals and characters on the papers, saying, "As you can see, nearly every character is misspelled. If not mere child-ass doodles, then what else could they be? Moreover, these seals are not official government seals. One can procure several of them for a mere coin at the market." "Impossible!" Song Yale gasped, snatching the deeds back to scrutinize them carefully, only to discover that the shopkeeper spoke the truth. She examined the others in turn, and they too were flawed. Her complexion paled. How could this be? On the second floor, Song Ji smiled with delight. She had anticipated that Sun would act out of guilt, never suspecting that she would resort to forgery, thus hastily handing these documents to Song Yale without thorough inspection. Trusting Sun, Song Yale had not thought to scrutinize them closely, merely counting their quantity. This oversight resulted in a farcical situation. With a warm smile, the shopkeeper pushed the tally of expected losses from the customers that Song Yale had chased away toward her. "Might I kindly request compensation for the losses incurred, Your Highness?" Song Yale's expression contorted in indignation. You dare to demand compensation from me. The shopkeeper remained composed, speaking in a gentle tone, asserting that even the emperor is subject to the law. So how could the crown princess be above it? Song Yale dared not accept such an accusation, urging him not to speak nonsense. Should the crown princess refuse to pay, the common folk would have no choice but to report their losses to the authorities, seeking justice. If the authorities were informed, it would be tantamount to Mu Qinghan knowing, and the empress as well. Song Yale would not dare to let them learn of this matter. Her teeth clenched in fury. She yanked her purse and tossed it over, declaring, very well, indeed, worthy of being a dog raised by Song Ji, so adept at biting. The shopkeeper maintained his respectful and infuriatingly polite smile, replying, you flatter me. Crown princess. He surveyed the shop, exasperated, and warned, you had better pray that Song Ji continues to protect you. If this comes into my hands, you shall pay dearly for today's negligence. The shopkeeper, remaining silent in reverence, discreetly secured the purse. Song Yale stormed out in anger, having arrived with great vigor, now leaving like a stray dog. The forged deeds were ruthlessly torn apart by her hands. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Song Ji descended from the second floor, content. The shopkeeper promptly approached, offering the purse. With a smile, Song Ji remarked, you performed admirably today. Divide this silver among yourselves. The shopkeeper responded with delight, thank you, Mississippi. Sometimes, spending a little silver to win hearts is crucial. Otherwise, who would dedicate themselves to your service? Song Ji leisurely strolled around the city before returning to the Song residence with Xiao Tao. No sooner had she entered than she heard Sun's voice questioning. Where have you been? We've not seen you all day. Turning around, Song Ji saw Sun's accusatory expression, with Song Yale cowering behind her, feigning helplessness as she often did to incite discord. Song Ji replied coolly, is there something you need? This indifferent demeanor momentarily stunned Sun, but she quickly regained her composure, stating, Song Ji, I never knew you were such a scheming person, to swap the deeds and embarrass Yale so profoundly. What is your intention? Standing before Sun, Song Ji calmly replied, those deeds were merely left there for amusement. I had no idea they had vanished until this morning. I have yet to inquire how my belongings came to be in your possession. Sun, feeling guilty, raised her voice, I took them. What of it? I am your mother. Am I not allowed to take a few things? Taking without permission is theft. I need not explain that to you, Song Ji retorted. Outrageous. Is this how you speak to your mother? Sun was indignant, her emotions flaring. If you wish for my forgiveness, quickly return the genuine deeds to Yale. With her arms crossed, Song Ji replied nonchalantly, oh, I have no desire to do so. You are simply beyond redemption. Sun's chest heaved with anger. Song Yale interjected, attempting to soothe Sun, Mother, do not let yourself be upset. If sister is unwilling to return them, so be it. After all, apart from you, no one else cares about my well-being. Song Yale's sorrowful tone was meant to retreat strategically, yet Song Ji turned and walked away without a glance back. Her expression froze mid-performance as she anxiously grasped Song Ji's arm, pleading, you cannot leave. Do you truly fear not inciting mother's wrath? Were you not once the most obedient to her? Confused, she pondered this, a point that weighed heavily on Sun's mind. The two of them anxiously regarded Song Ji, who effortlessly brushed off her hand, responding, as you mentioned, that was in the past. I no longer desire those who do not love me. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. In former times, she had willingly allowed them to manipulate her, motivated by her affections. Yet when that love vanished, they foolishly believed they could still assert dominance over her. Song Yale widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, how can you do this, Song Ji? Do you not fear being condemned for your filial piety? Song Ji did not look back, prompting Song Yale to stomp her foot and tug at Sun, saying, Mother, look at her. However, this time Sun did not echo Song Yale's sentiments. She merely stared blankly at Song Ji's retreating figure, as if something deep within her had been painfully excised, nearly causing her to falter. She did not hear Song Yale's voice, breathlessly inquiring, Yale, what did Ji just say? Did she imply she no longer wants me? No, Ji would never say such a thing. She is so well-behaved, I must have misheard. Chapter 26. A heart full of compassion for the second, Miss Song Yale furrowed her brow. Mother, are you still unaware of her intentions? Her affection for you is evident to everyone in the household. She is deliberately speaking this way to draw your attention. Sun Sui nodded in agreement. Indeed, that must be the case. She appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, regaining her composure. Song Yale continued, Mother, regarding the shop. Sun Sui absent-mindedly patted Song Yale's hand. My dear, the dowry I have provided for you is more than sufficient for your security. Let us refrain from provoking your sister's misfortune, shall we? Song Yale could hardly believe that Sun Sui was dismissing her concerns. Her expression darkened. Mother, are you not aware of the hardships I faced in the Easter Palace? The Empress dares to send 2 beautiful concubines my way precisely because I lack support from my maternal family. Now you choose to disregard me as well? It is not that I do not care for you, but you have seen your sister's demeanor, Sun Sui replied. She is merely a junior. As long as you are alive, the Song family should not be under her authority. For the first time, Sun Sui felt weary in her confrontation with Song Yale. Yale, I have given you everything I can. So, Mother is implying that I should recognize my place and not overstep? That is not my intention. It seems that is precisely what you mean. In truth, your affection lies with your biological daughter. I am not your flesh and blood. How could you possibly consider my well-being? With tears in her eyes, Song Yale fled. Yale! Sun Sui attempted to pursue her, but as she took a step, a sharp pain surged through her head. She stumbled, only to be caught by a maid just in time to avoid falling. Have you not been taking your medicine? Why is there no improvement in your headache? The maid hesitated, then finally spoke, Madam. You may not know, but the prescription you were previously given was painstakingly sought from Dr. Jiang by the 2nd Mississippi. Now, you're using a common physician's prescription, hence the difference in efficacy. Dr. Jiang? Sun Sui was taken aback. Everyone knew that Dr. Jiang's medical skills were unparalleled, yet his eccentricity was equally renowned, making his prescriptions nearly impossible to obtain. She had not realized that Song Ji had gone to such lengths for her, nor had she ever come to her seeking praise. Indeed, if I may speak out of turn, the 2nd Miss has been quite considerate towards you. Perhaps you should show her a bit more compassion. Should I inquire if she is still using a previous prescription? Do not do that. Sun Sui instinctively refused, her gaze drifting towards the direction of Qingfeng Courtyard, lost in thought. After Song Yale left the Song residence, her tears ceased. She deliberately walked slowly, waiting for Sun Sui to catch up. Yet, even when she boarded the carriage, Sun Sui did not emerge. Clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, resentment brewed in her eyes, thick enough to congeal. She closed her eyes, contemplating her future path, and recalled the medicine that Ye had brought back yesterday, deciding to devise a plan to utilize it. Upon returning to Qingfeng Courtyard, Song Ji quickly put aside thoughts of Sun Sui and the others. With matters in the household temporarily settled, she prepared to venture to Wanfo Temple. She once again endeavored to recall the events, confirming that the incident at the 10,000 Buddhas temple occurred 3 days hence. Thus, she instructed Xiao Tao to prepare their belongings for departure the following day. To alleviate Song Yang's concerns, she withheld her true intentions, instead expressing a desire to visit the temple for some spiritual solace, citing her recent fatigue. Song Yang, acknowledging the series of events that had transpired, agreed that a change of scenery would be beneficial and did not press further. The next day, they set off early in a carriage bound for the 10,000 Buddhas temple. The temple was not too distant from the capital, though the journey included some bumpy mountain roads. With few passengers aboard, their conversation was sparse, lending an air of solitude to the trip. By afternoon, they finally arrived at the temple. The 10,000 Buddhas temple is the largest temple in the entire Tianqi region, home to countless enlightened monks. It is the customary site for royal blessings and offerings, and many former imperial concubines who renounced their worldly ties after the passing of emperors found solace here. Hence, the temple is also affectionately referred to as the National Temple of Tianqi. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a kindly abbot accompanied by a young novice, who awaited them at the entrance. With hands clasped in reverence, the abbot welcomed them, indicating that he had been anticipating their arrival. Please, enter, he invited. As they stepped inside, they were enveloped by the rich aroma of incense. Majestic Buddha statues stood solemnly in various halls, exuding an aura of sanctity. Given their extended stay, the abbot arranged for them to occupy a secluded meditation room, distinct from the usual noisy quarters that housed many. Once they had settled in, refreshments of plain tea and simple vegetarian fare were promptly provided for their enjoyment. After their meal, Song Ji leisurely led Xiao Tao on a wander through the vast grounds. Although she had visited the temple numerous times before, she had never taken the time to explore its expanse. The sheer size of the temple had always been overwhelming. Nestled among the mountains, the temple was adorned with exquisite scenery, and at this time of year, many flowers began to bloom, adding vibrant hues to the landscape. As night fell, they paused before a modest thatched cottage, surrounded by a grove of lush bamboo that rustled softly in the evening breeze. Within the dim light, a figure clad in gray was seen devoutly striking a wooden fish drum while reciting scriptures. With a playful smile, Song Ji turned Xiao Tao and said, "We've arrived. Why don't you explore the area while I take a look inside?" Xiao Tao protested, anxious about leaving her mistress alone. Song Ji gently tapped her forehead, assuring her, "A monk's heart is filled with compassion. What is there to fear in the 10,000 Buddhist temple? Go and enjoy yourself." Xiao Tao, not a naive girl, glanced toward the thatched cottage, intuitively realizing her mistress wished for her to keep watch. She playfully winked. "Very well, I shall stay close by to look out for you. Call me if you need anything." With a light heart, Xiao Tao departed, and Song Ji turned her attention back to the figure inside the cottage. She strolled leisurely through the bamboo grove towards the window, and as she drew nearer, she discerned that the person seated within was a middle-aged nun, adorned with a Buddhist cap. Indeed, it was not a monk but a nun. She was clad in simple garments, her face radiating compassion. Even upon hearing the arrival of a visitor, she remained with her eyes closed, devotedly striking the wooden fish and reciting the scriptures, showing no inclination to cease. Song Ji, undeterred, found a vacant spot and seated herself on the ground, quietly listening. One was inside the room, while the other was outside, both enveloped in the serene tranquility of Buddhist teachings. Clearly, there was no exchange of words, yet the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. After a considerable duration, the sound of the wooden fish and the recitation finally ceased. The nun inside opened her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. The ground was damp, and she invited the patron to come in for a conversation. Very well. Song Ji, unceremoniously, stood up, brushed off the dust from her attire, and entered. Chapter 27. A chance unmissed. The interior of the room was adorned with simplicity, devoid of any superfluous decorations or trinkets. Song Ji took a seat opposite the nun, who pushed a cup of brewed herbal tea towards her and said, "I have read the letter you wrote, but my advanced years have rendered me both willing and powerless. I can only consent to meet you to express my lingering regrets." With profound eyes, Song Ji inquired, "Since you have such intent, are you truly willing to squander your days here?" The nun shook her head and recited her Dharma name. "I have attempted, yet failed. This place may well be my best refuge." "No, this is merely a refuge born of your resignation," Song Ji stated earnestly. "My recollection of General Xun is of a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men, capable of piercing the emperor's heart with a red-tasseled spear, voicing the injustices faced by women, and silencing learned scholars with her eloquence. She defended her homeland, deterring neighboring nations from aggression for a decade. Such a General Xun would never appear as one who has succumbed to despair." Her words seemed to evoke a flicker of light in the nun's otherwise tranquil eyes, reminiscent of her vibrant past. Yet, that spark quickly extinguished. The past is but smoke, unworthy of further mention. "General Xun, do not call me General any longer. I am no longer that." With a sigh, Song Ji remarked, "I know you still harbor resentment over past events, yet some matters require action. Not every woman is as fortunate as she was to have an enlightened father like Song Yale. The majority of women suffer under the oppressive weight of male superiority, enduring abuse and being treated as mere objects, their lives as insignificant as blades of grass. Despite their talents, they have never been afforded equal opportunities to pursue scholarly titles. The former General Xun Wanyun, could only achieve success on the battlefield by disguising herself as a man. Upon her victorious return, she revealed her identity before all, striving to prove that women are no less capable than men. However, her unorthodox actions were clearly unaccepted by the male courtiers. A celebrated hero, she nearly faced imprisonment for deceiving the emperor. Ultimately, the emperor, wary of her accomplishments and fearing unrest at the borders should she be executed, deprived her of her military authority and cast her to the Wanfo temple for seclusion. Nearly a decade has passed. In that time, Meng Qi has risen to prominence, becoming the new general. The borders are stable, and the people live in peace, gradually forgetting the valiant female general who once championed women's rights. Yet, Song Ji has not forgotten, nor have the women who benefited from her bold actions. General Xan, Song Ji spoke with sincerity. Today, with societal norms evolving, it is no longer as daunting for women to seek divorce. Just recently, I declined the prince's proposal. Many women now engage in business and make decisions for themselves, as my friend Lu Ruiyu has done. These advancements are all thanks to the exemplary foundation you laid. At her words, Xian Wanyun's eyelids quivered, and a hint of emotion surfaced on her previously impassive face. Are you truly speaking the truth? The voice of Xian Wanyun trembled slightly. Naturally, the emperor merely concealed the information to prevent you from knowing, which has left you in ignorance all this time. How wonderful, how splendid indeed. Xian Wanyun's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She believed she had renounced the secular world and attained enlightenment, yet even the mention of these matters stirred her deeply. Her efforts were not in vain. The seeds she had sown bore fruit. Song Ji's gaze was fervent. Therefore, General Xian, are you willing to re-enter the world with me and redefine this realm together? However, if you choose to compromise, what then shall become of those women who continue to strive against oppression? How shall those who are engulfed in suffering and subjugation find their place? In this vast land, where can they seek refuge? Can it only be the backyard of a man? Allow me a moment to contemplate. I have faith that General Xian will not disappoint me. Song Ji refrained from further elaboration, as she understood that one must not press too hard when persuading another, lest it provoke a sense of rebellion. After finishing her tea, Song Ji rose, offered a respectful bow, and declared it was late, so she would not impose further. Upon reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, Xiao Tao had been waiting outside for quite some time. Song Ji glanced back at the thatched cottage, where Xian Wanyun stood by the window, bidding her farewell. With a smile and a wave, she returned to the meditation hall under the moonlight. In the following 2 days, Song Ji dutifully visited the thatched cottage to converse with Xian Wanyun, yet she never broached the subject of entering the world again. The two gradually grew more familiar, and Xian Wanyun's initial wariness began to dissipate. On the evening of the 3rd day, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, a wisp of blue smoke unexpectedly rose from the once tranquil thatched cottage. The smoke thickened swiftly, carried by the wind toward the heavens. In a blink, the entire dwelling was engulfed in flames. The crackling sounds echoed, and soon enough, the cottage was reduced to mere ashes. As Xian Wanyun and Song Ji returned from outside, they witnessed the last spark extinguish. Upon seeing this scene, Xian Wanyun's expression changed dramatically. While Song Ji was filled with unanticipated joy, she had indeed saved Xian Wanyun. Each evening, Xian Wanyun would recite scriptures within her humble abode, recalling how, in her previous life, she met a tragic end in a thatched cottage at this very hour. Upon the news reaching the capital, the emperor mournfully bestowed upon her a lavish burial. Yet, the question lingers, how did such a modest dwelling suddenly ignite? This conundrum is indeed thought-provoking. Fortunately, in this lifetime, she found an excuse to lead Xian Wanyun outside, thus evading that fateful moment and the grim fate that awaited her. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Xian Wanyun as she gazed gratefully at Song Ji, relieved that she had called her out. Song Ji chuckled softly. With gritted teeth, Xian Wanyun remarked, "I cannot fathom how, despite my utmost cooperation, the royal family remains unwilling to let me be." Song Ji remained silent, harboring her own suspicions that this assassination attempt was orchestrated by the emperor, albeit lacking concrete evidence. After all, Xian Wanyun's very existence posed a challenge to imperial authority. She had been spared in the past, due to her esteemed reputation among the populace, having just returned from the battlefield. Now, after a decade of languishing at the 10,000 Buddhist temple, the common folk had nearly forgotten this valiant general, marking the opportune moment for action. XNWNYN, filled with indignation for a prolonged period, gradually calmed down, yet a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. Although she had narrowly escaped this calamity, the individuals dispatched by him would certainly act again upon discovering her absence from the room. Ngzh, with a charming smile, remarked, "Well, I may have already resolved that issue for you." She was aware of the events that transpired in her previous life. Thus, she had discreetly instructed NQ's shadow guards to place a female corpse in the room. After all, those shadow guards accompanied her, and it would be wasteful not to utilize their services. Thanks to her meticulous preparations, the Emperor's emissaries did not detect any anomalies and likely returned with a charred and unrecognizable corpse to report back. Chapter 28. Truly remarkable. Song Ji recounted the matter to Xian Wanyun, who deepened her gaze. "So, you came specifically to rescue me? You were already aware of the Emperor's arrangements?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Ji met Xian Wanyun's eyes with sincerity. "Indeed, I have placed informants close to the Emperor." This explanation was undoubtedly more convincing than admitting her rebirth. Upon hearing this, Xian Wanyun's tense demeanor finally relaxed. "As long as you're not in cahoots with that despicable Emperor." Song Ji immediately joined her in indignation. "Of course not. That wretched Emperor recently demoted my father and is trying to force me into marriage with his son, Mu Qinghan. What a tyrant." A look of realization washed over Xian Wanyun. "No wonder you wish to oppose him." Song Ji nodded. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are on the same front." Xian Wanyun chuckled at her earnestness and, in a rare moment of good spirits, inquired, "Although I have lived in seclusion for many years, I still know of the prominent young men in the capital. Which gentleman has captured your heart?" "His name is Mu Nanchi." Xian Wanyun paused. Song Ji emphasized, "I know you are baffled, but please hold your thoughts. Though he is also the son of that vile emperor, the emperor does not favor him and often targets him, as you must be aware." Suddenly, a fleeting memory crossed Xian Wanyun's mind. She recalled the time when she returned to court after leading her troops back home, boldly advocating for women's rights amidst a throng of elder statesmen who could only resort to thumping their chests and invoking antiquated doctrines. When the emperor decided her fate, exiling her to the temple of 10,000 Buddhas, she remembered standing on the cold palace path, where a frail, unappreciated young prince lingered. He was merely 7 or 8 years old, yet his gaze bore the weight of maturity, devoid of disdain, derision, or mockery, only an overwhelming sense of pity for her predicament. He lamented her circumstances, recognizing that the emperor could have utilized her talents to secure the borders, yet chose to bury her under the guise of her gender. With a sigh, Xian Wanyun reflected, "That third prince is rather commendable." Song Ji, initially prepared to extol the virtues of Mu Nanchi, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this fellow's charm transcended age? Perceiving Song Ji's deviation, Xian Wanyun shot her an amused glare. "When I met him, he was merely a child of 7 or 8. What admiration can an elder possess for such a young boy?" Song Ji recognized her thoughts were somewhat far-fetched and sheepishly scratched her head, swiftly changing the subject. "Now that General Xian has perished in this great fire, are you willing to join me in confronting the world?" With the matter at hand, both women's expressions turned serious. Xian Wanyun asked, "Are you truly serious?" Song Ji replied, "Do I not appear earnest enough? I understand that you may not fully trust me at this moment, and that is perfectly acceptable. Perhaps you might be willing to trust me, even just partially. Shall we take another gamble? Just this once. Is that agreeable to you?" In Song Ji's eyes, there was a glimmer of hope as she gazed earnestly at the person before her. For the sake of the sincere and devoted youth, Xian Wanyun, who had put forth so much effort, it should not quietly fade into the past. Xian Wanyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for no one had ever spoken such words to her before. How could she possibly wish to let down the young Xian Wanyun? Seeing her emotional response, Song Ji seized the moment, continuing fervently, "General X, this journey is not a solitary one. Beyond myself, there are countless women striving in silence. One day, The archaic notion of male superiority will be cast aside, and women will stand equally with men to discuss matters of significance. Xin Wanyun, a person of immense compassion, possessed unparalleled experience and capability. The decade spent at the 10,000 Buddhist temple had only rendered her more composed and thoughtful. As a woman herself, she understood the struggles faced by her kind. Men often claim that women lack the stature to ascend the stage, yet have they truly afforded women such opportunities? Instead, they cling to oppression and prejudice against them. You are exceedingly perceptive. Your words strike deep within my heart, Xin Wanyun replied after a moment of silence, a smile gracing her lips. It is indeed remarkable to have such a talented young woman from a Song family. Song Ji humbly responded, "You flatter me. I am nowhere near your caliber." Xin Wanyun affectionately shook her head. "If you do not mind, you may address me as Aunt Xin from now on." Song Ji felt a stirring in her heart. Was this an affirmation? Her eyes sparkled with intense joy as she respectfully declared, "Aunt, please allow your junior, Song Ji, to bow before you." Xin Wanyun assisted her to stand, suggesting that her agreement was not merely for Song Ji's sake, but also a fulfillment of her own desires. If she were truly willing to languish here, why would she have responded to that letter, permitting Song Ji to seek her out? However, I have one last question. Xin Wanyun's expression grew serious. Are your intentions in all this to support the third prince? This was her foremost concern. As the lessons of a decade prior remained vivid in her memory, she had long since lost the reckless courage of her youth. Song Ji did not conceal the truth. Yes, but only under the condition that he is a wise ruler and can support our endeavors. Should Mu Nanqi prove unworthy, even if I hold affection for him, I will not assist him. Xin Wanyun contemplated for a moment before stating, at the very least, he is more suited to be emperor than his father. If he fails, I will take matters into my own hands. Before Xin Wanyun could finish her thought, Song Ji interrupted firmly. Her gaze was resolute and sincere, and as she spoke, she radiated a luminosity that captivated all attention. This was the boundary she had set for herself. Upon hearing these words, Xin Wanyun momentarily appeared taken aback, as if she had never considered this path. Yet somehow, it felt familiar, an idea she had long harbored but never dared to express with such candor as the woman before her. After a prolonged silence, her gaze towards Song Ji transformed. Had she initially been motivated solely by a sense of indebtedness to offer her collaboration, now she has genuinely come to recognize Song Ji. "What would you have me do?" Song Ji, devoid of pretense, promptly replied, "Aunt, you are a remarkable talent. I wish for you to secretly train a special force. Furthermore, if possible, could you attempt to reach out to your former subordinates? They must not be faring well at present." Meng Qi, in addition to being wary of the capable newcomers under her command, has been particularly vigilant and oppressive towards the veteran soldiers who once followed Xin Wanyun, fearing that they might overshadow her. Those veterans, lacking the favor in the eyes of the sovereign that Meng Qi enjoys, find themselves in a predicament. Meng Qi has not committed any acts that threaten their lives, leaving them without leverage to voice their grievances. Thus they remain stifled in silence. Xin Wanyun's eyes flickered with emotion as she recalled the comrades with whom she once fought side by side, and a nostalgic expression crossed her face as she responded. "Very well." Chapter 29. As if she were never my daughter in the ensuing days, to avoid arousing suspicion, Song Ji diligently engaged in fasting and praying, refraining from any further actions. It was not until 2 days later that she leisurely set off for the capital. Xin Wanyun, disguised as her maid, was placed in a rural estate on the outskirts of the city just before their entrance. Upon arriving in the bustling capital, the vibrant scene stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of Wanfo Temple, leaving Song Ji to adapt for a considerable time. During her absence, the capital had been abuzz with activity. Seated in her carriage, she listened as the townsfolk animatedly recounted tales from the royal court. The 2 beautiful concubines in the crown prince's palace were particularly noteworthy. It was said that the crown prince was utterly enchanted by them, spending every night in their quarters. How she wished to behold such captivating figures, lamenting her lack of fortune. Yet, her heart went out to the crown princess, who, upon her recent marriage, found herself alone in an empty chamber, despite once being a celebrated talent. In truth, it was no surprise. Such ill-gotten unions seldom lead to happiness. The crowd exchanged opinions, and Song Ji gleaned that the conversation invariably circled back to the two concubines bestowed upon the crown prince by the empress. These concubines indeed possessed some cunning. Otherwise, they would not have swiftly borne a son in her previous life. However, she had not anticipated Song Yale's ineptitude. Despite having delivered the medicine to her, she remained utterly helpless. Did she expect her to administer the medicine to Mu Qinghan herself? Though perhaps that could be arranged. Ultimately, she decided to extend her kindness further and assist her once more. With a bright gleam in her eyes, Song Ji leaned forward and whispered a few instructions to Xiao Tao. Upon their return to the Song residence, just as Song Ji disembarked from the carriage, a figure suddenly rushed towards her. After days of silence, you still know to return? Is this how you learn about propriety and etiquette? Looking at the person before her, Song Ji felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Madam Sun, what exactly do you desire? What do I desire? You have sought your own leisure while your sister is enduring a difficult life. Sister. Song Ji's patience had reached its limit. I have no sister. Why should I concern myself with Song Yale's plight? She reaps what she sows. Why must I bear the burden of her misfortunes? Should I exchange places with her? I could go to the Eastern Palace to deal with her reckless pursuit of Mu Qinghan, while she returns to your side to live happily ever after. Upon uttering these words, a sardonic expression crossed her face. She distinctly noticed a flicker of interest in Sun's eyes at the mention of the exchange, as if contemplating the feasibility of such a proposition. Often, I ponder why you're my mother. Why can I not possess a mother who favors me like others? Please, enlighten me. Why bring me into this world only to treat me so? If you truly despise me, why bear me at all? Had you not given birth to me? Perhaps I would have been reborn to a mother who cherishes me, and I would not have to grovel for the affection of the very woman who gave me life. Song Ji's expression was devoid of emotion as she coldly regarded Mrs. Sun, who appeared flustered under her gaze. This was a side of Song Ji that Mrs. Sun had never witnessed before, as though she were merely confronting a stranger. In her memory, Song Ji had always been indifferent and unassertive, yet recently, she seemed to be perpetually at odds with her. Mrs. Sun instinctively believed that Song Ji was remarkably strong, in stark contrast to Yalu, who was delicate and in need of protection. However, upon reflection, Song Ji was merely a young girl on the cusp of adulthood. Standing there, Mrs. Sun found herself at a loss for words. In truth, since their last unpleasant encounter, she had gradually come to realize her intentions. She wished to make amends with Song Ji. To her dismay, Song Ji had ignored her entirely and walked out, remaining absent for an extended period. Consequently, anger welled up within her, leading her to forget her original purpose and unleash her frustrations. Mrs. Sun's lips moved as she contemplated her feelings. How could she not cherish the child she had borne after months of hardship? At that time, before Song Ji's birth, she had anticipated her arrival with great joy, crafting numerous tiny garments and shoes, to the point that her son had felt envious. Oh, and there was also Yalu, who had been equally envious. Yalu had once cried and thrown herself in her arms, questioning whether she would still be loved once the baby was born. Mrs. Sun had reassured her, but Yalu had remained skeptical. Yalu had spent an entire night hiding in the firewood room, refusing to eat or drink, which resulted in a high fever that lasted several days, nearly costing her life. The fear that gripped Mrs. Sun during that time had led her to shower Yalu with even more attention. After all, she was Yalu's only family. Her actions were not to be questioned. Any mother would have acted similarly. For a brief moment, confusion and bewilderment crossed Mrs. Sun's face as she sought to explain herself. But Song Ji had already turned to leave. Over her shoulder, Song Ji declared, "Mrs. Sun, let this be the end. We can meet less frequently in the future to avoid mutual disdain." Her daughter, her own flesh and blood, had spoken of mutual disdain. Instinctively, Mrs. Sun felt compelled to pursue her, but was blocked by Song Yang, who had appeared without her notice. Disappointment clouded Song Yang's expression as he looked at Mrs. Sunday. "I warned you long ago, but you chose not to heed my advice." Mrs. Sun, in a state of distress, protested, "But she is my daughter. She..." You are aware that she is your daughter, yet over the years, have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a mother? Song Yale shook his head. She is your biological daughter. We do not ask for you to love her more, nor do we expect you to treat them equally. We only request that you share a modicum of affection with her. Yet, from the beginning, you have favored Song Yale. When have you ever considered her feelings? Mrs. Sun attempted to defend herself, saying, "My lord, you know very well Yale's situation. I had no choice." With a sigh, Song Yale replied, "What is the point of discussing this with you? You are beyond redemption. I do not object to your favoritism towards Song Yale. I only ask that you refrain from disturbing Jier and causing her unhappiness." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Just pretend she is not your daughter." Mrs. Sun felt as if her strength had been sapped from her, her eyes misting with tears. "My lord, how can you not understand me as well?" With a weariness that suggested he had said enough, Song Yale turned to chase after Song Ji. Sun seemed eager to prove something, grasping the hand of her maid and asking, "I am not in the wrong, am I? I have done nothing wrong." She walked back in a daze, her mind racing with myriad images. First, the sight of Song Yale teetering on the brink of life with a relentless fever. Then, the image of Song Ji, peering from outside the door, enviously watching her as she fed Song Yale. The little child, silent and composed, peeked out, gazing at them with longing. She had intended to call her in to join the meal, but refrained due to Yale's cries. The nursemaid accompanying her noticed Song Ji and called out, "Second miss, what brings you here? Come back with me to Qingfeng Courtyard." With a quivering voice, Ji asked, "Nurse, where's my mother? Why does my sister have a mother to feed her, but I do not?" The nurse, filled with compassion, replied, "Do not speak like that, Second Mississippi. Your sister's mother is also your mother. If you are obedient, mother will feed you too." Indeed, it seemed that from that day onward, her child had been utterly compliant. Sun felt as if her heart were suddenly clenched by an invisible hand, causing an unbearable ache. Chapter 30. Believe in yourself, Song. Ji returned to her courtyard, followed closely by Song Yale. Your mother is simply that kind of person. Do not take it to heart. Song Ji wished to refrain from discussing the matter further and produced the talisman she had acquired from Wanfo Temple. This was specifically sought for father, hoping for his safety and health. Song Yale accepted it with great affection and immediately adorned himself with it. "You're truly a good daughter." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and Song Ji briefly recounted the situation regarding Xin Wanyan. Song Yale replied, "I have withdrawn all my previous support for the Crown Prince. However, as civil officials, our best course of action would be to collaborate with a military general like General Xin." Nodding in agreement, Song Ji watched as Song Yale retrieved a letter from his bosom. "This is a letter from Chun Feng, sent back from the border. It just arrived last night, and I was contemplating whether to send someone to deliver it to you at Wanfo Temple when you fortuitously returned." Song Ji quickly accepted the letter, noticing the flamboyant characters inscribed at the top, "To my beloved sister." According to the timeline of her previous life, at this moment, Song Feng had not yet emerged, nor had he been targeted by Meng Qi. Thus, she harbored no concerns for his safety. Indeed, upon opening the envelope, she found descriptions of the picturesque scenery at the border. Naturally, news of her broken engagement had already reached there. Consequently, the latter half of the letter was filled with Song Feng's grievances towards Mu Qinghan, expressing his intent to find her a more suitable match upon his return to the capital. A smile could not be contained on Song Ji's face, and it widened further upon noticing a deliberate change in the handwriting at the end of the letter. This was a secret sign they had established since childhood. Her brother had evidently comprehended the hidden meaning in the letter she had sent, thus writing this code to reassure her. "What did your brother say?" "He knows about my broken engagement and insists on finding me a better suitor. Song Yang Chuklet, Somelhat Exasperatet." That rascal. After exchanging a few more words, Song Yale took his leave, and Song Ji burned the letter before preparing to rest. After dinner, Xiao Tao returned, her forehead glistening with sweat, and with a beaming smile announced, "Miss, it's done." Song Ji nodded, relieved. She had promised to assist Song Yale, and, thankfully, her rebirth had endowed her with an extra layer of caution. After breaking off her engagement with Mu Qinghan, she had discreetly placed a spy in the Eastern Palace, thus facilitating this assistance with ease. Dreams of the night were sweet. The following day, The topic circulating throughout the city had indeed shifted. People were abuzz with the news that the Crown Prince had not only spent the night at the Crown Princess's quarters, but had also called for water numerous times throughout the night. Despite the efforts of the two beautiful concubines to lure him away, they were unsuccessful. Thus, many lamented that the Crown Princess was indeed the Crown Prince's cherished white moonlight, the woman he would forsake the Song family's legitimate daughter to marry. Although the two concubines were alluring and able to capture his favor, they ultimately could not compare to the Crown Princess's significance in the Crown Prince's heart. Xiao Tao remarked, "At last, the Crown Princess has gotten her wish." Song Ji smiled enigmatically, "But merely one night cannot fulfill her desires. Yale must bear the legitimate heir for it to count." Xiao Tao scratched her head, "Miss, I can't shake the feeling that something seems off, though I can't quite pinpoint what it is." Song Ji cast a glance at her, expressing her contentment. To notice the peculiarities indicates progress. After leisurely sipping a mouthful of tea, she continued, "The emperor has more than just Mu Qinghan as his son. Aside from the third prince, who is not favored, there are countless eyes watching him from the shadows. Should Mu Qinghan make even the slightest misstep, it would undoubtedly be magnified by those with ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could such well-founded rumors circulate so widely? Even if he is not the crown prince, these matters of the inner court should remain confined to the household. Not to mention, he is the crown prince, sheltered within the heavily guarded palace. How could such intimate affairs be known so clearly and disseminated so swiftly? If I am not mistaken, perhaps the memorials accusing him of indulging in debauchery and tarnishing the royal image have already reached the emperor's court. After all, it is rather ludicrous that the esteemed crown prince is more renowned for his personal escapades than his abilities." With a satisfied sigh, Song Ji set her teacup down. Mu Qinghan was not particularly astute. In her previous life, it was the protection of the Song family and the empress that had enabled him to ascend the throne smoothly. Without their backing, his path to succession would have been fraught with difficulties. After lunch, Song Ji ventured out with the intention of inquiring about the number of newcomers Ryu had recruited recently, so she could plan accordingly. However, she had not gone far when she spotted a serene figure standing in the distance of an alley, his gaze fixed intently. Clad in a silver brocade robe, he exuded an ethereal aura, untouched by the mundane world. Even amidst the bustling market, he seemed to command his own exalted realm. Song Ji's eyes brightened. It was Mu Nanchi. Only he could stand out so distinctly in a crowd, though he remained silent and expressionless. Song Ji instinctively knew he was waiting there for her. A radiant smile spread across her face as she rushed towards him. "Ah Chi, are you here to see me?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation, almost as if she were about to wring her hands in excitement. Mu Nanchi tensed slightly, turning his face away with a dismissive snort, flirtatious. Song Ji pouted in discontent. "I haven't done anything." How could that be considered flirtation? Suppressing a smile, Mu Nanchi feigned seriousness. "I heard you've been telling everyone that you intend to support me as emperor?" Song Ji chuckled awkwardly. "I'm merely speaking the truth." "Then should I take your place if you think I'm incapable?" A cold sweat broke out on Song Ji's forehead. "You must have confidence in yourself. How could you possibly be incapable?" Cursed shadow guards. They truly recorded every word with unwavering diligence. Mu Nanchi appeared to be in good spirits, youthful yet with a substantial appetite. Unwilling to concede, Song Ji pressed, "Can you say something nice? I have accomplished a significant task this time." Mu Nanchi pondered for a moment, conceding, "You did well this time." Song Ji sighed otherwise. How could the other princes be surrounded by wives and concubines while he remains a solitary figure? He thinks he is praising a subordinate. Yet it is merely, "You did well this time." Cultivating a husband is indeed a long and arduous journey. Song Jiang gazed upwards, swallowing the bitterness within, and mustered a resilient smile. Inquiring, "Since I have performed commendably, what reward do you intend to bestow upon me?" Ah Chi, Mu Nanchi, candid in his demeanor, replied that he had no such plans. Very well, let it be, she thought. Let it all come to ruin. This man possesses no heart. With a gaze laden with sorrow, just as she was about to voice her grievances, Mu Nanchi conceded, "What is it that you desire as a reward?" Instantly rejuvenated, Song Ji exclaimed, The third day of next month marks my father's birthday. Would you honor us with your presence? Are you not concerned about others discovering our alliance? Chapter 31. The token, what is there to fear? The ugly daughter-in-law must ultimately meet her in-laws. Moreover, you are not unattractive. Awry Chi is truly handsome. Song Ji asserted with conviction. A rare hint of discomfort flickered across Mu Nanqi's face as he averted his gaze, admonishing her to refrain from such nonsensical talk. Song Ji, with a cheerful smile, retorted, "How can my musings be deemed nonsense?" Mu Nanqi remained silent. Recognizing the need to temper her teasing, Song Ji continued, "In truth, I believe you have borne humiliation for far too long. It is time for the world to recognize your capabilities. This revelation will also reassure those who secretly support you. Of course, the timing is not yet ripe. For now, you merely need to feign an alliance with the Song family in the eyes of outsiders. There is no need to reveal that we are already in cahoots, as this will deter the emperor from recklessly cornering us and will incite a sense of urgency in Mu Qinghan, making him more prone to errors." Listening to the young woman's comprehensive considerations, Mu Nanqi's tone softened, and he conceded, "All right." Instantly, Song Ji's face lit up with joy, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like stars. Tentatively, she ventured, "I am about to visit Yin Shui Yu. Would you care to join me?" Mu Nanqi paused for a moment before resolutely declining. "No," he added currently. "The palace is closely scrutinizing the Song family, and it would be unwise for you to involve yourself in many matters. I will make the necessary arrangements with General Xin." "Very well," Song Ji acquiesced. Before her appeared a flawless, warm white jade pendant, devoid of any impurities. "This is a token. I possess numerous establishments and connections within the capital. Should you find yourself in need, this will serve as your lifeline." Song Ji reached out to accept it, marveling at the exquisite jade, which was not only rare, but also bore the intricately carved character for Qi, signifying it as his personal possession. "Akui, you are truly wonderful," she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with delight. Fearing Mu Nanqi might retract his offer, she swiftly tucked the pendant into her bosom and began to search herself thoroughly. After some time, she finally retrieved a dainty purse. With a hint of shyness, she shyly placed the purse into his hand, saying, "Consider this my token to you. Do not underestimate its worth, though the embroidery is not exceptional. Every stitch has been crafted by my own hands. While it may not resolve your urgent needs, if you recognize as my stitching, you could take it to Yin Shui Yu." Realizing mid-sentence that she had misspoken, her face flushed crimson. "No, you're not permitted to go there." She attempted to reclaim the purse, declaring, "I shall not give it to you just yet. I will find something else next time." Mu Nanqi, quick-witted, evaded her grasp and declared sternly, "Once given, an item cannot be retracted." Frustrated, Song Ji exclaimed, "Why must you be this way?" "I shall not take it to Yin Shui Yu, he promised, his voice solemn. "Really?" she inquired, her skepticism evident. "Why would I deceive you?" "Very well." Upon hearing his assurance, she relinquished her desire to reclaim it. Mu Nanqi lightly rubbed the pouch with his fingertip, which seemed to be adorned with some embroidered flower, though its coarse stitching rendered the specific design indecipherable. His gaze held a hint of disdain, but due to his habitual indifference, this flicker of discontent was not overtly pronounced. Yet, Song Ji remained confident in her creation and inquired, "Can you guess which flower I embroidered?" "Peach blossom." Song Ji shook her head. "Incorrect." "Apricot blossom." "No." "Cherry blossom." "Not all. It's quite obvious." Song Ji was clearly displeased. "It's a plum blossom. Can't you tell by the color?" Noticing her agitation, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Mu Nanqi's eyes. Song Ji continued, "You were born in winter, the very season when the red plum blossoms bloom. So I specifically embroidered this for you." Mu Nanqi felt a stir in his heart. "How did you know I was born in winter?" With a smile, Song Ji replied, "I cherish you. Naturally, I know everything about you." Her delivery of such affectionate words was effortless, as if she had rehearsed them countless times. Only she knew of the nervousness that caused her palms to sweat slightly. Mu Nanqi's throat moved as intense emotions surged within his gaze. After a long pause, he tucked the pouch away and remarked, "You should be grateful for your improved aesthetic sensibility." Song Ji responded, "What do you mean?" Are you implying that my previous taste was lacking? Mu Nanqi, however, seemed disinclined to elaborate. Song Ji huffed. All right, you have a point. She cheerfully distanced herself, waving. Then it's settled. I shall take my leave now. Achi, do think of me. With a playful wink, she vanished into the bustling street like a lively fairy. A gentle breeze carried the warm scent of her passing. Mu Nanqi stood still, lost in thought as he watched her depart. TSK, 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 my third prince. You've traded your cherished jade pendant for such a trivial trinket? A teasing voice suddenly broke the silence. A young man clad in a blue brocade garment lounged on a wall, idly swinging one leg, his face obscured by a ghostly mask that concealed his features. Mu Nanqi ignored him and continued on his way. The blue-clad youth swiftly leaped down from the wall to follow. You wouldn't let me touch that jade pendant, yet you gifted it away without a second thought. Perhaps a beauty's charm truly works wonders. Mu Nanqi remained silent, prompting the young man to add, surely you haven't genuinely taken a liking to that girl? Though she's indeed rather impressive. Mu Nanqi halted and cast a cold glance at him. You're being bothersome. The chill in the air made the blue-clad youth shiver slightly. All right, I won't say another word. As Mu Nanqi resumed his stride, he inquired, what brings you here? The young man grew serious. Princess Tooba has returned safely, and all the tasks you assigned have been completed. Tooba will now be our ally. Indeed, one should continue to proceed according to the plan. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, resulting in minimal emotional fluctuations. The man clad in blue, seeking recognition, leaned in closer and, mimicking Song Ji's earlier demeanor, affected an exaggerated tone. Having executed this task so splendidly, what reward does Achi intend to bestow upon me? Without pausing in his stride, Mu Nanqi cast a glance at the blue-clad man and replied with serene composure. Consider yourself rewarded with the responsibility of recruiting personnel. The blue-clad man was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of indignation. How utterly inhumane. I have just returned from Tooba, without even a moment to catch my breath or savor a sip of water, and you burden me with a new task? Even the donkey belonging to the neighbor, Lord Wang, would not suffer such treatment. Mu Nanqi maintained his unflappable demeanor, retorting, you are indeed superior to the donkey next door. The blue-clad man, incensed, began to stomp in place. Should I then express my gratitude for your compliment? I, a distinguished young master of the Song family, cannot believe you would compare me to a donkey. Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was it truly Mu Nanqi who had just spoken? When had the usually frosty third prince learned to jest? It was simply inconceivable. Had he perhaps imagined it? Chapter 32. Entering the palace meanwhile. Song Ji had arrived at Yinshui Yu. Lu Ruoyu was remarkably dependable, having swiftly gathered numerous young women for training. Song Ji felt an immense sense of gratification, growing increasingly proud of her discerning choice to bring Lu back in the past. After a leisurely day, upon returning to the Song residence, she found Song Yang anxiously waiting at the door. He quickly approached her, saying, Jier, Song Yale has sent a message via Yer, inviting you to the palace tomorrow to admire the blossoms. His eyes were filled with concern. I intended to refuse on your behalf, but Yer hinted that this flower-viewing banquet is orchestrated by the Empress herself, so declining may not be prudent. Song Ji waved her hand dismissively. Of course I shall go. Avoidance is not a solution. Since both the Emperor and Empress have not abandoned their intentions of marrying me to the Eastern Palace, I must confront this matter head-on. It seemed the Emperor had realized that demoting her would not put pressure on the Song family, and thus sought to exert influence through her instead. Song Yang sighed deeply, pausing to gather his thoughts before hesitantly suggesting, Sure, perhaps I should arrange a marriage for you sooner rather than later. I do not expect you to marry into an illustrious family. Even securing a modest husband would suffice for me to support you for a lifetime. The unexpected words startled Song Ji, nearly causing her to stumble, and she quickly shook her head in refusal. Father, please remain calm. I am not in a hurry. Song Yang mistook her reaction for the shyness typical of young women and chose not to press further. The father and daughter turned to walk back together as dusk fell, and the lights of countless homes began to illuminate, casting a serene and beautiful glow over the capital city that night. The following morning, Song Ji dressed elegantly and boarded the carriage bound for the palace. The empress had not only invited her to this flower-viewing event, but also many noble ladies. Upon reaching the destination, a multitude of opulent carriages awaited. Song Ji felt composed as she followed the palace maids to the imperial garden. As soon as she stepped inside, Song Yale appeared before her, adopting a sarcastic tone. "Sister, you have finally arrived. We've been waiting for you." "Thankfully, Mother Empress is gracious enough to let me welcome you here." Song Ji cast a glance at her, noting her radiant complexion and the unmistakable air of arrogance in her eyes, likely a result of recent favorable treatment from Mu Qinghan. Meeting Song Ji's teasing gaze, Song Yale felt an unaccountable flush of embarrassment. Just as she was about to speak again, Song Ji lightly remarked, "Such a reception by the servants seems to delight the crown princess immensely." "Song Ji, do not go too far," Song Yale hissed, unable to bear the humiliation. "How am I being excessive? Was it I who placed you in this position?" Song Ji clicked her tongue and strode further into the garden. In the imperial garden, flowers of every hue vied for attention, their vivid colors a feast for the eyes, while the palace maid stood respectfully on either side, observing with composed demeanor. Song Yale hurried after her, exclaiming, "How long do you think you can revel in this? After publicly breaking off your engagement with His Highness, who in the entire Tianqi kingdom would dare to marry you?" Song Ji found no inclination to respond, silently reminding herself not to engage in debates with the foolish. Perhaps the Song family had sheltered Song Yale too well in the past, leaving her entirely oblivious to her precarious situation while she continued to flaunt her bravado before Song Ji. However, she remained silent. Song Yale, believing that her reticence stemmed from an acute awareness of the situation, responded with a smug smile. "If you were to kneel and bow 3 times before me, I might consider using my status as the future queen to arrange a suitable match for you, sparing you from a life of solitude." Song Ji regarded her with an expression of incredulity. The emperor was still in his prime, and the crown princess should tread carefully with her words. Song Yale curled her lips in disdain, retorting, "No need for your reminders, Song Ji. I shall prove to you that without the Song family, I will thrive even more splendidly." Sure, you alone will triumph above all else," Song Ji replied dismissively, inciting a fierce flush of indignation in Song Yale, akin to the frustration of striking a punch into a pile of cotton. As they continued deeper into the imperial garden, the sounds of conversation became increasingly audible. Approaching further revealed a multitude of graceful figures engaged in lively discourse. Aside from their personal maids, the palace attendants were neatly arranged nearby, awaiting orders. At the head of the gathering sat the resplendent queen, exuding an air of dignified elegance, her lips perpetually curved into a gentle smile. Yet Song Ji recognized this smile as that of a cunning predator, capable of devouring its prey without leaving a trace. Upon noticing Song Ji's arrival, the queen greeted her warmly, devoid of any pretense. "Ah, Zhe is here. The flowers in this garden bloom splendidly. I thought it better to share joy than to enjoy it alone, so I had Yale summon everyone together. I heard you just returned from the 10,000 Buddhist temple. You're not too weary, I hope?" Song Ji performed a respectful curtsy and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am not fatigued." The queen feigned a reproachful glare. "Child, have you grown distant from me? I consider you as family. There is no need for such formality." Song Ji pretended not to grasp the underlying implications of the queen's words and skillfully diverted the topic. "I would not dare overstep my bounds. However, on my way here, I observed that these flowers are indeed exquisite, showcasing rare varieties not often seen in Tianqi." A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in the queen's eyes, quickly vanishing as if it had never existed, her composure restored. "If you enjoy them, please feel free to visit the palace more often. By the way, Honor also has a fondness for flowers. I believe you two would get along splendidly." Alas, the queen's words trailed off, her gaze fixed intently on Song Ji. Song Ji met her gaze with calmness, her smile radiant. "Your Majesty, that is a misunderstanding. If I were truly compatible with His Highness, he would not have brought the crown princess to withdraw his proposal at my coming-of-age banquet. Presently, The bond between the crown prince and the crown princess is remarkably strong. A match made in heaven. The queen's smile faltered momentarily. Do not hold honor against such standards. He is merely a child spoiled by my affection. His innocent nature led him to act under the influence of others. With a few light-hearted words, she deftly shifted the blame onto those with ulterior motives. Rendering Mu Qinghan seemingly innocent. The identity of these others was blatantly obvious. Unable to contain her discomfort, Song Yale stepped forward. Mother. Withdraw, the queen replied curtly. Her voice soft yet imbued with an unyielding authority that commanded respect, an aura cultivated through years of reigning in the imperial court. Song Yao's complexion turned pale, and her form trembled slightly. She wished to continue speaking, yet the empress appeared oblivious, commanding her. Go to the imperial kitchen and check if my blood swallow soup is ready. Mother. Song Yao's voice rose in pitch, for it was evident that these were tasks meant for the servants. Why must she be compelled to undertake them? Moreover, to be sent in front of Song Ji rendered her a mere subject of ridicule. Do not dawdle. The empress's peripheral gaze flickered toward her. Your Highness, go swiftly. The empress's tone left no room for negotiation. Chapter 33. Here in the imperial palace at this moment, silence enveloped the gathering in the imperial garden, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. The noble ladies feigned an interest in the flowers, yet their ears were finely attuned to the unfolding events. They had come to a stark realization regarding Song Yao's standing within the royal family. The Song family was governed by Song Yang, and she merely enjoyed the superficial favor of the Sun family, which wielded little actual power. Ever since the incident of her broken engagement, Song Yang's disdain for Song Yao had become painfully evident. Without the backing of the Song family, Song Yue was, at best, a mere plaything basking in the prince's affection, holding the title of crown princess without substantial merit. Even that title seemed precarious, likely to be revoked at any moment. The empress's demeanor was unmistakably one of favoritism toward Song Ji, a sentiment perceptible to all. Song Ji, too, recognized that the empress believed her actions were a form of retaliation, deliberately humiliating Song Yao in various ways. Everyone was aware of this, except for Song Yao herself, who remained blissfully unaware of her precarious position, convinced that her fate was sealed and that she had already ascended to the status of crown princess. She believed everything was set in stone. Moreover, she felt that Mu Qinghan harbored genuine affection for her. Even if the emperor and empress were displeased with her previous concealment of her identity, they would likely overlook it for the sake of Qinghan. However, the current circumstances struck her like a thunderclap. She realized the empress had never considered her daughter-in-law. Overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation, Song Yao felt herself teetering on the brink of despair. She yearned to resist, yet lacked the means to do so. Despite her reluctance to lose face before Song Ji, she could not defy the empress's command. Taking a deep breath, Song Yue steadied herself. I obey your command. As she withdrew, she cast a resentful and unwilling glare at Song Ji, as if she wished to devour her whole. Song Ji found the situation amusing. Instead of directing her ire at those truly deserving, Song Yao had chosen to place the blame at her feet. Moreover, this outcome was not something she had painstakingly seized. What right did Song Yao have to resent her? Internally, Song Ji scoffed, maintaining a calm exterior. In truth, reconciliation with Song Yao was impossible. Whether she harbored resentment or not was of little consequence. Once she resolved her issues with Mu Qinghan, the next to pay the price would undoubtedly be Song Yao. The empress lifted her teacup, leisurely stirring the tea leaves with the lid, her tone somber as she remarked, I initially thought Yao to be a promising candidate. Yet she pales in comparison to Ji's composure. Your Majesty speaks too harshly. The crown princess is gentle and virtuous. Serving as a role model for many young ladies in the capital, Song Ji replied with a placid expression, though she was aware this was a matter from long ago. At that time, Song Yue had not yet entangled herself with Mu Qinghan. Her talents and temperament had been truly exceptional, earning her considerable acclaim in the capital. However now, despite her title, women of any standing shunned her, especially those yet to be wed. Birds of a feather flocked together. and all were wary of associating too closely with her for fear of tarnishing their own reputations. Thus, Song Yale had become akin to a solitary doddering flower, clinging desperately to Mu Qinghan. Yet she remained oblivious to her circumstances, believing herself to have transformed into a phoenix, soaring high upon the branches. The two individuals engaged in a casual conversation, during which the queen persistently attempted to steer the topic towards Mu Qinghan. However, each time, Song Ji deftly diverted the discussion with ease. As the mother of the nation, the queen maintained an appearance of maternal affection and indifference. Yet her gaze towards Song Ji bore an added depth of meaning. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the queen, Song Ji seized the opportunity to excuse herself under the pretext of admiring the flowers. Once distanced from the queen, Song Ji felt a significant easing of the atmosphere. A few young women of similar age immediately flocked to the queen, eager to curry favor and engage in conversation, while others, possessing a keen awareness of their role as mere embellishments for the day, maintained a cautious distance. The majority chose to observe the unfolding scene with quiet anticipation. Song Ji strolled to a nearby pavilion and settled down, where a group of palace maids promptly presented her with refreshments. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the sun cast a gentle glow, and a soft breeze fluttered by, creating a most agreeable ambience. She intended to indulge in a moment of leisure. However, as she lifted her teacup to sip, an elusive scent wafted into her nostrils. Her fingers momentarily froze, but she quickly regained her composure, setting down the cup and reaching for a nearby delicacy instead. To her dismay, just as the morsel approached her lips, that familiar scent surged once more. The aroma of the drug was all too recognizable to her. After all, she was the proprietor of Yunshui Yu, well acquainted with the intoxicating and euphoric properties of such concoctions. Song Ji could not help but twitch her lips in disbelief. To be drugged in such a public setting was a testament to the queen's audacity. Fearing exposure, she feigned a discerning palate and remarked to the palace maids that the tea was not her preferred pine needle variety, and the delicacies seemed overly sweet. "Please remove them," she insisted. A flicker of fear crossed the maids' faces as they hastily replied, "Please wait a moment, young lady. We shall fetch you something else." Without waiting for her to refuse, they swiftly gathered the items and departed. Song Ji's hand hovered in midair, poised to interject, but she ultimately allowed it to fall back to her side in silence. Before long, a fresh pot of pine needle tea and new delicacies were presented before her. What remained unchanged, however, was the presence of the added substances. With a sigh, she realized that if she did not consume at least a portion of these offerings, her exit from the palace would likely be fraught with complications. With that thought in mind, she picked up the smallest delicacy and took a tentative bite. As she successfully swallowed it, the palace maids collectively exhaled in relief, albeit subtly. She finished the morsel in a few bites, then feigned fatigue, leaning against a pillar as if to take a nap. Just as she closed her eyes, a loud crack echoed through the air. A maid accidentally knocked over a teacup, and the tea splashed directly onto Song Ji's gown. The maid, in a flurry of panic, dropped to her knees, exclaiming, "Forgive me, young lady. I thought to replace your cup with a warm one as the tea had cooled, but I mistakenly spilled it." Song Ji privately marveled at the maid's performance, so heartfelt and convincing. With a magnanimous wave of her hand, she indicated that she bore no ill will, then discreetly concealed the morsel she had been hiding in her mouth into her sleeve. Noticing the commotion, the queen approached with her entourage. After briefly assessing the situation, she reprimanded the maid responsible for the spill and ordered her to go to Kuan-Ning Palace to change into a clean garment. In her previous life, she served as the crown princess, and although she was thoroughly acquainted with the palace, at the very least, she was well versed in the route to Kuan-Ning Palace, as she had to pay her respects to the Empress Mother every day. However, the palace maids now led her through a labyrinthine path that was far from the way to Kuan-Ning Palace. She concealed her unease, maintaining a composed demeanor as she followed them forward. Soon, they arrived at a secluded palace. Song Ji recognized it as the residence of Mu Qinghan before he took command of the Eastern Palace. Now it stood desolate, uninhabited for years, lacking even the servants to maintain its cleanliness, thus exuding an air of tranquility. Standing at the entrance, she inquired, "Wasn't I supposed to go to Kuan-Ning Palace to change clothes? What purpose does this serve?" The leading maid remained composed and replied, "This is indeed where the young lady shall change." Amused, Song Ji responded, "What if I choose not to enter?" The maid offered no further explanation, merely retorting coldly, "Miss, this is the imperial palace." Though her words were unsaid, the threat lingered palpably in the air. Chapter 34. Better to be a husband. I am fully aware that this is the imperial palace. Song Ji maintained an impassive expression as she slowly flexed her wrists. Inching closer to them, a few palace maids sensed that something was amiss, their brows furrowing as they prepared to call for help. However, before they could make a move, Song Ji swiftly rendered them unconscious one by one. So what if it is the imperial palace? In the fleeting moment before the palace maids succumbed, the last image they beheld was Song Ji's sly, fox-like smile sparkling in her eyes. Although her rudimentary skills were insufficient to contend with those of formidable martial prowess, dealing with these ordinary women was a simple task. After incapacitating them, she raised her gaze towards the palace interior. If all went as expected, Mu Qinghan should be waiting for her inside. She must express her gratitude to the Empress for her meticulous planning, as fewer people knowing about this matter was advantageous. Consequently, no one had witnessed their passage, and there were no guards stationed here. Given this, she was determined to see today's grand banquet through, ensuring the Empress's efforts were not in vain. Resolute, she proceeded with her plan. Successfully infiltrating the palace, she discovered a mallet in the courtyard. Weighing it in her hand, she felt pleased, convinced that she could render Mu Qinghan unconscious without causing him lasting harm, as long as she controlled her strength. As she turned with excitement to seek Mu Qinghan, a tall figure clad in dark attire suddenly appeared before her. He stood straight as a pine, exuding an air of aloof nobility, his face devoid of expression save for a hint of warmth in his eyes. "Is this your retaliation?" Mu Nanqi inquired. "There is no merit in seeking momentary vindication." Song Ji's eyes sparkled. "Achi, when did you arrive?" He presumed she wielded the mallet merely to vent her frustrations upon Mu Qinghan, unaware of her true temperament. Mu Nanqi offered no reply, prompting her to continue. "You came to find me out of concern for my well-being, right? Worry not. I am well aware of what I am doing." With a disdainful glance at the mallet in her grasp, Mu Nanqi's expression deepened in skepticism. She quickly concealed the tool behind her back. "I do not intend to strike him. I merely wish to turn his own methods against him." It would have been better had she remained silent. After her explanation, Mu Nanqi's disdain only intensified. "Who taught you martial arts? It is utterly abysmal." With a look of feigned innocence, Song Ji gazed at him. "You did, Mu Nanqi." "Song Ji, I am not deceiving you. It was indeed you who taught me, although it was in my previous life. During that time, when she struggled within the inner palace, he risked everything to teach her self-defense techniques under the cover of night. Yet, she evidently lacked talent for martial arts, and despite having such an excellent mentor, she still fell short of his abilities. Back then, he would often look at her with exasperation, lamenting her lack of skill, only to awkwardly ruffle her hair as a consolation, assuring her that it was all right if she did not excel. Reflecting on her past life, Song Ji felt a surge of emotion. She slightly tilted her head, her clear eyes shimmering beautifully, reflecting his tall figure distinctly. Mu Nanqi hurriedly averted his gaze. "I cannot accept you as my clumsy disciple." Song Ji turned with a playful smile and remarked, "Indeed, I do not wish for you to be my master. What is so good about being a master? It is far better to be a husband." Mu Nanqi's face flushed slightly, feeling a tinge of shamelessness. Song Ji blinked innocently. "It was only you whom I considered shameless." Unable to counter her words, Mu Nanqi pressed his lips together and prepared to leave. Song Ji hurried after him, urging, "Do not rush off just yet. You've come all this way. Help me with a small favor." Stopping in his tracks, Mu Nanqi listened as Song Ji quickly laid out her plan. A half-hour later, the once tranquil palace was suddenly filled with commotion. The Empress, accompanied by a large entourage, approached with a grand procession. Upon noticing that the palace was not in disarray as she had anticipated, her brow furrowed slightly. However, considering it was her domain, she dismissed any concerns about a young woman like Song Ji, causing any trouble, and proceeded with her inquiry. Have you all heard clearly? This is the former sleeping quarters of Honor. What strange sounds might emerge from here? A palace maid respectfully knelt and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I am on duty here today, and I have heard everything distinctly. The Empress feigned confusion and suggested, How curious. Let us all enter and see for ourselves. The group filed in, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Initially, the vast palace was eerily silent. After a brief while, an odd sound suddenly emanated from a room ahead. The Empress's expression brightened, realizing that her scheme had likely succeeded, and without a second thought, she commanded her attendants to force the door open. With a resounding bang, the disarray within the room was laid bare before all. A collective gasp arose from the predominantly unmarried women present, who, upon witnessing the scene, shrieked and recoiled in horror. The Empress's countenance shifted dramatically, her body trembling with rage as she strode forward and slapped the man squarely across the face. You wretch, what are you doing? The man within was unmistakably Mu Qinghan, and the women accompanying him were the very palace maids who had brought Song Yale along. The slap was delivered without mercy, and the sharp sting jolted Mu Qinghan into awareness. He stared in bewilderment, his expression morphing into one of sheer panic. What happened? How could this be? Had he not been waiting for Song Ji here, as per his mother's plan? Yet, as time passed, and the heat became unbearable, he had lost consciousness. How dare you ask such a question? The Empress glared at her son, filled with frustration. She had meticulously paved a path for him. Yet he not only failed to seize the opportunity, but had also fallen into such a trap. At that moment, the palace maids regained their composure, and, upon seeing the Empress's furious gaze, were stricken with terror, scrambling off the bed to kneel and plead for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare us. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Useless wretches. The Empress kicked the leading maid, demanding, Where is Song Ji? Were you not tasked with bringing her to change clothes? How is she here? Her words were laced with insinuation. The Empress's expression darkened significantly. She realized that her objectives for the day could not be achieved. Yet she swiftly suppressed her emotions, attempting to shift all blame onto Song Ji. Just now, so many witnessed Mu Qinghan's disgraceful incident. If not handled properly, it may jeopardize his future. At this moment, it would be a case of failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice. The emperor is already deeply disappointed in Mu Qinghan due to the engagement being broken off for the utterly useless Song Yale. If this matter were to spread further, it would undoubtedly provide an opportunity for the other ambitious princes to exploit. Therefore, she must devise a way to shift the blame onto someone else, proving that Mu Qinghan's absurd behavior was a result of manipulation. Only in this manner can both Mu Qinghan and she extricate themselves unscathed. Chapter 35. Why treat me this way? The queen was engulfed in a deep sense of frustration, having underestimated Song Ji. She could not believe that Song Ji was unaware that her actions amounted to a complete severance of their relationship. Such audacity must come with consequences. If she was unwilling to be her daughter-in-law, then she might as well perish. The support that Honor could not obtain should never be bestowed upon another. With this resolution in her heart, the queen felt a strange calmness envelop her. The palace maids continued to kowtow frantically, and just as they were about to respond, a bright voice rang out from outside. Is the queen looking for me? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and a woman approached with a charming smile. Her demeanor composed, her attire unchanged. Accompanying her was Mu Nanchi, who exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The two walked side by side, their heights complementing each other perfectly. The queen's gaze darkened as she signaled to a nearby matron and straightened her back, stepping out to inquire gently, Did you not go to change your clothes? How is it that you are with the third prince? The matron quickly understood, discreetly closing the door as the queen stepped out. Song Ji feigned a look of grievance, stating, Your Majesty, you must stand up for your subject. Those maids who were to escort me to change my clothes abandoned me halfway, leaving me lost and directionless. Fortunately, the third prince appeared and guided me back to the imperial garden. However, upon returning, I found you all absent from the garden, and the palace attendants informed me that you had come this way, so I followed. Song Ji's words were delivered with such conviction, allowing the queen's scrutinizing gaze to linger upon her. Upon hearing this, a crack formed in the queen's otherwise flawless facade, fully aware that Song Ji was fabricating her tale, yet unable to confront her directly. She turned to Mu Nanqi beside her. Nanqi, is this the case? The queen had never regarded this neglected prince with any seriousness, knowing full well that Mu Nanqi posed the least threat to the throne. In fact, upon seeing Song Ji appear alongside him, she felt a flicker of relief, thankful it was not one of the more formidable princes. Mu Nanqi discerned the queen's thoughts with a single glance, his expression unchanged as he coolly replied, "Yes." Since Mu Nanqi's arrival, the gazes of the noble young ladies were involuntarily drawn to him. If there were to be a prince among them who possessed the most striking appearance, it would undoubtedly be Mu Nanqi. From a young age, his good looks had garnered the admiration of many, complemented by his exceptional talent and demeanor. He resembled a snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains, untouchable and radiant, despite his deliberate distance from others. Yet, he remained unfavored. The noble young ladies, all strategically cultivated to strengthen their family's status, would never choose a prince with no prospects. Thus, their looks towards Mu Nanqi were a mix of admiration and pity. As the expressions of the crowd varied, the door behind them swung open, and Mu Qinghan emerged, impeccably dressed. He was eager to prove his innocence, and without carefully assessing the situation at hand, he declared, "Mother, your son has been wronged. It was those maids who seduced me. I was merely waiting for Song." Smack! Before Mu Qinghan could finish his words, the empress struck him across the face once more. It was the first time she regretted giving birth to such a fool. She had meticulously paved the way for him. All he needed to do was to wait patiently for his ascension. However, this imbecile repeatedly ruined everything, losing the support of the Song family. And now he was on the verge of revealing secrets. Initially, the worst consequence of his absurd behavior as the crown prince would have been losing the emperor's favor. But if it were discovered that she, the esteemed empress, had plotted against the purity of a minister's daughter, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. The empress felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, and in contrast to the composed and dignified Mu Nanqi not far away, her heart was filled with frustration and anxiety. Nevertheless, this mess had to be dealt with. She suppressed her anger and declared, "Your reckless actions are evident to all. Do you still wish to argue? I hereby order the crown prince to be confined to the Eastern Palace for 3 months to copy scriptures and pray for the heavens, and I shall impose a 3-year salary penalty. As for those wretched maidservants, they shall all be executed by flogging." Rather than waiting for the emperor's wrath to descend upon them, she opted to act first, hoping to earn a reputation for fairness and virtue in his eyes. "Your Highness, please spare us. We are innocent." The maidservants cried out in despair, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing this decree, the few palace maids turned pale with fright. Even at this moment, they dared not speak the truth, fearing it would hasten their demise. Should the matter reach the emperor, he would prioritize the dignity of the royal family over their lives. The empress took a deep breath. How she lamented the loss of these once loyal subordinates. Weary, she waved her hand, and soon, palace attendants stepped forward to drag the maidservants away. Their pitiful cries for mercy echoed far and wide, gradually fading only once they exited the palace. Song Ji watched the unfolding drama with a mocking smile, having no intention of intervening to save the maidservants, who had been the empress's loyal lapdogs and had committed many unscrupulous acts on her behalf. They likely never anticipated being so easily sacrificed by their mistress. At last, Mu Qinghan recognized the scene before him. His face turned pale, and he moved his lips at a loss for words. In his moment of vulnerability, his gaze fell upon Mu Nanqi, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and he expressed his disdain. "What are you doing here?" Mu Nanqi pressed his lips together in silence, his tranquil eyes concealing any discernible emotion. Song Ji stepped forward to shield him, asserting, "The third prince brought me here." Mu Qinghan displayed a hurt expression, saying, "Jure, how could you be with him? I have always." "Qinghan." Mu Qinghan's words had yet to be fully articulated when he was once again interrupted. Song Yale stood at the rear of the crowd, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With each hesitant step forward, she fought to suppress her sorrow. She could not fathom how Mu Qinghan had transformed into this. If it were Song Ji, it would be understandable. After all, Song Ji was the legitimate daughter of the Song family, and she had usurped her engagement to become the crown princess. As for the two beautiful concubines in the Eastern Palace, that too could be excused, given they were bestowed by the Empress and thus could not be dismissed. Yet how could those lowly maidservants capture his attention? It is remarkable that she endured countless humiliations today, still hoping he would advocate for her. Little did she expect that he was ensconced with a beauty, indulging in debauchery in broad daylight, hardly able to recollect her. A profound bitterness enveloped Song Yale. Questioning how it could be, the Empress cast a discontented glance at Song Yale and declared, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. You may return to the Eastern Palace for now." Mu Qinghan, too, appeared flustered. His mind was in disarray, devoid of any intention to comfort Song Yale. As he hastily retreated, Song Yale, despondent, followed closely, while the accompanying maidens dared not utter a sound. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense, and the Empress forced a smile. Addressing the assembly, "I hope you will not speak of today's events." As she uttered these words, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Nanqi. The crowd promptly assured her that nothing had transpired today, yet only Song Ji expressed discontent with the Empress's attitude towards Mu Nanqi, smiling slyly as she remarked, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, there shall be no gossip. At most we shall merely commend His Highness's stamina." Chapter 36. Can you return in time? The Queen, already simmering with indignation, was pushed to the brink, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Ultimately, the flower-viewing banquet ended on an unhappy note. The Queen, having abandoned her earlier intentions to win over Song Ji, now sought to eliminate her with haste. Upon returning to the Song residence, Song Ji learned that the Emperor had indeed become aware of the matter. His Majesty's anger was immense, erupting in the imperial study, where he unleashed a torrent of fury upon Mu Qinghan and the Queen, who had been negligent in her duties regarding education, before finally relenting. Due to this blunder, the Queen found herself preoccupied with her own troubles, hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, the other princes, eager to make their mark, increasingly vied for the Emperor's favor. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface lay tumultuous undercurrents. Have you ever pondered that? Even if it were not you, there are many princes more suited than Mu Qinghan to ascend as crown prince. Why has the Emperor never entertained the idea of a change in succession? The capital remained vibrant, with willows lining the streets, shedding their cottony fluff. Basking in the splendor of spring, Song Ji sat on the second floor of a tea house, propping her head up in confusion, while her other hand gently swirled a cup of fine tea. The prevailing ethos of Tianqi had always been meritocracy. It was unprecedented for someone as talentless and unworthy as Mu Qinghan to retain his position in the Eastern Palace for so long. Across from her, Mu Nanqi, clad in black, possessed a gaze that was profound. He did not respond to her query, but calmly stated, "Song Qiong, the eldest son of the Song family, is an ally. Should the Queen attempt to deal with you and find herself at an impasse, she can seek his assistance." His voice resonated coolly, and his presence was as striking as a grove of lush bamboo, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Before encountering Mu Nanqi in black, Song Ji had never realized that anyone could wear this color with such elegance, as if it were tailor-made for him. Song Qiong? Is he not the sole heir of Tianqi's wealthiest merchant family? She inquired. Indeed, Mu Nanqi replied with a subtle huff. Song Ji felt a stir of emotions. No wonder Mu Nanqi could effortlessly nurture an army. He had the Song family support behind him. She recalled how, in her previous life, their attempts to court the Song family's favor for Mu Qinghan had been rebuffed, and when Mu Qinghan ultimately ascended, retribution against the Song family was inevitable. With the backing of the Song family, our path would be considerably smoother. Genuinely pleased for Mu Nanqi, Song Ji reflected that there were indeed many discerning individuals in the world. A joyful expression graced her face as she proclaimed, "Our Aki is truly the best." Her praise was sincere, devoid of any pretense. For a fleeting moment, Mu Nanqi's demeanor shifted. His ears tinged with a faint blush as he subtly turned his gaze to the window. I must leave the capital for a while. You should be cautious in your actions. Song Ji, irked, retorted, has the emperor assigned you those trivial matters again? Mu Nanqi pressed his lips together, rising to depart. I will take my leave now. Wait. Song Ji hastily stood and called after him, her expression filled with anticipation. Will you be able to return in time for my father's birthday on the 3rd of next month? Silence ensued, and Mu Nanqi remained unresponsive. Is it impossible? It matters not. There will surely be ample opportunities for us to meet in the future. My father's birthday has passed, and then there is my brother's, after my brother's. There is Xiao Tao's, and if all else fails, my own birthday awaits next year. She rambled on, seeking to fill the silence that had settled, though her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Wait for me, murmured Mu Nanqi in a low voice. Is that truly so? Song Ji smiled at that moment, her eyes sparkling, and the momentary sense of loss transformed into exuberance. All right, I understand, she said. With a beaming smile, she waved goodbye to him. And as he reached the door, she called out, Ah Chi, I will miss you. Mu Nanqi paused, and his strides grew larger. After he departed, Song Ji lingered for a moment before leaving the tea house. Away from Mu Nanqi, her demeanor became more serene. It was not difficult to surmise that the emperor had dispatched Mu Nanqi at this juncture simply to prevent him from reaping any benefits amidst the eager aspirations of the princes. This old emperor could tolerate other princes eyeing the throne, but could not abide even a glimmer of chance for Mu Nanqi. Reflecting on the messages Aunt Xian had relayed through the secret guards in recent days, Song Ji felt considerably more at ease. As she analyzed the current situation, she strolled back to the residence with Xiao Tao. No matter what they encountered now, Xiao Tao remained remarkably composed. She trusted that even if one day her mistress proclaimed that the world belonged to the Song family, she could maintain her calm without batting an eyelash. The surprises her mistress had brought her in recent times had become so frequent that she had grown accustomed to them. Although she did not understand why her mistress had suddenly transformed into a more assertive and less reserved individual since reaching maturity, she believed that this version of her mistress was the best. Xiao Tao gazed at Song Ji with admiration, idolizing her as a role model. Upon their return to the Song residence, they found it was a day of rest, and Song Yang was also at home. No sooner had Song Ji taken her seat than Song Yang arrived at Qingfeng courtyard accompanied by a line of maidservants. Each maidservant held a stack of portraits, and Song Yang, sitting comfortably in a chair, said, "My dear, come and see if any of these are to your liking. I have been contemplating that we must settle your marriage to find peace of mind." Song Ji was taken aback, placing her hand on her forehead. "Father, please do not concern yourself with this." Song Yang, looking disapproving, replied, "How can a father not worry? It is not the thief we fear, but rather the thief's intentions." As he spoke, he instructed the maidservants to unveil the portraits. "These are the gentlemen I have carefully selected for you. Some are charming, cultured youths, while others are wealthy and composed young men, all of exceptional quality." Song Ji wore a look of melancholy. "Father, Just as she was about to reason with him, her gaze suddenly fell upon a portrait held by a maidservant on her right. Particularly upon seeing the name beside the portrait, she found herself lost in thought. Noticing her fixation on the portrait, Song Yang clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Does Jir also find this one appealing? I find myself in agreement with you. Allow me to share my thoughts." Song Yang pulled Song Ji down to sit, eagerly stating, "This is the only son of the wealthiest merchant in Tianqi, Song Qiong. I have investigated him, and he possesses a temperament that is calm, dignified, humble, and courteous. Moreover, there are no concubines in his household, suggesting he is as devoted as your father." As he spoke, Song Yang could not help but stand tall, pride radiating from his face. Song Ji's expression was complex. Father, I may not be suitable for him." "Not suitable? What makes you think that? Besides, whether it is suitable or not can only be determined through acquaintance," Song Yang replied. "But, father, that settles it then. Coincidentally, tomorrow Lady Tsang will bring Song Qiong to visit us, and you shall meet." Song Yang waved his hand dismissively and, with great delight, instructed the maidservants to put away the portrait and leave. Song Ji was left in a daze, while Xiao Tao cast her a sympathetic glance, her expression one of helplessness. She hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Song Yang's sleeve. "Why is Lady Tsang coming to visit us?" She recalled that in her previous life, the only interaction her family had with the Tsang family was their attempt to solicit support for Mu Qinghan, which had ended in rejection. Song Yang looked up at the sky, contemplating for a moment before whispering in Song Ji's ear, "You will find out tomorrow." Song Ji's mouth twitched, speechless and choked with emotion. Chapter 37. Two faces. Madame Tsang and Song Qiong indeed arrived as promised the next day. Sun Shi also appeared before everyone, impeccably dressed. Song Yang quietly pulled Song Ji aside and said, "I understand that you harbor some resentment towards your mother, but she implored me for a long time last night. I truly could not bring myself to refuse her. Moreover, it is somewhat inappropriate for her, as the matriarch of the Song family, to not make an appearance." Song Ji found no fault with this. She had already drawn a line with Sun Shi in her heart, and reflecting on Sun Shi's partiality no longer stirred any feelings within her. Sun Shi cautiously observed her, wishing to engage her in conversation but hesitating to approach. Madame Tsang was a woman who appeared astute and capable. Slightly older than Sun Shi, she was well-preserved and clearly a great beauty in her youth. Her attire was made of exquisite fabric, and the gift she brought for her visit filled an entire cart, befitting her status as a wealthy matron. Song Qiong, on the other hand, was a typical affluent young man. He was fairly handsome, possessing a refined air, though he paled in comparison to Mu Nanqi. Yet, he was still a charming gentleman. Song Yang adeptly suggested that Song Ji showed Song Qiong around the estate. Fearing her refusal, his pleading gaze was almost palpable. Unable to decline, Song Ji resigned herself to the situation. The courtyard was lush with greenery, fresh leaves bursting with life, and several fruit trees bore tiny green fruits the size of a thumb. Seated in the pavilion, Song Ji gazed across at Song Qiong, who was shaking his legs and munching on sunflower seeds while playfully teasing Xiao Tao. Composed, dignified, humble, and courteous? Across from her, Song Qiong lifted his eyelids and shot her a rebellious glance. Indeed, he was precisely the one she spoke of. Song Ji admired the audacity of Song Qiong and stated bluntly, "I currently have no intention of marrying. Rest assured." Song Qiong tossed a grape into the air and caught it with his mouth, saying, "I know you are associated with Nanqi, but my mother threatened me that if I did not come today, she would no longer allow me to use the family S banknotes." Just listen to this malicious threat. I had no choice but to endure the humiliation and put on a FA day. Upon hearing Mu Nanqi's name, Song Ji couldn't help but smile slightly. Song Qiong, eager for gossip, inquired, "Honestly, what is your relationship with Nanqi? After following him for so many years, I have never seen a woman by his side." Song Ji deliberately kept him guessing, responding nonchalantly, "Do you wish to know?" Song Qiong nodded with utmost sincerity. Song Ji elongated her tone. "Secrets of heaven cannot be divulged." Song Qiong's face fell in disappointment. Yet to maintain his composure, he began shaking his legs even more vigorously, feigning indifference. "Even if you wanted to tell me, I wouldn't care. As far as I know, Nanqi, your relationship is at best merely one of collaboration." Song Ji smiled silently, pressing her lips together. Song Qiong huffed in pride, redirecting his attention to Xiao Tao. "Hey, little girl, your master is always being mysterious. Aren't you tired of following her? Why not come with me instead? I assure you'll enjoy a life of luxury." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Xiao Tao, declaring, "Fear not with me. You'll have a finest." With a sharp smack, before Song Qiong's hand could touch Xiao Tao, Song Ji swatted it away. "If you no longer desire your claws, dare to touch her." Song Ji's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, devoid of any semblance of jest. "Mississippi." Little Peach's heart stirred. "I shall not allow anyone to bully you," Song Ji declared earnestly. Song Qiong, somewhat disgruntled, withdrew his hand. "You too, hold on. I merely intended to make a jest. It was never meant to escalate." In truth, even without Song Ji's intervention, he would not have genuinely approached the young lady. He possessed enough discernment to refrain from such folly. Those acquainted with him understood that he merely enjoyed witty banter, having, in fact, never truly interacted with women before. Song Ji shot him a glare, admonishing him not to make such unfunny jokes casually. Song Qiong scratched his head, muttering softly, "Why the two faces?" He didn't seem so serious before. Just the other day, he had seen her smiling sweetly while playfully charming Mu Qinghan. "What are you saying?" Song Ji did not catch his words. "Nothing, nothing." "You carry on. Please disregard me," Song Chong insisted, waving his hands. Song Ji chose not to probe further, and the two lingered in the pavilion for a while until Song Chong, citing other matters, took his leave with Lady Song. At the entrance of the manor, Song Yang observed the departing carriage with a puzzled expression and inquired of Song Ji, "Did you two not see eye to eye?" "Huh?" Song Ji was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly donned a sorrowful expression. "Indeed, young Master Song does not favor me. He claimed his family is immensely wealthy, rivaling nations, and the least he would consider is marrying Princess Tianqi. My father has been relegated to a mere vice minister. We are utterly mismatched." Song Ji whimsically fabricated her tale, silently apologizing to Song Chong in her heart. Upon hearing this, Song Yang was incensed, his temper flaring as he exclaimed 3 times, "How outrageous! How could it be that his mother, so poised and gracious, raised such a rebellious child? This will not do. I must inquire with the Song family. My dear Zhe possesses both beauty and talent. How could she possibly be unworthy of their son?" As he spoke, he instructed the housekeeper to prepare the carriage. Growing increasingly agitated, "Had they not mentioned your betrothal first, I would not have orchestrated this farce today. Young Master Song's words suggest we are the ones pursuing him. It is utterly intolerable." Song Ji was taken aback, realizing her exaggeration had gone too far, and hurriedly intervened. "Father, please calm down. I was jesting. In fact, young Master Song, harbors unspoken difficulties and deliberately allowed me to say such things to sever any proposals." Song Yang paused, skepticism etched on his face. "Unspoken difficulties?" Song Ji deliberately glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot before whispering in his ear, "Young Master Song is a man of discreet inclinations. He does not favor women." "What?" Song Yang was astounded. Song Ji earnestly nodded. "He is drawn to men. Otherwise, how could one find a young master of his age with no woman by his side?" Of course, Mu Qinghan was an exception. This, Song Yang sigid heafili, a hint of regret in his tone. "He is misguided." Song Ji spoke with heartfelt seriousness. "Father, Lady Song is still unaware of this matter. You must not let it slip." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, within the carriage of the Song family, Song Qiong leaned conspiratorially towards Madame Song, her expression shrouded in mystery, and earnestly declared, "Miss Song, she harbors an unspeakable secret. She does not favor men." This revelation was still unknown to Madame Song, so do take care not to let it slip, dear mother. Subsequently, whenever the elders convened, they would invariably perceive a shared, unspoken sympathy reflected in each other's eyes. It was only after persistent inquiries from Song Ji that the truth emerged. Song Yang had become acquainted with Madame Song and Master Song while escorting Madame Sun to a banquet. The 4 of them quickly formed a bond, conversing about poetry and literature, as well as their unmarried children, which led to a mutual desire to facilitate a match between them. However, thoughts often pale in comparison to the harshness of reality. This notion was stillborn before it could truly take root. The intended union faded into oblivion, and Song Ji, with a light heart, prepared to return to Qing Feng courtyard. Yet, upon turning around, she spotted Madame Sun standing a short distance away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at her. Throughout the day, Song Ji's eyes had never once rested upon her, as if the latter were a mere specter, utterly invisible. Chapter 38. A Gamble Sun's heart raced with an unprecedented sense of anxiety as she finally mustered the courage to approach Song Ji, only to be met with Song Ji's indifference as she walked past her. In that moment, Sun felt a piercing pain within her heart, suddenly comprehending the anguish of being overlooked that Song Ji had endured for so many years. Song Yang placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, reminding her that this was a consequence of her own making, urging her not to pressure Song Ji. Sun turned away, burying her face in Song Yang's shoulder, weeping inconsolably. My daughter, my daughter." Song Ji had hoped that the lesson from this experience would deter Song Yang from pursuing marriage arrangements for her for a while. However, That very evening, Song Yang sent a maid to present the remaining portraits to Qingfeng Courtyard. Sure, take a look. This young man is a student from Qingshan Academy. The esteemed teacher there speaks highly of him, and he is likely to excel in the imperial examination next year. Dad, Song Ji replied with a tone of resignation, yearning to confess her affection for Mu Nanqi. Yet aware that the timing was not right, she had yet to win Mu Nanqi's heart, and his status as the third prince brought complications that weighed heavily on him. Song Yang, with a fatherly concern, expressed, "As a young lady, you must eventually be promised to someone. The crown prince is not a suitable match. I fear you may walk into danger." Song Ji grasped his hand, signaling him to remain calm. "Father, trust me, as I trust you." While the Song family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, turmoil reigned in the Eastern Palace. Since Mu Qinghan's confinement, he had been increasingly agitated within his quarters, and to exacerbate matters, Song Yale appeared before him with a perpetually sullen expression. Initially, he chose to ignore her, indulging in the company of his two favored concubines. Unexpectedly, Song Yale erupted in anger, confronting the concubines and accusing them of being seductive temptresses. The concubines, backed by the empress, could not tolerate such humiliation, especially knowing that Song Yale stood alone without any support. They retaliated, engaging in a frantic scuffle that disheveled their hair and tore their garments, nearly injuring the intervening Mu Qinghan. Ultimately, it was the maidservants and guards outside who, upon hearing the commotion, rushed in to separate the three. "Enough! This is unacceptable!" Mu Qinghan seethed, his chest heaving with rage, his expression dark enough to conjure raindrops. After gulping down a few sips of tea handed to him by a maid, he seized Song Yale's chin and chastised her. "Have I been too lenient with you lately, allowing you to overstep your bounds?" With her hair in disarray and her eyes glistening with tears, Song Yale did not lower her head in submission for the first time. "Why?" Mu Qinghan furrowed his brows. "What do you mean, why?" Song Yale, seemingly unhinged, declared, "Why do you treat me this way? I have sacrificed everything for you. Why do you still surround yourself with so many women?" Had she not aspired to marry him, she would still be the coveted eldest daughter of the Song family, pursued by countless suitors. She had wagered everything on him, only to face utter defeat. She had truly reached her limit, having endured the burden of all her grievances, which had accumulated over time like a taut string that suddenly snapped. In a fit of desperation, she yearned to unleash her pent-up emotions, disregarding everything else. At last, she saw this man for who he truly was. All his vows and promises were contingent upon her being a daughter of the Song family. The moment he learned she was not the legitimate daughter of the Song household, she became nothing more than a dispensable pawn in his eyes. He showed no regard for her feelings or her situation, finding beauty even in the lowly palace maids. Mu Qinghan coldly scoffed. "Wasn't I the one who granted you the title of crown princess? What more could you possibly desire?" Yet, she pondered, what use was such an empty title? Song Yale closed her eyes in agony as a tear slipped down her cheek. What value did the title of a crown princess, scorned and ridiculed, hold for her? What she truly sought was his respect, an equal partnership that would afford her the dignity and honor she deserved. This was the vision she had initially cherished. Otherwise, why would she have gone to such lengths to secure this marriage? "Had you not deceived me, you wouldn't even possess this hollow title," Mu Qinghan retorted vehemently, shaking her off. Had it not been for her interference, he would have smoothly wed Song Ji, and they would not have arrived at this juncture. Song Yale fell helplessly to the ground, propping herself up with a chill in her heart as she raised her head to ask, "Do you truly feel no affection for me at all?" Mu Qinghan's expression twisted in revulsion. Initially, he had indeed harbored feelings for Song Yale. After all, she was beautiful, and her talents were genuine. However, that superficial affection had been eroded by his repeated misfortunes. Even though he had spent the previous nights in her company, the initial tenderness had vanished. He often lamented how he had foolishly succumbed to her persuasion and broken off his engagement with Song Ji. "I am a crown prince, destined to become an emperor, surrounded by countless women. Your jealousy is utterly unbecoming. It seems you need to cultivate your character further," he remarked darkly, a smirk curling on his lips as he signaled to two beautiful concubines, who promptly approached him with obsequiousness. Song Yale's complexion turned pale, and before she could speak, Mu Qinghan coldly commanded, "If you cannot bear to see other women by my side, then keep your eyes wide open and observe until you can bear it." The scene on the couch was one of indulgence. Time passed, and eventually calmness returned. Song Yale sat slumped on the ground, her disheveled hair falling over her forehead, obscuring her expression. Mu Qinghan, content as he embraced the two concubines, warned, "You would do well to behave yourself. I shall spare you this time, but should you act so recklessly again, I will show no mercy. Now leave." The two concubines giggled, covering their mouths. "Your Highness, she is the crown princess. According to etiquette, we should pay our respects." Mu Qinghan dismissed them with a disdainful snort. "A mere orphan, if it weren't for my grace. She would not hold the title of crown princess. You two need not show her any respect in the future. Such words from your Highness will surely hurt her feelings." Two individuals deliberately provoked Song Yale, yet she displayed no reaction, as if the audacious act of barging in and slapping them had not been committed by her. Trembling, she rose to her feet and moved forward like a mere shell of a person. Her eyes were devoid of life, and not a single tear remained. What was there for her to grieve over? It was merely a display of pretentiousness. Mu Qinghan dismissed the situation with indifference. Even though Song Yale had walked a considerable distance, the sound of delicate laughter echoed from within. She halted, gazing skyward, suddenly feeling an intense chill. Despite it being late spring, with a sky as clear as a polished gem and the sun shining brilliantly, why did it still feel so cold? She tightened her clothing around her, shivering as she wrapped her arms around herself. "Your Highness," Yer timidly called from behind. "Are you all right?" She numbly turned to Yer, taking a moment to recognize her as the maid she had brought to the Eastern Palace. "Yer, are you cold?" she inquired. Yer shook her head. "I'm not cold. But if you are, I can fetch a hot water bottle for you immediately." "No need," Song Yale replied, continuing to walk forward. "Do you believe that this fate I have met is a result of my own doing?" Suddenly, Yer knelt down. "I would never dare to think that." Song Yale let out a self-deprecating laugh. "What do you fear from me? In this vast Eastern Palace, you're the only one who still regards me as your mistress." Yer persisted in shaking her head. "Your Highness, do not be disheartened. The Crown Prince is merely upset today. He still holds you in his heart." "Does he?" Song Yale shook her head, inhaling deeply. "I have lost everything, Yer. Would you dare to gamble with me?" Chapter 39. What happened to your eyes the following day? Song Ji received a covert message from the East Palace's informants. As she perused its contents, her gaze grew increasingly frigid. Xiao Tao inquired, "Miss, has something occurred?" Song Ji shook her head, indicating that no trouble had yet arisen, though it was imminent. With that, she resumed her ink grinding and penned a letter, which she entrusted to Xiao Tao, instructing her to deliver it personally to Song Qion. "Understood," Xiao Tao replied solemnly, taking the letter and departing. Song Ji couldn't help but sigh. Song Yale was indeed limited in her abilities. For the remainder of the day, she remained indoors, diligently transcribing the Diamond Sutra. With Song Yang's birthday fast approaching, she had yet to select an appropriate gift, but she could at least complete the auspicious sutra. As night fell, the sky enveloped in darkness, devoid of any moonlight. Song Ji and Xiao Tao sat at the bedside, wide awake. Xiao Tao, somewhat anxious, asked, "Miss, do you think the Crown Princess will truly send someone to harm us? Perhaps we shall soon find out. If you are afraid, you may hide to the side." "No, I am not afraid. I must protect you," Xiao Tao replied, her voice trembling. Despite her evident fear, she struggled to maintain her resolve. Even amidst her trepidation, there was a flicker of excitement within her. Song Ji raised an eyebrow, noting how different Xiao Tao had become under her care, unlike in her previous life. Had it been then, Xiao Tao would have likely been paralyzed with fear. "I do not require your protection. Remember to safeguard yourself above all else." She gently ruffled Xiao Tao's hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a noise broke the stillness of the courtyard. Song Ji quickly gestured for silence, pulling Xiao Tao down as they feigned sleep. Before long, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a wisp of mist that wafted in. Song Ji signaled Xiao Tao to hold her breath. Moments later, The door creaked open, and several shadowy figures slipped into the room. They approached Song Ji's bedside, raising their daggers with precise intent. Yet, in the instant the daggers descended, Song Ji's eyes flew open as she rolled aside, causing the blades to plunge deep into the bedding instead. The assailants, realizing their blunder, swiftly withdrew their daggers and lunged again at Song Ji, who evaded once more and sprang to the center of the room. As one of the attackers prepared to strike again, Xiao Tao, who had been feigning unconsciousness, abruptly rose and seized a nearby vase, hurling it towards the remaining assailants. "You all are not unconscious." The bandits, startled by her outburst, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "It matters not if you are awake. We intended to grant you a swift end. Since you remain conscious, you shall meet your demise fully aware." Xiao Tao stood protectively beside Song Ji, retorting, "Who is to say who will die? Miss, did you not mention that we have protectors watching over us? Were they?" Song Ji's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Logically, by this hour, the hidden guards left by Mu Nanqi should have intervened, yet in this tense moment, they remained conspicuously absent. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, those were individuals sent by Mu Nanqi to watch over her, and she could not be entirely certain they would act to protect her. Thus, she instructed Xiao Tao to deliver a message to Song Qiong for assistance. Judging by the time, Song Qiong should have arrived by now. Yet he had not shown up. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Stealing her emotions, Song Ji murmured, "Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself." "Xiao Tao, utilize the method I taught you last." Fortunately, having lived a second life, she had come to understand that it was wiser to take her fate into her own hands rather than entrust it to others. Therefore, even amidst changing circumstances, she still had a contingency plan. Without hesitation, Xiao Tao rushed to pull the rope affixed to the wall. In a flash, the sound of whoosh 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 echoed as numerous poison darts flew in from all directions toward the center of the room. Song Ji and Xiao Tao had already crouched down to hide, but the black-clad men were caught off guard, nearly all struck by the darts, with even the quickest among them sustaining injuries. Damnable wretches! The black-clad men, enraged and humiliated, lunged toward Song Ji with fiery eyes. She pushed Xiao Tao behind her and unleashed her meager martial skills to confront them. Fortunately, the poison in their systems acted swiftly. Within mere moments, they fell to the ground, lifeless. Song Ji grimaced as she shook her hands, and just as she dealt the final blow to the last black-clad man, she felt a jolt of pain travel through her fist, nearly causing her to collapse. Xiao Tao, filled with concern, vented her frustration by kicking the lifeless bodies. Just as the two were beginning to relax, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard, the sound of countless footsteps echoing in the night. Xiao Tao's face turned pale. "Miss, did you prepare any other traps?" Song Ji, frustrated and momentarily forgetting her discomfort, replied, "You are more familiar with this place than I am. Do you think there are others?" Xiao Tao's face fell Mississippi. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. A tall figure appeared at the entrance, and Song Ji immediately assumed a defensive stance. "Miss Song, are you unharmed?" The newcomer rushed in, glancing around anxiously, and upon seeing the unscathed Song Ji, he let out a long sigh of relief. "You are safe. That is wonderful." As Song Ji recognized the visitor's face, she relaxed, albeit with a hint of displeasure. "Young Master Song, why did you arrive so late?" The visitor was none other than Song Qiong, flanked by a throng of shadowy guards. He covered his eyes with one hand and awkwardly made his way to the table, incredulously gazing at the bodies of the black-clad men. "Did you two handle all of this?" "Who else could it be?" Song Ji rolled her eyes. "What happened to your eyes?" Song Qiong cleared his throat twice, deciding it best not to dwell on that matter. "But you, thankfully, are unscathed. Otherwise, I would not know how to explain this to Nanqi." He sighed, continuing, "In truth, I arrived early with my men, but upon reaching the estate's entrance, I discovered the shadow guards Nanqi had previously assigned to you were already entangled in a battle with a group of black-clad men. So, I joined the fray. As more and more individuals clad in black emerged, it became evident that their martial prowess was astonishingly formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary assassins. Had I not arrived with my companions, it is likely that the Dark Guards would have found themselves outnumbered. After a strenuous battle to subdue those adversaries, we discovered that several assassins had already infiltrated our ranks, which left me thoroughly alarmed. Your former cousin possesses quite the cunning, having managed to procure assassins of such caliber to target you. Song expressed his astonishment, pouring himself a cup of tea with a somewhat clumsy hand to calm his nerves. You mentioned the arrival of numerous skilled assassins, and yet Song Ji sensed something amiss. Even though Song Yale is now the crown princess, she would undoubtedly lack the means to orchestrate such an endeavor. At most, she could have enlisted the few black-clad figures that ventured into her chamber. Indeed, had it been ordinary guards, you would have likely met an untimely demise. Consider yourself fortunate to have acquainted yourself with me and Nanqi. Song Ji's gaze dimmed, questioning whether any foes remained alive. None survived. As they neared capture, they resorted to poison, taking their own lives without a moment's hesitation. You cannot fathom how those individuals swallowed poison without so much as a blink. Chapter 40. Facing adversity, Song Chong suddenly realized something was amiss and ceased his discourse. If the assassin had been an ordinary hired killer, why would they fear exposure to the extent of resorting to poison? The dark-clad figures outside were not sent by Song Yale. They were dispatched by the Empress. Song Ji solemnly concluded that if the Empress could implant spies within the Eastern Palace, her capacity as Empress would be even greater, perhaps even more informed than Song Ji herself. Yet, the Empress remained discreet, cleverly allowing Song Yale to seek an assassin against her, while simultaneously sending her own agents. Should Song Yale's assassins fail, the Empress's people would strike, framing Song Yale in the process. Conversely, if Song Yale succeeded, her agents would escalate the situation. Thus, the Empress could eliminate her grievances while ensuring Mu Qinghan would divorce Song Yale, seeking a consort from a family of formidable standing to assist him. The Empress was truly cunning. Regardless of how events unfolded, she could remain in the shadows, reaping the benefits. However, she likely did not anticipate that Song Ji could survive 2 waves of assassins. This old woman has an extensive reach, Song Chong muttered, pouring himself another cup of tea after finishing the first. Observing Song Chong, Xiao Tao suddenly burst into laughter. Song Ji also wore an expression of barely contained mirth. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of levity. Was this the reason you kept covering your eyes? Song Chong's left eye was adorned with a large bruise, rendering him quite comical. Huh? Before Song Chong could fully comprehend, he downed a second cup of tea in quick succession. With one hand clutching the cup and the other grasping the teapot, he was about to refill his cup when he suddenly realized he had removed the hand that had been covering his eyes. Startled, he jumped up, exclaiming, "What the?" He hastily covered his eyes again. Do not look at me with those expressions. A man is a man. It's merely a minor injury. At that moment, he had been observing the fierce conflict outside the residence, and, feeling an itch of excitement, decided to join in, only to discover his skills were lacking and he was struck squarely in the eye. Fortunately, he had his hidden guards to protect him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been more severe. He had initially intended to keep his embarrassment concealed, but in his excitement, he had forgotten. Song Ji nodded in agreement. Indeed, a man should not be troubled by a mere scratch. However, consider how you shall explain this injury to Lady Tsong tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Lady Tsong's name, Song Chong's expression darkened. Resignedly, he dropped his hand, declaring, "I do not care. After all, this injury was incurred because of you, and you must take responsibility." After a moment of contemplation, Song Ji proposed, "Perhaps you could say you accidentally bumped into something while extinguishing the candlelight in the middle of the night." Song Chong looked at her as if she were foolish. "Do you take my astute mother for a child? Even my father cannot outwit her. Do you expect such a clumsy excuse to deceive her?" Realizing the flaw in her suggestion, Song Ji continued, "Then you could say a mosquito landed on your eye while you were asleep, and in attempting to swat it, you struck too hard." Song Chong grew increasingly skeptical. "Never mind, I shall devise my own explanation." Song Ji laughed without the slightest hesitation. "Then think for yourself." Song Chong was left speechless. "You woman. All right, I'm done joking. Remember to dispose of these bodies later. They have much to attend to in the latter half of the night. If Sun sees this room filled with blood, she would surely be terrified." since she had sent away all the servants from Qingfeng courtyard during the day. Even with such commotion, no one in the Song residence had noticed anything amiss. Song Chong sighed. Here I am, the esteemed young master of the Song family, reduced to being your errand boy. Nevertheless, he promptly stood up to instruct the hidden guards to clean up. In no time, the room returned to its original state. The guards not only removed the bodies, but also meticulously restored order, sparing her the need to lift a finger. Once their task was completed, the guards vanished into the night like phantoms, as if they had never been there. Song Chong took his leave, leaving only Song Ji and Xiao Tao in the room. Miss, would you like to bathe? I can have someone heat some water. Yes, let us both wash up. Song Ji yawned, feeling weary after such an eventful night. Meanwhile, the palaces of Song Yale and Kuan-Ning were still brightly lit. The queen slammed the book she held onto the desk, her face stern. You dispatched so many people, yet not a single one has returned. A guard knelt respectfully. Your Majesty, the Song residence is indeed peculiar. The brothers we sent out have vanished without a trace. It seems dire. Incompetent fools. The queen raised her hand and forcefully threw the book. I sent so many. Yet you can't even handle one woman from the inner court. What use are you? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The guard, terrified, hurriedly bowed in submission. The queen took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Surely, with so many sent, they cannot simply disappear. Yes, regarding the Song residence. This Song Ji is far more formidable than I anticipated. Until I have absolute certainty, I cannot strike easily. Understood. The guard respectfully withdrew, illuminated by candlelight. The queen's gaze was filled with a fierce determination. Since Mu Qinghan's incident, she had been juggling her dealings with the emperor, stabilizing the morale of her supporters, and engaging in a battle of wits with several princes, leaving her exhausted. She had paid a hefty price, promising numerous benefits to regain control over the situation. Reflecting on the mastermind, Song Ji, she could hardly wait to take revenge. Little did she expect that her first strike would yield such significant losses. What trump card does she possess that even my trained blood guards cannot contend with? The queen's expression grew grave. Fortunately, these blood guards were loyal to the death, so she likely hadn't been exposed yet. Ideally, such an enigmatic woman would have been her daughter-in-law, and she would have become a valuable ally to Qinghan. Instead, her foolish son not only broke off the engagement, but married the utterly useless Song Yale, who could only employ mediocre assassins. The mere thought of this left the queen feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. At this moment, the beleaguered Song Yale felt an overwhelming sense of unease. She had been anxiously awaiting good news from the assassins, yet as she leaned against the doorframe, dawn approached without any word. With each passing moment of sunlight, her heart grew heavier. When daylight finally broke, Yura rushed in, drenched in sweat, and exclaimed in a panic, Your Highness, something terrible has happened. We cannot contact those assassins. A jolt of anxiety shot through Song Yale, her fingers gripping the doorframe tightly. What did it mean that they were unreachable? Yeah, Punting he avili, cautiously replied. The capital is eerily calm. It seems they have failed. Song Yale clenched her teeth in frustration. How could that wretched woman be so resilient? Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over her. What about us? Have we been exposed? Yeah, shukia hitli shuingli. Do not worry, Your Highness. When I sought the assassins, I merely mentioned the intent to take the life of a young lady from the Song family, without revealing our identities. Even if they have failed, no one will know it was us. Chapter 41. The Purchase of a Gift That Is Well. Song Yale took a deep breath. If one attempt fails, there will be another. She could not believe that she would be unable to eliminate Song Ji. Once Song Ji is dead, she will be the sole daughter of the Song family, and she could effortlessly reclaim her former status. With her identity as the only daughter of the Song family restored, she would secure her position as the crown princess. The empress would no longer regard her with disdain, and Qinghan would once again cherish and favor her. She would no longer have to endure the scorn of others or live in a manner that allowed even the servants of the Eastern Palace to look down upon her. The more Song Yale contemplated this, the more convinced she became of her desire to kill Song Ji. Yet, observing the seemingly deranged Song Yale, felt a twinge of fear and instinctively shrank back. In just a few days, it would be Song Yang's birthday. Suddenly a thought struck Song Yale, and a sinister smile crept across her face. After all, he had been her surrogate father for over a decade. It was only fitting that she prepare a grand gift for him. Crown Princess, you must think twice. Given the current circumstances, it is unwise to further offend the master. Yaya kautionet. Slap. Before could finish her sentence, Song Yale struck her hard across the face. What master? Do not forget who your current mistress is. Knelt, tears welling in her eyes. This servant knows her mistake. Satisfied, Song Yale nodded and then helped her up, offering words of comfort. I struck you merely to awaken your senses. Our fates are intertwined. I will not harm you. Yes, I understand your good intentions. I shall certainly heed your teachings from now on, replied, lowering her head. Now go, and keep a close watch on His Highness's movements. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Song Yale reflected throughout the night and came to a realization. Her only steadfast ally was Mu Qinghan. If she were to exhaust their former bond and provoke Mu Qinghan's disdain, her fate would be even more dire. With this thought, she turned her gaze to the remaining pouch of powder in her makeup box, her resolve strengthening. Due to a late night, Song Ji and Xiao Tao slept until nearly noon the following day. The servants who had been reassigned gradually returned to Qingfeng Courtyard, resuming their tasks in an orderly manner. Aside from them, no one in the Song residence was aware of the events of the previous night, nor had it disturbed Sun Shi or Song Yang. After washing up, Xiao Tao began to reminisce about the excitement of the previous night. With sparkling eyes, she propped her head up and exclaimed, "Miss, wasn't I very brave last night?" Song Ji nodded. "Indeed. Wasn't my pose when I threw the vase impressive?" "Impressive. I knew it." Xiao Tao beamed with a foolish grin. Song Ji rolled her eyes in disdain, wondering if the girl had lost her wits. After finishing their meal, they set out to select a gift for Song Yang. In past years, Song Yale had always stolen the spotlight. She would either perform an intricately rehearsed dance that captivated the capital or play a nearly forgotten ancient tune that left the audience in awe, though presented as gifts. These acts were merely displays of her own talent. Song Ji presented a medicinal pillow filled with ginseng and other beneficial herbs for Song Yang's health. This year, she still intended to visit the apothecary in search of rare and precious herbs. As the weather gradually warmed, the pace of the people quickened. After visiting 3 or 4 shops without finding suitable items, Xiao Tao fanned herself with her hand, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Miss, there are no more apothecaries on this street. Let's south check the street across." Seeing that time was still ample, Song Ji led Xiao Tao across to the opposite street. This street was bustling with even more foot traffic, as the shops lining it predominantly sold cosmetics and jewelry, attracting a considerable number of women. After a short walk, a grand sign came into view, emblazoned with the golden characters, Song's Medical Hall. The apothecary boasted 2 stories. Consultations took place on the upper floor, while the ground floor was dedicated to dispensing medicines. The establishment exuded an air of opulence, with exquisite decor and neatly arranged displays, and the attendants appeared astute and diligent. Exchanging glances with Xiao Tao, they couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur, truly befitting the wealthiest merchant of Tianqi. Such a venture could easily serve as a lavish restaurant, if not for its intended purpose as a pharmacy. As they prepared to enter, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from behind. Turning around, Song Ji beheld a rather ostentatious carriage approaching, which came to a halt gracefully at the entrance of the apothecary. The driver dismounted first, followed by the affluent Song Qiong, who emerged from the vehicle. To be fair, Song Qiong was indeed handsome, and with his affluent background, he did not exhibit the typical shortcomings of a wealthy scion, attracting many admirers. His mere appearance caused a stir among the onlookers. Noticing that his left eye was meticulously bandaged, it was clear he wished to avoid lingering outside. He quickly made his way into the medical hall, but just seconds later, he rushed back out and stopped before Song Ji. "Miss Song, what brings you here?" Song Ji replied, "In a couple of days, it's my father's birthday, so I came to see if your family has any fine items for purchase." Master Song's birthday." Song Qiong mused, looking up thoughtfully. "Let us discuss this inside." Following him into the medical hall, they ascended directly to the second floor. This level was subdivided into numerous small consultation rooms, each occupied by a highly respected physician. They passed these chambers and made their way to the innermost elegant room, where they settled down. Song Qiong then instructed a servant, "A few days ago, my mother received a century-old Ganoderma. Please fetch it for Miss Song." The servant hesitated. "Young master, that Ganoderma was intended for the palace." Song Qiong scoffed. "What does the palace need with such a fine Ganoderma? Hurry and bring it here." The servant appeared troubled. Song Qiong's displeasure was palpable. As the eldest son of the Song family, is it too much to ask for this trivial matter to be resolved? "And no, that's not what I meant," the servant hastily denied. "Enough, do not trouble him. I do not insist on having this Ganoderma. I can find alternatives." Song Ji hastily intervened, gesturing for the servant to leave. The servant, filled with gratitude, bowed and withdrew. Song Qiong, undeterred, retorted, "What is there to fear? Even if I give it to you, so what?" Song Ji replied, "It is no easy feat to become the wealthiest merchant in Tianqi. Such a substantial piece of the pie, if one does not express loyalty to the emperor and seek his protection, it would likely have ceased to exist long ago." This was also one of the reasons why, in her previous life, the Song family could boldly refuse to assist Mu Qinghan. Thus, Song Ji was particularly astonished that Nanqi could manage the Song family. Although Song Qiong appeared carefree, it did not imply he was foolish. He understood the reasoning behind Song Ji's words. "Once Nanqi ascends the throne, I shall certainly persuade him to open the treasury and generously bestow upon me several treasures." Chapter 42. The birthday banquet. Song Ji's expression shifted, and she spoke cautiously. "Song Qiong, please be mindful. There are always ears lurking around." Song Qiong waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, "Fear not, these are all allies." Song Ji countered, "The emperor is already wary of Mu Nanqi. Should he catch wind of such discussions, the consequences would be dire. How do you plan to explain the injury to your eye to Lady Song?" Changing the subject, Song Ji inquired. "Oh, that? I shall merely say that a mosquito landed on my eye while I was asleep. I intended to swat it, but alas, my hand was a tad too forceful." "Did Lady Song believe you?" "She did not question it. After all, she specifically asked me to come here for a dressing change." Song Ji chuckled helplessly. "Very well. Let it be. You tend to your dressing, and I shall wander elsewhere." Song Qiong remarked, "If you seek high-quality medicinal herbs, I can assure you, there are none to be found here, nor anywhere else." "It does not necessarily have to be medicinal herbs," she replied. "This is an expression of filial piety. If it is confined to such specifics, it would merely appear as if one is fulfilling an obligation." Song Qiong shrugged, donning a nonchalant expression. After spending an entire day meandering through the city, Song Ji returned home feeling somewhat dejected, having failed to find a satisfactory gift. During dinner, Song Yang, with a hint of mystery, queried, "Jure, is it true that young Master Song is of the same persuasion?" Song Ji paused, her chopsticks halting mid-air, and elongated her tone. "Of course, why would you ask?" Song Yang continued, "I encountered Lord and Lady Song earlier today. They mentioned that their foolish son has likely found a lady of interest, and that they seem to be getting along quite well." "Really?" Song Ji exclaimed. "Lady Song even mentioned that she detected a feminine fragrance on her son this morning. Undoubtedly from a young lady's boudoir." "Huh?" Song Ji gasped. However, Lady Song expressed concern as well, for her son bears an injury on his face. She fears he may have intruded upon the young lady's chamber and been met with hostility. What is this business? Your father is discussing serious matters." Song Yang scolded her with a glare. Coughing, Song Ji awkwardly swallowed her food and mused, "Is it possible that the young lady's boudoir is hers?" "Father, how could I deceive you? He truly is of that persuasion." "What of Lady Song's claims?" "Surely, that is but a ruse devised by Song Qiong, likely to prevent Lady Song from suspecting anything untoward. Yet," she continued thoughtfully, "even if he were to prefer women, his intrusion into a boudoir would reflect poorly on his character, rendering him unworthy of marriage." Song Ji's reasoning was sound, and she silently apologized to Song Qiong once more. Song Yang, momentarily taken aback by her logic, weakly interjected, "But we cannot be certain he was beaten for intruding. That is merely speculation." Feigning ignorance, Song Ji continued to eat heartily. With neither the Empress nor Mu Qinghan to disrupt her peace, and with no disturbances from Song Yale, Song Ji relished a rare, few days of tranquility. During this time, she finally discovered a fitting gift, an exquisitely crafted brush, which would be highly practical for Song Yale, a scholar by profession. 2 days passed, and they received a letter from Song Qinghan, sent from the border, along with a birthday gift for Song Yale. It was an outer garment crafted from wolf skin. The letter described the unique desert wolf found at the border, with its gray and white fur. Known for its cunning intelligence and fierce nature, making it a rare catch. He had only managed to subdue it due to sheer luck, encountering a severely injured one. The texture of the garment was exquisite, evoking an image of the majestic wolf in its prime. Holding the shawl, Song Yale chuckled, playfully scolding, "You little rascal. Do you still remember you have a father?" As she laughed, her fingers brushed against the fur, and her eyes grew moist at the thought of the danger involved in such a hunt. Song Ji reassured her, "Do not worry." Brother mentioned it was a severely injured wolf, and he wouldn't engage without certainty. But it is still a wolf. What if something goes awry? Song Yang's gaze turned contemplative, and after a long pause, she declared, "The children of the Song family should perish on the battlefield if they must." "Goodness, father, that is quite inappropriate. Why utter such ominous words? This is brother's heartfelt gesture. You should be pleased," Song Ji said, feigning indignation as she tugged at Song Yang's arm. "Very well," Song Yang replied, composing herself with a nod of satisfaction as she cradled the garment like a treasure. Meanwhile, Song Ji settled down to read the letter that Song Qinghan had penned solely for her. It began with a description of the breathtaking scenery at the border, followed by 2 pages filled with trivial pleasantries. To an untrained eye, the letter would seem entirely ordinary. Yet Song Ji discerned a coded message. Meng Qi will return to the capital next month to report the net can be drawn. She smiled, delighted. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. This time, she was eager to see how far the emperor could safeguard Prince Mu Qinghan's position. With Meng Qi's return imminent, she realized it was prudent to prepare in advance. Before that, there was still time to arrange for her father's birthday celebration. Given that Song Yale had recently been demoted and the imperial family's stance towards the Song family remained ambiguous, Song Ji speculated that attendance at this year's birthday banquet would be sparse to ensure their safety. In previous years, they had prepared dozens of tables, but this time she had only arranged for 5. She thought that, given the Song family's prior hospitality, some guests would surely attend, especially those who had benefited from their kindness. They could not possibly shun them completely. However, reality proved her youthful naivety. When people weigh their interests, sentiments often hold little sway. Even with 5 tables, 3 remained completely empty. The 2 tables that were filled consisted solely of Song Yang's students. While none of the once friendly officials had shown up, Song Yang's smile faltered, but fearing it would affect Song Ji and Lady Sun, she maintained a facade of indifference, saying, "In previous years, the crowd was rather troublesome. This year is just right, even if it means wasting some dishes. We might as well pack them up and donate them to the beggars in the city." Lady Sun, visibly displeased, muttered under her breath, "They are all fair-weather friends, quick to curry favor when the master was a chancellor, yet now, at the slightest hint of trouble, they changed their tune." During this period, Song Yale had consistently sensed the disparity in treatment within the court. However, he believed that a true gentleman is capable of both humility and resilience, and thus remained unconcerned. Yet at this moment, as he gazed upon his assembled disciples, he felt a pang of sympathy for them. The students promptly cupped their hands in respect and replied, "Teacher, your words are too kind. Without you, we would not be who we are today. Regardless of the circumstances, we are always willing to stand by you, our esteemed teacher." A flicker of comfort washed over Song Yale as he sat quietly on his stool, mentally noting those who had failed to attend. Noticing the atmosphere had soured, Song Ji quickly interjected, "It is entirely my fault for being preoccupied with sending out invitations. I did not inquire in advance about who would be able to attend, and thus I prepared an excessive amount of refreshments. My oversight has led us to this situation, but perhaps it is for the best. Those who are here are all our own kin. Let us close the doors and treat this gathering as a family feast." With that, she rose and began to skillfully manage the proceedings. Under her light-hearted banter, the mood gradually began to lighten. Just as everyone was laughing and preparing to eat, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed from the entrance. Ah, who would have thought that the once illustrious Prime Minister would host such a desolate birthday banquet today? Chapter 43. I fear not the filth. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and there stood Song Yale, elegantly clad in a rose-red brocade, supported by Ur, adorned with intricate gold hairpins and vibrant makeup. Her attire embroidered with golden threads revealed the meticulous preparation she had undergone. Her entrance momentarily froze the atmosphere in the room, yet she appeared oblivious, sauntering leisurely towards the table. "Y'all, you have arrived. Please take a seat," called Sun, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing Song Yale. Disregarding the words she uttered and hastily gesturing for Song Yang to make way so that Yale could sit beside her. At that moment, Song Yang, inexplicably pulled aside, was left bewildered. With a cold smirk, Song Yale raised her chin and leisurely remarked, as the rightful and formally recognized consort of the royal family, "It is rather disconcerting that after my lengthy presence, no one has offered me a bow. Is it that I am beneath your notice, or perhaps the royal family itself?" With such an accusation, the guests hurriedly began to pay their respects. A smirk of triumph played on Song Yale's lips as she provocatively glanced at the still-standing Song Ji and the others, her meaning unmistakable. Furrowing her brow, Song Ji retorted, "I can let it go, but must even our father, your elder, not pay his respects? Indeed, he is an elder, yet as a consort, I embody the dignity of the royal family. Even the maternal relatives of the empress must honor her. How could I dare break such a precedent?" Song Yale feigned difficulty, her eyes brimming with malice. "You, Sia." Song Ji attempted to respond, but was halted by Song Yang. "The consort is correct. We must pay our respects," Song Yang hastily acknowledged, bowing briefly. Afterward, Sun cheerfully beckoned, "Yale, come and sit." Song Yale, reveling in her success, disregarded the sour expressions of Song Yang and Song Ji, and sat down contentedly. Once seated, she gestured for Ur, saying, "Do not forget to present the gift I specially prepared for my uncle." Ur shyly retrieved a small box from her sleeve and placed it on the table with a hint of nervousness. Song Yang scoffed, instructing a nearby servant to take care of it, while Song Yale insisted, "Why does my uncle not take a look at what lies within the box?" Seeing her expression, Song Ji sensed mischief afoot and remarked, "The dishes are getting cold. We can examine the gift later." Unyielding, Song Yale replied, "It matters not if it takes a moment longer. Let us open it now." Song Yang exchanged a reassuring glance with Song Ji before he picked up the box and opened it. As he beheld the contents, silence enveloped the room, so profound that even the sound of a falling pin would have been distinct. Song Yang's face turned ashen, his hand froze in midair, while Sun gaped in disbelief. Within the box lay a perfectly crafted jade coffin. With a resounding bang, Song Yang slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming furiously, "What is the meaning of this?" Song Yale laughed heartily. "This is a special creation for my uncle. With you being demoted, this coffin symbolizes promotion and prosperity, most fitting for the current state of the Song residence." "Be silent." Song Yang raised his hand, poised to strike her. Yet Song Yale stood unafraid, even leaning forward, challenging, "Strike me? Do you still believe I am the same Song family eldest daughter who could be freely bullied and scolded?" As memories of Song Yang's slap resurfaced, resentment flickered across Song Yale's face. Just as Song Yang's hand was about to descend once more, Song Ji seized the box from him, closing it forcefully and placing it before Song Yang. "Father, there is no need to dirty your hands." "Jier, step aside." Smack. As Song Yang prepared to reason with her, he witnessed Song Ji deliver a precise and forceful slap across Song Yale's face. The force of the blow sent Song Yale reeling, leaving a distinct five-finger mark on her cheek. Song Yang, with a smile that belied her intentions, Song Ji remarked, "I am different. I'm unafraid of getting my hands dirty." "Ah!" Song Yale screamed in disbelief. "You truly dare to hit me? I'm the crown princess. How could you? How dare you?" Song Ji maintained her smile, yet her voice was chillingly cold. "If I were you, I would refrain from being so mindlessly arrogant on enemy territory." "You? What do you mean? When have I struck you?" "You." Song Yale was infuriated, Yet before she could finish her retort, Song Ji delivered another slap, marking the other side of her face. With a demeanor that seemed harmless, Song Ji declared, "There are many people from the Song residence present. Do not falsely tarnish anyone's reputation. I have not laid a finger on you. How could I possibly strike you? You." Song Yale had never envisioned such a shameless side of Song Ji. Turning to the others seated around, she found them hastily lowering their heads, drinking or picking at dishes, as if they had not witnessed the earlier spectacle. Vile creature! In a fit of rage and humiliation, Song Yale reached out to scratch Song Ji's face, only to find herself easily restrained by Song Ji. "Jia, release her. How can you treat your sister this way? Apologize to your sister at once." At that moment, the matriarch, Sun, finally regained her composure and shouted towards Song Ji. "Apologize?" Song Ji did not even glance at Sun. "Do you truly believe that Song Yale's choice of such a gift is justifiable?" Sun wrung the handkerchief in her grasp, her voice faltering as she replied. "What Yale did was indeed incorrect, but she simply acted without thinking. She meant no harm. Did she not say that the coffin symbolizes promotion and wealth?" As Sun's voice dwindled to a whisper, it was evident that even she could not convince herself of her own defense. Hearing her words, Song Ji thrust the coffin into Sun's hands. "Promotion and wealth? Is it? Then such fortune should belong to you." Sun recoiled in fear, causing the box to clatter to the ground. With a mocking expression, Song Ji observed as Sun hastily defended herself. I merely failed to catch it." Yet her actions revealed no intent to retrieve it. "No matter what, you cannot strike someone in public. Your sister is now the esteemed crown princess, and your mother insists you apologize for your own good." At this, Song Yale quickly chimed in. "Precisely, your actions are a blatant disrespect to the royal family. And you all." Song Yale pointed at her fellow students, declaring, "I have taken note of your identities. You conspired with the Song family to humiliate me. Upon my return, I shall certainly report this to the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, seeking retribution for your entire lineage." However, her threat failed to intimidate anyone present. Song Ji cast a cold glance at the Sun family and shrugged off Song Yale's grasp, retorting, "You may certainly attempt it." Song Yale stumbled a few steps, awkwardly regaining her balance. Yet deep down, she was acutely aware that the Emperor and Mu Qinghan were too preoccupied with currying favor with the Song family to advocate on her behalf. Her display of power was merely a fade, concealed from them. Had they known she was confronting them, they would not only refuse her support, but might even blame her for the ensuing troubles. Nevertheless, she refused to concede defeat and coldly replied, "What of it? Look at this pathetic birthday banquet. Surely, even the stewardess celebration must boast more than these two tables. The crucial point is that they remain unfilled. Are you still oblivious to your own standing?" Yale. Despite her bias towards Song Yale, Sun could no longer tolerate the disparagement of the Song residents. "Do not speak recklessly." Yet, Song Yale disregarded her admonition, continuing, "What, is the Song residence no longer permitted to voice its opinions?" Beside her, Song Yang's expression darkened. "We are well aware of our position. It is you who lacks clarity." Song Yale scoffed. "Uncle, there is no need to be agitated. I merely observe that. Across the entire capital, I have seen no other noble's birthday banquet so desolate. Though it may tarnish your reputation, it remains the truth." With exaggerated laughter, she covered her mouth, unabashedly reveling in their misfortune, the swelling of her cheeks seemingly forgotten. "You are fit to scuttle about this residence like unwanted vermin. I shall take my leave. Song Ji, I shall remember these two slaps well. In due time, I will return the favor tenfold." Recognizing the futility of lingering, Song Yale rose, taking Yura with her as she prepared to depart. "A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. I shall ensure that Song Ji pays dearly." Sun moved her lips, as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Just as Song Ji was about to deliver another two slaps, two opulent carriages arrived in a whirlwind outside. The carriages halted at the entrance, and a man, handsome as jade, assisted a well-preserved noblewoman down from the vehicle. "My apologies, Lord Song," the noblewoman said as she approached, exuding an air of decisiveness that set her apart from ordinary ladies. A sudden matter arose at the shop, causing my late arrival. Song Yale immediately recognized her as Lady Tsong, alongside the only son of the Tsong family, Song Xiong. Chapter 44. A slap in the face. Song Yale stood dumbfounded. The Tsong family had always held themselves in high regard, despite being merchants. They contributed nearly half of the royal treasury, thus garnering immense favor from the emperor. Officials revered them, and none dared to provoke them. After all, many renowned establishments in the capital were under Tsong's ownership, particularly jewelry shops, whose innovative styles and exquisite designs attracted the attention of numerous noble women. However, the Tsong family was wary of unnecessary troubles and had intentionally distanced themselves from court officials and princes, resulting in no alliances with them throughout the court. Previously, she had heard that Mu Qinghan had attempted to court the Tsong family several times, only to be politely declined by Madame Tsong. Yet now, they had taken the initiative to attend Song Yang's birthday banquet, appearing quite familiar. Song Yale's body stiffened as she remained rooted to the spot. Sun and Song Yang rose to welcome them. Madame Tsong gestured toward another carriage at the entrance, saying, "I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I had someone prepare a cart full of gifts. Please have your servants bring them in." Song Ji couldn't help but applaud softly, whispering to Song Yang, "Look at that. The richest of the rich sends gifts by the cartload. How impressive." Song Yang replied, "It is indeed a display of wealth." As they marveled, the guests took their seats. Once seated, Madame Tsong took a sip of tea and remarked, "My husband is still busy at the shop and will arrive a bit late. Fortunately, I brought Xiong'er along to catch up." Song Yang quickly smiled, assuring her it was not a problem. Song Xiong winked at Song Ji, suggesting that her young master was quite generous. Upon seeing Song Xiong, one could not help but think of Mu Nanchi. He had asked her to wait for him, yet no sign of him had appeared. Song Ji stared blankly at the entrance, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. Song Xiong, aware of her thoughts, comforted her. "You must believe in Nanchi. If he says he will come, he certainly will." Song Ji replied, "You have great faith in him?" "Of course," Song Xiong declared with admiration. "Nanchi has never disappointed anyone." Song Ji chuckled, pleased with her choice of man. Just then, Madame Tsong turned her gaze toward them, noticing the smiling Song Ji. Her eyes filled with pity. "What a wonderful girl. The more I see her, the more I like her. How could she not take a liking to a man?" "Oh dear." Seeing that Madame Tsong was about to slip up, Song Xiong hurriedly interjected, I'm hungry. Shall we eat?" Madame Tsong frowned, casting a disdainful look at her unfortunate son. "How is it that I, Tsong Mei, have produced such an unworthy child?" Yes, mother is indeed wise and unparalleled. Your son can only look on in awe," he replied, eager to divert the topic. Fearing Madame Tsong might revisit old matters, Song Xiong quickly began to serve the dishes. After filling a plate to the brim, she was about to let out a sigh of relief when she met Song Ji's meaningful gaze, causing her to tremble and nearly drop her chopsticks on the table. The arrival of the Tsong family undoubtedly added a vibrant touch to the banquet, and the atmosphere among the guests grew more lively. Joy belonged to others, while Song Yale felt utterly out of place, seething silently in the corner, thinking, "So what if they have befriended the Tsong family? What is so remarkable about that?" Just as her thoughts settled, another carriage came to a halt at the entrance. The carriage, rustic and unadorned, stood in stark contrast to the opulence previously displayed by the Tsong family. Yet, as the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a figure clad in a flowing black robe instantly captivated the attention of all present. His mere presence dimmed the brilliance of everything around him, standing there in silent grace. He was a sight to behold. It was the third prince. The ladies nearby gasped in hushed tones, eagerly converging from all directions. However, Mu Nanchi paid them no mind, advancing into the Song residence with an air of calm indifference. Seizing the moment when all eyes were drawn to him, Song Ji joyfully stood at the back, fervently waving her hands, silently mouthing, "Ah, Chi, I am here." At the sight of Song Ji, Mu Nanchi's frosty gaze softened considerably. He offered no verbal acknowledgement, but extended the gift he held in his hand as others rose to greet him. "My apologies for arriving late. There is no need for formalities," he stated. The Sun family was perplexed by his gift, and Song Yang was equally confounded. They could not fathom why the typically aloof and solitary third prince had suddenly graced them with his presence. They quickly regained their composure, warmly inviting him to take a seat. While those present were aware of Mu Nanqi's precarious standing in the court, they admired his abilities and talents, showing him due respect. To avoid any misinterpretation, only Madame Tsang and Song Qiong refrained from initiating conversation. Song Yang expressed, "Your presence today, third prince, is greatly appreciated. It is easy to add embellishments to a tapestry, but difficult to provide warmth amidst the cold. As a royal, Mu Nanqi's willingness to risk the emperor's displeasure to assist them was indeed remarkable." He glanced at Song Ji and remarked, "Lord Song, you flatter me. I have my own motives for being here today." "Oh." Song Yang's eyes brightened. "In the past, my demeanor has been overly reserved, resulting in few friendships. Moving forward, we must engage more frequently." His words were subtle, yet profound. Song Yang responded with a smile. "The third prince speaks wisely." The atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. Completely disregarding Song Yaluan, who stood off to the side like an invisible entity. Fuming with indignation, Song Yaluan's expression twisted in fury, yet no one acknowledged her presence. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the crowd and spat out, "Yar, we are leaving." As they approached the entrance, a multitude of carriages suddenly surged forth from all directions, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Unbeknownst to Song Yaluan, a procession of court officials accompanied by their female relatives disembarked from the vehicles, each bearing gift boxes, rushing eagerly towards the Song residence. Just as Song Yaluan was about to voice her thoughts, an anxious official, intent on surpassing the others, brusquely shoved her aside. Excuse me," he muttered, not sparing her a glance, leaving her with nothing but a fleeting silhouette. In no time, those officials had flooded into the Song residence. Song Yaluan, her face darkened with fury, felt as though she might bite her own lip in frustration, her expression teetering on the brink of chaos. Yar, standing beside her, cautioned, "Your Highness, with so many eyes upon us, it would be prudent to return to the palace and deliberate further." As Song Yalu raised her gaze, she indeed spotted numerous admirers of Nanqi and curious onlookers filling the streets. Today, she had intended to humiliate the fallen Song residents, only to find herself the one subjected to disgrace. Clenching her teeth, she shut her eyes and took a deep breath, deciding to return to the palace. Yer hastily assisted Song Yalu into the carriage, departing without a moment's delay. Meanwhile, within the Song manor, the ministers swarmed towards Song Yang, bearing congratulatory gifts, their former sycophantic demeanor restored. They all uttered auspicious words of blessing, seemingly unfazed by Song Yang's cold response. The cacophony of the scene was a headache, prompting Song Yang to rise and assertively declare, "Gentlemen, please take your leave. Our humble abode is unworthy of your esteemed presence." The ministers, well aware that their earlier absence had irked Song Yang, could only muster the audacity to retort, "Oh, esteemed Sir Song, it is merely that we were delayed on our journey, arriving a tad later than anticipated." They exchanged awkward glances at the empty tables, awaiting an invitation from the Song household to take a seat. Chapter 45. A feast for the eyes, yet no one acted upon it. Song Ji understood that the reason these individuals hurried over was merely to celebrate the arrival of the Song family in Mu Nanqi. Having spent decades in the political arena, these seasoned figures, akin to cunning old foxes, sensed a potential shift in circumstances and thus hastened to join the occasion. They perhaps believed that a smile would disarm any hostility, thinking that the Song family would not dare to expel them once they had arrived. However, they evidently overestimated Song Yang's state of mind following his demotion. Before these guests could utter a word, Song Yang abruptly rose and forcefully expelled them, all the while muttering curses. By the time they realized what was happening, they found themselves unceremoniously thrust outside. Earlier, the doors had been flung wide open to welcome the guests of honor, allowing these individuals to enter unimpeded. To prevent any further intrusions, Song Ji decisively declared the closure of the estate to visitors. As they observed the door being shut without regard, the ministers outside exchanged glances, each reflecting the awkwardness of the situation. Being notable figures, they could not afford to appear overly eager in front of the common folk. leading them to leave with a semblance of dignity. The Song residents fell silent once more, prompting Lady Sun to voice her concern. Will there be any repercussions for sending them away? Song Yang replied, if I were to grow too close to them, that would indeed pose a problem. Such proximity would only incite further caution from the emperor. As it stands, this is the best course of action. Perhaps the emperor will perceive the Song family as diminished and reconsider any thoughts of alliance. Once the doors were firmly shut, they finally commenced their meal in peace. Song Ji watched with delight as Mu Nanshi gracefully lifted his chopsticks with his long, elegant fingers, first savoring a piece of golden pumpkin, then a morsel of delicate pork belly, followed by steamed base. Ultimately, his chopsticks hovered over a plate of dompa pork. Song Ji mused to herself, how could a man's hands be so exquisitely beautiful? It was as if the heavens favored not only his visage, but also his hands. Lady Sun, smiling, remained oblivious to the fact that Mu Nanshi's chopsticks had yet to descend again. Is Miss Song hoping to feast her eyes? Suddenly, Mu Nanshi's cool voice broke through. Lost in her own reflections, Song Ji instinctively responded, while one cannot be satiated by merely observing others, Chi is indeed a sight for sore eyes. So perhaps one can feast their eyes upon him. Realizing her faux pas, she abruptly became aware of the attentive gazes of the entire table. Song Yang was taken aback, questioning how his usually composed daughter could suddenly speak in such a manner, akin to a rogue trifling with virtuous women. It was uncharacteristic. Where had she inherited such behavior? He pressed his forehead in exasperation, silently affirming, regardless, she does not take after me. I have no daughter who brings such embarrassment upon herself. Madame Song cast a perplexed glance toward her son, inquiring through her eyes. How can he tease the third prince, and yet not seem to be enamored with women? Song Qiong, flustered, replied with a look, well, I'm hungry. Let us resume our meal. The others, meanwhile, maintained a stoic demeanor, striving to diminish their presence. The atmosphere at the table became rather peculiar, and even with her thick skin, Song Ji felt a flush creeping to her face as she said, would you believe me if I said I was just possessed? Pathetic, Mu Nanshi retorted, his tone devoid of seriousness. In fact, if one listened closely, a hint of amusement could be detected in his voice. He had anticipated her to be formidable, yet turned out her abilities were quite limited. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and the sudden softness in his expression made him resemble the gentle light by the lakeside in April, causing all else in the world to pale in comparison. Song Ji stared in astonishment, slowly realizing that Mu Nanshi was smiling. After living 2 lifetimes, it was the first time she had witnessed his smile. Although it was fleeting, its presence was undeniably tangible. The others at the table seemed oblivious to this moment. Sun Shi remained in shock over Song Ji's revelation, genuinely contemplating the possibility of her daughter being possessed. Song Yang, trying to be more alert, suddenly recalled why Song Ji was so averse to marriage proposals. Could it be? Meanwhile, Song Qiong, in an attempt to evade Song Madam's gaze, buried himself in his meal, nearly reaching the point of nausea. He gazed at the sky, tears streaming down his face, feeling quite the burden. The previously tense Song Ji felt a wave of calm wash over her upon witnessing that smile, and she candidly remarked, everyone yearns for beautiful things. I speak nothing but the truth. The third prince surely wouldn't mind, would he? She emphasized the last 2 words, casting a sly glance in his direction. Such frankness prompted the others to reflect on whether they had been too narrow-minded. Mu Nanshi pressed his lips together, neither affirming nor denying her statement. Instead, he picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it into Song Ji's bowl, choosing the tangible satisfaction of a full stomach over idle chatter. Song Ji's eyes sparkled as she laughed. Chi speaks wisely. This little girl has greatly benefited. Their exchange was lively, further convincing Song Madam that she had been deceived by her own son. Sun Shi and Song Yang, however, wore contemplative expressions as if they had stumbled upon something monumental. Particularly Song Yang, who suddenly felt a twinge of sorrow, as if his prize cabbage was about to be devoured by a pig. The meal concluded with everyone in varying spirits, while only Song Qiong was left thoroughly stuffed. Despite the twists and turns of the birthday banquet, it ultimately ended on a successful note. After everyone departed, Song Yang immediately pulled Song Ji aside, saying to her, "What is truly going on between you and the third prince?" After a moment of thought, Song Ji shyly confessed, "The daughter has taken a liking to him, but has yet to win his heart." Song Yang, there is no need to be so blunt. He had known that his precious cabbage was indeed going to be devoured by a pig. Clearing his throat, he regained his composure from Song Ji's astonishing revelation and cautioned, "But the third prince is ultimately of royal blood. Should he achieve greatness, there will surely be more than just you in his life. In that case, he would be the ruler and your family would serve him. And I fear I would not be able to protect you." Song Ji's eyelids twitched. Was he not thinking too far ahead? She had pondered this question before. But considering her previous life, Mu Nanqi would rather remain alone than marry a woman he did not love to aid his rise to power, thus making this perspective seem rather reliable. If all else fails, perhaps it would be better for father to rebel. Then you could become the first princess of Tianqi, and father would be able to protect you for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Song Yang had already contemplated a myriad of solutions in his mind. Song Ji found herself both amused and exasperated. She never imagined that her devoted little elder would even consider rebellion for the sake of her romantic entanglements. Yet, it was not quite to that extent. Clearing her throat, Song Ji's gaze became earnest. In this world, no one is indispensable. Should he betray me after we are together, I shall simply leave him. At present, she was granting herself a chance, as a means to repay the kindness and the debt of gratitude from her past life. Song Yang, still furrowed with concern, recognized that supporting the third prince and risking their daughter were entirely different matters. For a long time, Song Ji had feared that such factors would burden them, which is why she initially refrained from revealing her feelings for Mu Nanqi. Little did she know that today, in a moment of weakness, she had inadvertently let it slip. However, seeing that Song Ji genuinely cared, Song Yang spoke earnestly. "Father supports all your decisions, but you must promise me that, at all times, you will prioritize your own safety." Deeply moved, Song Ji solemnly replied, "I will." Once this matter was laid bare, Song Ji felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart, akin to the removal of a heavy stone that had long pressed upon her. Chapter 46. A test will suffice after a day of toil. By the time Song Ji returned to Qingfeng Courtyard, the sky had completely darkened. Having washed up, she lay in bed, calming her mind to plan her forthcoming endeavors. Just as she was lost in thought, a shadow flickered outside the window. Who could it be? Instantly alert, she sat up and beheld a tall figure standing beneath the silvery moonlight. Dressed in the same attire as earlier that day, he stood with his back to her, hands clasped behind him. The moonlight enveloped him, bestowing upon him a shimmering aura. "Achi, what brings you here?" she called out, hastily donning her cloak and stepping outside. Mu Nanqi did not turn around. His deep-set eyes gazed into the distance. General Xian plans to visit the border. This news did not surprise Song Ji, as it had been mentioned in a letter brought by Xian Wanyun, expressing her desire to see the border. However, due to her supposed demise in a fire, she had been scheming in secrecy without taking direct action. "Are preparations complete?" she inquired. "Yes, Meng Qi will return to the capital next month to report on his duties. The timing for departure is impeccable," Mu Nanqi replied with precision. He then turned to face her. "I will assign additional dark guards to your side. What transpired last time will not recur." Song Ji understood he was referring to the assassination attempt orchestrated by the Empress and Song Yale. Had she not been sufficiently vigilant, those cloaked figures might have succeeded in breaching her quarters. With a playful glint in her eyes, she responded, "While I believe I am not as fragile as you might think, I shall certainly accept your kind intentions." She moved closer. "So, Achi, you do worry about me, don't you?" With her hands clasped behind her back, she tilted her head to gaze up at him, her clear eyes sparkling brighter than the stars above. Mu Nanqi's gaze flickered, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson as he averted his eyes. "I merely do not have a habit of placing my partners in perilous situations." Yet, Song Ji was undeterred by his formal demeanor. She stepped back slightly, haughtily snorting, her lips pursed in defiance. Mu Nanqi did not respond. Instead, she extended her hand towards him, clearly indicating her desire for something. He queried, perplexed. "A gift," she declared with unyielding conviction. You have been away for so long and have not brought me anything? For a fleeting moment, Mu Nanqi appeared slightly uncomfortable. No, he replied curtly, hastily preparing to depart. Yet, Song Ji was unwilling to let him leave so easily. With a nimble turn, she positioned herself in front of him. Why leave so soon? The night is fleeting. Since you're already here, why not stay a while? She arched an eyebrow, her voice softening to an enticing whisper. The moonlight cast a hazy glow. Beneath her cloak, a subtle sweetness emanated from her, weaving an enchanting spell. Bold and alluring. This was a side of her he had never witnessed. Mu Nanqi swallowed hard, darkness clouding his gaze. Seeing his reaction, Song Ji smiled triumphantly. She remained oblivious to the oddity of the moment, for it was said that the third prince was cold and reclusive, allowing no woman to approach him. Little did she know whether it was a Chi's genuine disinterest or some other reason altogether. Song Ji admired his expression, successfully noticing the tips of his ears turning a shade redder. Silence? Could it be? A gasp escaped her lips. Just as Song Ji was about to utter more words, she was unexpectedly pulled backward by a hand. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, and a low, chilling voice whispered near her ear, "Whether you're interested, we shall soon discover." It was then that Song Ji clearly observed the depths of his eyes, dark and terrifying, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The world around them fell into a profound silence, the two standing so close that they could distinctly hear the rhythm of each other as heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat resonated powerful and steady. Song Ji had never been this close to Mu Nanqi, nor had she ever been so near to any male. At that moment, she froze, momentarily forgetting how to respond. A soft chuckle escaped Mu Nanqi as he distanced himself and resumed his previous stance, revealing the extent of his capabilities. Song Ji was convinced that this brief laughter was a mockery of herself, akin to the fleeting smile he had shown earlier in the day. Regaining her composure, she retorted defiantly, "Who said that?" He narrowed his eyes, his expression returning to its customary icy demeanor. Song Ji squared her shoulders, striving to maintain her stature. If Chi was willing to give a try, she was more than eager for the challenge. Mu Nanqi regarded her, his gaze still profound, obscuring his current feelings. Song Ji stepped forward, teasingly inquiring, "What? Are you afraid?" Her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. After a prolonged silence, Mu Nanqi finally replied, "You should rest early. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for her response, he leaped away, vanishing from sight. Left alone, Song Ji stood with her hands on her hips, reveling in her triumph. "Oh, you wish to compete with me?" In the midst of her self-satisfaction, she suddenly sneezed loudly. The sound caught the attention of Xiao Tao, who approached with a puzzled expression. "Miss, what are you doing there?" Believing she had triumphed over Mu Nanqi, Song Ji's spirits soared as she tightened her cloak. "I am admiring the moon." Xiao Tao glanced skyward, noting the beauty of the moon that night, and replied, "Then I shall join you." Song Ji, shivering, began to retreat. "I've finished my admiration. I'm heading back to sleep. You can enjoy it on your own." "Oh," Xiao Tao pouted in disappointment. Meanwhile, a cacophony of cries echoed from the Tsang residence. "Mother, please stop. I did not intend to deceive you. Miss Song and Nanqi are truly compatible. What does my engagement to Miss Song matter?" Song Xiong pleaded, darting around the table while Tsang Madam pursued him with a feather duster, gritting her teeth. "Compatible or not, just speak the truth. Why fabricate such nonsense?" It was merely a spur-of-the-moment remark. Song Xiong lamented, his face drawn. "I am no longer a child, yet my own mother still resorts to using a feather duster against me." He sought assistance, yet upon spotting his father, who was preparing tea for his mother not far away, he abandoned the notion. The sight of his father, not only brewing tea but also ingratiatingly inquiring if his mother was weary, extinguished any hope for rescue. Lady Tsang lamented her son's lack of ambition. After all, the third prince had already found his beloved. "Speak up. Who is the young lady whose fragrance you carry from a couple of days ago? If she hails from a reputable family, I would have approached her family for a match long ago." Song Chong, puzzled, inquired what fragrance. "Do not feign ignorance." Lady Tsang retorted, "You know well how your eyes came to be injured. Realizing that his mother had likely misconstrued the situation, Song Chong hesitated, finally uttering, "She is not from a respectable family." "What?" Lady Tsong's eyes widened in disbelief as she brandished a feather duster, ready to strike again. Meanwhile, Lord Song, feeling a pang of sympathy, stamped his foot in distress, urging his wife not to tire herself, offering to take her place in the chastisement. Chapter 47. In a rush that night, much like the unrest at the Tsong residence, the atmosphere within the imperial palace was equally tumultuous. Inside the imperial study, a heavy tension lingered, causing the servants and attendants to hold their breath, striving to diminish their presence. The emperor sat at the desk, his countenance clouded with an impending storm of anger. Below, Mu Nachi knelt on the ground, poised and unyielding. His expression remained inscrutable, as if he had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. After a prolonged silence, the emperor's voice finally broke the stillness with a sharp inquiry. "Why have you returned early?" Mu Nachi replied, "I have completed the tasks entrusted to me by Father Emperor and thus returned." The emperor scoffed coldly. "I distinctly instructed you not to return to the capital for some time." Mu Nachi's tone remained unwavering. "I shall set out again tomorrow." His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any emotional inflection. However, this very demeanor only served to further incite the emperor's wrath. "What is this attitude you present?" Mu Nachi responded, "I am merely acting in accordance with Father Emperor's wishes. If you're dissatisfied, I can depart this very night." "You." The emperor's chest heaved with agitation, clearly incensed, and he abandoned any pretense, stating directly, "You are becoming increasingly audacious. Who permitted you to visit the Song family today?" The Song family was the support he had arranged for the crown prince, a fact well understood by the other princes, who wisely refrained from entangling themselves. Only Mu Nachi seemed unable to heed the warning. As if anticipating the emperor's question, Mu Nachi calmly replied, "It was merely the birthday celebration of Lady Song. I want only to extend my congratulations. Who are you to attend?" The emperor thundered, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Let me be clear, never covet what you ought not to desire." Feeling a sudden weariness, Mu Nachi retorted sarcastically, "What, precisely, does Father Emperor consider beyond my reach?" The emperor was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. Mu Nachi continued, "It is late. Father Emperor should rest early. I shall take my leave now." He stood, offered his respects, and turned to depart, while the emperor's voice rang out sharply behind him, "Unfilial son, who granted you permission to leave?" Despite the words, no one was dispatched to detain him. Only after Mu Nachi had distanced himself did the emperor retract his gaze with a complex expression. No sooner had Mu Nachi left than the empress arrived, bearing a food box, eager to confer. She had heard of Mu Nachi's visit to the Song estate and swiftly made her way there. Upon entering the imperial study, the emperor preempted the empress's words, stating, "Do not be concerned. I have already admonished him." The empress blinked in surprise, her heart markedly relieved. In recent days, Qinghan's behavior had been exceedingly poor, causing her great unease, and the emperor's words were like a soothing balm. However, her relief was short-lived as the emperor, in a fit of irritation, remarked, "Look at the state to which Qinghan has been allowed to descend, a dignified crown prince, yet his conduct is utterly unworthy of his station. He must assert himself and not disappoint my expectations." The empress, filled with trepidation, knelt and confessed, "It is my failure in guidance. I shall surely oversee him more diligently." "Dismiss him. Let him be freed from confinement and encourage him to visit the Song estate more often." Exhausted, the emperor settled back at his desk, rubbing his aching temples. The queen intended to utter a few more words, yet upon witnessing the emperor's closed eyes and his unwillingness to continue the conversation, she ultimately swallowed her remaining thoughts. In the midst of joy and sorrow, the Song family, at the eye of the storm, managed to sleep soundly. Song Ji slumbered until dawn, replenishing the vitality she had expended the previous day. As she lazily yawned and rose, preparing for her meal, a servant unexpectedly announced, "Miss, the crown prince has come to pay a visit, specifically requesting to see you. He is waiting in the front hall." Song Ji's good mood was abruptly shattered. Was he not under house arrest? Realizing the implications, she felt a surge of urgency. Indeed, the emperor was anxious. "Tell him I have yet to rise. Let him wait," she replied. Instead of hastily getting up, Song Ji continued to leisurely enjoy her breakfast. The servant departed to convey the message, mindful not to dare imply that the crown prince should wait. They merely stated that Miss Song was deeply asleep and could not be roused. Whether he chose to wait remained his own concern. Xiao Tao, standing nearby, remarked, "The crown prince is truly irritating." It was he who publicly broke off the engagement, intending to embarrass the young lady, and now he comes knocking at her door. Song Ji sipped her porridge in silence, the rising steam enveloping her face, concealing the chill in her gaze. No longer was there the barrier that had once existed between Mu Qinghan and Song Yale, for they had united splendidly, their relationship devoid of any regrets. Yet, this perceived perfection was not as harmonious as they had envisioned. Rather, it was fragile and easily shattered. Song Ji maintained a deliberately unhurried pace as she ate. "Xiao Tao, go send a message to the East Palace, informing Song Yale that Mu Qinghan has come here." "Yes," Xiao Tao replied, dashing out like a gust of wind. After finishing her meal at a leisurely pace and spending some time reading in the courtyard, Song Ji prepared to meet Mu Qinghan over an hour later. She had initially wished to procrastinate further, but alas, delaying any longer would lead to lunch, and she certainly did not want him lingering here for a meal. She had assumed that, given Mu Qinghan's temperament, her teasing would surely provoke his displeasure. However, upon her arrival, she found him cheerfully conversing with Song Yang, exhibiting no signs of annoyance whatsoever. In fact, upon noticing her, he kindly remarked her, "You must have been weary from the preparations for the birthday banquet yesterday. Why did you not rest a little longer?" Song Ji understood that such astute behavior was unlikely to have originated from Mu Qinghan's own mind. It was likely a directive from the queen before he departed. She offered no pleasant demeanor in return, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Your Highness's visit fills me with trepidation. I did not intend for you to wait long." Mu Qinghan's lips twitched at her words, thinking it rather absurd that she could claim not to have kept him waiting, given the time that had elapsed. He endeavored to maintain his graceful composure. "Jir, you flatter me. It is my honor to wait for you. May I inquire the reason for your visit?" Song Ji, fearing that further conversation might induce nausea, cut to the chase. "Yesterday, due to my house arrest, I was unable to attend your father's birthday banquet. I hope it is not too late to present a congratulatory gift today, but I am uncertain of what your father favors, so I thought to seek your assistance in selecting something." Mu Qinghan articulated the carefully crafted words he had long envisioned. "As my daughter, you must undoubtedly be the most attuned to his preferences. The gifts you select will surely please your father." However, Song Ji was not swayed by such sentiments. "Your Highness, you overthink. My mother appreciates all that the royal family bestows. Yet, as your birthday has passed, there is no need for further expenditure." Observing Song Ji's persistent demeanor of detachment, Mu Qinghan displayed a wounded expression. "Jir, do you truly wish to distance yourself from me so? I acknowledge my previous missteps. I believed I adored women like your sister, who are so understanding. Yet upon marrying her, my thoughts were consumed by you. Jir, even if my words may not be to your liking, I must confess that my heart belongs to you. Since our engagement was annulled, I have been engulfed in regret. Would you grant me another chance? I promise to cherish you, dedicating my life solely to your love." Chapter 48. Arriving just in time, Mu Qinghan's heartfelt declarations seemed to suggest he would lay bare his very soul for them to see. Song Ji, however, was left speechless, while Song Yang silently sipped his tea beside her. Noticing their lack of response to his earnest confession, Mu Qinghan added, as if to raise the stakes, "If we can start anew, I shall beseech my father, the emperor, to restore Lord Song to his former position." In truth, the restoration mattered little to the Song family. They were not particularly invested in it. The current chancellor, Wang Lanji, had already formed alliances and established a faction of his own. Yet these individuals were merely a disorganized rabble, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Their willingness to ally with Wang Lanji stemmed from a desire for his protection, while those with genuine power and credentials scorned the idea of attaching themselves to a new chancellor lacking in strength and foundation. with the Empress's faction weakened, and Mu Nanshi's unwelcome intervention at the Song residence. Their sense of crisis intensified, leading the Empress to temporarily abandon her intentions to eliminate Song Ji. Song Yang cleared his throat and advised, "Your Highness, matters of the heart cannot be forced." Mu Qinghan, unwilling to concede, retorted, "But it was Ji who initially sought to marry me." Song Ji rolled her eyes, acknowledging that this was indeed the case at first. However, he himself had relinquished the opportunity, a clear indication that their fates were not intertwined. "No, that is not so," Mu Qinghan insisted, shaking his head stubbornly. His tone grew urgent. "It was Song Yale who bewitched me, who led me astray. It was her initial advances that caused me to mistake falsehood for treasure. I was merely swayed by temptation. If it troubles you, I shall divorce her. What say you?" Out of the corner of her eye, Song Ji caught sight of a hurried figure approaching the doorway, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. As a crown princess, how could His Highness simply dismiss her? She remarked. At her words, Mu Qinghan interpreted her response as a concession, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his gaze. Of course, she can be dismissed. Once she is enshrined, she can be unseated. My parents are already displeased with her. I could easily devise a means to divorce her at that time. With each word, Mu Qinghan's excitement grew. "As long as you agree to start anew with me, the position of crown princess shall be yours." Just then a sharp, desperate voice pierced the air. Mu Qinghan. The playful smile on his lips faltered as he turned to find Song Yale, her expression shattered, standing there. "You want to divorce me? You actually intend to cast me aside?" Disregarding her dignity, Song Yale erupted in a furious outcry. "You promised to cherish me for a lifetime. You said I was more graceful and suitable to be the crown princess than she is. How could you treat me like this?" Her familiar words triggered a painful recollection for Mu Qinghan, reminiscent of his own empty vows made at Song Ji's coming-of-age banquet. He longed for the ability to turn back time. Silence. "I was merely blinded by your charms then. Those words hold no weight now." "Ah, hold no weight?" Song Yale's features twisted in anguish. "By what right do you claim they hold no weight? I have nothing left. You will not be rid of me." Her gaze was obsessive and frenzied, a stark contrast to the gentle and talented persona she once portrayed. Mu Qinghan's disdain only deepened. "Look at yourself. What a disgraceful sight you present. You are abandoning me. What decorum remains for me now?" Song Yale laughed and cried simultaneously, realizing that this was the man she had painstakingly fought to claim, the fate she had willingly degraded herself to seek. "You cannot treat me this way. You cannot treat me this way." She stepped forward, clutching at his shirt, tugging incessantly. Mu Qinghan's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed. Feeling the pressure on his face becoming unbearable, he forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "What madness is this in public?" Caught off guard, Song Yale stumbled and fell to the ground, a sudden, intense pain shooting through her lower body. Her complexion turned ashen as she groaned in agony. When Yer rushed over to assist her, her eyes widened in alarm. "Your Highness, you are bleeding." All eyes turned to see a pool of blood seeping between Song Yale's legs. Mu Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically. Song Yang sprang to his feet. "Quick! Summon a doctor." Soon, Sun Sui and the physician arrived in haste. Song Yale was temporarily settled in Minghua Pavilion, lying on the bed as pain threatened to render her unconscious. The crowd stepped back to allow the physician to attend to her, and Sun Sui, with tearful eyes, demanded, "What on earth happened? How did Yale come a bleed?" Before Mu Qinghan, Song Yang recounted the events in a muddled manner. Upon concluding, Sun Sui's gaze towards Mu Qinghan turned markedly hostile. Congratulations," the elderly physician at the bedside remarked with a faint smile. Sun Sui quickly stepped forward, and the doctor retracted his hand from the pulse examination, moving aside to write a prescription while stating, "There is no need for alarm. The princess consort is with child. However, due to the early stage and recent emotional turmoil, her pulse is quite weak, indicating a risk of miscarriage. She must be well taken care of." "What? With child?" "Truly?" Song Yale was the first to grasp the news, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if struggling to believe what she had heard. "As a physician for decades, I have encountered countless expectant mothers. There can be no mistake." The doctor completed the prescription and handed it to his servant, instructing. Ensure she takes her medicine on time. During this period, she must avoid any collisions and abstain from intimacy. Understood, Song Yale replied, tears welling in her eyes. A wave of emotions washed over her. This child had come at a most opportune moment. After bidding farewell to the doctor, she turned to Mu Qinghan. I am already carrying your offspring. Will you still cast me aside at this moment? Mu Qinghan had not anticipated such a turn of events. But as one who had yet to experience fatherhood, he found himself harboring a glimmer of hope for the child. He pondered his purpose for visiting the Song residence today and glanced at the frail Song Yale lying in bed, momentarily at a loss for words. Sun Shi, incensed, remarked, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Does His Highness truly wish to abandon his own child? Beside her, Song Yang quickly covered his wife's mouth. Frightened by her audacity, how can you say such things? Mu Qinghan's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, his gaze fixated on Song Yale's abdomen. Of course I want the child. His simple declaration alleviated the tension that had gripped everyone present. It is rare for Song Ji and Song Yale to find common ground, and the arrival of this child is indeed timely, rendering her assistance worthwhile. Upon hearing the answer she longed for, Song Yale could no longer withstand the relief and fainted. Mu Qinghan cast a glance at Song Ji, his expression intricate. Sure, today's events unfolded unexpectedly. I shall provide you with an explanation. Song Ji smiled sincerely, Your Highness. There is no need for an explanation for me. Just account for the child's mother. Mu Qinghan's countenance grew solemn, yet he chose not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few casual words with Song Yang, he took his leave, escorting Song Yale away. The matter concerning the child required his careful deliberation with the Empress Dowager. Once their carriage had receded into the distance, Song Yang and Song Ji exchanged glances, each perceiving profound significance in the other's eyes. Chapter 49. Does she seem foolish? Ultimately, Song Yale was advised to take good care of her pregnancy. After much contemplation, the Empress concluded that this child was the Emperor's legitimate grandson, and possessing him would provide them with an additional advantage at this crucial juncture. As for Song Ji, she would have to be set aside for the time being. Due to her pregnancy, Song Yale's status in the palace rose significantly, overshadowing those two favored concubines. In retribution for the humiliation she had previously endured, Song Yale ruthlessly subjected them to her whims. The two concubines, in despair, sought solace from Mu Qinghan. Yet, a selfish individual like Mu Qinghan could hardly be expected to genuinely care for them. Rather than receiving the usual protection, they were reprimanded. Instructed not to disturb Song Yale's mood, Mu Qinghan resumed his attentive demeanor towards Song Yale, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her child. The servants in the palace, sensing the shift in power, no longer dared to slight Song Yale in the slightest. This undoubtedly inflated her arrogance. However, compared to when she had just arrived, she had come to a clear realization. All these privileges were predicated on her pregnancy, not on any genuine regard for her. She was free to act recklessly, relying solely on Mu Qinghan's esteem for her. Having once been abandoned, she was reluctant to place all her hopes on him again. She was determined to ensure the safe arrival of her child, as it would become the foundation of her existence for the rest of her life. Though Song Yale had become more clear-headed and had envisioned a promising future, her tranquil days were abruptly shattered by a thunderous piece of news. One of the favored concubines was also pregnant, and according to the imperial physician, her pregnancy seemed to predate Song Yale's. This revelation sent her into a state of panic, and she immediately began to devise a plan to eliminate her rival. Yaya advisit. Your Highness, do not be hasty. At this critical juncture, you must not involve yourself in any misfortunes. Even if she gives birth to a common child and you to a legitimate one, it will not surpass your status. No, I cannot tolerate any unforeseen circumstances, Song Yale declared resolutely. The Empress and Mu Qinghan were already contemplating her replacement. If someone else were to bear the legitimate grandson before her, her value would diminish significantly, and her status as a legitimate consort would be called into question. But what if you are discovered if you take action? Yidra expressed her concern. Song Yale's gaze sharpened. Indeed, I cannot take such a risk. Suddenly, a sinister smile crossed her lips. I have a plan. Thus, The emperor commanded me to accompany Song Yale in the palace to ensure her well-being during her pregnancy. Under the scorching sun, Song Ji received the imperial edict with a perplexed expression, examining it multiple times to confirm the authenticity of the seal. The eunuch delivering the edict stated, "Indeed, the crown princess is with child, and the imperial physician has indicated that the pregnancy is unstable. The emperor, recalling your shared upbringing with the crown princess, has ordered you to accompany her in the palace for her well-being." Song Ji pouted, "What is the meaning of this? Why must I be dragged into this? What bond do I have with Song Yale?" Though she thought this internally, she still had to express her gratitude outwardly. As the elder departed, Song Ji instructed Xiao Tao to present him with a bag brimming with silver. The elder feigned reluctance before graciously accepting it. Upon reaching the threshold, he elaborated that this decree had been specially requested by the crown princess from the emperor, who had expressed a longing for the days spent in companionship with the sisters of the Song household, believing that her presence would surely lift the spirits. Song Ji felt a surge of anger, realizing that this was yet another ploy orchestrated by Song Yale. The emperor, no doubt, thought that by sending her to the Eastern Palace, she would frequently encounter Mu Qinghan, thereby providing companionship to Song Yale during her pregnancy, while simultaneously fostering a deeper connection with Mu Qinghan, a perfect arrangement in his eyes, leading him to unwittingly issue the imperial decree. Song Yang's frustration was palpable. "Fear not, my daughter. I shall enter the palace to beseech the emperor to rescind this decree. Should he refuse, I shall take my own life at the entrance of the imperial study." Song Ji, feeling embarrassed, urged him to reconsider. "Father, you are no longer young. There is no need for such drastic measures. Venturing forth would be akin to a lamb entering the den of a tiger. I cannot bear the thought. Do not worry. We shall confront whatever challenges arise. If they seek trouble, even if we evade them this time, we may not be so fortunate in the future. It is better to meet them head-on." Nevertheless, Song Yang remained unconvinced. Song Ji then revealed that she had arranged for Mu Nanqi to provide her with hidden guards, assuring him that all would be well, for the third prince was also in the palace and would lend his assistance if needed. Song Yang lamented, "All you see now is the third prince." Song Ji had no retort to that. That afternoon, she prepared her belongings and entered the palace. Concerned that she might find the palace life uncomfortable, Song Yang had Sun Shi pack a cart full of items she would likely need. He even suggested bringing their family's cook, but was met with repeated refusals from Song Ji, who ultimately put an end to that notion. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Mu Qinghan was already waiting at the entrance, supporting Song Yale, who approached with her flat belly, exclaiming, "Sister, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." With a forced smile, Song Ji replied, "Sister, you are now esteemed and precious. How could I have you waiting for me?" Mu Qinghan interjected, "I did suggest that Yalu rest inside, yet she insisted on standing here. You truly share a deep sisterly bond." Song Ji felt a sense of admiration for Mu Qinghan's ability to weave such a blatant falsehood with such seriousness. Truth be told, even before Song Yale's machinations, their relationship had always been rather lukewarm, devoid of any genuine sisterly affection. It had merely been Sun Shi's constant reminders of Song Yale's tragic past that compelled her to show her some leniency. Fortunately, Mu Qinghan refrained from uttering anything more distasteful and soon led Song Ji inside. Her designated quarters were in the eastern wing of Song Yale's palace, and whether by design or coincidence, one had to pass through these chambers to reach Song Yale's main quarters. Rarely did Mu Qinghan indulge in idle chatter. Shortly after her arrival, he busied himself in the study. Upon seeing the cartload of items Song Ji had brought, jealousy flickered in Song Yale's eyes, though she quickly concealed it. Thus, Song Ji settled into the inner palace, with no one informing her how long she would remain. The worst outcome being that she would stay until Song Yale's situation reached its climax. Song Yale, having cast aside her previous animosity toward her, frequently entices her to enjoy the beauty of blooming flowers and the charm of birds, while instilling in her the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes. At times, she resorts to threats, declaring that should she fail to assist in securing the crown prince's consort position, they would both face ruin. At other moments, she employs seduction, promising that upon ascending to the role of empress, she would undoubtedly protect the Song family. Occasionally, she plays the victim, reminding her that she too is a daughter of the Song family, forever grateful for their nurturing, asserting that they are her only kin in this world. After hearing this no more than twice, Song Ji discerned the underlying motives. She then remarked on how Song Yale had gone to such lengths to summon her to the palace, revealing that her true intention was to use her as a pawn. Did she truly appear so naive? Chapter 50. Only she could do this, seeing that Song Ji was impervious to her attempts. Song Yale decided to adopt a different approach, orchestrating a chance encounter with the two beautiful concubines in hopes of inciting discord between them. One of the concubines was indeed pregnant and exuded an air of arrogance. However, to Song Yale's surprise, these two women were only haughty towards her and even displayed a hint of deference in the presence of Song Ji. This was entirely within Song Ji's expectations. After all, these concubines were handpicked by the empress to establish dominance over Song Yale. It was evident that both the empress and Mu Qinghan sought to win her favor and reconcile. Thus, it was unlikely they would recklessly provoke her. If these women lacked such discernment, they would not have garnered the empress's favor in the first place. This simplistic reasoning eluded Song Yale, who believed the concubines looked down upon her due to her lack of maternal family support, feeling humiliated and consequently harboring resentment towards everyone equally. Song Ji could only smile wryly, her thoughts drifting as she examined the jewelry gifted by the concubines. Engaging with intelligent individuals was indeed more effortless. In truth, these concubines had pledged their allegiance to her upon her arrival at the palace, even sending invitations for her to join them for opera performances, all of which she declined under the pretext of disinterest. Although she was at odds with Song Yale, it did not imply she could forge friendships with the concubines. They were aligned with the empress, destined to remain adversaries. However, maintaining this facade of harmony was advantageous. It could frustrate Song Yale and spare her from numerous vexations. After multiple failed attempts to achieve her goals, Song Yale grew anxious. The child in the concubine's womb was growing day by day, and she could not afford to wait any longer. Following yet another unsuccessful persuasion of Song Ji, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. That night, a gentle breeze wafted through the window as a shadow stealthily entered Song Ji's side chamber. Ever vigilant since her arrival at the Eastern Palace, Song Ji immediately sensed the intruder's presence. She feigned sleep, not wanting to alarm the intruder, who seemed uninterested in disturbing her. Instead, the figure quietly tossed something beneath her bed before hastily departing. Once the figure was gone, Song Ji swiftly rolled out of bed and retrieved the item from beneath. It was a small package, and upon opening it, she discovered a pouch of poison and a doll. A silver needle was embedded in the doll's forehead. Flipping the doll over, she found the name Mu Qinghan inscribed upon it, accompanied by his birth details. Understanding dawned upon her as she took the package and slipped out into the night. After silently returning the item to its rightful owner, she retraced her steps back to her quarters, enjoying a peaceful night's rest. At the break of dawn the following day, she was awakened by a cacophony of noise. The Eastern Palace seemed shrouded in a dark cloud, with servants hastily scurrying about, too fearful to speak. Later, news spread like wildfire. The child of the concubine had perished. Vivid crimson blood stained the concubine's bed, pooling ominously on the floor. The child could not be saved, and the concubine lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, resulting in the tragic demise of two lives. Another concubine, trembling with fear, swiftly turned to contact the empress. Mu Qinghan, seething with rage, glared at the group of servants before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, and demanded, "What happened? Everything was perfectly fine last night. How could it have come to this?" The servants knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, their confusion surpassing even Mu Qinghan's own. They were equally baffled by the turn of events. Only his personal maid, Pin, displayed an expression of hesitation. Originally a head maid in the Eastern Palace, she had been assigned to serve the concubine closely upon the confirmation of her pregnancy. None of the kneeling servants dared to speak, prompting Mu Qinghan to direct his ire towards the imperial physician kneeling nearby. "You say she was poisoned. Have you determined the type of poison?" The physician replied, quaking with fear, "This poison is rare. It is the 10,000 poisons powder that has come from the western regions, with an extremely vicious potency. Mu Qinghan's complexion darkened to the extreme. Investigate. We must uncover how such a foul substance infiltrated the inner palace. The thought that his concubine and unborn child could be poisoned unnoticed sent chills down his spine. If such treachery could occur, could he too be quietly poisoned next? As his dread deepened, a voice came from outside the door, an anxious voice belonging to the Empress. She hurriedly entered, grasping Mu Qinghan and inspecting him thoroughly, only relaxing when she found him unharmed. You scared your mother half to death. Qingdai informed me that a grave incident occurred here. I am relieved you are safe. Upon glancing over Mu Qinghan's shoulder and seeing the concubine lying lifeless in a pool of blood, her voice rose in alarm. What happened? Qingdai, the other concubine, stepped forward and succinctly described the situation to the Empress. After hearing the account, the Empress's expression turned ashen, and through gritted teeth, she demanded, "Where is the crown princess?" A servant stammered. The crown princess came to take a look, but was so horrified by the bloody scene that she fainted. She is yet to regain consciousness. The Empress's countenance darkened further. And what a Song Ji! The servant continued. Miss Song is attending to the crown princess and has not come this way. With gritted teeth, Mu Qinghan vowed, "Who dares commit such a crime in my eastern palace? I will not let that person go unpunished." The Empress quickly regained her composure and, after clarifying her thoughts, revealed a glimmer of cunning in her gaze. "My son, you have misunderstood." "What do you mean, mother?" Mu Qinghan inquired. This incident could only be the work of one individual, the Empress suggested, her gaze distant, hinting at a deeper meaning. Initially perplexed, Mu Qinghan's confusion dissipated as he observed the deepening smile on the Empress's lips. Suddenly enlightened, he chuckled, recognizing the opportunity presented to him. The death of a concubine and a child mattered little. He was still in the prime of his life and would have many more concubines and offspring in the future. Their demise could serve as greater ambitions. Thus they met their end with purpose. Mu Qinghan exchanged a knowing glance with the Empress, and together they turned their gaze towards Song Yale's residence. Moments later, a large contingent of guards surrounded the area. The palace maids within the residence were utterly terrified, dropping to their knees in pleas for mercy. Yar hurriedly burst into the room to rouse the fainting Song Yale, disregarding the presence of Song Ji. "Your Highness, it is dire. The Empress and the Crown Prince, accompanied by guards, have surrounded this place." "What?" Startled from her feigned illness, Song Yale abruptly sat up, throwing aside the covers and striding to the window, whereupon she beheld a throng of guards brandishing weapons outside. "What is happening? This is not how it was supposed to unfold," she murmured to herself, perplexed by the stark contrast to her expectations. According to her original plan, Mu Qinghan was to have furiously sought out the perpetrator, rather than immediately encircling her. "This cannot be. I must go out and clarify matters with His Highness," she declared, attempting to make her way outside, only to be met with a faint derisive laugh from beside her. "Fool!" Chapter 51. Marrying Han Ersong, Ji cast a leisurely glance at the window, her heart already resolute. Song Yale was visibly irritated, questioning who was the fool. "Are you referring to Yair?" "I'm not speaking of you," she retorted. Adopting a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, Song Ji rose and gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Do not fret, it is not directed at you." Just as Song Yale intended to respond, Song Ji had already opened the door and stepped outside. The Empress and Mu Qinghan approached slowly from behind, admonishing Song Ji. "Song Ji, you are ruthless in harming the royal offspring. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Why not confess and submit?" Unfazed, Song Ji replied, "Your Majesty, are you so quick to cast judgments based solely on words? I entered the palace solely to attend to the crown princess. How could I possibly be accused of harming the royal progeny?" The Empress signaled a servant to present a pouch of poison. "This was found in your quarters. What further justification can you provide?" Song Ji smiled at the pouch, appreciating the swift action taken to prepare evidence against her. "Just because it was discovered in my room, does that imply it belongs to me? The concubine and child of His Highness have no grievances with me. Why would I wish them harm?" Suddenly, Song Yale emerged from the room, her complexion pale. I understand your anger regarding His Highness's withdrawal of the engagement, but the child is innocent. How can you unleash your ire upon an unborn baby? With just a few words, Song Yale concocted a rationale for the alleged crime. In a sense, the dynamic between the two women was quite harmonious. Song Ji, rather amused than angered, replied, "Firstly, it was I who withdrew from the engagement with His Highness, and many ministers witnessed it. I have no reason to feel aggrieved. Secondly, if I truly harbored resentment, why would I target you and your unborn child? I would be deranged to harm the mother and child of someone with whom I have no connection." A hint of embarrassment crossed Song Yale's face, aware that her reasoning was somewhat tenuous. She added, "Could it be that she knows something about you that remains hidden?" Song Ji admired her tenacity, acknowledging, "Indeed, your imagination is quite vivid. Enough of this verbal sparring. It serves no purpose. If you comply and confess, I can alleviate some of your suffering." The Empress interjected impatiently, signaling for the guards to seize Song Ji. Stepping back, Song Ji cautioned, "Your Majesty, are you truly intent on fabricating charges against a loyal subject?" Mu Qinghan interjected, "Jier, how can you speak to Mother in such a manner? Kneel and apologize at once." Ignoring him, Song Ji fixed her gaze upon the Empress. Unable to suppress a frown, the Empress declared, "Are you implying that I have wronged you?" Alas, the evidence is compelling. No amount of eloquence can alter this reality. To harm the royal offspring is a crime deserving of death. Without a response from Song Ji, the Empress shifted her tone. "This matter can be trivial or grave. Should you wish for my leniency, there is a condition you must fulfill." "Oh, what condition might your Majesty be referring to?" Song Ji feigned curiosity. The Empress, believing she had secured an advantage over Song Ji, donned a benevolent facade and leisurely stated, "Marry Han heir. As the saying goes, a family does not speak in the language of strangers. If we were to become one, the events of today would naturally be overlooked by me. However, that cannot be." Before Song Ji could respond, Song Yale screamed in protest. The Empress cast a glance at her and commanded, "Someone, assist the Crown Princess back to her chambers for rest." Two matrons stepped forward, seizing Song Yale and attempting to drag her away. She struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "No, I will not allow her to enter. Mother, she cannot enter the Eastern Palace." Despite her desperate efforts, Song Yale could not free herself from the grip of the two matrons, who forcibly pulled her back into the room. Inside, she pounded on the door in a frenzy, lamenting, "She has killed someone. She has taken the life of His Highness's child. How can she enter the Eastern Palace? She—" Her voice faltered, giving way to soft sobs. Before long, the two matrons emerged, wiping the sweat from their brows. In a brief moment the door opened. Song Ji caught a glimpse of Song Yale, her mouth stuffed with a cloth, bound and thrown onto the bed. "So what will it be? Will you confess your guilt, or will you choose to enter the Eastern Palace?" The Empress was already assured of victory. Song Ji tilted her head in distress, pondering, "What if I wish to choose neither?" A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the Empress's eyes. "You must understand, the current situation does not allow for your whims." Song Ji smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Your Majesty, do not be hasty. How can I admit to something I did not do? With such a grave incident occurring in the Eastern Palace, I fear the perpetrator may escape or continue to harm others. I have already alerted His Majesty. I trust he is on his way. The truth will be determined by him. You inform His Majesty." The Empress momentarily panicked, but quickly regained her composure, believing that the Emperor would align with her. Song Ji discerned the Empress's thoughts and maintained her serene smile. Knowing what the Empress could conceive, she too could anticipate. Mu Qinghan interjected, "Jier, do not struggle in vain. Even if Father arrives, the evidence will remain unchanged. It is better to confess honestly. I will intercede for you to receive a lighter sentence." Song Ji replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your noble intentions. But I wonder if the concubine and her child can rest in peace beneath the springs." Mu Qinghan's expression froze, as if he had stepped into something unpleasant. At that moment, an announcement rang out proclaiming the Emperor's arrival, prompting everyone to bow in respect. However, upon seeing the incoming figure, both Mu Qinghan and the Empress were taken aback. The Emperor had indeed arrived, but not alone. He was accompanied by a throng of ministers. Among them, the most conspicuous was Song Yale, who entered shouting, "Where's my daughter? Jir, are you all right?" "I'm fine, father," Song Ji replied playfully, winking at him. Song Yale rushed to her side, stating, "While discussing matters in the imperial study, we were informed by a palace servant that a concubine in the eastern palace was poisoned. As the crown prince is the future heir, and you are here, we accompanied His Majesty to ascertain the situation." Song Ji turned her gaze to the Empress. Knowing the gravity of the matter at hand, the Empress's heart sank. She realized the situation was spiraling beyond her control, a feeling that was uncomfortably familiar, yet utterly helpless to avert. With so many ministers present, the Emperor felt compelled to feign impartiality and inquired with a measured tone, "What's transpired? Please elaborate." Thus, a servant stepped forward to recount the events in detail. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Song Yale displayed a peculiar expression, and the Emperor began to suspect that the demise of the concubine might indeed involve the young prince's hand. The Emperor then declared with solemnity, "My esteemed minister, you are overly concerned. I do not rely on mere conjecture. I only heed the facts." While this statement ostensibly conveyed integrity, it subtly indicated his acceptance of the evidence presented by the Empress. Song Yale ceased to speak, utterly disillusioned with the Emperor. He had devoted decades of unwavering loyalty in service to the throne, believing that the Emperor would not unjustly pursue his family, nor would he resort to such ignoble accusations. Yet, the harsh reality struck him with unyielding force. There existed no favoritism in the relationship between sovereign and subject. Previously, he had felt guilty for supporting the third prince, considering it a betrayal of the trust the Emperor had placed in him. Now, however, he was devoid of any such misgivings regarding his allegiance to the third prince. Fortunately, he understood Song Ji well enough. Observing her composed demeanor, he recognized that she had her own plans in motion. Chapter 52. Why are you always so fortunate? Song Ji stepped forward. Since the Empress had presented evidence, the subject must speak a few words to clear her name. The Empress insisted that the poison was discovered in the chamber where Song Ji resided. However, upon entering the palace, she had undergone a meticulous inspection. Not only the items from her carriage were scrutinized, but even she herself had been searched by the matron, ensuring that no anomalies were present before she was permitted into the Eastern Palace. Furthermore, she had not left the palace during her stay. "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, how could I conjure such an item out of thin air?" Thanks to the intricate and convoluted regulations of the palace, she had been thoroughly examined upon her arrival. Before the assembled witnesses, the Empress maintained a facade of benevolence. "What you say is valid. I have considered this matter," she replied. "But with so many palace maids and guards, it is not inconceivable that someone could be bribed to smuggle items in. After all, this poison was found in your quarters, and I must harbor doubts." Song Ji remained unfazed. "If that is the case, then it is imperative to identify this so-called bribed servant to substantiate the accusation against me. Otherwise, it would merely serve to vindicate the person seeking to frame me while allowing the true culprit to escape." The Empress cast a troubled glance at the Emperor. Having been together for decades, the Emperor instantly comprehended that this so-called evidence of guilt was a fabricated imposition. Although displeased, he refrained from voicing his sentiments in front of the court officials. The Empress, having failed to seek his assistance, reluctantly instructed that all servants who had entered or exited the Eastern Palace be summoned for questioning. Just as anxiety loomed, Song Yale broke free from her restraints and rushed forth. "Mother, why not inquire with Pinger? She is the personal maid of that concubine and would possess more detailed knowledge than anyone else." She gestured fervently at the Empress, anxious that her mother might not grasp the implication. Though the Empress was hesitant to believe Song Yale, she recognized the urgency of the situation and decided to take a chance. "Bring Pinger forth." Soon, Pinger was presented. Kneeling on the ground, she trembled in fear and stammered, It was Miss Song who provided me with silver to poison." The Empress, initially taken aback with joy, questioned, "Is what you say true?" A moment later, she cast a fierce glance at Song Yale, yet refrained from further comment. Pinger bowed her head repeatedly, affirming, "It is true. I would not dare to lie." The Empress smirked, turning her gaze to Song Ji. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, what further defense do you have? Song Ji glanced at Ping, then walked aside to pick up the poison from the maid's hands. Are you all certain this poison was retrieved from my chamber? The Empress asserted confidently, indeed. I personally ordered its retrieval. It cannot be false. Then let us have the imperial physician verify this matter to ensure absolute certainty, Song Ji proposed. After all, Your Majesty has mentioned that servants can be bribed, and Pinger's testimony may not be entirely trustworthy. She returned the statement, directly requesting the emperor to summon the imperial physicians for confirmation, while suggesting that it would be prudent to have several present. The more individuals present, the less likely it would be for falsehoods to arise. The emperor, his expression darkening, finally called for 4 or 5 physicians to attend. The physicians first examined the corpse of the beautiful concubine and then meticulously identified the pouch of poison. The outcome left them momentarily stunned. What is the result? Song Yale inquired. Though he was aware that his daughter would not engage in a battle without preparation, he still felt a surge of anxiety. The physicians exchanged glances, cold sweat trickling down as they delivered their conclusion. Your Majesty, this poison does not correspond with the toxin that claimed the life of the deceased. What? The Empress's expression drastically altered, her smile fracturing into despair as she pointed accusingly at one of the physicians. Did you not assert earlier that she was afflicted by this exotic poison from the western regions, the 10,000 poisons powder? How can you say otherwise now? The physician, trembling, fell to his knees. Your Highness, please quell your anger. You may not be aware, but this 10,000 poisons powder is so exceedingly lethal that many believe its use harms one's moral standing. Consequently, during preparation, some practitioners secretly dilute certain ingredients, resulting in a different potency despite being the same poison. The current pouch appears to contain the most potent variant, while the poison that afflicted the deceased was mitigated. Hence the discrepancy. Should you require evidence, we could administer this poison to a condemned prisoner and witness the effects. Without hesitation, the Empress ordered that a condemned prisoner, destined for execution for his heinous crimes, be brought forth. Without further ado, she commanded the attendants to administer the poison. Moments later, the prisoner writhed in agony upon the ground. Blood began to flow from his orifices, and soon his internal organs began to corrode, ultimately expiring in a grotesque state, having lost all semblance of humanity. This indeed bore no resemblance to the fate of the concubine. The Empress staggered back, bewildered. How could this be? Song Yale expressed her confusion. Had she not ordered the remaining poison to be discarded beneath Song Ji's bed? It was purportedly the same substance. So why the disparity in effect? She scrutinized the pouch of poison and realized that the paper encasing it differed from that which she had used. Moreover, the voodoo doll she had painstakingly prepared was nowhere to be found. A disquieting premonition pierced her heart, and just as she was about to speak, Pinger suddenly prostrated herself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, spare my life. I am but a victim of coercion. Pinger cried out, It was the crown princess who bribed me to frame Miss Song. If I refused, she threatened to kill my entire family. I had no choice but to comply. You insolent wretch, how dare you utter such lies? Song Yale's countenance changed, her anger flaring as she moved to kick Pinger, only to be stopped by Song Ji's quick intervention. What? Has the crown princess's scheme been uncovered? And now you seek to silence her? I'm not. Song Yale panicked, glancing around desperately for an ally, only to find no one standing in her favor. The emperor regarded her with discontent, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, while Mu Qinghan appeared ready to devour her whole. It was you. You were the one who harmed my child. The empress, quick on her feet, instantly sought an escape. Your Majesty, I bear guilt. I beseech you to grant me a chance to atone. The emperor let out a cold snort, and the empress continued, I, a humble servant, have been misled by unverified claims and unjustly accused the young one, nearly causing a grave error. I am willing to accept any punishment. This effectively placed all the blame squarely upon Song Yale. Do you dare to speak? Just as Song Yale attempted to defend herself, she was met with the empress's menacing gaze. Song Yale recoiled sharply, casting a resentful glance at Song Ji. Why? Why are you always so fortunate? Song Ji shrugged, revealing a wicked smile. Fortunate? What kind of fortune is there? In the midst of everyone's attention, she exchanged a confirming glance with Pinger. It is merely a matter of human agency. Chapter 53. Demoted to a lowly concubine indeed, Pinger was the spy that she had planted in the Eastern Palace. For a considerable time, it was Pinger who had conveyed messages to her. However, the poison that afflicted the beautiful concubine was not concocted by Ping. It was administered by guards skilled in martial arts, under the orders of Song Yale. Pinger was merely brought before Song Yale after the guard had successfully executed the deed, and under coercion and temptation, she chose to frame Song Ji. Perhaps Song Yale never anticipated that Pinger was actually allied with Song Ji. Consequently, when the Empress commanded the preparation of poison as evidence, Song Ji received word of it. She did not act rashly. Instead, she subtly directed Pinger to discreetly coax the servant into preparing a different type of poison, with each piece falling into place. The current predicament unfolded. The Empress signaled to her lady-in-waiting, who promptly entered the chamber and soon emerged with a bundle containing poison and a voodoo doll. The physician confirmed that the poison matched that which had afflicted the beautiful concubine. The voodoo doll was then displayed before the assembly, causing Mu Qinghan to tremble with rage. How dare this wretched woman wish for her demise? Such matters were most taboo within the palace, and thus the emperor's expression darkened considerably. He solemnly addressed Song Yale. Do you realize your transgressions? Song Yale's visage fell into despair. She understood that she had once again met with total defeat. Why did this consistently happen to her? She could not fathom why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand. It felt as though all strength had been siphoned from her, leading her to kneel resignedly upon the ground. Yet almost immediately, she raised her head. No, that was incorrect. She still had something to rely upon. Urgently, she crawled to the emperor's feet, tears streaming down her face. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have been bewitched into framing Song Ji. For the sake of the child I carry, I beseech you to spare me this time. I vow to reform and strive to ensure the continuance of our royal lineage. At the mention of her pregnancy, the assembly recalled that Song Yale was indeed with child. The empress feigned a heart-wrenching expression, saying, "You are soon to be a mother yourself. How could you bear to harm another woman who is also expecting?" Song Yale glared at the empress, who had never shown her kindness, having even sent these two beautiful concubines to the Eastern Palace to humiliate her upon her return. Had these two concubines not been introduced from the outset, none of the current turmoil would have arisen. Now, the empress spoke with a veneer of righteousness, and in that moment, Song Yale's resentment towards her reached its zenith. With a heavy bow, she prostrated herself before the emperor. "Your Majesty, while I have erred, the poison found in Song Ji's chamber." Slap. Before she could finish, the empress interrupted her with a panicked slap. "Since you acknowledge your fault, you ought to reflect on your actions and await your punishment. How dare you speak recklessly before the emperor? Though you are a child, I, as the empress and the mother of the crown prince, must discipline you properly." She implied that Song Yale should understand that the nobility of her unborn child, and her ability to leverage that child as a bargaining chip, stemmed from the fact that the child's father was the crown prince and the grandmother was the empress. If one were to lose the privilege of these identities, it would not matter if they were merely pregnant, let alone bearing 10 or 8 children. No one would care. For once, Song Yale understood the insinuation, her face marked with a slap, mouth agape as if to complain, yet the words remained trapped within her. The emperor's brow furrowed deeper, fixating on Song Yale with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased. After much deliberation, she gathered the blame entirely upon herself under the scrutiny of all present. "Father, it is all my fault," she declared. The empress visibly relaxed, dabbing her forehead with a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat. At that moment, the emperor asserted his supreme authority, coldly stating, "Crown Princess Song Yale, with malevolent intent, has harmed others and the imperial offspring, and sought to frame and deceive. Her crimes warrant execution. However, considering her condition, she shall be demoted to a lowly concubine, confined to the Eastern Palace, and barred from stepping outside until after childbirth, at which point further punishment will be decided. As for the empress, Her gullibility in trusting others nearly led to the wrongful accusation of the innocent. It is difficult to serve as a paragon in the harem. Therefore, the phoenix seal shall be entrusted to the favored consort, who will assume the authority over the 6 palaces. The empress staggered slightly, her voice trembling, "Your Majesty." "Enough," the emperor declared with finality, not sparing her a glance, his voice barely above a whisper. "You should reflect on the foolishness of your actions. Had this been executed with finesse, it would have served as an opportunity to exert control over the Song family. Instead, their numerous blunders allowed Song Ji to escape unscathed, a source of profound embarrassment. After delivering these remarks, the emperor felt compelled to console Song Ji, bestowing upon her a considerable array of jewels to conclude the affair. Song Ji glanced at the crumpled figure of Song Yale, who appeared as if her soul had been drained, and seized the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, I must remain here to accompany the crown princess, or rather, this lowly concubine." The emperor left with a curt "no need," taking his leave with a host of ministers, his displeasure palpable. Once the emperor had departed, the empress glared fiercely at Song Ji. "Are you satisfied now?" Song Ji smiled sweetly. "I would not dare presume, Your Highness. If you desire my demise, I have merely caused you to temporarily lose the authority over the 6 palaces. What is there to be satisfied about? Were it not for the understanding that toppling her would not be an overnight endeavor, and with Song Yale voluntarily shouldering the blame, exposing the truth would avail nothing. However, that was of little consequence. The loss of authority over the 6 palaces was merely the first step. Song Ji, in my eyes, you are but an insignificant insect. You shall not remain in your state of triumph for long." Having uttered this harsh proclamation, the empress left a few attendants to guard Song Yale before turning away. Mu Qinghan attempted to interject, but a mere glance from the empress silenced her, compelling her to follow. Thus, only a throng of servants and Song Yale remained. Song Ji crouched before Song Yale, feigning pity. "So, is this the outcome you desired?" Song Yale's eyes were devoid of light, a vacant smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Song Ji, why do you not die? If you were to die, everything would be better." Upon witnessing her distress, Song Ji leaned close to her ear and whispered in a sinister tone, "Remember, had you not schemed against others, you would not have brought ruin upon yourself. You should still be the esteemed young lady of the Song family, and your mother would be seeking the finest suitors for you. After your marriage, you would live a life of comfort, raising a family, and enjoying a lifetime of happiness, with a heart steeped in malice." Song Ji understood all too well what terrified Song Yale the most. It was not the inability to possess certain things, but rather the agonizing loss of what she could have had. The ordinary life she once despised had now transformed into an elusive dream, unattainable yet fervently desired. As Song Ji departed, a heart-wrenching cry echoed behind her, a voice filled with despair and lingering sorrow. She paused momentarily, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Yet she refrained from turning back. Unnoticed, Pinger followed closely, and when they reached the secluded grotto, Song Ji presented her with a pouch of silver, saying, "In due course, the emperor and empress will investigate further. They will not spare you. You must leave immediately, wander far and wide, for now you are free." Tears streamed down Pinger's face as she replied, "My lady, I wish to follow you." Chapter 54. Do you hate your mother? Song Ji shook her head, remarking that everyone recognized her face, making it inconvenient for her to remain by her side. Pinger was a maid whom she had inadvertently saved upon her entry into the palace. At that time, a eunuch was coercing Pinger to commit a heinous act, and had Song Ji not arrived just in time, Pinger might have succumbed to despair and taken her own life. From that moment on, Pinger vowed to repay Song Ji's kindness, and Song Ji, not one to indulge in sentimentality, considered employing Pinger as her informant once she discovered that Pinger was a maid of the Eastern Palace. It soon became evident that Pinger excelled in her role. Under Song Ji's guidance, she gradually ascended to the position of head maid in the Eastern Palace and played a crucial role in their recent endeavors. Upon hearing Song Ji's refusal, Pinger displayed a pleading expression, asking if it was truly impossible. She lamented that as a servant without kin, she had nowhere else to go. Even if she could not openly care for the lady, she was willing to assist in any manner she could. Song Ji sighed, reminding her of the vast world outside, where she could explore many places. Ping'er shook her head, explaining that her sudden disappearance would undoubtedly attract the royal family's pursuit, rendering any destination unsafe. Following the lady was, in fact, a means of self-preservation. Song Ji pondered this and recognized the validity of her reasoning. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her jade pendant and handed it to Ping'er, instructing her to leave the palace and seek out Lu Ru, who could arrange for her to undertake discreet tasks. Ecstatic, Ping'er gratefully accepted and cheerfully departed. Song Ji remained rooted in place, pulling out another jade pendant from a robe, the one given to her by Mu Qinghan. It occurred to her that they had not seen each other in quite some time. She contemplated visiting the third prince's quarters, but was informed by the palace servants that he had recently received orders to leave the capital and would not be returning for the foreseeable future. Disappointed, she exited the palace alone, having arrived with a cart full of belongings and now leaving with 2 carts laden with the emperor's gifts. Yet, Song Ji could not find joy in her bounty. Mu Qinghan's indifference stung her. He had not even thought to send her a message before his departure. However, she soon reconciled with the situation, realizing that it was a feat in itself for Mu Qinghan to return to celebrate her father's birthday. It was likely that his movements were now further restricted by the increased surveillance surrounding him. The emperor, it seemed, was truly despicable, treating Mu Qinghan with utter disregard. Upon returning to the Song residence, she found Sun Shi waiting anxiously at the door. The moment she saw Song Ji, Sun Shi seized her arm in a panic, exclaiming that her father must have deceived her, for how could Yilu possibly harm her? She was so well-behaved. They must have been misled. It's the crown prince, Song Ji revealed. Sun Shi appeared to find her focus, concluding that it must be the crown prince who, having developed a disdain for Yilu, orchestrated this scheme to downgrade her status. My poor Yilu, how could she withstand such a blow when she has just conceived? Sun Shi lamented, her words flowing incessantly, leaving no room for Song Ji to interject. Once Sun Shi finally calmed her emotions, Song Ji shot her a glance, expressing her annoyance. What misfortune this is! Keep your distance from me. She withdrew her arm, attempting to leave, but Sun refused to let go. Child, your sister has indeed gone too far this time, but she cannot be a lowly concubine. She aspires to be the crown princess. Please, assist her, won't you? Your sister was merely momentarily confused. Do not hold her anger against her. I shall discipline her properly in due course. Sun spoke with a hint of urgency. Song Ji turned to face Sun again, fixing her gaze upon her as she corrected, I have no sister. My father has but one daughter. I shall state this for the final time. If you are so reluctant to sever ties with the Song family, perhaps you should leave with father and live in the Sun household instead, for your heart certainly lies not within the Song residence. Sun's face drained of color in an instant. What do you mean by leaving? How can you utter such rebellious words? Song Ji remained unhurried. I have even more audacious sentiments to express. Would you care to hear them? Sun, feeling as though struck by lightning, released Song Ji. In that moment, she finally realized that her daughter no longer harbored any love for her. It was a tragic irony that what should be the closest of mother and daughter had become a chasm insurmountable. Sun felt an overwhelming emptiness within her, a panic rising as she implored, Child, please do not act this way. What manner should I adopt? Song Ji's tone remained flat, yet the more composed she appeared, the more discomfort Sun experienced. Should she revert to secretly envying Yilu, hoping to receive a modicum of her attention? Or should she continue to perform countless acts solely to fulfill her filial duty? Sun was so pained that she could scarcely breathe. Do you hate your mother? Song Ji's emotions remained unperturbed. Madam Sun, how can you still presume to claim the title of mother? When you pose such a question, you must already possess the answer within, for even you must feel that you deserve to be hated, as you have proven so inept in your role. However, rest assured, I do not harbor hatred towards you. There is no law dictating that a mother must love her children. The choice of whom to love is entirely yours. Yet one must not be overly greedy. Having given me nothing, what right do you have to demand my obedience and affection in return? I have always been clear in matters of loyalty. Since you do not love me, I shall reciprocate in kind. No, I do love you. Sun stepped forward. Song Ji mercilessly pierced through. Then tell me, How have you shown your love for me? By repeatedly neglecting and mistreating me for the sake of Song Yale? Sun struggled to articulate her thoughts, unable to voice a single instance. It seemed the only thing she could claim was the act of bringing her into this world. Seeing her mother at a loss for words, Song Ji felt no pity. Being associated with you is truly a misfortune. From now on, keep your distance. With that, Song Ji departed, and upon entering, she encountered Song Yang, who stood there with a face full of regret. Child, I am sorry. Father, you need not apologize. The one who has wronged her is not you. Song Yang glanced at the dilapidated plaque of their home, reflecting on the meticulously chosen and regularly replaced plaque of the Sun residence. And his pent-up fury could no longer be contained. He addressed Sun with a tone of exasperation. After all these years, I have shown you nothing but benevolence and integrity. I entrusted you with the management of our household. And what has become of the Sun residence? And what of the Song household? This is already disheartening enough. But how could you treat Jir in such a manner? Only days ago, I had hoped for some semblance of change, yet you remain steadfast in your obstinacy. Therefore, you are forbidden from utilizing even a fraction of the Song family's resources to support your maternal kin. Should you contest this, we shall proceed with a separation. I will not agree to a separation, Sun exclaimed in shock. In her understanding, a wife must follow her husband's lead, and the notion of separation was unfathomable. A separation would result in utter disgrace. Should you persist in this manner, I too possess the power to issue a letter of divorce. For once, Song Yang displayed a rare firmness. Having spoken his mind, he turned to leave with Song Ji in tow. Sun stood rooted in place, her expression one of despair, struggling to comprehend the situation. All she sought was to assist Yale. Why then was she being threatened with separation? It had not always been this way. The Song household had once been harmonious, with a loving husband, an obedient juror, and a compliant Yale. Throughout the capital, there was no lady who did not envy her. What had everything transformed into this? Tears streamed down Sun's face, her heart heavy with confusion. Chapter 55. It is her honor in moments of profound sorrow. A familiar voice broke through, asking if they could speak in private. As the capital gradually warmed, the streets became populated with vendors selling refreshing snacks. In an elegant tea house on the second floor, Mrs. Sun gazed wistfully at a stall below selling chilled fish. In my childhood, Ji adored this. Every time I ventured out to buy lianggao for Yale, I would always bring her a portion. Her voice suddenly faltered as she realized the word she had unconsciously uttered. Casually. What a bitterly ironic term. Yet it slipped from her lips without thought. Across from her, Mu Qinghan smiled darkly. Madam need not grieve. I possess methods to facilitate her acceptance once more. Is that so? What do you propose? Mrs. Sun's eyes sparkled with hope. Sensing her interest, Mu Qinghan continued with calm assurance. Assistance does not come without conditions. If you wish for my help, you must demonstrate your sincerity. What is it that you desire? Mrs. Sun asked, though she already anticipated the answer. Jir cannot possibly marry you. Instantly, she grew alert. Mu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, confident that she would not refuse. Let us not forget, Song Yale weeps daily in the Eastern Palace, carrying your grandchild. If you assist me, I shall ensure she is well cared for. At the mention of Song Yale, Mrs. Sun's expression shifted. Yale carries your flesh and blood. You ought to treat her with care. Mu Qinghan waved her fan dismissively. The act of abandoning a child is not unheard of, especially when one has committed grave errors. I trust you understand this, madam. Mrs. Sun stood in anger. You cannot do this. Mu Qinghan remained composed, stating, ultimately, the course of action depends on your choice. Song Yale is the sole heir of the Sun family. Will you simply watch her perish? No. Overcome with fear, Mrs. Sun collapsed back into her seat, her face betraying her wavering resolve. Mu Qinghan seized the moment, enticing her further. If you align with me, not only can you reclaim Song Ji's affection, but you can also save Yale. Once I ascend the throne, the Sun family will enjoy considerable advantages and honors. What is there for you to hesitate about? But the thought of Song Ji's attitude towards Mu Qinghan made Mrs. Sun falter. A glint of coldness flashed in Mu Qinghan's eyes. Madam must contemplate carefully. Yale's fate lies in your hands. Do not compel me. Mrs. Sun painfully shut her eyes. Yet, as she did, images of Song Yale, pitiful and heavily pregnant, pleading for her help flooded her mind. Mu Qinghan remained patient, sipping her tea, quietly awaiting Mrs. Sun's decision. The methods taught by the Empress proved effective. As long as she used Song Yale as leverage, Mrs. Sun would undoubtedly yield. After a prolonged silence, Mrs. Sun finally raised her head, her eyes reddened. "Your Highness, are you certain you will not renege?" After a fierce internal struggle, she resolved to save Yale. Relinquishing Tia. After all, given her dependence on the Song family, even if Song Ji disliked Mu Qinghan, the marriage would not be entirely dreadful. Yale's situation was markedly different. Without her assistance, Yale would perish, and the child she carried would be relegated to a life of insignificance. This was the bloodline of the Sun family. As a descendant of the Sun clan, she bore the responsibility of safeguarding both mother and child. Mu Qinghan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Indeed, she desired Yale to reclaim her position as the crown princess. Mu Qinghan scoffed, recognizing that even someone of lesser intellect would discern that, given Song Yale's status and actions, her aspiration to restore her title was nothing short of fanciful delusion. The position of crown princess was unattainable. Once she successfully bore her child, the most she could hope for was to be elevated to the status of a secondary consort. Madame Sun furrowed her brow, declaring, "No, what is the difference between a secondary consort and a concubine?" This sentiment seemed eerily familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Mu Qinghan could not suppress a sound of derision, noting, "Madam, you truly are the finest of aunts. You believe that Yale's status as a secondary consort equates to that of a concubine, yet if she were to regain her title as crown princess, your own daughter would find herself relegated to the position of a secondary consort, becoming a concubine." Madame Sun's expression turned blank, as if it took her a moment to grasp this situation upon reflection. Mu Qinghan's tone dripped with sarcasm. "If only Lord Song could be as impartial as you regarding Yale." Feeling uncomfortable, Madame Sun lowered her gaze, asserting that her child, Ji, was resolute and would not concern herself with superficial titles. Mu Qinghan replied, "Even if Song Ji is indifferent, it matters not. Do not waste your thoughts on this. Being a secondary consort is already a considerable concession. Had she not been with child, even that would not have been granted." Madame Sun's gaze grew bitter, and before she could voice her thoughts, Mu Qinghan stood and placed a packet of sedative on the table. "Next month, Meng Qi will return to the capital to report. The emperor will surely host a banquet for the officials. You should time your actions accordingly." Madame Sun remained composed enough to recognize that such actions could ruin Ji's future. To enter the royal family is a privilege, she reminded herself. "Do not forget, Yale is still awaiting your rescue." With a smirk of triumph, Mu Qinghan strode out of the room. Inside, Madame Sun reached out, trembling, to grasp the packet of sedative. As she gazed at the powder, her expression shifted from complexity to determination. After all, Ji had already distanced herself. She had to protect at least one of them. Resolutely, Madame Sun concealed the powder within her garments. Meanwhile, Song Ji, after exchanging a few words with Song Yang, returned to Qingfeng Courtyard. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, she let out a long sigh of relief. Once she had rested sufficiently, Zayata approached her with a letter, stating, "Miss, this is a letter left for you by the third prince." Song Ji took it, huffing slightly, recognizing that leaving her a letter was not entirely devoid of warmth. As she unfolded the letter, she read that Xan Wenyin had successfully reached the border, while he himself had been dispatched by the emperor to negotiate with the Tuoba. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as she recalled the Tuoba princess, who had an affinity for Mu Nanchi, causing her face to scrunch up in displeasure. She glared at the letter, declaring, "If you dare to become entangled with the Tuoba princess, I shall rush over in the night to mar your handsome face." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Mu Nanchi sneezed unexpectedly, as if sensing something amiss. The Tuoba princess, concerned, inquired, "The wind is strong here. Have you caught a chill?" Mu Nanchi slightly bowed, replying, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, princess." With that, he turned and walked away. Princess Tuoba, with a hint of despondency, exclaimed, "Mu Nanchi, my father has decided to support you for my sake. Can you not even spare me a glance?" Mu Qinghan hesitated for a moment, reflecting on the thoughtful alliance between the Tuoba king and himself, assuring that the princess would find a more suitable match. Princess Tuoba stamped her foot, declaring, "You are the only man bold enough to reject me repeatedly. I shall make you yield." She brandished the whip in her hand, exuding an indomitable spirit. The Tuoba territory lies in the southwestern expanse of Tianxi, amidst vast, boundless grasslands. Here, women learn to ride at a tender age, and Princess Tuoba stands out as a paragon among them. With graceful agility, she mounted a horse, kicking off with a flourish, galloping freely across the prairie, her fiery figure strikingly vibrant against the lush green backdrop. Chapter 56. A beautiful ride into the distance following this. Song Ji took the opportunity to recuperate at home for several days. During this time, Mu Qinghan visited her, but each time she deftly evaded him, citing her frail health as an excuse. It was only natural for Mu Qinghan to feel anxious, as the emperor had recently begun to draw closer to several other princes, instilling in him a profound sense of crisis. With the empress now stripped of her power over the six palaces, his support had diminished further. He began to frequently correspond with Meng Qi and to visit the residences of various ministers alongside Wang Lanji. As Song Ji turned the pages of the collected letters in her hands, she noted that some were sent by her brother, others gathered by Ruoyu, and still others collected by her own informants within the Eastern Palace. One such informant was a familiar face, seated in a serene chamber adorned with flowing waters. Song Ji smiled at the woman across from her. "You truly possess remarkable capabilities, befitting the Empress's meticulously trained confidant." The woman before her, stunningly beautiful, sighed. "The world is indeed harsh. I merely strive to survive." Seated opposite her was none other than the still-living concubine of the Eastern Palace, Qing Dai. Song Ji set down her letters and toyed with her teacup. "How can you be so certain that aligning with me will ensure your survival?" When she first entered the Eastern Palace, these two concubines had approached her with jeweled hairpins and ornaments to curry favor. After the tragic demise of the pregnant concubine, Qing Dai sought her out before her departure from the palace. She pledged to serve her loyally, hoping only for the chance to live a dignified life outside the palace walls. Song Ji acquiesced. She had no reason to refuse. Within the entire Eastern Palace, no one was more suitable to serve as an informant without arousing suspicion than Qing Dai, who could easily uncover secrets that others might miss, precisely because she was part of the Empress's inner circle. Qing Dai offered a perfectly measured smile, recognizing that her life was already a gamble. With no path to survival under the Empress, she sought a different route, resulting in a potential win-win situation or otherwise a death sentence. She understood clearly that for individuals like them, lives were regarded as expendable, so much so that a single death could go unnoticed. The body of another concubine had been discreetly smuggled out of the palace and buried through her own financial arrangements. In truth, she had witnessed Ping Er leave the palace, and had the Empress been in her place, she would have thought not of granting mercy to those deemed useless, but rather of silencing them permanently. Thus, she was compelled to act, stopping Song Ji's carriage as she exited the palace. Song Ji, however, did not fully trust Qing Dai. She had her shadows keep a close watch on Qing Dai's every move, ensuring her loyalty and the utility of the information she brought forth. Unaware of Song Ji's precaution, Qing Dai, a bit moved, remarked, "I had thought that since I am a person of the Empress, you would regard me with some suspicion. Yet, it seems you trust those you should doubt and doubt those you should trust." Song Ji felt a flush of embarrassment, using her hand to support her forehead as she coughed lightly to steer the conversation elsewhere. "By the way, won't your secretive outing today raise any suspicions?" Qing Dai shook her head. "Rest assured, His Royal Highness is currently quite occupied. He has no time to concern himself with me. The Empress is under house arrest, and even if she wished to intervene, her hands are tied." After finishing her cup of tea, Qing Dai stood up and gazed longingly at the azure sky outside. "The weather is truly splendid, Miss Song. I can hardly contain my desire for freedom. I hope I have not miscalculated this time." Song Ji made no promises, but instead took out a pouch of golden leaves and said, "Whether inside or outside the palace, possessing gold and silver is always beneficial. Qinghan accepted it without hesitation, and, as she was about to leave, she added with profound significance, in a couple of days. The emperor will host a banquet for the ministers. Be cautious. Song Ji lowered her gaze in contemplation, while Lu Ruyu leaned closer and remarked, "She seems to possess quite a shrewd mind. Can she be trusted?" Song Ji replied, "People like her have become accustomed to speaking in half-truths. The genuine half reflects loyalty, while the false half serves as a safety net." Lu Ruyu frowned, suggesting, "For this banquet, perhaps you should feign illness and not attend. What's meant to happen will eventually come to pass. One cannot evade it for a lifetime. Besides, with Meng Qi returning to the capital, there are pressing matters I must attend to. I cannot simply refuse to go." Lu Ruyu understood her predicament and produced an assortment of medicinal powders, saying, "It is better to be prepared. Keep these on you and conceal them beneath your nails on the day of the banquet. Use them immediately if anything seems amiss." "Very well," Song Ji replied. "By the way, that Pinger shows considerable potential. I have sent her to Songzhou to handle the branch matters. Within 2 months, our branches should begin to open consecutively." Song Ji smiled. "It is indeed your efficiency that shines. Do not flatter me. The strategies are all yours. I am merely running errands and dare not take credit." As they conversed, a commotion erupted outside. "Young master, halt. If you dare to force your way in again, we shall report you to the authorities. I clearly provided 10,000 taels in silver notes. How can this be considered forcing my way? This is the inner courtyard, not a place for guests to intrude. 10,000 taels is enough to purchase your establishment. Where can I not tread?" "Young master." The voices drew nearer, and a peculiar expression crossed Song Ji's face as the voice sounded eerily familiar. Images of a rather unrefined face began to emerge in her mind. Sure enough, the next moment, the person outside boasted, "If 10,000 taels is insufficient, I shall add another 10,000. As the sole heir of the Song family, I have plenty of money to spare." The servants, well-mannered, attempted to obstruct him, saying, "This is not merely a matter of silver. We kindly ask Master Song to refrain from advancing further." "Then let me see the beautiful lady I spotted the other day. I saw her enter your establishment." Master Song jested. "You jest, sir. All the ladies at Yinshui Yu are enchanting. I truly do not know which one you mean. Do not feign ignorance. That lady was stunning and incomparable to the mere commoners you employ." As the exchange continued outside, Song Ji turned to Lu Ruyu, who was covering her face and lamenting. "What bad luck. 3 days ago, while I was out on business, I inadvertently encountered this nuisance. He insisted on inquiring about my surname, my family's residence, and whether I was married. I wandered for 3 entire streets without managing to shake him off, only for him to see me enter Yinshui Yu. As fate would have it, this ancestor of mine has taken it upon himself to visit the young ladies in the building for 3 consecutive days, dismissing anyone who does not meet his fancy. Now, he has audaciously ventured into the inner courtyard. Were it not for Lady Song's reputation, I would have had him expelled long ago." Song Ji raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing with a knowing glint. Lu Ruyu shivered at the thought, pleading silently, "Do not regard me with such a gaze. Had I known I would encounter this ancestor that day, I would have never ventured outside." Inquisitively, Song Ji remarked, "There are numerous ladies in the capital who admired Song Chong. With his current overt pursuit of you, does it not stir your heart even slightly?" Lu Ruyu smiled. "Let me put it this way. For a wealthy young master like him, I have received no fewer than 800 advances. I have grown numb to such gestures." Song Ji inhaled sharply. "Indeed, with a face that could cause nations to fall, your confidence is commendable. Yet Song Chong is different." "How so?" Lu Ruyu inquired. "He is no ordinary wealthy heir. His family is the wealthiest in the realm." Lu Ruyu pondered for a moment, her gaze toward Song Ji shifting subtly. "You are not suggesting that you are in need of silver and wish for me to sacrifice my allure, are you?" Chapter 57. Would you like me to drink? Song Ji chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? Am I really such a person? Lu Ruyu remained silent, her gaze conveying a firm affirmation. You are. Song Ji felt a pang of sorrow, exclaiming, Ryu, you've changed. Lu Ruyu sighed, clarifying, let me make this clear. I'm not interested in such immature children. What kind of person do you prefer then? Lu Ruiyu's eyes flickered, as if struck by a painful thought. Biting her lip, her voice grew somber. I don't like anyone. I am destined to live a life of solitude. Noticing the shift in her emotions, Song Ji tactfully refrained from probing further and redirected the conversation. What are your plans regarding young Master Song? Lu Ruiyu waved her hand dismissively. I have no plans. Let him make a fuss. A man's enthusiasm is fleeting. In a few days, his ardor will wane, and he will cease to return. Song Ji disagreed. Do you not understand, men? The unattainable is like an itch that one cannot scratch. The more mysterious and elusive it is, the more one desires it. Lu Ruiyu smirked. When did you become so wise? Don't worry about when I learned it. After all, Song Xiong is not pursuing me. Song Ji blinked, readily leading Xiao Tao out through the back door. She stored all those letters in Yun Shui Yu, intending to retrieve them before entering the palace. Unbeknownst to both Lu Ruiyu and Song Ji, Song Xiong was unyielding. For a full 10 days, he arrived punctually at Yun Shui Yu to seek her out. After paying a few coins for tea, he sat in the hall, watching the comings and goings of patrons, which unnerved those seeking merriment and severely impacted the establishment's business. Lu Ruiyu was exasperated. Is he a fool? Eventually, unable to bear his relentless pursuit, she sent a letter to inform Madame Tsong of his actions. Upon learning that her foolish son was frequenting the brothel and had seemingly developed an affection for one of the women, Madame Tsong became furious, rolling up her sleeves and chasing Song Qiong 2 miles with a whip. Once Song Qiong departed, everyone at Yin Shui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, they had exhaled too soon, for the very next day, Song Qiong returned, sporting a bruised face. Limping, he found a spot to sit and fished out a few coins to order tea. Madame Tsong, frustrated by his stubbornness, cut off his meager allowance. These were his few private savings. The attendant, caught in a predicament, stood frozen, exchanging incredulous glances with Song Qiong. The scene was absurdly comical. A young woman, unable to watch any longer, approached Lu Ruiyu to plead on his behalf. Why not give him a chance? He asked for nothing more than to see you. Lu Ruiyu remained unmoved, asserting that seeing him or not made little difference. Meeting him would only add to her troubles. The girls in the brothel had long grown indifferent to such romantic entanglements, and seeing her resolute attitude, they chose not to press further. Fortunately, the recent news of Meng Qi returning to the capital for official duties spread like wildfire, captivating the townsfolk as conversations over tea and meals. Were it not for this, Song Qiong's antics would undoubtedly have become the subject of much gossip. In the past 2 years, although no significant conflicts have arisen along the borders, minor disputes have persisted, and the generals guarding the frontier have always commanded a sense of reverence from the populace. Hence, a few days before Meng Qi's arrival in the capital, the citizens spontaneously organized welcoming processions. At last, the day of Meng Qi's entrance into the city arrived, and the streets were deserted as thousands gathered to greet him. The crowd chanted Meng Qi's name in unison as he sat atop a magnificent steed, smiling and acknowledging the people. Having grown accustomed to the beauty of striking figures, one might find Meng Qi rather unremarkable, a middle-aged man whose appearance could even be deemed somewhat unattractive. His rugged features, bronzed by the sun, bore several scars. Yet, he possessed a robust physique and an imposing height. Song Ji, mingling within the throng, scrutinized Meng Qi, pondering that regardless of which faction he aligned with or whether he wielded his power to suppress other generals, his sacrifices for the nation were undeniably genuine. For this reason alone, he was deserving of the people's affection. Quietly, Song Ji withdrew from the crowd. The following day, the emperor hosted a banquet for his ministers, and everyone hurried to the palace early in the morning. Seated in the carriage heading to the palace, Song Ji closed her eyes to catch some sleep. Sun, who insisted on accompanying her, attempted several times to initiate conversation, but upon seeing her weary demeanor, she eventually refrained. Sun's gaze was pensive as she nervously fiddled with a pouch of medicinal powder hidden in her sleeve. Upon entering the palace, everyone took their seats according to prearranged placements. Mu Qinghan approached warmly, remarking that Zhi'er looked particularly lovely today and had requested the kitchen to prepare the Empress's favorite blood swallow soup for her taste. Without waiting for Song Ji's refusal, he tactfully departed to converse with other ministers. It was evidently inappropriate for the empress, as the mother of the nation, to be absent from such a significant occasion, and thus her confinement was temporarily lifted for the day. Upon looking up, Song Ji spotted the empress smiling at her, concealing a sharp edge within her cordiality. Song Ji, returning the smile, raised her wine cup in a distant toast to the empress. She distinctly sensed a colder gaze from the empress directed at her. Qingdai had warned her to be cautious during this banquet, indicating that the empress and Mu Qinghan were unlikely to be unprepared. Curiosity piqued within her regarding the tactics they might employ against her, especially since she had brought all the medicinal powders given to her by Ruo Yu. The banquet proceeded in an orderly manner, with the emperor jovially bestowing rewards upon Meng Qi and others. As the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, graceful palace maidens stepped forward to perform a dance. Finally, Sun seized an opportunity to speak with Song Ji, pleading, "Must you be so dismissive of your mother?" Song Ji silently turned away, disinterested in engaging. Sun tightened her fingers in distress, resolutely offering the blood-swallow soup to Song Ji, insisting, "The soup will grow cold. Why not drink it while it's warm?" Song Ji glanced at the soup, and then deeply into Sun's eyes, questioning, "Do you genuinely wish for me to drink this?" Sun, feeling apprehensive, forced a smile, asserting that such a rare delicacy was worth its weight in gold, and would be a waste not to consume. Accepting the bowl, Song Ji replied with veiled meaning, "As you wish." With that, she began to sip the blood-swallow soup, one spoonful at a time, as she observed the girl drink. A fleeting moment of compassion flickered in Sun's eyes, yet it vanished almost instantaneously as she eagerly awaited the effects of the drug on Song Ji. After a while, when Song Ji exhibited no reaction, Sun's expression turned to one of confusion, believing that the drug was simply taking longer to take effect. Song Ji, discerning Sun's intentions, realized that the concoction was likely a sedative, meant to induce her unconsciousness. However, she was not one to engage in battle unprepared, having been forewarned by Qingdai. She had taken the precaution of carrying various antidotes with her. Sun's fervent desire for her to consume the blood-swallow soup undoubtedly concealed some ulterior motive, prompting Song Ji to preemptively ingest several antidotes, fortuitously including the correct one. In truth, even if the antidote had been incorrect, it would not have posed a concern, as she had already arranged for her shadow guards to discreetly protect her, ensuring that no harm would befall her. At this moment, she feigned a slight dizziness, claiming to be overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, despite having only consumed 2 cups. Chapter 58. Only enemies upon hearing the words. Sun's heart let out a sigh of relief. This subtle emotion was keenly observed by Song Ji, who was astonished to realize that no matter how outrageous Sun's behavior became, it failed to stir any feelings within her. Seizing the moment, Sun proposed to take her out for some fresh air to sober up, to which Song Ji did not object. As they departed, Song Yang harbored no suspicions, convinced that despite Sun's favoritism, she would not harm her own daughter. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Seeing them leave, Mu Qinghan soon found an excuse to follow suit. Once outside, Song Ji pretended to faint. Sun quickly handed her over to 2 palace attendants, her mind racing with fear of being discovered. Urgently, she instructed them, quickly take her to the crown prince's palace. If Song Ji were not pretending to be unconscious, she would have been inclined to laugh. How repulsive was that this was her genuine mother. Yet she conspired with outsiders to destroy her. How could such loathsome individuals exist? With her fists clenched tightly, Song Ji was swiftly carried away by the attendants and soon laid upon a soft bed. Once they departed, she slowly opened her eyes to find herself in an opulent chamber, where incense wafted gently through the air. Remaining still, she continued to lie on the bed as time ticked away. After a brief interval, the door creaked open. Hastily, Song Ji closed her eyes again, feigning unconsciousness. The footsteps drew nearer until they reached her bedside, where she felt someone feeding her something. Then, her body was gently shaken. "Miss Song, wake up, Miss Song." She drowsily opened her eyes to see a man dressed as a guard standing before her. "You, shill." Her words were interrupted as he cautiously whispered, I am an informant placed in the palace by the third prince. I came to rescue you upon learning of your peril. We must not linger here. Please come with me." Song Ji furrowed her brow in silence, showing no intention to move. The guard hastily continued, "Miss Song, are you doubting my identity? Rest assured, we will leave this place, and I will provide proof." Song Ji smiled brightly. "Very well. I believe you, but my legs lack strength. Could you assist me?" The guard, unsuspecting, bent down to help her. However, in that instant, a hairpin swiftly pierced his throat. Blood streamed down his neck as he stared wide-eyed, unable to close his eyes. Song Ji expressionlessly released her grip on the pin and pushed him away. His body fell to the ground with a thud. With a cold chuckle, she mused, "I am not acquainted with the third prince. How could he possibly come to my aid? Furthermore, who does not know he is not favored? How could he have a means to place a guard within the palace who can come and go freely? You have only yourself to blame for your foolishness." Having said this, she prepared to leave, but at that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing Mu Qinghan clad in purple. He appeared in high spirits. "I told you. How could someone of Zhure's stature possibly favor an unfavored prince? Father can rest assured now. You may return and report to him." "Yes," a respectful voice echoed from outside the door. Once the person departed, Mu Qinghan shifted his gaze back to Song Ji. In his eyes lingered a smile of unwavering determination. "Jir, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse today. If you possess any sense, you will willingly remove your garments, thereby sparing yourself further suffering." Song Ji sighed in distress. "What can I do? I have never been one to comprehend such subtleties." Mu Qinghan's eyes darkened. "Then you leave me no choice." With that, he gestured, and several burly matron servants entered. They strode purposefully towards Song Ji, clutching thick hemp ropes in their hands. Unfazed, Song Ji replied, "Your Highness, if I were in your position, I would hasten back to the main hall. There may still be an opportunity for negotiation." Mu Qinghan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "You shall soon find out," Song Ji replied leisurely, a teasing glimmer in her eyes. A sense of foreboding enveloped Mu Qinghan as he commanded a eunuch by the door, "Go to the main hall and ascertain what has transpired." The young eunuch had just taken a few steps when a group of palace attendants, accompanied by guards, burst into the room. "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you. Please, let us proceed." Mu Qinghan felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained his composure. "I merely stepped out for some fresh air. Why the urgency in my father's summons?" The servant dares not speculate. "Your Highness, it is best to comply and avoid keeping the Emperor waiting." The palace attendant spoke with a stern yet respectful demeanor. Mu Qinghan silently noted the attendant's appearance, planning to teach this insolent individual a lesson later. He glanced back at Song Ji and warned darkly, "Do not think you are free from consequence. No one can save you today. I shall return shortly." Song Ji, sitting on the bed with a playful smile, waved her hand, hoping the prince would indeed come back. Mu Qinghan cast her a cold glance before ordering the door to be locked and hurriedly departing. The matron's servants remained steadfast outside, wary of her escape, with a lock on the door as large as a fist. Once solitude enveloped the room, Song Ji concealed her smile. "Let us proceed as well." "Yes." The brief yet firm reply was followed by a series of thuds from outside, after which the door swung open, and she stepped out without looking back. Her path was unobstructed, and she swiftly returned to the main hall. The atmosphere there was palpably tense. Upon her quiet return, she noted the dwindling number of attendees. Most had been dismissed from the palace, leaving only a handful of high-ranking officials. The hall lay in disarray, and Meng Qi, who had previously been so self-satisfied, now knelt drunkenly on the floor. Beside him, Mu Qinghan appeared frantic. "Father, please believe me. I have no intention of colluding with the court officials against you. This is all a setup. Indeed, Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal and devoted to the nation. How could I conspire with the crown prince?" Both men pleaded desperately, fear etched across their faces. Above them, the emperor sat silently upon the dragon throne, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the letter in his hands. With each passing moment, his countenance grew increasingly grim. The empress, peering anxiously from the side, longed to snatch the letter away to discover its contents. Yet she dared not, only anxiously imploring, "Your Majesty, please do not heed the slanderous words of the petty individuals. lest you fall victim to their divisive schemes. Chapter 59. Irrefutable Arguments. The emperor, having perused the letters, suddenly hurled them at the empress's face. Is this what you refer to as slanderous gossip? The empress hastily picked up the scattered papers, and, as she discerned the words, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, that cannot be. It is not true. Her face drained of color. There must be someone scheming against her. The emperor rebuked. Are you suggesting that this is merely another fabrication? Empress, do you take me for a fool? These letters are undoubtedly the collection gathered by Song Yale during this time. Shortly after she was led out of the grand hall by the Sun family, Song Yale had instructed one of his subordinates to expose these matters. Mu Qinghan and Meng Qi, clinging to a glimmer of hope, attempted to exonerate themselves. Father, many are aware of the handwriting share between me and General Meng. Whatever you have seen must be a forgery. I hold nothing but filial piety towards you, Father, with no ulterior motives. Meng Qi, inebriated, bowed deeply. Your Majesty, for all these years, I have steadfastly guarded the frontier for the peace of the realm. Even without merit, my toil is evident. How could I commit such treasonous acts? His words were earnest and fervent. Had it been in the past, the emperor might have wavered. However, before him now lay irrefutable evidence. The emperor's expression darkened ominously as he fixed his gaze on Mu Qinghan, commanding, "Send out orders to search the eastern palace." Your Majesty, Father. Two voices echoed simultaneously, one belonging to the empress and the other to Mu Qinghan. This must not happen. The empress fell to her knees, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the work of instigators. If you allow the enemy's scheme to sow discord between father and son, how shall my son command respect in the future? Moreover, Your Majesty, upon reflection, my son is already the crown prince and will one day inherit the throne. Why take such a perilous step?" The emperor cast a cold glance, clearly contemplating this point. Seeing the emperor's hesitation, Song Yale swiftly stepped forward. Your Majesty, regarding the stability of the realm, I believe it is better to be thorough than to overlook anything. I trust that His Highness, as the ruler of the Eastern Palace, will understand this necessity. The empress glared at him. What are your true intentions, Lord Song? Do you wish to unjustly accuse my son? Song Yale maintained his composure. Empress, please calm your anger. If the crown prince is indeed wronged, only a thorough investigation can restore his honor. My intentions are solely for His Highness's benefit. Then pray tell, if my son is destined to inherit the throne, why would he conspire against it? The emperor, in his prime and in good health, seemed poised to reign for many years to come. The implication was clear. With power so tantalizingly close, the crown prince would have little desire to wait indefinitely. Moreover, the other princes were excelling, surely instilling a sense of urgency within the crown prince. You, the empress seethed, grinding her teeth. You speak falsely. Thus, for the sake of the crown prince's honor, I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation. Song Yale bowed respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. Lord Song speaks wisely. The emperor finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. His gaze was icy, a formidable pressure enveloping the grand hall. He was the most favored to inherit the throne. Yet that was merely in terms of succession, not usurpation. The empress, filled with trepidation, took a step forward, urging the emperor to reconsider. Song Yale, reveling in the unfolding drama, observed that the empress's obstruction might lead onlookers to mistakenly believe her actions stemmed from guilt. The empress glared at Song Yale with resentment. She was not guilty. After all, her foolish son was undeniably lacking in intelligence, and should he be caught with a damning piece of evidence, it would spell disaster. Yet, in this moment of being cornered, they had nowhere left to retreat. Mu Qinghan was drenched in cold sweat, his parched lips pressed together. Since his father harbored suspicions, he would allow the emperor to search the palace and clear his name. He was wagering that his hidden cache was sufficiently discreet to remain undiscovered. The emperor, suppressing his emotions, dispatched men to investigate, and the grand hall fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. No one dared utter a sound. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Yet, amidst this tension, Song Yale displayed an unusual lightness, for Mu Qinghan's careful plans were destined to collapse. In her previous life, before her demise, She had witnessed him enter the secret chamber and knew how to access it. Thus, she had already kindly informed the guards. Hiding at the back of the crowd, she wore a playful smile. Had she not feared attracting too much attention, she would have indulged in some seeds. At last, the searching guards returned to report. All eyes were fixed on the responding guard, while the Empress anxiously clutched her handkerchief. Mu Qinghan remained motionless, his gaze locked onto the guard, who, with meticulous precision, presented a collection of items that exposed his collusion with certain ministers. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for defense. The light in Mu Qinghan's eyes was extinguished, replaced by sheer terror. No, this was not how it should be. Father, please allow me to explain. The Empress's face drained of color, turning ashen as she carelessly struck her head against the ground, declaring that her son must have been incited. Your Majesty, please see the truth. Meanwhile, the ministers implicated in the conspiracy with Mu Qinghan hastily knelt, begging for mercy. The grand hall erupted into chaos, with various voices clamoring in disarray. The emperor remained silent upon his dragon throne, but the veins in his neck betrayed his fury. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Mu Qinghan and, with a trembling voice, uttered a single word. Why? The empress continued to bow, her forehead now bloodied from repeated strikes. Mu Qinghan trembled in fear, stammering, Father. Before he could finish, the emperor delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Your Majesty, the empress cried out in anguish, rushing forward to shield Mu Qinghan. Your anger is directed at me. Do not harm my son. Dare you approach? I have yet to settle the score with you, the emperor retorted. The emperor's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, radiating an aura of lethal intent as he ruthlessly kicked the empress on her shoulder. How have you guided him? I refuse to believe you were unaware of this rebellious child's actions. The empress fell in disarray, exclaiming, I am wronged. I assure you, I was completely oblivious to this matter. Had I known, I would never have allowed Honor to act so foolishly. Mother, Mu Qinghan gently cradled the empress in his embrace. The emperor regarded the pair with a cold gaze, poised to deliver punishment, when the empress implored, Your Majesty, do not forget the promises you made to me in years past. At her words, the emperor hesitated. With teary eyes, the empress pleaded for the emperor's mercy towards their son. Mu Qinghan, sensing the moment, swiftly admitted his fault. Father, I was momentarily blinded by folly. I humbly request your forgiveness. The emperor's lips twitched, and though his eyes remained icy, the lethal intent within began to dissipate gradually. Song Ji raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying intrigue. Chapter 60. I have no mother regardless of the underlying circumstances, they would not escape unscathed today. As anticipated by Song Ji, once the emperor had vented his fury, he stripped Mu Qinghan of his title as crown prince and elevated the favored concubine to the status of imperial noble consort, granting her authority over the 6 palaces in place of the empress. This act, with the empress still alive, was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for her. Yet, she did not dare to plead on her own behalf. Those who had allied with Mu Qinghan met with the emperor's wrath as well, and cries for mercy echoed through the court, drenched in blood. The remaining courtiers were relieved they had not conspired with Mu Qinghan in secret. After Mu Qinghan and the empress were led away, once all matters were settled, the emperor sat dejectedly upon the dragon throne, appearing to age significantly in that fleeting moment. His ministers urged him to take care of his health, but he muttered to himself, Is my persistence truly justified? No one dared to answer his unspoken question. The emperor waved his hand, dismissing everyone. The courtiers exited the grand hall in silence, and it was only outside that Sun Sui noticed the sudden appearance of Song Ji, her face reflecting shock as if she had seen a ghost. You, what are you doing here? I am here. Is Madame Sun disappointed? You. Sun Sui found herself at a loss for words. The recent news of the crown prince's fall from grace weighed heavily on her thoughts, rendering her expression complex. Jier, I had no choice. It is good that you are unharmed. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp Song Ji's hand, only to receive a sharp slap across her face. In disbelief, Sun Sui gasped, You actually struck me. I have long wished to do so, Song Ji retorted. You, who aided Song Yale, are oblivious to right and wrong. With that, she delivered another resounding slap. This is for your madness in sending your own daughter into another's bed. Yet another slap followed. This is for your disgrace to the title of mother. You are unworthy to bear that name. 3 strikes left Sun Sui dazed and reeling. Just as she was about to retaliate, Song Yale approached, intrigued. What do you mean by sending her to a man's bed? Today, they had achieved a resounding victory, and Song Yale wore a content smile. Sun Sui, momentarily disregarding her recent humiliation, hastily attempted to smooth things over. It's nothing at all. Song Ji scoffed indeed. It is nothing, merely Madam Sun conspiring with the deposed crown prince against my virtue. The smile on Song Yang's face froze in disbelief as he halted in his tracks. Wide-eyed at Sun Sui. Is what Ji says true? And no. Sun Sui, flustered, clutched at Song Yang's sleeve. My lord, I was merely momentarily confused. Had I known that the crown prince would face such calamity, I would never have acted thus, even at the cost of my life. You. Hearing her words, Song Yale raised his hand, poised to strike. Sun Sui, frightened, closed her eyes, yet the anticipated pain did not come. Tentatively, she opened her eyes to see Song Yale. In frustration, lowered his hand and uttered 2 words, divorce. Disappointment washed over Song Yale, his voice weary. I wish to part ways with you. Please, my lord, you cannot do this. For many years, I have endured hardships in the Song family, giving birth to a son and a daughter for you. I may not have contributed significantly, but my efforts have not been in vain. You cannot treat me this way, Sun implored, her voice trembling as she turned to Song Ji. Ji, you must persuade your father. I do not wish for a divorce. Song Ji remained unmoved, observing the scene with a cold gaze. Sun's face flushed with rage, and she shouted, I knew you harbored ill intentions. I merely favored your sister a bit more. Is it necessary for you to instigate your father against me? What kind of daughter are you, accusing me of plotting against you? You stand here and scathe, yet you. With a sharp crack, Song Yale struck Sun across the face once more, his anger boiling over. You are beyond salvation. It is I who wish to divorce you. What business is it of Ji's? She has not uttered a word. Moreover, her presence here is her own achievement, not something you can erase with your deeds. You dare to strike me. Tears filled Sun's eyes instantly. After decades of marriage, you have never laid a hand on me, and now you choose to do so. With a grim expression, Song Yale replied, I have only delayed too long in delivering this punishment, allowing you to become the madwoman you are now. Am I not striving for the good of this family? Ji's marriage to the crown prince is indeed a blessing for the Song family. If she had not distanced herself from me, I would never have sought refuge with the discarded prince. It was he who promised a way to reconcile with Ji, compelling me to ally with him. You still seek excuses for yourself. Song Yale, weary of her words, took Song Ji's hand gently. Come, my dear, let us return home. My lord, please do not abandon me, Sun cried, trailing behind them. She wished to join them in the carriage, but was dismissed by Song Yale, left to sob as she boarded another carriage. Song Yang's expression was grim. Once the carriage began to move, Song Ji asked, Father, can you truly bear this? Believing her concerns stemmed from compassion, he reassured her, you need not feel burdened. My actions are not solely for your sake. For years, her heart has not resided in the Song household, prioritizing the Sun family above all else. Therefore, I see no reason to confine her to the Song residence. Upon returning to the Song estate, Song Yale headed straight to his study to pen the divorce decree. Sun wept until she nearly fainted, grabbing Song Ji's arm and pleading, Ji, I was wrong, truly wrong. I promise never to wrong you again, nor will I interfere with the matters of the Alu. Please, plead for me. Do not let your father divorce me. Song Ji's voice rang clear. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. With all her hopes resting on Song Ji, Sun exclaimed, Your father listens to you the most, Ji. I beg you, help me just this once. Song Ji remained silent, directing her gaze towards Song Yale, who approached swiftly with the divorce decree in hand. Sun, in desperation, fell to her knees before him. My lord, you cannot do this. I implore you, consider Chun Feng's position. If you proceed with the divorce, how will his colleagues regard him? How will he find a match in the future? For his reputation and prospects, this divorce cannot be finalized. Sun seemed to grasp a lifeline, her gaze fixated intently on Song Yale. This was indeed the very concern that had long plagued Song Yale. Whether it be a divorce or a letter of dismissal, neither was deemed respectable. Families of prominence in the capital would certainly take heed of such matters, and he feared deeply how a separation might impact their two children. Seizing the moment, Sun declared, "I acknowledge that my actions have been egregious. I do not expect the forgiveness of Jier. I merely beseech you to grant me the opportunity for atonement. From this day forth, I vow to devote myself to piety in the ancestral hall, prioritizing the Song family above all else. And I shall refrain from instigating any further troubles." In an effort to demonstrate her sincerity, Sun raised her hand to swear an oath, stating that should she breach her promise, she would be subject to divine retribution. Song Yale hesitated, casting a glance at Song Ji, prompting Sun to hastily assure him, "I will never again disturb Jier, I guarantee it." Chapter 61. Tea talk concerning the future of Song Qinghan. He found himself compelled to deliberate once more. Upon witnessing Song Yang's shifting demeanor, Sun Sui fervently bowed her head, pleading, "I beseech you, my lord, from now on, I shall no longer meet with Yale." Song Yale cast a cold glance at Sun Sui, contemplating Song Qinghan, and ultimately felt a sense of restraint. However, this did not imply the absence of boundaries. He promptly instructed all servants that, without his explicit consent, Sun Sui was not permitted to leave the residence at will, and her whereabouts were to be reported to him daily. He also made it abundantly clear to Sun Sui that this was her final warning. Should she transgress again, not even the heavens would prevent their marital discord from reaching its inevitable conclusion. After all, if she were to persist in her mischief, even at the expense of Chunfeng's prospects, such a mother was unworthy. For the first time, Sun Sui grasped the gravity of the situation. In accordance with her promise, she began to embrace a life of asceticism and meditation, withdrawing from worldly affairs, ignoring even Song Yale's attempts to contact her. Outside the ancestral hall, Xiao Tao, holding a lantern, inquired, "Madam, has she truly turned over a new leaf? I fear she may still be oblivious to the dangers she poses to you." Song Ji's expression remained unperturbed. The night breeze tousled her hair, which she casually tucked behind her ear. A dog cannot change its nature. Xiao Tao continued, "Song Yale has returned these past few days seeking an audience. Although we have successfully barred her from entering, I believe she will not relent easily." Song Ji's gaze drifted far away, aware that Yale, still dreaming of being the crown princess, would certainly not give up. "If she comes again tomorrow, do not obstruct her. I shall speak to father. She and Madame Sun share a deep maternal bond and cannot be denied even a mere meeting." Understood. The next day, Song Yale indeed arrived once more at the gates of the Song residence. But this time, she was evidently prepared, dressed in plain attire and appearing haggard. She barely managed to kneel before the entrance, her mournful cries echoing. "Is it merely because I am no longer the crown princess that my uncle and aunt have forsaken me? I am aware of my current lowly status, unworthy of the Song family. Had it not been for my pregnancy, I would never have come to seek your mercy. I implore you, for the sake of the child I bear, grant me but a moment of your time." Her tone was sorrowful, evoking sympathy among her listeners who were moved to tears. Passers-by gradually congregated, whispering amongst themselves, "The Song family has always been known for their generosity. How can they treat their own niece with such coldness? Especially when she is with child. Indeed, she has come several days in a row without being allowed entry. How disheartening it is to witness such treatment of family. One can only imagine how they would treat those without any ties." As she listened to these murmurs, Song Yale secretly smirked from a hidden angle, intensifying her performance. "I should not intrude upon you. However, I find myself utterly destitute. Oh, my belly aches terribly." Clutching her abdomen, she feigned weakness and collapsed to the ground, curling up in apparent agony. The crowd erupted in indignation, exclaiming how the Song family could treat a pregnant woman in such a manner. Should anything happen to her, it would amount to a crime against humanity. Yes, a crime against humanity. "Open the door. Quickly, open the door." The common folk were filled with righteous indignation, displaying an overwhelming desire to assist Song Yale in breaching the gates of the Song residence. It was at this moment that Song Ji made her entrance. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing Song Ji standing tall, her demeanor composed. Who dares to slander the Song family by treating lives so carelessly? Her voice, though not loud, resonated with the force of thunder, instantly silencing the previously chaotic atmosphere as all eyes turned to the woman before them. She stepped out unhurriedly, prompting Song Yale to hurriedly interject, "Sister, do not blame everyone. It is my fault. I have indeed been unwell, for my stomach pains are quite severe." Song Ji replied, "What a coincidence. Physician Zhang is currently in the residence to attend to father. Since you are in discomfort, why not allow him to examine you?" Physician Zhang. A fleeting look of panic crossed Song Yale's face, fearing her deception might be unveiled. She wished to rise and assert her well-being, yet her earlier performance had been too convincing, leaving her in a precarious position. Such a trivial matter should not trouble Physician Zhang. Not at all. I am willing to lend my modest assistance. Physician Zhang emerged from within, carrying a medical kit, and prepared to take Song Yale's pulse by draping a cloth over her wrist. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Song Ji remarked, "What? Do you not care for the safety of your unborn child?" "Of course I care." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Yale had no choice but to endure and allow Physician Zhang to continue. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and declared, "Madam's pulse is steady and healthy. There is no cause for concern." Disheartened, Song Yale rose from the ground. "Indeed, perhaps my earlier agitation caused a brief discomfort, but it has subsided." Physician Zhang exchanged a glance with Song Ji before discreetly withdrawing. He had been specifically summoned by Song Ji to prevent Song Yale from using her pregnancy as leverage, for she had no desire to bear the blame. With her physical condition now deemed satisfactory, Song Ji turned to Song Yale once more. "Sister, it is best for you to return. The requests you bring cannot be fulfilled by our family, especially given the former crown prince's collusion with ministers to plot rebellion. As loyal subjects, we of the Song family cannot possibly align ourselves with you." "No, that is not my intention," Song Yale hastily denied, though her true purpose was indeed that. Such motives could not be openly expressed. The Empress and Mu Qinghan were aware of the feelings the Sun family held for her, and thus had sent her back to seek assistance, hoping the Song family might intercede on their behalf before the emperor. After all, Song Yang's words held considerable weight in the court, yet she had not anticipated that Song Ji would afford her no opportunity whatsoever. "Let it be understood that we do not wish to be cruel by keeping you outside, yet we must navigate this delicate situation with caution." With a heavy sigh, Song Ji assumed a solemn expression. "The Song residence is not ours alone. It comprises over 100 lives, each equally valuable. We cannot prioritize our sister's feelings over the lives of all. I hope you can comprehend this. Is it not merely idle gossip? I can endure it." Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Indeed, the former crown prince had only recently faced punishment for his collusion with ministers. Should Lord Song entangle himself with them at this juncture, several heads would surely roll. Upon hearing that General Mengqi has been imprisoned, the entire household of generals has been implicated. It appears that the Song family embodies true righteousness, valuing even the lives of their servants. Indeed, they are renowned for their magnanimity. The tides have swiftly turned, and Song Yale's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. She clenched her jaw, realizing that her sister possesses a remarkable gift of eloquence, unlike herself, who falters in moments of urgency. Song Ji remained unfazed, remarking that today afforded her ample leisure to allow her sister to gather her thoughts at her own pace. With a subtle gesture, she summoned a servant to bring forth a chair. Song Ji elegantly seated herself, observing Song Yale with a composed demeanor. Song Yale was taken aback by Song Ji's demeanor. Caught in a state of indecision, her face a canvas of conflicting emotions, ultimately settling on a mask of indignation. "Very well. It is clear that the Song family holds me in disdain, and I shall not linger here to be a burden. I shall take my leave." With that, Song Yale hurriedly departed. Song Ji stood, addressing the onlookers. "As you have witnessed, I merely engaged her in a straightforward discussion. Yet she insists on claiming our disdain for her. Truly, we find ourselves in a challenging position." The crowd had observed the entire exchange, and the astute among them could discern Song Yale's ulterior motives, expressing their agreement and offering words of comfort to Song Ji. As the gathering gradually dispersed, Xiao Tao cheerfully remarked, "Now Song Yale can no longer use this incident to slander the Song family." Song Ji lowered her head with a faint smile. "For what I desire extends beyond mere protection from defamation. Let us proceed. We shall see the fallen dog." Chapter 62. As long as you are happy since being relegated to commoner status, Mu Qinghan has moved out of the palace with Song Yale and Qingdai. The empress is confined within the harem under strict supervision, unable to assist them in the slightest. Fortunately, the emperor, recalling their familial bond, did not confiscate the modest wealth they managed to bring from the Eastern Palace, allowing them to procure a humble residence in the city. However, this dwelling pales in comparison to the grandeur of the Eastern Palace, and the absence of devoted attendants leaves Mu Qinghan feeling the weight of a stark decline, leading him to lash out in frustration, breaking anything within reach. Yet, there is little to break, as their funds have dwindled significantly after purchasing the house, forcing them to live frugally. Upon entering, Song Yale is met with a barrage of insults. "Wretched woman, have you failed again? After being a daughter of the Song family for over a decade, you cannot even enter the door." Song Yale stifles her sobs, pleading for her husband to calm down, promising to try again tomorrow. Tomorrow. Mu Qinghan retorts, exasperated. "At this rate, by the time you try again, it will be too late." His agitation mounts as he reaches for the inkstone, contemplating throwing it, but is suddenly reminded of their financial constraints, resulting in a frustrated fist pounding on the table. Startled, Song Yale bows her head deeply, while Mu Qinghan turns his gaze to Qingdai. "What of my mother? Have you made contact yet?" Qingdai replies, "At present." The empress is struggling to protect herself, making communication exceedingly difficult. "Useless. All of you are useless." Mu Qinghan can no longer contain his anger and violently shatters the inkstone on the ground, ink splattering everywhere. With reddened eyes, he grits his teeth, lamenting, "I am the crown prince and destined to be emperor. How could I have fallen so low?" He possesses an identity that others covet, with the support of the empress's family. Life should be harmonious, yet he finds himself in this dire predicament. When did everything begin to spiral beyond his control? It was when he stubbornly insisted on breaking off the engagement with Song Ji and chose to marry this woman of no consequence. With a glare of fury directed at Song Yale, he accuses, "This is your fault. All your fault." Regret ignites in his eyes as he grips Song Yale's neck, exclaiming, "Had you not seduced me, I would have been married to Ji long ago, and none of this would have happened." Struggling for breath, Song Yale's face turns crimson as she gasps, "Qinghan, please let go." Qingdai kneels, expressionless, imploring, "Young master, please calm down. The madam is with child." Yet Mu Qinghan, overwhelmed by successive blows to his spirit, is beyond hearing reason. "It should have been me and Ji. She should carry my child." His eyes widen in madness, hands tightening around Song Yale's throat. As her complexion shifts from red to blue, she desperately beats against his arm. But as she nears unconsciousness, Mu Qinghan, overwhelmed by rage and despair, coughs blood before collapsing to the ground. Song Yale suddenly felt a wave of weakness and sank to the ground, relishing her newfound freedom as she greedily inhaled the fresh air, unable to suppress the expression of survival after calamity. Qingdai, without a moment to spare for her, struggled to lift Mu Qinghan onto the bed. After a considerable time had passed, Song Yale finally steadied her breath. Slowly rising, she looked at Mu Qinghan, her eyes now filled with animosity. She was acutely aware that Mu Qinghan had genuinely intended to kill her moments ago. Weakly supporting herself against the door, she attempted to leave, but Yer hurriedly came to hold her arm. As she lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with Song Ji outside the door. Her body stiffened, and with a defiant shake of Yer's grasp, she strode towards Song Ji, determined not to let her witness her humiliation she had not yet lost. Song Ji shrugged. "As long as you're happy." A flash of humiliation crossed Song Yale's face as she retorted, "Get lost. Just go." Song Ji's smile remained undiminished as she waved her hand dismissively and turned away with an air of nonchalance. Leaning against the doorframe, Song Yale gradually slid down, burying her face in her hands as she wept inconsolably. Once, She had been a celebrated talent in the capital. How had she fallen into such disarray? The small courtyard bore witness to the passage of time, while in stark contrast, many places were alive with jubilant celebrations due to promotions. The recent events had implicated numerous officials, and the vacant positions necessitated the elevation of new individuals to fill them. However, what no one anticipated was that Wang Lanji remained securely in the position of prime minister. He was the one promoted by Mu Qinghan, yet he had unexpectedly weathered the storm of this turmoil unscathed. Many were puzzled by this, as Wang Lanji had not exhibited remarkable qualities during his tenure. Yet, Song Ji quickly discerned the reason. Wang Lanji was indeed favored by the emperor. This explained why the emperor had consented to the elevation of a relatively obscure individual to the esteemed position of prime minister at Mu Qinghan's behest. The prime minister's role was no trifling matter. Such a position could not be assigned lightly without a thorough understanding of one's background. It became evident that the emperor had gone to great lengths to support Mu Qinghan, and had it not been for their presentation of incriminating evidence, the emperor likely would have allowed Mu Qinghan to ascend to the throne. But why was this so? Furrowing her brows in contemplation, Song Ji recalled the queen's words in the grand hall, her expression growing increasingly grave. Such matters could not be unraveled by mere speculation. Without lingering in indecision, she proceeded directly to the study to consult Song Yang. An esteemed elder, Song Yang possessed the wisdom of a seasoned statesman, privy to many palace secrets from times long past. Indeed, upon hearing her inquiry, a nostalgic expression crossed Song Yang's face. Ah, that matter. I am familiar with it. Song Ji's eyes brightened as she settled onto a small stool beside him, eager for details. Stroking his beard, Song Yang began. This dates back to the emperor's ascension. The current empress is not the first. There was another before her. That empress was truly remarkable. Her skin like fine jade, bright eyes, and white teeth. A celestial being descended to earth, transcendent and extraordinary, possessing both wisdom and valor, a sharp mind and eloquent tongue. He paused. All right, I digress. I know she was indeed exceptional. Cough. Well, it was the case that every man, without exception, held her in deep admiration. Song Ji displayed a meaningful expression, suggesting, so, father admired her as well? Song Yang, with a sincere demeanor, affirmed, indeed, it is perfectly natural to admire an exceptional individual. Such admiration transcends mere romantic affection between men and women. Song Ji nodded in agreement. Song Yang continued, yet, this divine figure in the eyes of the public fell in love with the most ordinary prince of that time, who is now the emperor. It could be said that the emperor owes more than half of his ascent to the throne to her. She devised strategies for him, employing various methods to clear obstacles, achieving what everyone deemed impossible when no one believed the emperor could ever ascend the throne. Chapter 63. Where on my body are the moles, Song Ji speculated. Could it be that her exceptional abilities posed a threat to the throne, prompting the emperor to eliminate her as a means of severing ties? After all, such acts were not uncommon for the emperor, as evidenced by Xian Wanyan. Song Yang shook his head, asserting that if that were the case, the followers of the late empress would have long since stormed the Golden Wan Hall. The emperor truly cherished her. Their bond was profound. She was afflicted by a terminal illness, one that no medicine could cure. As Song Yang spoke, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. Such an extraordinary woman ultimately could not escape the inevitable cycle of life and death. During the most severe phase of her illness, she found herself pregnant. All the court physicians urged her to terminate the pregnancy, suggesting she might live a couple more years. Yet she resolutely chose to bring the child into the world. After a moment of silence, Song Ji inquired, "Is this child Mu Qinghan?" Yes, Song Yang nodded. Everyone presumed her child would inherit her brilliance and be esteemed by all. But the reality was quite the opposite. Mu Qinghan's capabilities, as you know, are indeed difficult to articulate. How does this connect to the current empress? Song Ji asked. Song Yang explained. The current empress, who was then the noble consort, volunteered to care for the young prince after the death of the late empress, proclaiming her commitment by vowing never to bear children. One cannot deny the empress's determination when the emperor hesitated. She took it upon herself to drink a concoction to ensure her barrenness. thereby securing the emperor's trust. Subsequently, she became the empress and took care of Mu Qinghan, and the emperor, feeling a sense of guilt for not allowing her to have her own children, offered her compensation. At that time, she requested but one promise from the emperor. What promise? Hearing this, Song Ji sat up straight. She wished to ascend to the position of Empress Dowager through her identity as Mu Qinghan's mother, Song Yang stated firmly. Now it makes sense, Song Ji responded, her expression reflecting understanding. Indeed, her request was not excessive. It was precisely this demand that eased the emperor's suspicions, and without a second thought, he acquiesced. After all, in the emperor's mind, his child with the late empress was destined to inherit the throne. Song Ji pondered, does Mu Qinghan know of this matter? Certainly not. Aside from the emperor and the empress, no more than 3 individuals are privy to this information. The emperor has protected Mu Qinghan well. He has always believed the empress to be his biological mother. Over the years, the empress has treated him as a true son. Reflecting on the lengths the empress had gone to for Mu Qinghan, Song Ji felt a flicker of sympathy for her. She had the opportunity to rise to greatness, but instead allowed her own ambitions to transform her son into a commoner. The empress had placed all her hopes upon him, only to find her efforts in vain. Nevertheless, Song Ji remained somewhat apprehensive, wondering if the emperor would restore Mu Qinghan's title of crown prince due to this promise. Such a promise could at most spare Mu Qinghan's life, but treason was a capital offense. With a sigh of relief, Song Ji engaged in casual conversation for a while longer before taking her leave to return to her quarters. The weather had turned quite warm lately, and even the nights no longer offered respite from the heat. She lay in bed, plagued by insomnia, as the incessant chirping of insects filled the air outside her window. She pondered, if only the late empress were still alive, perhaps Mu Qinghan would have been cultivated into a remarkable figure. Alas, there are no ifs in life. Despite being praised in words, she ultimately became nothing more than a mere skeleton adorned in crimson. In the dead of night, the weather suddenly turned. The previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and the rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Soon, a tempestuous wind accompanied by raindrops began to lash down. This fierce storm persisted until dawn, and when the light broke, the courtyard lay in disarray. Servants hurriedly tidied the chaotic surroundings, trimming the broken flowers and plants. Xiao Tao brought congee to serve Song Ji, who consumed it quietly. Once finished, the housekeeper rushed in, urgency etched across his face. Miss, something terrible has happened. You must go to the entrance and see. Song Ji, calm amidst the turmoil, replied, do not panic. What has occurred? The housekeeper's expression morphed into one of disbelief. It is the crown prince. Oh no, I mean the commoner Mu Qinghan. He is outside, causing a scene and hurling many slurs at your reputation. Is that so? Song Ji responded coolly. Regardless, it is beneath me to be ashamed of such words. You ought to hear it directly from him. The housekeeper had watched Song Ji grow up and regarded her as a daughter, his indignation palpable in his tone. Song Ji smiled reassuringly. Do not be upset. It is not worth damaging your health over. I shall see what nonsense he is up to. Even when he was the crown prince, she had not regarded him highly. Now that he had fallen to the status of a commoner, there was even less reason for her to feel intimidated. Once everything was in order, she quickly followed the housekeeper to the entrance. Mu Qinghan was still outside, incessantly ranting to the gathered crowd. I did not lie. Song Ji is truly my wife. What hysteria are you speaking of? She has indeed been my bride. We have shared countless nights together. I even know where she has a mole on her body. If you do not believe me, summon her forth for a confrontation. Seizing the moment, Song Ji stepped forward. Oh? Then do tell, where is this mole on my body? Her figure was slender and upright, her voice bright and melodious. Today, she wore a light blue pleated skirt, adorned with delicate velvet flowers in her hair. Appearing languid and relaxed, much like a sunbathing cat, Mu Qinghan's eyes lit up with astonishment. My wife, you have come? Xiao Tao, irate, interjected, young Master Mu, tread carefully. My lady remains unwed and has not taken any vows. Where does this talk of a wife come from? Once a prince of unparalleled status, Mu Qinghan had been accustomed to adoration wherever he went, and no maid dared to speak so boldly to him. But the tides had turned. His current position was even beneath that of Xiao Tao, and he had no choice but to suppress his fury and retort, "You, maid, your master has yet to speak, and you presume to interject." Turning back to Song Ji with a smile, he continued, "My lady, listen to me. We indeed were married. On the day of our grand wedding, I forgot to lift your veil and was scolded severely by my father." At this revelation, Song Ji's heart trembled, and her expression shifted dramatically. What Mu Qinghan spoke of had indeed transpired, albeit in a previous lifetime. At that time, she resolutely entered the Eastern Palace, despite the fact that she had not fulfilled his union with Song Yale. As a result, Mu Qinghan's demeanor was exceedingly poor, as if to convey to everyone that he had wed a woman he did not love, thus denying her the respect she rightfully deserved. On the day of their grand wedding, not only did he refuse to lift the bridal veil, but he also spent the entire night in the study, rendering her a subject of ridicule among outsiders. Recalling the experiences of her previous life, Song Ji swiftly composed herself, maintaining her poise as she remarked, "Young Master Mu, you jest. The one you are marrying is Song Yale." "No, that is not the case," Mu Qinghan exclaimed, filled with regret as he stepped forward. "I intended to annul the engagement, but you did not consent. In the end, it was you who successfully married into the Eastern Palace, while I conspired with the Song family to seize great matters, ultimately allowing me to ascend the throne." His voice was urgent, as if he had grasped onto a lifeline. Chapter 64. The unattractive one with beautiful thoughts. If there was still a shred of doubt lingering in Song Ji's mind moments ago, it has now transformed into certainty. Mu Qinghan, too, has been reborn. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess knowledge of events from his previous life? Song Ji's body tensed at the recollection of the tragic fate that befell the Song family, her eyes betraying an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. However, she concealed this murderous intent with remarkable finesse, presenting an outward demeanor of tranquility. Master Mu has just been demoted to a commoner. Thus, uttering the audacious notion of claiming the throne should be utterly forsaken. My Song family is innocent and above reproach. One cannot drag us into the mire simply because of your own discontent with your newfound status. Her resolute words resonated powerfully, effectively dispelling the potential repercussions Mu Qinghan's statements might have imposed upon the Song household. The onlookers murmured in astonishment, acknowledging the former crown prince's apparent hysteria. Did he not claim he was free from such affliction? It is indeed peculiar for someone supposedly afflicted to declare their condition so openly. Not to mention, he had originally wed Song Yale, yet now he insists on entangling himself with Miss Song Ji. As for the matter of succession, even if he were not hysterical, he certainly must be deranged. Such reasoning struck a chord with the crowd, who nodded in agreement, their gazes directed at Mu Qinghan, laced with contempt. Yet, the more they expressed disbelief, the more fervently Mu Qinghan sought to validate his claims. He shouted to the assembled citizens, "Silence! You know nothing. When I say I am marrying Jir, I mean it." The crowd was taken aback by his unreasonable outburst. They mused, "Thank heavens the emperor has deposed this prince. Otherwise, with such a man at the helm, our nation would surely meet its demise." Enraged and humiliated, Mu Qinghan glared at the speaker, his teeth clenched in fury. However, as a mere commoner now, he found himself unthreatening. The individual merely returned the glare with even greater intensity. Mu Qinghan, who had always preyed on the weak, quickly averted his gaze, intimidated by the imposing figure before him. It matters not if you do not believe me. I have ways to prove my words." The crowd, intrigued, inquired what methods. With an air of self-assuredness, he clasped his hands behind his back and declared, "As I mentioned earlier, I am well aware of her every detail, even the precise location of her birthmarks. Would I possess such intimate knowledge if we had not shared a bed?" His assertions, delivered with conviction and a triumphant demeanor, caused even the previously skeptical onlookers to cast curious glances at Song Ji. Sensing the shift in public sentiment, Mu Qinghan's pride swelled, and he raised his chin defiantly. Addressing Jir, "I would rather not disclose such private matters publicly. If you are wise, you will welcome me back to the Song residence as your husband, and have your father plead with my father to restore my title." Song Ji furrowed her brow, contemplating the absurdity of his proposition. Master Mu, should you utter another word of such arrogance, do not blame me for unleashing the hounds. You. Mu Qinghan was taken aback by Song Ji's lack of understanding, his face darkening as he retorted, "Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. In that case, I shall have no choice but to prove my claims." With that, he scanned the crowd, seeking a willing ant to assist in verifying his statements, declaring, "I will reveal the location of the birthmark, and you need only confirm its existence to the others. Indeed, I have arrived. And I too." As these words fell, for 5 middle-aged women, eager for excitement, stepped forward. Mu Qinghan cast a sinister smile at Song Ji and remarked, "If you regret it, now is still the time." Song Ji retorted, "Why would I regret?" Mu Qinghan scoffed, declaring, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. As long as I reveal the location of the birthmark, you will have no choice but to submit to me." He then turned to the crowd and loudly proclaimed, "On her inner thigh, there's a red birthmark. Each of you can verify it." The common folk murmured in hushed tones, noting the meticulous detail regarding both the location and the color, suggesting it was unlikely to be a fabrication. Could it be that Miss Song Ji had an illicit affair with her brother-in-law? It wasn't impossible, considering she had once expressed satisfaction with a marriage proposal. The onlookers exchanged words, while the women who had stepped forward eagerly gazed at Song Ji. Being the daughter of a minister, a lady of noble birth, they dared not act rashly without her consent. Song Ji remained silent with a smile, realizing why Mu Qinghan was so brazen in his claims after he disclosed the location of the birthmark. She recalled a certain inebriated night in her past life. Mu Qinghan, who despised her, had never consummated their marriage. However, under pressure from Song Yale, the powerful chancellor, he drunkenly insisted on their union. How could Song Ji endure such indignity? When Mu Qinghan's wine-laden breath approached her, she swiftly executed a shoulder throw, knocking him unconscious. To avoid causing a scandal, she promptly sent a maid from the building to handle the situation. The following day, before Mu Qinghan awakened, she had the maid depart, forcing herself to lie beside him despite her revulsion. It must have been then that Mu Qinghan noticed the birthmark on the maid's leg. Ironically, he had observed the birthmark so clearly, yet failed to realize he had lain with another. A smile graced Song Ji's lips as she whispered a few instructions to Xiao Tao before gesturing to the women. "Initially, I had no desire to address such despicable slander. But concerning my reputation, to prevent future gossip, you may enter with me for verification." Her expression was resolute and unyielding, devoid of fear or hesitation. This shift prompted the crowd to begin doubting Mu Qinghan's assertions. Holding his head high, Mu Qinghan remained unconcerned about the crowd's belief, confident that the outcome would allow him to vindicate himself. The women followed Song Ji into the Song residence, and after a brief tea session, they emerged one by one. Song Ji had donned a pristine white garment. What is the result? Is it as Lord Mu claimed? The eagerly awaiting crowd pressed for answers before the women could speak. Casting disdainful glances at Mu Qinghan, the women confirmed that Song Ji's legs were flawless and devoid of any birthmark. In their eyes, it was evident that Mu Qinghan had succumbed to hysteria and made baseless accusations. As fellow women, they understood the significance of a woman's honor and integrity. Mu Qinghan's words today were evidently intended to ensnare Song Ji in a quagmire. Had it not been for Song Ji's composed demeanor and unwavering calm in the face of danger, any other young woman might have succumbed to panic under such accusations, and he might have indeed triumphed. Even if her innocence were later proven, doubts would linger regarding her initial response. Upon hearing the outcome, the common folk's gazes towards Mu Qinghan swiftly transformed into mockery. They claimed it was not hysteria, scoffing that he was merely a commoner unworthy of the Song family's esteemed daughter. Indeed, if anyone were to slander my daughter in such a manner, I would be seized by an overwhelming desire to retaliate fiercely. The actions of a former crown prince are truly beneath contempt. Listening to these biting jeers, Mu Qinghan was utterly astounded and dashed forward to confront the group of women, exclaiming vehemently, "No, this is impossible. I have indeed shared a bed with her. How could there possibly be no mole on the inner thigh? It is you. It must be you who are fabricating this. Have you been bribed by her? Chapter 65. Truly you Mu Qinghan, in a fit of frenzy, bellowed, I cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly you who has corrupted her for your own gain. A group of women, incensed, retorted with indignation. Are you implying that our refusal to comply with your wishes equates to deceit? How dare you tarnish your reputation with such baseless accusations? We have subjected you to scrutiny, yet you turn the tables with your foolishness and malice. Once a prince, yet your character pales in comparison to my dog. Each woman vociferously defended herself, unwilling to concede in this verbal duel. Mu Qinghan's face flushed with rage, yet he remained obstinate, his gaze darting through the crowd in search of a savior. His eyes brightened upon spotting Qingdai, who had arrived upon hearing the commotion. This does not count. Who knows if they were bribed? I demand a re-examination. The elder women exchanged glances, their expressions sour. If she is indeed your ally, how can you be certain she will not conspire with you? Mu Qinghan's frustration mounted. Do not quibble. I must have a re-examination today. Song Ji interjected with a smirk. If it is absent, it is absent. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the re-examination? Of course. Mu Qinghan retorted, puffing out his chest. Are you perhaps feeling guilty? What I have to feel guilty about? The shame is not mine to bear, Song Ji replied lightly, turning to enter the room, while Mu Qinghan signaled to Qingdai, who promptly followed. Once inside, they did not enter a bedroom, but rather settled in the flower hall. Once assured of their privacy, Qingdai remarked, I believe Mu Qinghan is unwell. In what way? Qingdai rolled her eyes. He was so incensed by Song Yale that he fainted, and upon awakening, he has been spouting nonsensical claims. He dreams of marrying you, ascending the throne, and having a multitude of children with Song Yale, whom he would honor as empress. Living in perfect harmony, Song Ji's eyes deepened with understanding. It was not a rebirth, but merely a recollection of his past life. Qingdai continued, he recklessly sought you out, convinced that if you were his wife, his troubles would vanish. Song Ji found herself both amused and exasperated by his rare moment of insight, lamenting how his cleverness had ultimately led to his folly. With a teasing glance, Qingdai probed, Are you truly involved with him? Song Ji felt a wave of nausea. Recalling her breakfast porridge, please do not utter such words again. Witnessing Song Ji's reaction, Qingdai stifled a giggle. Fully aware that Mu Qinghan's ramblings were the musings of a lovesick fool, her tone tinged with disdain. When do you intend to let me depart? She inquired, believing that with the fall of the empress and the prince's disgrace, her presence was no longer warranted. Thankfully, she reflected, she had chosen to align herself with Song Ji rather than oppose her, for the consequences would have been dire. After a moment's contemplation, Song Ji decided, let be today. If Qingdai refrained from defending Mu Qinghan, her identity would inevitably be exposed as a loyal servant, even in fabricating tales. Ought to stand by her master. After you leave here, make your way directly to Yinshui Yuyu and seek out review. She will ensure everything is arranged for you. To be honest, I can somewhat comprehend Pinger's feelings now. Qingdai remarked earnestly, Miss Song, you possess an undeniably captivating quality that compels others to follow you. Song Ji smiled in response, expressing her gratitude for the compliment. Qingdai continued, if I were to accompany you, would it grant me the opportunity to become a branch manager? Song Ji, somewhat taken aback, replied, of course, I would welcome such a request. Qingdai was someone meticulously nurtured by the empress, her abilities indeed exceptional. Having her assistance would be most beneficial. You agreed so readily. Aren't you worried I might be a spy sent by the empress? Qingdai appeared to be in high spirits, her tone light-hearted. Song Ji slowly responded, after today, your assessment will conclude. Qingdai's lips twitched slightly, so that is how it is. You truly are remarkable. The two engaged in delightful conversation, and sensing that the time was right, they rose to leave. Upon stepping outside, they found the crowd of onlookers had only grown, with layers of people encircling them. Before they could speak, Mu Qinghan was the first to ask, so, did you see clearly this time? Qingdai elegantly nodded, affirming that she had indeed seen clearly. Mu Qinghan's expression brightened, and he straightened his posture, urging her, quickly, tell everyone what you witnessed. With a smile gracing her lips, Qingdai spoke confidently. I have verified that Miss Song does not have a red birthmark on her thigh. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Mu Qinghan's expression froze, his voice rising in astonishment. What did you say? Qing Dai repeated with a smile. Young master, I have confirmed that Miss Song's thigh indeed bears no red birthmark. You, wretched woman, even you have betrayed me. Mu Qinghan trembled with rage, rushing towards Qing Dai in an attempt to seize her by the throat, but she deftly evaded him. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. I say, young Master Mu, how can a man of your stature behave so disgracefully? Fortunately, she has a conscience and did not join you in slandering Miss Song. She merely spoke the truth. Do you intend to resort to murder in your fury? The crowd denounced Mu Qinghan, eager to hurl rotten vegetables at him. Surrounded by disdain, Mu Qinghan exuded a dark aura, clenching his fists as he shouted, Silence. You lowly insects, be quiet. I am of royal blood. Dare you treat me with such insolence? I shall ensure that my father punishes your entire clan. After this outburst, an unexpected silence fell over the crowd. He was indeed a true prince, and although relegated to a commoner, the royal lineage coursing through his veins could not be concealed, should the emperor ever choose to acknowledge him again. The ridicule faced today could spell disaster for these defenseless citizens. Realizing this, many in the crowd dispersed quietly, fearing retribution. Yet a few brave souls remained, continuing to mock him. Yes, we are lowly insects, but isn't the esteemed former crown prince now the same status as us? This was precisely what Mu Qinghan could not endure. Upon hearing those words, he charged at the individual like an enraged lion. However, his body, accustomed to comfort and pleasure, could not possibly compare to the physique forged through years of labor. Instead of toppling his opponent, he collided and was sent sprawling onto the ground, landing on his back. Laughter erupted all around, amplifying Mu Qinghan's humiliation. Qing Dai looked down at him from her elevated position, remarking that perhaps His Highness should return sooner rather than later to avoid further disgrace. In the past, she had been forced to humbly appease him, enduring various indignities without a shred of dignity. Now, being able to trample on him felt extraordinarily satisfying. Chapter 66. It was all a dream upon hearing Qing Dai's words. Mu Qinghan's eyes widened with rage as he retorted, Wretched woman, you are but a dog raised by my mother. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Indeed, what right do I possess? Qing Dai mused, recalling another beautiful concubine, Hong Xing, who had met a tragic fate. Anger flickered across her countenance, for they were indeed living beings. Why should they succumb to an untimely end? She and Hong Xing were the only two survivors after the Empress's rigorous training, among an initial 100 who had endured the same fate. Any dissatisfaction would summon the Empress's wrath, resulting in brutal punishments, some beaten to death, while others, unable to withstand the torment, chose to end their own lives. Ultimately, only she and Hong Xing remained. Both bore the marks of cruelty upon their bodies, every inch marred by the lash. In a bid to better serve Mu Qinghan, the Empress cruelly subjected them to a process of skin shedding and toxic substances, which ultimately granted them the delicate skin they possessed now. Originally, they had hoped that life in the Eastern Palace would be more favorable, and at first, it seemed to be so, prompting them to exert themselves in winning Mu Qinghan's favor. Little did they anticipate that Hong Xing would meet such a premature demise. The imperial physician had confirmed that Hong Xing was carrying a healthy female fetus. They had excitedly discussed in their cocooned warmth that once the child was born, Hong Xing would have her as a godmother. They sought neither affection nor status, only to quietly cherish the child. Yet, fate denied them this opportunity. With Hong Xing's death, Qing Dai could not even afford the luxury of expressing sorrow or resentment. She could only accept the hasty burial with a calm demeanor. Tears welled in her eyes as she confronted Mu Qinghan. Tell me, what gives you the right? Mu Qinghan had never witnessed such emotional fervor from Qing Dai, rendering him momentarily speechless. She approached him, kneeling beside. I have not betrayed you. I have never been loyal to you. She continued, as for grievances, they have their rightful owners. I have prepared a lavish gift for Song Yale. I hope it pleases you. With that, she gracefully retreated. In a fit of rage, Mu Qinghan attempted to lunge at her, but the previous squat had perhaps injured his bones. Upon exerting himself, he fell back to the ground with a cry of agony. Yet no one offered sympathy or assistance. His furious gaze was fixed upon Qing Dai. Wretched woman, all of you are wretched. His curses were fervent, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Tao had appeared with a woman at the rear of the crowd. The woman, with an enchanting figure, pushed through the throng to stand beside Mu Qinghan. Oh, why do you lie upon the ground, esteemed one? Mu Qinghan, perplexed, looked up warily. Who are you? The woman smiled seductively. You truly have a forgetful mind, my lord. I am Hong Hong from Yunshui Yu. Yunshui Yu's Hong Hong? Mu Qinghan remained bewildered. The woman continued earnestly. A few days ago, you visited Yunshui Yu and specifically requested me to serve you. Preposterous. When have I ever been to Yunshui Yu, and when did I ever summon you? Mu Qinghan thundered in outrage. The woman, feigning a sense of grievance, remarked, You are well aware that there's a red mole on my thigh. How could you claim to have never had an encounter with me? Her words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. I found a mention of the red mole on the thigh oddly familiar, only to realize it belonged to Hong Hong. It seemed the crown prince also frequented brothels. Alas, how unfortunate for the young lady of the Song family to have such a stigma attached to her. Initially, I harbored some doubts about whether those conducting the verification were indeed bribed by the Song family, but it appears my suspicions were unfounded. Song Ji understood that even if her innocence were established, there would still be those who would think otherwise, which is why she had Xiao Tao fetch Hong Hong from Yunshui Yu to deal with Mu Qinghan. The power of rumor is formidable. She would leave no room for doubt. Mu Qinghan was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What do you mean? Hong Hong replied. I mean it in the most literal sense. I spent a night with you, noble sir. Why do you hesitate to acknowledge it? In a fit of panic, Mu Qinghan pushed Hong Hong away, exclaiming, No, that's impossible. I distinctly dreamt that I was with Song Ji. His words faltered as he realized his slip. Yet, the crowd had already caught wind of it. So it was merely a dream. They were astonished, having believed a certainty only to discover it was all a figment of his imagination. Where once they regarded Mu Qinghan with disdain, they now looked upon him as if he were a fool. The murmurs of the crowd caused Mu Qinghan to question his own reality. Could it truly have been just a dream? Yet the experiences felt all too vivid. Moreover, he had never visited Yunshui Yu. From whence did this Hong Hong emerge? His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and he opened his mouth to speak, unsure of what to say. Any words he uttered would surely be met with disbelief. As the curtain fell on this dramatic scene, Song Ji finally stepped forward, declaring, The truth has been unveiled, and I cannot express my relief. Since this matter does not concern me, I shall take my leave. Thank you all for witnessing this today. With that, she turned resolutely and returned to her residence. The door of the Song Manor slammed shut with a resounding thud, severing all ties with the onlookers and extinguishing Mu Qinghan's last glimmer of hope. The remaining spectators, finding the spectacle dull, dispersed in a hurry, while Hong Hong swayed her hips in tandem with Qing Dai as they departed. What had once been a bustling scene before the Song Manor was now reduced to Mu Qinghan lying alone on the ground. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling utterly lost. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. At some point, dark clouds had returned. Gusts of wind swept down the street, heralding the impending downpour. Passers-by hurried along, and the street vendors frantically packed their goods. Mu Qinghan sought assistance, yet no one paid him any mind. Soon enough, the torrential rain poured down. Soaked to the skin, Mu Qinghan found himself drenched, and the rainwater quickly formed a small stream on the ground. The entire street lay deserted, with Mu Qinghan struggling in the rain, desperately attempting to rise and seek shelter, but the searing pain rendered him unable to stand. After several fruitless attempts, he was left with no choice but to laboriously crawl back, propped up by his arms. Once the illustrious prince, he now resembled a wretched stray dog. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within him at that moment, nor did anyone witness the expression that crossed his face. He struggled to inch forward, rainwater streaming down his cheeks and into his mouth. As Mu Qinghan departed, the heavy gates of the Song residence reopened. Xiao Tao held an umbrella, while Song Ji stood quietly beneath it. Miss, Mu Qinghan can no longer stir up trouble. You may rest easy now. Song Ji silently gazed in the direction of Mu Qinghan's retreat, pondering for a moment before replying. Not enough. In her past life, her family had been shattered. Now, he had merely endured some humiliation. This was hardly sufficient. Xiao Tao never questioned her mistress's words. If her lady declared it was not enough, then it must indeed be insufficient. Contemplating this, she offered comfort. It's all right, miss. We can take our time. We cannot afford to dawdle. I can no longer wait. Song Ji inhaled deeply, her gaze distant and profound. Chapter 67. The incident with Song Yale. The incessant rain persisted until evening, and when it finally ceased, the air was remarkably fresh. She sat by the window, toying with the deed of indenture in her hands, hesitating whether to return it to Qingdai. After much contemplation, she ultimately placed the deed back in its original position, deeming it prudent to keep a safeguard for herself. This deed was procured by her shadow guard at her behest, having been stolen from the Empress. Her intention was to have Qingdai return it after completing her tasks, allowing her the freedom to soar like a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the high sky. However, Qingdai expressed her desire to remain by her side, prompting her to reconsider her options. Just as she set the deed down, Xiao Tao burst in, exclaiming, Miss, the young master of the Song family is here to see you. He is currently waiting in the flower hall. What brings him here? Song Ji wondered, perplexed, but she promptly rose and made her way outside. Before long, she arrived at the flower hall. Upon her entrance, Song Qiong circled her meticulously several times, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief when he discerned that she was unharmed. You startled me. Before Nanxi left, he instructed me to protect you well. If you suffered even the slightest injury, he would surely seek retribution upon his return. Thankfully, you are fine. He said this while patting his chest and returning to his seat. Speaking of which, I've merely been a bit preoccupied these past few days. Yet you managed to accomplish quite a feat, cornering Mu Qinghan to such an extent. Song Ji, aware of his busyness, bore a peculiar expression. Let us not discuss me. Tell me about yourself. About me? What is there to say? I've heard that Lady Song has been frequently arranging matches for you. Is it true that good fortune is on the horizon? At the mention of this, Song Qiong sprang up with great fervor. She is merely over-anxious. If she wishes to marry, let her do so. I have my heart set on someone else. Oh, and which maiden has captured your fancy? Well, Song Qiong's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. I actually do not know which family she hails from, but she resides at Yinshui Yuyu. I suspect she must be the proprietress. Lu Ruoyu. Ah, quite an astute guess. What led you to this conclusion? Because I have already met every girl at Yinshui Yuyu, and she is not among them. Stars danced in Song Qiong's eyes, given her beauty and grace. If she were not one of the courtesans in the establishment, she could only be the elusive proprietress, who was rarer than a renowned courtesan. After all, one could at least pay to encounter a courtesan, but the proprietress remained unattainable even for silver. Song Ji pressed her lips together, revealing a contemplative expression. Yet Song Qiong remained lost in his reverie, continuing to ramble. Truly, I have never felt such a stirring for any woman. I believe we must have been a couple in a past life, which is why, in this vast sea of humanity, a single glance at her ensnares my heart. Song Ji interjected with a hint of annoyance. You might as well admit that it is mere lust. Song Qiong, with righteous indignation, retorted, can the matters of a scholar be reduced to mere lust? It is fate. Song Ji, unwilling to engage further, recognized that Lu Ruoyu likely had no intentions of marriage. Reflecting upon the matter, she gently reminded, Song Qiong, you were born the sole heir of a wealthy family, raised in luxury and comfort. Thus you may not comprehend the struggles that accompany every individual's existence in this world. She paused, gazing at Song Qiong, and continued, perhaps you believe you are bravely pursuing your affections, but have you considered the distress your actions may inflict upon others? Distress? Song Qiong blinked innocently. I merely wished to see her. Would that truly cause distress? Song Ji sighed, maintaining her patience, of course. You are the only son of its Song family. How could Madame Song ever permit you to wed a woman of questionable repute, even if she is merely a proprietress? Song Qiong protested. That is only because my mother has yet to meet her. If she were to meet her, she would undoubtedly come to like her. Song Ji fixed her gaze. How can you be so certain that your mother has not met her? The flower hall fell abruptly silent. In truth, Madame Song had not only met her, but had also given Ruoyu 1,000 taels of silver, urging her to refrain from harboring any inappropriate feelings for Song Qiong. Ruoyu joyfully accepted the silver and, when recounting this incident to Song Ji, wore an untroubled smile, reflecting the fortune of the wealthiest in Tianqi. 1,000 taels given so readily, what a profit for me. She displayed no signs of humiliation, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Yet, the more nonchalant she seemed, the more unsettled Song Ji felt. She quietly reassured, Ruoyu, you have every right to stand your ground. You have done nothing wrong. Ruoyu paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She playfully slapped Song Ji's arm, chiding, what is the point of standing your ground? Will that bring you any silver? How foolish of you. Song Ji lowered her gaze in silence, while Ruoyu waved dismissively. You need not feel pity for me. This is of little consequence in my heart, and I can truly understand Madame Song's perspective. You can empathize with others now. Song Ji expressed her discontent. After a moment of silence, Ruoyu suppressed her smile. Do you know what Madame Song said to me before she departed? She took my hand and apologized, stating that if her son were to visit Yinshui Yu again, I should serve him a fine cup of tea and charge it to her account. Song Ji raised an eyebrow in astonishment, and Ruoyu once again beamed. So you see, she is merely a mother concerned for her son. What have I to be angry about? Ultimately, it was Song Qiong's thoughtless actions, devoid of consideration for their consequences, that incited frustration. He placed everyone in a difficult position while remaining blissfully unaware of the turmoil he caused. Were it not for his inherently good nature and his unintentional misdeeds, Song Ji would have been tempted to deliver a sound thrashing. After concluding her conversation with Song Qiong, she saw him off. She watched as he climbed into the carriage, scratching his head in confusion, murmuring, it shouldn't be, I haven't seen that beautiful sister again. How did my mother meet her? With a frown, Song Ji pinched the bridge of her nose and gestured for the coachman to depart swiftly. She feared she might be unable to restrain herself from confronting him. After bidding farewell to Song Qiong, the night had fully descended. Thick clouds obscured the stars, and after accompanying Song Yang through dinner, she returned to her courtyard. As she drifted into a light slumber, the sound of a strong wind stirred outside once more. Upon awakening the following day, the wind had long since ceased. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and the azure sky was as clear as crystal, heralding a splendid day. Once she had tidied herself and stepped out of the Qingfeng courtyard, she was taken aback to discover that the outside world had descended into utter chaos. Through careful inquiry, she learned that alongside the howling wind of the previous night, there had also been the frantic knocking of Mu Qinghan. The steward, initially dismissive, was jolted into alertness when Mu Qinghan, with a dazed expression, proclaimed loudly, Song Yale has. She has been poisoned. She is dead. This revelation startled the steward profoundly, prompting him to hastily inform Song Yang. However, concerned about disturbing her rest, Song Yang deliberately refrained from awakening her, which meant she was only aware of the wind's tumult. In contrast, upon learning of the incident, Sun Sure seized the opportunity amidst the disorder to stealthily escape the residence. Chapter 68. The onset of illness, where is my father now? The servant replied respectfully. The master took leave early this morning and did not attend court. He must be with the deposed prince at this hour. Song Ji's emotions were somewhat conflicted. She had intended for Song Yale and Mu Qinghan to torment each other for a while longer. After all, in her previous life, they had tread upon the bones and blood of the Song family, their affections entwined. In this life, she yearned to witness their mutual destruction. Yet, before she could intervene, Song Yale had met her untimely end. Recalling Qing Dai's words from the previous day, she understood that this must be the work of Qing Dai herself. Just as she contemplated following the trail, a gentle servant approached, saying, My lady, Miss Qing Dai has sent a message. She stated that she has merely caused the loss of the child within that person and has not taken their life. Knowing your connection with them, She has intentionally left them for you. Song Ji sighed inwardly, recognizing the astuteness of one raised in the predatory imperial palace, always able to gauge the situation with a discerning heart. After delivering the message, the servant respectfully departed. After a moment's thought, Song Ji resolved to investigate the matter further. The courtyard appeared unchanged from her previous visit, save for the fact that it was now surrounded by officials and soldiers. Curious townsfolk craned their necks to glimpse the happenings within, yet they were all barred from entry. As Song Ji approached, the soldiers recognized her and cautiously opened a path. No sooner had she stepped inside than the heart-wrenching sobs of Sun sure filled the air. "My daughter, how have you become like this? It is my fault. I should not have ignored you. Had I not been so callous in avoiding you, you would not be in this state." Frowning, Song Ji entered the room. It was evident that it had been tidied up, yet a clear pool of blood remained on the floor. Song Yale lay unconscious on the bed, while Sun Sure sat beside her, clutching her hand and weeping, and Song Yang stood silently nearby. Noticing her arrival, Song Yang beckoned her closer and whispered, "Why have you come here? This commotion is too tempting to ignore." "How is she?" "Not well. The child is gone, and she is nearly bled to death. The doctor says she is barely clinging to life." "And Mu Qinghan?" At the mention of his name, Song Yang sneered, disgusted by the stench of blood. "He has retreated to the adjacent room to sleep." As he spoke, Mu Qinghan, as if sensing they were discussing him, stumbled through the door. "Jier has arrived, hasn't she? I knew you could not forget me. We grew up together. Our bond is stronger than that of strangers." As he approached her with the intent to pull her close, he exclaimed, "Please do not hold a grudge against me. I shall not marry your sister. I will marry you. You are the only one I desire in this life." Song Ji discreetly stepped back, prompting a wounded expression from Mu Qinghan. "Yeah, are you still angry with me? Please do not blame me. How about I take you to buy candied hawthorn?" When it comes to candied hawthorn, he appears to be quite exuberant, pulling out a few pieces of silver from his pocket like a cherished treasure. "Look, Jier, this is my savings, all reserved for buying candied hawthorn." He stutters, gazing at Song Ji with the demeanor of a young child. Before Song Ji can respond, he visibly panics upon meeting her gaze, realizing that she is merely a little girl, yet somehow appears so grown. Mu Qinghan stumbles back, feeling bewildered at the size of his own adult hands. "Why are my hands so large? What is happening?" In a state of urgency, he searches the room for a mirror to behold his reflection, but finding none, he hurriedly exits, disregarding the pain in his backside. Mu Qinghan departs swiftly, leaving Song Ji with no time to utter a word. She looks on in confusion, her gaze questioning Song Yang. He scratches his nose and explains, "Well, the doctor mentioned that he must have endured a significant shock, leading to a disruption in his memory." Song Yang. To put it simply, he seems to have become a bit unhinged due to the trauma. Song Ji, is he truly mad? Song Yang shrugs. That's what the physician said. Song Ji gazes thoughtfully out the door, about to speak when Sun, with a quivering voice, interjects. "After all this time, you show no concern for your sister?" Song Yang shields her behind him. "I see you're about to spiral again." Sun cries heart-wrenchingly, "Yes, I am about to lose my mind again. Unlike your cold-heartedness, Yilu is my cherished daughter whom I have nurtured for over a decade. Seeing her in such misery makes me wish to flay the perpetrator alive." Song Yang, Unyielding, replies, "You may wish to do so, but do not impose that responsibility upon us." Sun's tears flow even more profusely. Song Yang, he retorts, "The authorities will investigate her plight. I have already shown leniency by not condemning your unauthorized departure. I will not further involve myself." Sun's eyes widen in disbelief. "Are you truly going to stand idly by?" Song Yang scoffs, and Sun, unable to accept this, insists, "No, you must help Yilu. This is your debt to her." Song Yang, exasperated, chuckles, "Indeed, I owe her so much for raising her." Sun stifles a gasp, then glances at Song Ji. Before she can speak, Song Ji chimes in, Yes, I owe her too. I have always yielded to her, swallowing my grievances, allowing her to bask in glory and happiness. Indeed, I owe her greatly." Sun's complexion turns a deep shade of purple. After a pause, she finally declares, "But if it weren't for your insistence on making me choose between the divorce and Yilu, how would she have been left vulnerable to the treachery of others? Did you not hear Mu Qinghan mention last night that it was that beautiful concubine, Qing Dai, who caused this? You must avenge Yale. Song Ji twitches her lips. Avenge her? That's simply not possible. You are truly heartless. Sun was utterly exasperated, her heart aching as she cast a glance at the frail Song Yale lying on the bed, her tears cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread. My poor Yale, I will never allow her to endure such suffering for no reason. For no reason? Song Ji retorted coldly. Do you comprehend why Qing Dai treated your pitiful Yale in such a manner? It is precisely because your Yale has brought ruin upon another mother and her child. One life extinguished, two souls lost. In that instant, a memory of the tragically deceased Hong Xing flickered through Sun's mind, but she quickly regained her composure, asserting defiantly. That seductress enticed Mu Qinghan and obstructed Yale's path. Yale was merely looking out for herself. She is blameless. Song Ji was taken aback by Sun's warped perspective. How could she, in her youth, have yearned for the love of such a woman? Sun's moral compass had long been distorted. No, it had perhaps never been right. For how could a normal mother neglect her own daughter while favoring another's? Chapter 69. A daughter of one's own. Song Ji's eyes were filled with loathing. Before she could utter a word, her arm was suddenly seized tightly by Mrs. Sunday Zhe. You must help me. The look in Song Ji's eyes was heavy with unshakable disdain as she smiled maliciously. Help! Seeing her like this brings me immense joy. I won't concern myself with Song Yale, and even if you, Mrs. Sun, end up like this, I shall remain indifferent. Mrs. Sun was taken aback by Song Ji's demeanor, her expression shifting unpredictably. Song Ji methodically pried each of Mrs. Sun's fingers away, shaking her off to depart. Stunned, Mrs. Sun stood in place, and as she regained her composure to pursue, Song Yang interjected from behind. Later, I will have someone deliver the divorce papers. Rest assured, you have borne me a son and a daughter. I shall not treat you unfairly. Mrs. Sun's eyes widened abruptly. At this critical juncture, you dare to mention divorce? Song Yang's face was impassive. It is precisely because of this critical moment that I fear divorce might implicate the Song family. After the divorce, your actions shall no longer concern the Song residents. Mrs. Sun bit her lip fiercely. Are you not afraid of disgrace? Song Yang, at your age, how can you speak of divorce? Where shall you place your old face? Song Yang replied, that is of no concern to you. He made it clear through his actions, and after speaking, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, a sudden sound echoed behind him. He turned to find Mrs. Sun kneeling on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. Yale is the only bloodline of the Sun family. I cannot abandon her. Her voice carried a resolute desperation, as if she were rallying herself. You may proceed with the divorce, but I have one condition, avenge Yale. Song Yang looked at her in disappointment. So, even if I choose to divorce, not a single tear is shed for me, is it? Mrs. Sun ignored his question, insisting, only if you agree to this condition will I consent to the divorce. Song Yang bitterly laughed at himself, murmuring, how laughable that I have held you in such high regard, never once taking a concubine over the years for fear you might feel wronged. Yet it seems in your eyes, our relationship and affection are merely leverage to aid your niece. Mrs. Sun shook her head, continuing to emphasize, I have no choice. Yale is the sole bloodline of the Sun family. If I do not help her, no one else will. In frustration, Song Yang finally advised her, bloodline. Must you sacrifice yourself for her? If the Sun family has no descendants, I would be unable to face our ancestors in death. My lord, for the sake of our years together, please assist us. I promise to ensure Yale respects you in the future. At that moment, Song Yang suddenly felt a sense of relief. I do not require her respect. I have my own daughter. After the divorce, whether you live or die, I shall no longer inquire about you. As for Song Yale, I will neither help nor can I. The midday sun grew increasingly oppressive, waves of heat washing over him. Song Yang walked alone down the street, noticing a man at a nearby snack stall, drenched in sweat and flushed red from the heat. Perhaps due to an unusually prosperous business day, he was busily attending to customers without pause. Not far away, a woman of ordinary appearance, but with a radiant smile, was greeting customers. Dressed simply and moving with deftness, she finished attending to a patron and approached the man, tenderly wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Song Yang heard her say, "My dear, it is exceedingly hot today. Let's not sell any more after this bowl." The man chuckled foolishly. "Oh, that won't do. Remember, you were enamored with that beautiful hairpin last time, but hesitated to buy it. Business is thriving today. Once we close up, we shall go purchase it for you." The woman, blushing, lowered her head shyly. "Who said I liked it? Such an expensive item is surely meant for noble women. For us common folk, a wooden hairpin is far more suitable." The man gazed at her with affection. "My dear, you are the most beautiful in the world. It would suit you far better than those noble ladies." She playfully retorted, "You are just speaking nonsense. Nonetheless, you must rest today. You've lost weight recently." Their banter continued as the man worked swiftly, preparing another bowl. While the woman carried food to the customers, he tiredly rotated his wrist. Yet when she turned to look at him, he quickly stood straight and flashed a smile. Song Yang was touched by this warm scene and unconsciously approached the man, producing a silver ingot. "You have such a wonderful wife. Cherish her well and do not let her suffer in this heat. Return home to rest early." The man was startled by Song Yang's sudden gesture and hesitated to accept the silver, suspiciously asking, "Do you know my wife?" "No," came the reply. "Then why are you giving me silver?" Song Yang opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, realizing his actions were somewhat presumptuous. He placed the silver on the table. "Consider it an act of kindness." With that, he turned away in solitude. The man, seizing the silver, was about to pursue him when a nearby patron interjected. "You are new to the capital and do not recognize him. He is a high-ranking official. You are unaware of his esteemed wife." The patron displayed an expression of complexity, implying that the man should feel envious of such a virtuous spouse. The man silently regarded the silver in his hand, then glanced at Song Yang's retreating figure before hastily following. "My lord, such benevolence could be donated to a charitable hall. I am capable of earning a living for my family through honest means." Song Yang was astonished by the man's straightforwardness. That ingot of silver could alleviate much of his toil. The man replied, "My lord, our status may be humble, but we possess our dignity." After a moment's pause, he continued, "Each person has their own way of living. A forced situation bears no sweetness. One should adopt a more open-minded perspective and not dwell on those unworthy of our thoughts." With heartfelt sincerity, he returned the silver to Song Yang, then trotted back to resume his work. Song Yang stood in place for a long while, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he stared at the silver. Eventually, he released a long sigh, relaxing his furrowed brow, and hurried home. Soon, he penned the divorce papers and delivered them to Sun's hands. Upon learning that Song Yang had truly sent out the divorce papers, Song Ji specifically visited the forlorn old man. "Father, if you wish to cry, then do so." Song Yang, bemused, replied, "Am I truly such a fragile person?" Song Ji pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. "Indeed." Song Yang pursed his lips, and upon hearing your words, I find myself feeling rather uncomfortable. I apologize, dear Ji, for my indecisiveness has prolonged this separation. Song Ji approached and gently patted the old man's shoulder. "If all else fails, why not take in a few concubines? As long as you refrain from fathering several sons to contest the family inheritance with me, I assure you I will treat those ladies with utmost respect. My daughter, you are truly filial. Father, you're also very kind." With Song Ji's playful banter, Song Yang felt considerably uplifted. Concerned that Sun might continue to act under his name, he ordered the immediate announcement of their separation, eager to sever any ties with Sunday. Chapter 70. The deception of self-mutilation. Song Jika was not merely speaking. Recalling Song Yang's fervent affection for her, she genuinely intended to present him with a new prospective wife. Over the years, Song Yang had cultivated an impeccable reputation, and once the news of the matchmaking spread, suitors inundated the Song residence, nearly trampling down the threshold. Numerous women even disregarded societal conventions to boldly recommend themselves at the door. Song Jika, astonished, had not anticipated that her elderly relative could garner such admiration. Presently, whenever Song Yang ventured outside, he found himself encircled by a throng of women, rendering him too intimidated to leave the premises. After attending morning court, He preferred to remain in the courtyard, tending to flowers and birds. Days passed until Sun Sui found herself embroiled in a heated argument outside the gates with Mu Qinghan and others. With hands on her hips and eyes reddened, the relentless care she had devoted to Song Yale over the past few days had aged her significantly, stripping away her previous dignity. Her voice, sharp and accusatory, lashed out. "You shameless lot! Are you not ashamed to covet another's husband in broad daylight? Have you no self-awareness?" One individual chuckled. "You've already divorced Sonderun. Do you still consider yourself a lady?" Sun Sui, incensed and humiliated, retorted, "My husband and I are merely having a quarrel. We will not truly part ways." Yet, the crowd remained unconvinced. "You think we are deceived? The divorce decree, stamped by the government, has been delivered to you. You are no longer married." "No." Sun Sui's face flushed crimson. Abruptly, she ceased engaging with them and began pounding on the gates of the Song residence. "Open the door. I am the matriarch of the Song family. I have returned. Jika, I am your mother. How can you leave me outside?" Her voice crescendoed, yet the door showed no sign of yielding. Seeing that no one paid her heed, she seized Mu Qinghan and shouted, "Open the door. It is because of Jika that Mu Qinghan has become this deranged. Should you not bear some responsibility?" Mu Qinghan hastily pulled away. "Aunt, lower your voice. Jika despises loud commotion. Your outburst will only earn her disdain towards both of us." Sun Sui seethed. "Fool. I am trying to assist you. Do you not understand?" Mu Qinghan, with an air of pride, turned away. "I am the crown prince, second only to the emperor. I do not require your assistance." Afterward, as if recalling something, she furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, "I'm the crown prince, yet I had a dream in which I was no longer a prince. My father demoted me to a commoner, and I saw so much blood, so much blood. Why is there so much blood?" Mu Qinghan's demeanor shifted to one of madness as she clutched her head, violently banging it against the wall. "Whose blood is this?" Yes, there was a child, a fully formed male infant surrounded by blood. Her eyes, bloodshot, suddenly darted towards Sun Sui, gripping her garments and shaking her vehemently. "Aunt, whose child is this? Is it mine and Jika's?" "But Jika has no birthmark on her thigh. I have not been intimate with her." Mu Qinghan's memories had become a chaotic tangle, her words a disjointed stream of confusion. The matriarch of the Sun family felt dizzy and faint. Her vision clouded with stars as she exclaimed in distress. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she summoned all her strength and pushed Mu Qinghan away. Due to the lingering injury on his backside, Mu Qinghan was indeed propelled some distance away. After a moment of swaying and clutching her head, Sun regained her composure and pointed an accusing finger at Mu Qinghan, exclaiming, "You heartless wretch, are you deliberately trying to take my life?" Naturally, Mu Qinghan offered no reply. Dazed, he wandered off, urgently questioning anyone he encountered. "I am a crown prince, am I not?" Without waiting for a response, he turned away, repeatedly asserting, "I am a crown prince." Once Mu Qinghan had distanced himself, Sun observed the tightly shut gates of the Song residence, and with a sudden thought, she pretended to faint, crying out for help. "Oh, I feel so unwell. I fear I may perish here." A bystander, unable to bear the scene, remarked, "Madam Sun, your act of self-pity is rather transparent." Sun retorted dismissively, "What business is it of yours?" She continued her lament, "My head aches, my heart aches, my very insides ache. If I were to die at the gates of the Song residence, I would surely return each night to seek vengeance for my demise." Within mere steps, Song Yang stood with a complex expression, while beside him, Song Ji gently inquired, "Father, what do you intend to do?" Song Yang offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. I shall not show any weakness." He gestured, prompting the steward to swiftly open the door. Their eyes met, and Song Yang beheld Sun sprawled on the ground, her hair disheveled, wailing in despair. She still wore the exquisite satin gown she had donned on the day of her departure from the residence. It had lost its luster. Upon seeing Song Yang, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face, but recalling her ailing daughter, Yalu, she quickly rose, calling out, "My lord." Song Yang's voice was frigid as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Sun chuckled awkwardly. "I have come home." "This is not your home," he replied sternly. "Are you still upset with me, my lord?" I have been wed to the Song family for decades. If this is not my home, then where is? Song Yang scoffed. Return to the Sun residence. You have managed it far better than this place. No, I am a married woman. How could I return to my parental home? Song Yang's expression darkened. You never regarded yourself as a married woman before. Your heart was always with your Sun family. Since you never embraced that identity in the past, you need not do so now or in the future. I have granted you considerable leniency, should you continue to cause a scene here. Do not blame me for disregarding our past and reporting you to the authorities. My lord, you cannot treat me this way. After all, I bore you children, You still have the audacity to mention our children? Ever since you brought Song Yale back to this house, have you fulfilled your duties as a mother? My lord, please do not treat me so harshly. You promised to care for me for a lifetime. Sun burst into genuine tears, pleading, do not marry another woman. However, Song Yang merely signaled, and immediately, a servant stepped forward to escort Sun out onto the street. She attempted to return, but Song Yang warned, if you take another step, I will report you to the authorities. Ultimately, Sun stood there, filled with reluctance and indignation. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Song Yang in despair, hoping to elicit his compassion. However, Song Yang disregarded her entirely, leading Song Ji out the door without a backward glance. Some onlookers reveled in the spectacle. Having never witnessed such a scene, a respectable official's wife forsaking her dignity to arrive at this lamentable state, Sun Sure shouted at one individual, what do you know? The person scoffed, I know nothing, for I could never condone the injustice of favoring another's daughter while my own suffers. The crowd pointed and whispered, thoroughly dissecting Sun Sure's predicament with sarcasm. Embarrassed and enraged, Sun Sure could no longer endure the ridicule and fled in disgrace. Meanwhile, Song Ji accompanied Song Yang in the carriage, heading towards the prison. Father, what do you intend to do? She inquired. Song Yang replied solemnly, we are going to see Meng Qi. Chapter 71. The joy of praise, unattained. Song Yang spoke earnestly. It is indeed true that Meng Qi has been in private contact with the Crown Prince, yet his willingness to sacrifice his life for Tianqi is equally undeniable. The Emperor has kept him in the dungeons for so long without taking action, presumably waiting for us to offer him a way out. The other ministers, fearing the repercussions, dare not voice their opinions. As a powerless attendant, I am most suited to undertake this task. Song Ji grasped his intention. Then why did father ask me to accompany you? With a tender smile, Song Yang replied, I have grown old. It is only natural that he remembers this favor from you. Song Ji teased, but we were the ones who sent him in there. Song Yang retorted confidently, we sent him in, so the credit lies with me. Bringing him out, however, shall be your merit. Touched, Song Ji leaned her head on Song Yang's shoulder. Father, you are truly wonderful. Then, with a playful shift in tone, she continued, such a splendid father deserves an equally splendid wife. I have found 30 suitable candidates for you. Now you may arrange to meet them. Song Yang's lips twitched. Are you not afraid of exhausting me? Song Ji replied, who asked so many to wish to marry you? Do you realize how many I had to sift through to arrive at these 30? Song Yang frowned, pondering the idea of fleeing that very evening. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Song Ji saw through his thoughts and, without lifting her eyelids, warned, should you abandon your post, do not blame me for reporting your absence. It will be my face on the line, not yours. With a heavy heart, Song Yang lamented, must you truly force my hand? Song Ji smiled softly, neither confirming nor denying. She merely wished to impart the same sense of shadow he had cast upon her in the past when he insisted on finding her a match. She had not yet descended to the madness of seeking a stepmother for herself. Upon arrival at the dungeons, a cadre of well-trained guards greeted them with a bow. Song Yang winked at Song Ji. Let us split our paths. I shall seek the Emperor, and you shall take care of the rest. Song Ji nodded, her resolute gaze assuring him, rest easy, I shall handle it. Guided by the guards, Song Ji ventured deeper into the dungeons. The atmosphere was dark and damp, and upon entering, a musty odor assaulted her senses. She fanned the air with her hand as she walked until reaching the end of the corridor. With a guard respectfully announced, Miss Song, it is right here. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, simply call, as the duty officers are not far off. Nodding, Song Ji waited until the guard departed before directing her gaze to the cell before her. It was shrouded in darkness, with only a small window allowing a sliver of light to filter through. In that beam, she noticed the floor strewn with straw, devoid of any bed or blanket. Meng Qi sat in a corner with his head bowed, neither moving nor looking up at the sound. She mirrored his stillness, taking her time to appraise the man before her. Clad in prison garb, he lacked the spirited demeanor he had displayed on the day he returned to the capital. Perhaps the prolonged darkness had rendered the scar on his face somewhat more menacing. The two remained in silent opposition for an extended period, until at last, Meng Qi conceded. In the struggle of victory and defeat, I accept my fate. You need not come to witness my humiliation. Standing tall, Song Ji replied, How do you know I'm not here to assist you? Would you truly be so benevolent? The other party scoffed and turned away from her, stating that had it not been for your revelations, he would not have fallen to such a plight. Song Ji's gaze remained unchanged. General Meng was no fool, and upon returning to the capital, he must have heard of Mu Qinghan's recent actions. Do you truly believe he possesses the capability to bear great responsibilities? Meng Qi's silhouette stiffened momentarily, yet he chose not to respond. Song Ji chuckled softly, asserting that even if they had not exposed the truth, how long could they have concealed it? Look, it is precisely because we revealed this matter before you could commit an irreparable mistake that the emperor has refrained from imposing a severe punishment upon you. Meng Qi furrowed his brow. Having spent so many days in the dungeon, he had contemplated this rationale. Yet, the mere thought of having once been a formidable general, only to find himself reduced to a prisoner, filled him with profound resentment. The emperor's favoritism towards Mu Qinghan was evident, and Meng Qi had merely made a choice that favored himself. Little did he know that while the emperor indeed favored Mu Qinghan, the latter was utterly inept. What is it that you wish to convey? Meng Qi, I can facilitate your escape, and upon your departure, you may continue your role as a great general. But I require your obedience henceforth. Having served as a general for a decade, Meng Qi was not only well acquainted with the conditions at the borders, but had also established a faction of his own. If Meng Qi were to align with her, their future endeavors would surely yield greater results with half the effort. Impossible. How could a man of dignity heed the commands of a woman? Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Qi rejected her proposition. Song Ji responded, What of it? General Xian Wanyin is also a woman, renowned for her distinguished military achievements, and she has secured more victories than you. Those soldiers had no qualms about following her. Meng Qi abruptly rose to his feet, silencing her, demanding, How can you even compare to General Xian? Noticing his sudden agitation, a flicker of confusion crossed Song Ji's eyes, yet she maintained her composure, asking, What? Do you know General Xian? Realizing his slip, Meng Qi scoffed and retook his seat, declaring that it was none of her concern. Regardless, he would not yield to her, and she could do as she pleased with him. Song Ji raised an eyebrow, deliberately stating, What a pity. Even if you know General Xian, you shall never see her again. Meng Qi stood up once more, exclaiming, Why? Song Ji replied calmly, Not long ago, the place where she resided caught fire, and she was unable to escape. What did you say? Meng Qi hastened to Song Ji's side, grasping the bars of the cell, his eyes wide with disbelief. General Xian is dead? That cannot be. Mu Qinghan had assured me he would take good care of her, and I had received no news of her demise before returning to the capital. Song Ji speculated silently. Could it be that Meng Qi had agreed to ally with Mu Qinghan because of Xian Wanyin? To validate her suspicions, she said, General Xian's situation was orchestrated by someone with intent. They would prefer that as few people as possible were aware of it. So it is understandable that you remain in the dark. Meng Qi's eyes reddened, as if he could not bear the weight of this reality, asking, Who? Who is behind this? Song Ji remained silent, observing Meng Qi with a steady gaze. He understood that she was prompting him to make a choice. Only those close to one another would share every detail without reservation. After a brief pause, Meng Qi let out a sigh, conceding, Well, a true man must know when to yield and when to stand firm. I shall heed your words. Song Ji, her eyes curving with satisfaction, inquired, To express your sincerity. Why are you so concerned about General Xian? Meng Qi cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "You possess more cunning than Mu Qinghan." Song Ji retorted, "There is no joy in being praised in such a manner." Meng Qi settled cross-legged in front of her and began to recount a memory from long ago. "How long ago, you ask?" It was so long ago that he was merely 10 years old. After the passing of his father, only his mother and an 8-year-old brother remained. The conscription order had been issued, necessitating that their family provide a capable individual. As the elder brother, he naturally assumed this weighty responsibility. Chapter 72. His excellence beyond all others, he believed he was the youngest among the soldiers, but upon arriving at the assembly point, he realized his assumption was incorrect. Among the dense throngs of people, many were boys of similar age to his own. During that period, the border wars erupted frequently, claiming countless lives, and it was not uncommon for households to lack adult males. With hearts heavy with trepidation, they trained, wielding cumbersome weapons and learning the art of combat. Each of them felt that this expedition was likely a one-way journey, and thus they resigned themselves to the inevitability of death. Morale was low along the way, and no one could muster a smile. However, to their surprise, the border was not the Hell's Cape they had envisioned, filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Meng Qi vividly recalls the day they arrived at the frontier. The sunset was breathtaking, and General Exe, mounted on a magnificent steed, awaited them outside the city. Behind her stood countless civilians, and she stood before them, a beacon of pride and hope. Dismounting, she tenderly stroked his head and said, "It is my fault that this war has dragged on for so long, forcing you at such a tender age to be here. Do not worry, I will ensure your safe return." At that moment, Meng Qi felt disdainful. They all understood the grim reality of surviving this ordeal. Yet, he did not dare to dampen the commanding officer's spirits and merely nodded in agreement. Little did they know, General Xian was true to her word. She taught the martial arts, imparted military strategy, and shared life lessons, only sending them into battle when absolutely necessary. She genuinely regarded them as her own children. The adults built a protective wall around them, striving to ensure they lived as normal children. Ultimately, with minimal casualties, General Xian achieved a resounding victory over the enemy, stabilizing the border, and led them triumphantly homeward. However, the emperor, devoid of compassion, confined General Xian to the temple of 10,000 Buddhas due to her gender. Tears welled in Meng Qi's eyes. This was General Xian, a formidable warrior undefeated in countless battles. The soldiers at the border had long known this secret, yet they revered her. I am aware that the brothers at the border harbored disdain for me, deeming me obstinate and unable to tolerate anyone surpassing my abilities. Yet, as a general lacking substantial merit, I require achievements and a notable reputation to negotiate before the emperor. My intention in coming to the capital was to plead for her release at the banquet, but I had not even begun to speak before I botched the opportunity. With a weary sigh, Meng Qi slumped his shoulders. Song Ji exhaled deeply and asked, "Then why align yourself with Mu Qinghan?" Meng Qi cast her a wordless glance. "Miss Song, your intellect should easily deduce why General Xian find herself in the temple of 10,000 Buddhas. The likelihood of the emperor granting her freedom is slim. I thought that if he proved to be foolish and refused, I could support a new ruler to achieve my objectives." Song Ji was rendered speechless, realizing there were layers to this narrative that she had previously overlooked. "I have said all I needed to say. Can you now tell me who harmed General Xian?" Song Ji's eyes deepened with gravity as she slowly uttered four words. "You know who. As a hero of Tianqi, there has always been but one person who desired her demise." Meng Qi stood in a daze for a moment, then suddenly crouched down in anguish, his eyes gradually filling with rage. "What a foolish monarch." Song Ji remarked, "My father has already entered the palace to request an edict. You should be released today. However, I am a cautious person, and for safety's sake, you must take this." Meng Qi looked up to see her delicate hand revealing a black pill in her palm. "What is this?" he inquired. "It's poison," she replied. Meng Qi hesitated. "Rest assured, as long as you sincerely submit to me, I will provide the antidote." He fixated on the pill, wavering for a moment before he ultimately picked it up and swallowed it. After consuming the drug, he asked, "To which prince do you belong?" "The third prince," she answered. "The third prince. Meng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Among the powerful princes, he had never imagined it would be the least favored third prince. Having spent little time in the capital, he was not well versed in the court's dynamics. Yet he knew that Mu Qinghan was the least competitive for the throne. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Qi turned and leaned against the wall, gagging as if to expel the pill he had just swallowed. After a prolonged effort, nothing came up. Song Ji chuckled. Don't waste your effort. That poison is my carefully concocted formula, and by now, it has already permeated your very being. Her tone was utterly convincing, devoid of any hint of deceit. Of course, she had no poison, nor had she concocted any. She had hurriedly come with only this hemostatic pill to trick Meng Qi into ingesting it. Should Meng Qi comply, all would be well. If he refused, she could seize the opportunity to administer genuine poison under the pretext of providing an antidote. At that moment, Meng Qi was fuming. Are you not courting death? Even if you had chosen the unborn son of the favored concubine, I could accept it, but you deliberately chose the least likely to ascend, the third prince. Song Ji countered. Who says he is the least likely? Do you understand the concept of concealing one's talents, of unexpected turns, of silence followed by a resounding impact, of nurturing one's capabilities in obscurity? She spoke in a rapid succession, feeling it insufficient, and added with a huff, he is superior to anyone else. Meng Qi was left speechless. Miss Song, what is your relationship with the third prince? Song Ji turned away coldly, mimicking his earlier defiance. What concern is that of yours? With that, she walked away, adding over her shoulder, come to the Song residence in 3 days, and I shall present you with a welcoming gift. Trust me, you will surely appreciate it. With a graceful exit, Song Ji left Meng Qi alone in the cell, lost in thought as he gazed at her departing figure. Reflecting on the passing of Xian Wanyan, he clenched his fists tightly. After emerging from the dungeon, Song Ji closed her eyes for a while to adjust to the blinding light outside. As she expected, the moment she settled into the carriage, she spotted the eunuch arriving to convey the edict. Her elderly family retainer was indeed quick in his actions. As she waited in the carriage for Song Yang to accompany her out of the palace, boredom led her to pull out a book to read. After 2 hours, Song Yang finally returned. Song Ji inquired with concern, why did it take so long? Didn't the eunuch arrive earlier? Song Yang's face was a ghastly green, exhibiting unmistakable anger. The emperor had indeed been waiting for me to seek him out. The imperial edict had evidently been prepared well in advance. The moment I made my appearance, he promptly dispatched someone to bring me to the dungeons. Could he have been swifter? Song Ji chuckled, pondering what there was to be angry about, considering he had been aware of it all along. Song Yang muttered curses, fully cognizant of Mu Qinghan's madness. He lamented that, after all, it was a matter of royal blood. Such insanity tarnished the dignity of the imperial family. He instructed me to bring Mu Qinghan to the Song residence for proper care. Such benevolent words concealed his lingering concern for this rebellious son, essentially urging me to assume the role of a guardian. Suddenly, Song Ji's smile vanished, her countenance turning a similar shade of green. Did you acquiesce? What else could I do? I have been attempting to evade this responsibility for the past 2 hours and have made no headway. Chapter 73. I want your life as the father and daughter enter the palace. They were all smiles, but upon their departure, they hurled the most scathing insults at each other. Upon returning home, their demeanor shifted to one of profound sorrow, akin to that of a child mourning the loss of a mother. Yet, one could argue that even the death of her mother would not provoke such desolation in Song Ji. Mu Qinghan clung to her like a stubborn adhesive plaster, and she had begun to feel the torment of plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair. She thought it was time to take action. The grievances from her previous life lingered vividly in her mind, and in this life, he was destined to meet a fate worse than death. However, she needed to devise a plan to extricate the Song residents from this predicament. While Song Ji quietly strategized, Song Yang found himself reluctantly bringing Mu Qinghan into their household. Initially, Sun Sure attempted to shamelessly persuade Song Yang to bring both her and Song Yale back, only to be brusquely dismissed by him. This provoked her into a fit of tears and tantrums in the courtyard, a far cry from the dignified demeanor of a noble woman she once maintained. Song Yang could only watch in astonishment. Once, Sun Sui had been obsessed with preserving her image. Her every action carefully calibrated to reflect the poise of a lady from a prestigious family. Now, her sudden transformation made him wonder if she had always possessed this side of her character, previously concealed by the pampering and ease of her life. With indifference in his gaze, Song Yale instructed others to restrain Sun Sui while he led Mu Qinghan away. Upon their return, he deliberately assigned her to the farthest courtyard from Qingfeng Courtyard, hoping to minimize encounters between Song Ji and himself. However, on the very day they returned, Mu Qinghan sought out the entrance of Qingfeng Courtyard. Were it not for the imperial physician's diagnosis, Song Ji might have suspected he was feigning madness. Mu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly oblivious to the disdain reflected in Song Ji's gaze. "Jier, I finally found you. Where have you been? Why can I not find you?" Song Ji rolled her eyes, ignoring him, and attempted to leave. Yet Mu Qinghan trailed behind her like a contrite child, glancing up nervously to gauge her expression every few steps. This scene felt oddly familiar, instantly transporting her back to her childhood. If one were to inquire whether there had ever been a bond of affection between Mu Qinghan and herself, the answer would be affirmative. Their relationship bore no romantic undertones. They had indeed shared a period of genuine camaraderie. At that time, when she had complimented him for being more handsome than Munanchi, he had insisted on forging a brotherly bond with her, declaring her his best friend. Song Ji appeared taciturn and serene, yet she was inherently clever and assertive. On occasions when Mu Qinghan had displeased her, she would walk ahead with a stern face, prompting him to cautiously follow, until he promised to offer his entire savings for her to buy candied hawthorns. Only then did she reluctantly forgive him. Years had passed, and although everything had changed, Mu Qinghan still gazed at Song Ji with the same innocent eyes as before, his voice dripping with persuasion as he implored, "Je, please do not be upset. I will bring my savings to buy you candied hawthorns, all right?" Song Ji suddenly halted, fixing her gaze directly upon Mu Qinghan. He misinterpreted her stare as a sign of impending forgiveness, and a flicker of joy ignited in his eyes. However, in the next moment, Song Ji declared, "No, Mu Qinghan, I do not want candied hawthorn. I desire your life. Whether you are mad or infatuated, I shall not spare you." Mu Qinghan was taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Retreating several steps, his face ashen. Just as he was about to speak, a series of chilling images of his cold treatment towards Song Ji flashed through his mind. He uttered, "It is you, this vile woman, who has usurped Yal's south rightful place. She should be the one to ascend as the crown princess." He continued, "Song Ji, I shall never lay a hand on you. It is you who insists on marrying me, so live in your wretched solitude." In those images, he appeared as a ferocious demon, his countenance grotesque. "No, this is not me." Mu Qinghan staggered, clutching his head in anguish, vehemently denying the truth. He lifted his gaze to seek assistance from Song Ji, only to find her expressionless as she took a step back and departed without a glance. At the moment of her departure, clarity momentarily returned to his eyes, yet upon recognizing his current predicament, he could not bear the blow and fell back into a state of foolishness. Mu Qinghan, momentarily forgetting everything that transpired, straightened his back and commanded, "Summon someone to bring Song Ji to me. Yal is soon to enter the palace for the coronation ceremony, and I want her to witness Yal ascend to the position of empress." His proclamation instilled fear in the servants, who promptly knelt before him. Mu Qinghan then broke into a foolish grin. "Rise, rise." Song Ji entered the study in search of Song Yale, believing it prudent to inform him of her intentions regarding Mu Qinghan. Upon entering, she found Song Yale preoccupied with a stack of paintings, visibly distressed. Seeing her, he immediately pleaded, "Daughter, you are my own flesh and blood. Please let those matchmakers be. I truly have no desire to remarry." Song Ji jested. "Could it be that you are still unable to let go of Madame Sun?" Song Yang shook his head. "How could I? She has disappointed me enough. There is nothing worth clinging to. I am content with my children and do not wish for another spouse." The shadow of Madame Sun loomed large in his heart. Rather than endure the troubles of another marriage, he found his current situation satisfactory. Recognizing that this was fundamentally Song Yang's affair, Song Ji assured him, "I will have a word with those matchmakers." Song Yang sighed in relief. collapsing into his chair, embodying the essence of one who has narrowly escaped disaster. After a moment, he inquired, "Did you come for something specific?" Song Ji briefly relayed her thoughts to Song Yang, who had always offered her unconditional support, making their communication seamless. Once Song Yang was informed, Song Ji began to act freely. In the following days, she intentionally encouraged Mu Qinghan to utter various rebellious statements. Within a mere 2 days, the news of Mu Qinghan proclaiming himself emperor in the Song residence spread like wildfire. "I am still alive. My son has gone mad, uttering nonsense and aspiring to usurp my position." The emperor fumed, nearly collapsing from the indignation during court. Under Song Ji's guidance, that very night, Song Yang made an extravagant entrance into the palace. Before several ministers, he proclaimed loudly his unwavering loyalty to the emperor, asserting that Mu Qinghan's words had no bearing on the Song residence, while clearly stating that he could no longer harbor Mu Qinghan. After all, when it comes to imperial authority, even if Mu Qinghan were to lose his wits, he remains the genuine former crown prince. As a significant minister of the court, the Song family could not possibly retain Mu Qinghan for both emotional and rational reasons, in order to avoid any suspicion. The emperor, with a stern countenance, attempted several times to refuse, yet Song Yang, with unwavering integrity, displayed a determination that suggested he would cause a ruckus if the emperor did not acquiesce. In the presence of the other ministers, the emperor did not wish to appear as a tyrant, especially since Song Yang was vocally professing his loyalty. Reluctantly, he conceded with a somber expression. However, his tone was laced with displeasure as he remarked, "You truly are commendable, Minister Song." With a countenance beaming with glory, Song Yang, as if genuinely praised by the emperor, proclaimed with righteous fervor, "The rise and fall of the nation rests upon every individual. I dare not claim any credit." Upon hearing this, the emperor's face turned pale with fury, and he promptly expelled Song Yang from the palace. Thus, less than 3 days after Mu Qinghan moved into the Song residence, he was once again sent away. Chapter 74. The Madwoman. However, Song Ji did not expect that the emperor still cared for Mu Qinghan, the sole son of the late empress, to the extent that he secretly assigned someone to watch over him. Truly, being the son of a beloved figure comes with distinct privileges. Reflecting on Mu Nachi, despite being of the same blood, the emperor showed him nothing but indifference. It made her ponder why the emperor harbored such disdain for Mu Nachi. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. Surely there must be a reason for such feelings. It appeared imperative for her to inquire further with her father about the underlying circumstances. However, before she could do so, Meng Qi arrived at her doorstep, sooner than she had anticipated. Upon entering, Meng Qi wasted no time and addressed her directly, "Miss Song, what surprise are you referring to?" Having been released and reinstated to his position, he felt a greater sense of trust toward Song Ji. Observing his demeanor, Song Ji decided to tease him a little, slowly sipping her tea, while saying, "I mentioned that you should come in 3 days. What brings you here today?" Meng Qi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. His expression turned slightly awkward as he lowered his tone. "To be frank, I have pondered over your words these past few days. You mentioned I would surely appreciate this surprise. Is it related to General Xian?" A flicker of satisfaction crossed Song Ji's eyes. He was rather astute. However, she refrained from giving a direct confirmation and raised an eyebrow. "I have stated that the surprise is for 3 days hence. If you come tomorrow, I shall certainly inform you." Meng Qi clenched his jaw. "Miss Song, Xiao Tao, show our guest out," she instructed. With no further words, she stood and walked towards the inner courtyard. Meng Qi, feeling quite vexed, was about to pursue her when a slender arm obstructed his path. Xiao Tao calmly said, "General Meng, please." Meng Qi glanced at Song Ji's retreating figure and then at the unyielding Xiao Tao. He sighed in defeat. "Then I shall return tomorrow." After seeing Meng Qi off, Song Ji sought out Song Yang, only to be informed by the steward that Song Yang had been summoned by Sun Shi. These people were truly relentless. Song Ji furrowed her brow. "What does she want with my father?" The steward replied, "This servant is not entirely certain, but it seems the master is rather anxious. I must go see what scheme she is up to." Song Ji, accompanied by Xiao Tao, headed straight for the small courtyard where they resided. Having visited frequently, she was quite familiar with the path. Oh, poor y'all. This Mu Qinghan truly possesses a heart as cruel as it is cunning. If I were to return, even a moment later, y'all would have suffocated to death. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she heard Sun Shi's lamentations from within the house. The door stood wide open, and, after taking just a few steps, she spotted Song Yale, visibly impatient, standing nearby while Sun Shi knelt on the ground, burying her face in her hands and weeping. Upon hearing her footsteps, the occupants turned their gazes towards her. Song Yale exclaimed, "Jir, what brings you here?" Sun Shi interjected, "What are you doing here?" Ignoring Sun Shi, Song Ji approached Song Yale and inquired, "What has transpired?" With a sense of helplessness, Song Yale cast a glance at Sun Shi, rubbing his forehead. After I returned Mu Qinghan, for reasons unknown, she attempted to suffocate Song Yale with a pillow. When your mother came back from the market and witnessed this scene, in a fit of panic, she struck Mu Qinghan with a vase, knocking her unconscious. This incident was fortuitously witnessed by a maid sent by the emperor to attend to Mu Qinghan, who then found herself on the receiving end of your mother's wrath as she was struck unconscious with a teapot. As he spoke, Song Yale gestured towards the unconscious crown prince on the bed and the maid lying beside him. Your mother was terrified of having harmed them, especially given that one was sent by the emperor. She feared the maid would awaken and seek retribution, hence her reason for seeking my assistance in this matter. Song Ji expressed her astonishment. She possesses such formidable strength? Song Yale snorted derisively. There are even stronger forces at play. You should inspect the maid's neck. As Song Ji approached and lifted the blanket, she was taken aback to discover a vivid red mark around the maid's neck, a clear sign of having been choked. Not only had your mother rendered the maid unconscious, but she had also attempted to silence her forever. Thankfully, the maid's strong will to survive allowed her to awaken just in time, preventing a grievous error from transpiring. Song Ji was at a loss for words. What of you? Was she not watching over Song Yale? Do not mention that wretched girl. She has long since absconded with the brothel contract while I was out, Sun Shi retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. Had Yer not fled, she would not have had to toil so hard, managing every matter herself. Song Yale interjected. Now that she has injured two individuals, according to the law, she must face imprisonment. Sun Shi, in tears, pleaded, I acted in haste and did not think it through. How can she be imprisoned? After all, they were the ones who intended harm upon Yale first. Song Yang's voice turned cold. If your reasoning is so sound, then why have you summoned me? Sun Shi shrank back, her tone softening. My lord, as a husband and wife, there is a bond of 100 days. You cannot abandon me. If this matter reaches the emperor, he will surely not spare me. Given the emperor's various attitudes, it was evident he had not completely forsaken Mu Qinghan. Even Meng Qi's swift reinstatement was due not only to Song Yang's maneuvering, but also because he served Mu Qinghan. Were it another prince like Xian Wanyun, he would have been dispatched to the temple of 10,000 Buddhas on the very day of his exposure, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. After enduring such disparate treatment, Song Yang's affection for Sun Shi had long since dwindled. He regarded her solemnly, stating, We are no longer husband and wife. The mess you have created must be resolved by you alone. Sun Shi could hardly believe her ears. Are you truly so heartless towards me? In her recollection, Song Yale had always been kind, accommodating her every request until this recent period of coldness. It must be her fault. It is definitely Song Ji who has instigated this rift between us. You were never like this before. Sun Shi's gaze turned bitter as she glared at Song Ji, convinced that she was the root of their troubles. Had it not been for her, Song Yale would never have sought a divorce or turned a blind eye to her plight. Regrettably, she had previously felt guilty towards Song Ji, wishing to mend their relationship. Had she known, she would have opted to administer poison rather than merely a drug to incapacitate her. If Song Ji had perished, none of this would have unfolded as it has. It was, after all, Song Ji who compelled Song Yale to take action against Mu Qinghan. Had Song Yale continued to support Mu Qinghan, Yalu would still bask in the glory of being the esteemed crown princess, rather than lying here with her life hanging by a thread. The more Sun thought about it, the more she felt it was all Song Ji's fault. Rising with a contorted expression, she glared at Song Ji with a gaze that seemed to devour her whole, exclaiming, It is all your fault. Why must you lose suffer so much? It should be you, half dead and lifeless. Why don't you just die? Yusti. Her most profound regret in life was bearing such a wretched child. Had she known it would come to this, she would have. Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy slap interrupted her. Song Yale trembled, staring at Sun with fury. Enough. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? A mother cursing her own flesh and blood to death, time and again. If Song Ji were truly wicked, it would be one thing, but she has done nothing wrong. Sun stood frozen, clutching her face, tears glistening on her lashes. After a prolonged silence, she screamed, "You hit me. On what grounds do you strike me? Have I uttered a single erroneous word?" In a sudden rush, Sun lunged forward, intending to claw and strike Song Yale. However, before she could reach her, an unseen force propelled her backward. Song Ji's emotionless voice cut through the tension. "Madwoman, if you dare to cause further chaos, I won't hesitate to send you to hell myself." Chapter 75. As you wish, a wave of heat enveloped them as cicadas chirped among the verdant trees lining the street. Song Yale strolled leisurely alongside Song Ji, chuckling. "Your mother must have been quite startled by your earlier demeanor, for she has remained silent since we departed." Song Ji, rendered speechless, replied, "You ought to refrain from lingering near her. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe you harbor lingering affections." Song Yale waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "There are no lingering affections. My visit was merely to honor Song Chenfeng." As they walked, Song Yang's gaze was drawn to a nearby food stall. A man, clad in a loose garment, was bustling at the stove, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Nearby, a simple woman beamed with joy, proudly displaying an ornate hairpin and exclaiming to passers-by, "How do you know this was a gift from my husband? I insist I didn't want it, but he insisted on purchasing such an extravagant item." The couple's camaraderie sparked delight among the onlookers, who cheered and laughed, rather than expressing disdain. The man at the stove, witnessing the scene, chuckled foolishly before returning to his tasks. Song Yale paused, captivated by the woman, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Song Ji, taken aback, glanced from his father to the food stall, then back to Song Yale, his expression revealing a struggle to articulate his thoughts. Song Ji finally spoke, unable to contain himself. "Father, you do not fancy the women introduced by matchmakers, so it cannot be that you have taken a liking to another man's wife?" Lost in his reverie, Song Yale failed to hear his son's inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Song Ji's face contorted with distress. "Though encountering Sun Sure was unfortunate for you, we must not covet another's wife. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to disrupt a marriage." He continued with further proverbs until Song Yale snapped back to reality, hearing his son's anxious chatter. Upon comprehending Song Ji's words, his countenance darkened. "Silence, child. What do you take me for?" Song Ji retorted boldly, "If you were not that kind of man, why gaze so intently at another's wife?" Enraged, Song Yale huffed, "Do not tarnish my illustrious reputation. I was observing them both." Song Ji, still apprehensive, questioned, "You truly do not fancy her, do you?" Song Yang's face turned ashen, and with a flick of his sleeve, he strode away. "Oh, it's not that. Why are you so flustered?" Song Ji called after him as they walked away from each other, their voices soon lost amidst the clamor of the bustling street. To everyone's surprise, even without Song Yang's assistance, Sun Sure ultimately remained unharmed. It was unclear what method she employed, but the maid did not expose her. Moreover, she even lent a hand in caring for the still unconscious Song Yale. With the added help, Sun Sure could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This newfound ease afforded her more time to visit the Song residence in search of Song Yale. Meanwhile, Song Yale found himself beleaguered, yearning to confide in Song Ji, who was preoccupied with attending to Meng Qi. The 3-day period had elapsed, and Meng Qi arrived punctually once more. After Song Yale left with a sense of grievance, Meng Qi urgently inquired, "Miss Song, may I now be enlightened about the surprise?" Song Ji smiled and looked up, softly uttering 4 words, "As you wish." Meng Qi's eyes brimmed with confusion, and as he furrowed his brows to press for more information, a sudden thought struck him. His eyes ignited with intense excitement. "I sincerely hope that General Xin is still alive. Could it be? Song Ji smiled without speaking, calmly lifting the teacup from the table to take a sip. This demeanor did not incite anger in Meng Qi. Rather, it intensified the excitement in his gaze. Miss Song, you saved her, didn't you? Song Ji set down the teacup and replied, Indeed. Meng Qi's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, his voice slightly choked. I thought I would never have the chance to repay her in this lifetime. If it weren't for her, I would have long lost my life. In truth, there is something I have not mentioned. She once found herself in dire straits to save me. I was merely an inconsequential child, while she was a renowned general. When I was surrounded by the enemy, everyone urged her to abandon me, and even I had given up on myself. Yet, she boldly ventured forth to rescue me, her spear gleaming brightly, taking down one enemy after another. She rode the war horse that had come to greet us, fearless and resolute. In the end, she saved me, but the horse fell, struck by numerous arrows, dying before her. Meng Qi still vividly remembers kneeling before the war horse, covered in blood, weeping uncontrollably after the victory. He felt an immense guilt for, because of him, she lost her beloved steed, her companion in battle. Yet Xan Wanyan merely patted his head, saying, Sacrifice on the battlefield is a common occurrence, such as the fate of both man and beast. It was the finest war horse in the world, and this outcome is a form of glory for it. As the sun set, painting half the sky crimson, Meng Qi, blinded by tears, could not discern her expression against the light. However, in the dead of night, he witnessed her secretly leaving, weeping as she personally buried that war horse. General Xian was far from the nonchalant demeanor she portrayed. From that moment onward, he diligently practiced martial arts, striving to defeat enemies. All for the day he could assist her. Tears finally fell from Meng Qi's eyes as he said, Miss Song, thank you for granting me this opportunity. Song Ji's gaze held a profound depth. Xian Wanyan was indeed an extraordinary person, for she had specifically gone to Wanfo Temple to rescue her. Go to the frontier. Depart immediately. You might even encounter her there. Meng Qi hastily wiped away his tears. All right, I shall set off at once. The emperor did not intend for me to remain in the capital for long, but he displayed a troubled expression. Due to this matter, his trust in me has significantly diminished, leading him to reclaim the majority of my military authority, leaving me with only a small portion to fend off external threats. I am uncertain how much assistance this will provide you. Song Ji anticipated this outcome. The emperor was no fool. Even if he wished to retain Meng Qi for service at the frontier, he would not nurture a potential threat. No matter, you may go. I will send word should you be needed. Understood. Meng Qi nodded earnestly, reminding her, and do not forget the antidote. Remember to send it to me on time. Song Ji found herself both amused and exasperated, casually producing a porcelain vial from her bosom. This antidote will suffice for an entire year. It serves not only as a remedy, but also as a restorative. You need only ingest one capsule every 3 months. Meng Qi accepted the vial with utmost care. Song Ji, with deliberate intent, remarked, The poison I administer is undetectable by most, and the antidote poses no issues either, so do not harbor any illusions of curing yourself. Meng Qi grinned sincerely. I have no intention of seeking a cure. You saved General Xian, which makes you half a benefactor to me. I am more than willing to assist you. Song Ji felt a flush of embarrassment, unprepared for such an unexpected outcome from saving Xian Wanyan, a twist she had not anticipated. She waved her hand dismissively, prompting Meng Qi to turn and depart. Yet halfway through, he glanced back and said, Your elder brother is both valiant and astute on the battlefield, a true talent. However, the emperor is reluctant to see him shine too brightly on several occasions. He has subtly instructed me to seize his accolades. A shadow flickered in Song Ji's eyes as she responded meaningfully, I understand. It was natural for the emperor to wish to curb the influence of the Song family, especially given the prominence Song Yang held in the previous dynasty. Meng Qi, a man of profound wisdom cloaked in apparent simplicity, revealed that her previous perceptions of him were gravely misguided. Chapter 76, The word affection. Meng Qi returned to the frontier, and as he departed, the townsfolk lined the streets to bid him farewell. The emperor had concealed the news of Meng Qi's imprisonment. So the people were only aware of Mu Qinghan's collusion with officials to plot rebellion, unaware of Meng Qi's involvement. The capital was vast, and Meng Qi's departure was but a fleeting ripple on a great lake. Within a few days, that ripple had settled into calm. Song Ji was in her chamber practicing calligraphy, while Xiao Tao grounding beside her. Say, miss, Lady Sun is causing a commotion at the door again. Shall we not intervene? Song Ji shook her head. If we step in, it would only embolden her, making her believe this method is effective. Let her be. But with her causing such a ruckus daily, it surely becomes a laughingstock for the common folk. Precisely for that reason, we must not interfere. Let her perform her solo act. In time, the audience will grow weary and cease to pay attention. Xiao Tao's eyes brightened. Miss, you are truly wise. Song Ji smiled. And my father? The master has gone out through the back door to avoid Lady Sun and is having tea. Song Ji sighed, lamenting the need for such secrecy within her own home. She, however, was different. Each time she ventured out, she would not only use the main entrance but also throw a few jibes at Lady Sunday. After a few encounters, Lady Sun, recognizing her intent, refrained from pursuing her and instead focused on watching Song Yale. Pausing her pen to lift the paper and dry the ink, Song Ji remarked, since Lady Sun's attention is occupied here, it is time to resolve matters with those two individuals. Are you referring to Mu Qinghan and Song Yale? Xiao Tao asked indignantly. You are unaware that Lady Sun has already brought them to reside at the Sun residence, even procuring numerous servants from Yalu to attend to them. Song Ji found the situation intriguing. Previously, Lady Sun had been apprehensive that the servants might not serve Song Yale well, thus taking matters into her own hands. Now, with a maid in place, she seemed unexpectedly at ease. Indeed, I wonder what kind of agreement they have reached. She appears to place significant trust in that maid. Why not inquire directly? A plan began to form in Song Ji's mind. Having not visited Yin Shui Yu for quite some time, she decided to take a stroll there. Lu Ryu was reclining with her legs crossed, one hand working an abacus and the other jotting down notes. After a long while, she finally set the abacus and pen aside, slumping in her chair. To say you are heartless is indeed true. You have not come to see me in ages. Do you not care about the branch's situation? Song Ji chuckled. I am well aware of the branch's affairs. Ping and Qing Dai often send word. Lu Ryu huffed. Those two traitors. Song Ji hurriedly approached to massage her legs. You are so remarkable. Naturally, those with abilities bear more responsibilities. If I were to visit often, it would only hinder your performance. Look how well the branch has flourished without my meddling. Stop. Do not flatter me. Lu Ryu quickly covered her mouth, then shifted the conversation. However, the branch is thriving, and it is not solely my merit. A glint of gossip flashed in her bright eyes now. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with the third prince? Have you ensnared him? Song Ji was momentarily taken aback. Why did he suddenly mention him? No matter how she pondered, the third prince had treated her excessively well. Lu Ryu lazily reclined back, remarking that the smooth operation of their branches was largely attributable to the clandestine support of the third prince's influence. She had not anticipated that the seemingly reticent third prince possessed such formidable power behind the scenes. Song Ji also did not foresee Moon Nanqi's assistance in this matter, and it was evident that he had no intention of seeking recognition for his deeds, as though his actions were merely a sincere act of goodwill towards her. This thought stirred something within Song Ji's heart. It had been quite a while since she last saw him. Currently, they were still in a cooperative relationship. When he returned to the capital, she would strive to win him over. A smile curved her lips, her eyes brimming with joy. Observing her demeanor, Lu Ryu appeared hesitant. But after much contemplation, she finally spoke up. I know you have feelings for him, yet love is fraught with trials. Do not forget to love yourself more than the other. Whenever this topic arose, Lu Ryu's expression became quite complex. Tentatively, Song Ji inquired, Ryu, do you have someone you like? The question caused Lu Ryu to freeze, her mind conjuring the image of a gentle figure clad in moon-white robes, standing at a distance with a serene demeanor, as if he were a celestial being. Everyone spoke of his tranquility and elegance. In those days, she had joyfully referred to him as teacher. The long-sealed memories surged forth, and a pang of pain gripped Lu Ryu's chest, her face turning pale as a ghost. Are you all right? Song Ji quickly supported Lu Ryu, taken aback by the intensity of her reaction to such a simple inquiry. "It's nothing," Lu Ryu waved her hand, managing a faint smile. It seemed that even after all this time, the mere recollection of that person still inflicted pain upon her. "I will send the accounts to the Song residence another day. You should return now. I wish to be alone for a while." Unlike her usual composed and dignified self, Lu Ryu appeared utterly fatigued and vulnerable at this moment. Song Ji refrained from broaching the subject further, patting her shoulder before exiting the room. However, feeling uneasy about leaving her alone, she wandered around the backyard for a bit. Here, apart from a few new girls, most were familiar with Song Ji. Upon her arrival, they greeted her warmly. Xiao Tao was accustomed to such scenes and even provided commentary on each girl's strengths as she walked among them. After inquiring, they learned that Song Qiong had not returned to bother them lately. It seemed he had been taken home by his mother to meet prospective brides. Mentioning Song Qiong elicited a mix of laughter and exasperation from everyone. Only a wealthy and idle young master could engage in such trivial pursuits. It was said that when Song Furen had dragged him away by the ear, he had passionately declared, "I will definitely return," which infuriated Song Furen, prompting her to slap him twice on the spot. By nightfall, Lu Ryu had finally managed to compose herself and stepped out once more. Upon seeing Song Ji still present, the two exchanged a knowing smile. "I am fine now. You may attend to your own affairs," she said. Song Ji, unpretentious, engaged in brief conversation and, upon realizing that there was indeed nothing further to discuss, departed from Yinshui Yuyu with Xiao Tao. Once outside, the pair casually approached a small stall and each ordered a bowl of wontons. The steaming, fragrant wontons, adorned with a sprinkle of verdant scallions, greatly whetted their appetites. As Xiao Tao fanned herself while eating, beads of sweat gathered on her brow. Once she finished, with a contented sigh, she inquired, "Miss, where shall we go next?" Song Ji's gaze sharpened as she resolutely replied, "To the Sun residence." Chapter 77. I have not lost in the shadowy night. Song Ji led Xiao Tao to a secluded corner of the Sun residence, glancing around to ensure no one was present before nimbly leaping over the wall with the aid of a nearby tree. Xiao Tao was astonished by her mistress's agility, her mouth agape in surprise. Before she could close it, Song Ji pulled her through the open back door. Thanks to the Sun family's reverence for their ancestral home, they would annually bring her and Song Yale back for memorial rites, leading her to become quite familiar with the place over time. Following the long, cobbled path, they entered a corridor and, after a short while, arrived at a meticulously crafted courtyard. This was the finest courtyard within the Sun residence. And knowing the Sun family's affection for Song Yale, she was certain they would be accommodated here. Indeed, her conjecture proved correct. The courtyard was ablaze with light, bustling with numerous servants attending to their tasks. Xiao Tao whispered anxiously, "Mistress, there are so many people here. Shouldn't we return to fetch some assistance?" "No need, just observe," Song Ji replied, her foot kicking off the ground as she stealthily slipped into the courtyard. With a series of muffled thuds, all the servants outside collapsed to the ground. Xiao Tao, filled with admiration, approached her, exclaiming, "Mistress, you are truly impressive." "What of it? A few ordinary people are no match for me," Song Ji declared, clapping her hands as she swaggered towards the entrance. From within, a disgruntled female voice complained, "What has taken so long? Where's the hot water? The pace of work is so sluggish. Tomorrow I shall inform the mistress to replace all of you." Song Ji pushed the door open, and the complaints continued. "The weather is growing hotter. If we do not wipe ourselves down daily, then..." The voice abruptly halted as the occupants finally recognized that the intruders were not the household servants, standing up in terror. "Who are you?" Song Ji stepped inside slowly, smiling. "Do not be alarmed. Please take a seat." The maid across from her swallowed hard, her nerves getting the better of her. "Why, you bold intruders? Do you even know where this is?" Unfazed, Song Ji walked to the bedside, observing Song Yale lying there with her eyes closed. Perhaps due to the generous treatment provided by the Sun family, the maid had taken good care of her. The maid trembled with fear, attempting to maintain her composure. "Regardless of who you are, I can report this intrusion to the authorities." Song Ji's gaze shifted to the maid, noting her attire of gilded silk, which, despite her plain appearance, exuded an air of understated elegance. Her body shook slightly from fear. Amused, Song Ji asked, "Do you not recognize me?" A flicker of uncertainty appeared in the maid's eyes. Song Ji surmised she might be a newly trained palace maid, dispatched to care for Mu Qinghan without much exposure to nobility. She felt no anger. Instead, drawing a dagger from her waist and playfully twirling in her hand with a smile, "Not recognizing me is of no consequence. But I seek the life of the person on that bed, so I kindly ask you to step aside to avoid any bloodshed that might ruin your fine garments." Xiao Tao silently mused. "Mistress, you are rather polite, aren't you?" The expression on the maid's face shifted from vigilance to sheer terror. "Murder, murder!" Song Ji ceased her idle chatter and unsheathed the dagger. The maid instinctively recoiled a few steps. After all, her primary duty was to attend to Mu Qinghan, not to place herself in jeopardy for Song Yale. Knowing that the assailant had silently dealt with numerous servants within the estate, the maid was acutely aware that she was no match for her adversary. A shadow flickered in Song Ji's eyes as memories of the excruciating pain from a dagger piercing her chest resurfaced. She leaned in, dragging the blade across Song Yale's cheek. "You've survived this long. I've been rather gracious." This time around, Song Yale's suffering satisfied her. She let the dagger slide down until it rested at the position of her chest. As if sensing something, Song Yale, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened her eyes. Her thoughts were sluggish. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, a searing pain shot through her chest, contorting her features in agony. Realizing the imminent danger, she widened her eyes in an attempt to flee, but her body remained utterly powerless. Song Ji gradually pressed the dagger deeper, the sensation of flesh separating, evoking a torturous reckoning of the soul. At last, Song Yale became fully aware, her consciousness razor-sharp, struggling desperately like a fish out of water. "Save me," she croaked, calling out to the maid who stumbled back in fear. Terror flickered across Song Yale's face as she pleaded. "I was wrong, Song Ji, spare me." Upon hearing her admission, Song Ji paused her actions, a smile playing on her lips. "And what precisely did you err in?" Song Yale hastily replied, "I should not have attempted to seduce Mu Qinghan. I should not have been discontent and sought to usurp your place. I should not have repaid kindness with malice. Please don't kill me. I will leave the capital and never return, I promise." Having rushed through her entreaty, her already pale visage grew even more ashen. Song Ji, in high spirits, nodded approvingly. A commendable realization. Song Yale let out a sigh of relief, believing she had garnered Song Ji's consent. "Rest assured, once my mother returns, I will bid her farewell and leave immediately." She thought that as long as sun could arrive, she would surely reign in Song Ji. At that moment, she would not only remain, but would also repay the agony she had endured. Yet her hopes were destined to shatter. For Song Ji was far from oblivious to her intentions. How laughable it was to play such petty tricks when faced with death. With a swift motion, Song Ji yanked the dagger from Song Yale's chest before thrusting it back in with precision. The sound of blood gushing forth echoed, reflecting the disbelief in Song Yale's eyes. A commendable realization, but alas, too late. Song Ji looked down upon her, resolute in her decision to end her life. Not even the mightiest of beings could intervene, and what could a mere son amount to? Song Yale's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom why Song Ji had so suddenly turned against her. Her breath grew feebler, and as her pupils dulled, memories of her childhood flooded back to when Sun had cradled her close. Sun remarked, "My dear child, you are the most esteemed heir of the Sun family. Your sister should yield to you. Regardless of the circumstances, you deserve the finest this world has to offer." Was she truly in the wrong? What fault lay within her? She was merely in pursuit of the most exceptional things in life. Her ambition was to become the crown princess and, in time, the empress. She was indeed the most distinguished lineage of the Sun family, as her mother had proclaimed. Song Ji. Song Yale struggled to speak, grasping Song Ji's hand with her last breath, uttering, "I have not lost." Her voice faded, and the hand she held fell lifelessly. Until her final moments, she clung to her obsession. Song Ji coldly regarded the lifeless form of Song Yale upon the bed, feeling a mixture of pity and sorrow, and remarked, "Whether you have won or lost, save that for your reckoning with the king of hell." With that, she withdrew the dagger from her chest, cleaned it meticulously, and turned to the maid beside her, inquiring, "Shall you first recount the agreement reached with Sun, or would you rather inform me of Mu Qinghan's whereabouts?" Chapter 78. Sending you to hell. The maid's scalp prickled, and she instinctively moved to flee. Song Ji, calm and composed, declared, "Without my permission, should you dare to step out that door, I assure you, your body will be riddled with arrows." The maid froze in place, ultimately collapsing to her knees, pleading, "Noble one, spare my life. I am merely a servant sent by the emperor to attend to Mu Qinghan, and I know nothing." Song Ji approached the maid slowly, questioning, "Are you certain you know nothing?" The maid, on the verge of tears, implored, "Noble one, please understand. The reason I am here to care for Song Yale is that Madam's son promised to take me as her adopted daughter and marry me to Mu Qinghan. Is that so?" Song Ji scoffed lightly. "What merits does a commoner possess that would warrant such an alliance?" The maid replied, "He is ultimately of royal blood. Should the emperor show mercy, not only might he restore his position as crown prince, but he can also secure wealth and prosperity. If I were to accompany him, I would never have to worry about food or drink again, nor would I be subject to the whims of others. Naturally, I am tempted." The maid's reasoning was sound, yet she failed to consider that Madam's son, who cherished Song Yale so deeply, would never willingly allow anyone to share her husband. Even if Mu Qinghan treated Song Yale poorly and even harbored intentions to harm her, a woman's allegiance to her husband is paramount. Despite Madam's son's bias, she could not escape such constraints. After impulsively striking Mu Qinghan with a vase, the realization dawned on Madam's son, leaving her with only regret, not satisfaction. The promise made to this maid was but a beautiful illusion, yet she clung to this delusion as if it were tangible. Song Ji, uninterested in further entanglement, shifted the conversation. "Another matter. In which courtyard is Mu Qinghan located?" The maid's eyes flickered with fear. "Noble one, spare my life. If anything were to befall Mu Qinghan, the emperor would surely hold me accountable. I beseech you, grant me a path to survival." A smile played at the corners of Song Ji's mouth. "You entered the palace of your own volition, did you not?" "What?" The maid, caught off guard by Song Ji's sudden change of topic, nodded in a flustered manner. "Yes, I am an orphan, destitute and cold, and so I boldly ventured into the palace in search of a means to survive." "Are you truly more afraid of the emperor's wrath or of losing the opportunity to ascend to greatness?" I am naturally more afraid of the emperor's wrath and losing my life." Song Ji replied, "Even if you do not speak, I would find him. Am I not already providing you with a means to survive?" The maid, her complexion ashen, lifted her gaze to Song Ji before quickly lowering it again. After a moment of silence, she resignedly stated, "He is in the eastern courtyard." "Thank you." As Song Ji sheathed her dagger and prepared to exit, unexpectedly, in that fleeting moment of turning away, the kneeling maid's expression shifted dramatically. She drew a pair of scissors from her bosom and lunged fiercely at Song Ji. With a frenzied glint in her eyes, she cried, "You dare thwart my plans? You shall die." However, the scissors never reached Song Ji's body. The maid halted just a half step away, her hand grasped firmly by Song Ji. A dagger, perfectly aimed, had found its way into the maid's own chest. Staring blankly at the blood gushing forth, the searing pain overwhelmed her consciousness. Before she could utter another word, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Song Ji crouched down to draw out her dagger, wiping it meticulously. "Look, you insisted on seeking your own demise. What can I do?" The maid shuddered, seemingly unable to close her eyes in death. Sighing, Song Ji shook her head, dismissing the scene around her, and departed with Xiao Tao. Recalling the earlier events, Xiao Tao, filled with admiration and confusion, asked, "Miss, when did we arrange for archers? Are they the third prince's hidden guards?" Song Ji blinked. "What archers?" I deceived her. "Every human fears death. As long as she is afraid, I can intimidate her." The maid was quite astute in recognizing the situation. Xiao Tao's eyes brightened, as if she had discovered a new world. "Is this even possible?" Song Ji tapped her on the head. "All's fair in war." Xiao Tao, clutching her forehead, muttered, "I'm not a soldier, and neither is that maid." Song Ji smiled, but remained silent. Under the cover of night, the two swiftly arrived at the eastern courtyard. Compared to the lively quarters of Song Yale, this place was far more desolate, devoid of any servants, which saved them considerable trouble. An oil lamp flickered in the room, illuminating a figure sitting by the window. Song Ji motioned for Xiao Tao to stand guard outside. After all, it was not a pleasant sight. She did not wish for Xiao Tao to witness her killing, lest it leave a psychological scar on the girl. Xiao Tao, not contemplating the gravity of the task bestowed upon her, stood tall and proud at the side, feeling honored. Gently, Song Ji pushed the door open and stepped inside. The figure by the window turned at the sound. "You, Jier, is that you?" Upon recognizing her, Mu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with intense joy. "You finally came. You're here to take me back to the Song residence, right? I knew you could not part with our bond." Excitedly, Mu Qinghan stood and eagerly approached Song Ji. Furrowing her brow, Song Ji noted Mu Qinghan's shabby attire and the thick bandage wrapped around his head, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Coldly, she stepped aside. "I did not come to take you back to the Song residence." "Then, you are here too." Unaware of the looming danger, Mu Qinghan reached out, attempting to grasp Song Ji's hand. With a swift motion, Song Ji's dagger fell. "I am here to send you to hell." With a thud, a severed hand fell to the ground, followed by Mu Qinghan's agonizing screams. Clutching his mutilated right hand, he writhed in pain on the floor, blood quickly soaking his garments. "How dare you!" The facade shattered. He shrieked in terror, desperately trying to reattach his severed hand. "Call for the imperial physician." Quickly summon the physician. Mu Qinghan's face twisted in agony as he cried. "You treacherous woman! It was your honor to be used by the Song family. How dare you harbor thoughts of revenge? Once I reclaim my throne, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he softened his tone. "Jure, if you harbor resentment for my foolish actions during this time, you should feel relieved now. Please, call for a physician. If you delay any longer, I truly will lose my hand." Listening to Mu Qinghan's disjointed words, Song Ji's gaze sharpened as she re-evaluated the person before her. His eyes were profound, devoid of any trace of youthfulness. Even while enduring the agony of a severed hand, he was capable of swiftly analyzing the pros and cons. This was certainly beyond what someone of Mu Qinghan's age could achieve. Unless, a thought flickered in her mind. "You have returned, haven't you?" Song Ji spoke with a stoic expression, not as a question, but as an affirmation. It was a rebirth, not a dream, a genuine return, much like her own. Mu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to feign ignorance, but Song Ji mercilessly pierced through the facade, stating, "No need to pretend. I can distinguish the difference." Chapter 79. How can one be a mother like this? Mu Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing his vision to darken. After Song Ji uttered her words, a flicker of panic, reflecting a loss of control, finally appeared in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he dejectedly ceased his struggles, his voice bearing the weight of experience. "You have seen through me. Truly, you surpassed that foolish Song Yale, and I wonder how I was blind enough to be enamored by her." Song Ji let out a cold snort. "Returning is sufficient. This way, we can bring closure to our relationship." Reflecting on it, she surmised it was likely that the vase from the Sun family had struck him down. Mu Qinghan pressed his pale lips together. "Jier, I have come to recognize my mistakes. We truly cannot return to our former selves, can we?" He had once believed that ascending to the throne would come naturally, as his father had always favored him. Even without the Song family, his mother would have aided him in his schemes. His rise to power had been so unchallenging that he had nearly overlooked the contributions of the Song family. Only through this lifetime did he realize that it was the Song family who had been pivotal to his ascension, a realization tinged with irony as he had discarded a watermelon in pursuit of a sesame seed, forsaking Song Ji for a woman devoid of merit. "Jier, listen to me. I was merely bewitched by that wretched Song Yale. My heart has always belonged to you." Mu Qinghan, suppressing his pain, gazed at Song Ji with earnestness. "I clearly instructed her to spare your life. I never anticipated she would resort to such violence. It is entirely her fault. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards her." Song Ji remained silent, prompting Mu Qinghan to continue. "Jier, grant me another chance. This time, I will ensure you ascend as the empress. Observing Mu Qinghan in such a state, Song Ji suddenly felt no urgency. She knelt down to meet his gaze. In the previous life, you flourished atop the corpses of the Song family, basking in unparalleled prestige, surrounded by children. Mu Qinghan's desperate will to survive drove him to shake his head vehemently. No, I was not happy. After your death, you occupied my thoughts daily. Otherwise, how could I have followed you into rebirth? It must be said, those who have lived 2 lives possess a certain eloquence. Unfortunately, Song Ji was now impervious to his words. At that time, you were already the emperor. Even if you had allowed Song Yale to enter the palace as empress, none could have hindered you. Yet, you chose to deny the Song family any chance of survival. Song Ji recalled the familiar faces that perished before her eyes, and even though such events had not transpired in this lifetime, her heart ached uncontrollably. Her father had endured humiliation, willing to suffer indignities for her survival. Mu Qinghan had embraced Song Yale, declaring that as long as she crawled between Song Yang's legs, he would spare her. Without hesitation, Song Yang complied, only to be met with Mu Qinghan's derisive laughter. Ah, are you not the powerful chancellor? Yet here before me, you are nothing but contemptible. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of hatred surfaced in Song Ji's eyes. That was the esteemed chancellor, the towering figure who had lifted her on his shoulders as a child, the father who never bent his back amidst the storm of bloodshed. At an age meant for enjoying peace, he had suffered such humiliation. With precision, Song Ji used a dagger to sever Mu Qinghan's tendons, methodically inflicting pain upon him as he trembled in fear. His cries of agony were muffled as she stuffed a cloth into his mouth. At first, Mu Qinghan's body quivered violently from the excruciating pain. With each cut, his exhalations gradually outnumbered his inhalations, collapsing onto the ground like a lifeless dog. Just as he was on the brink of death, Song Ji halted her actions and stood up. Suddenly, a surge of compassion washed over her, and she declared, "I shall spare your life. If fortune favors you, the Sun family may return in time to rescue you." Upon hearing her words, Mu Qinghan, who had been motionless, could not help but convulse slightly. It was evident that Song Ji wished for him to endure a fate worse than death. The overwhelming agony coursing through his body was unbearable, but the most torturous aspect was to remain lucid while awaiting his demise. I beg you, for the sake of our long acquaintance, grant me a swift end." His feeble voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper of a mosquito. Yet, Song Ji would not acquiesce to his plea. She merely cast a detached glance at him before turning away. As he watched her retreating figure, despair gradually filled his eyes. After erasing all traces of her presence, Song Ji departed through the back door, accompanied by Xiao Tao. Upon returning to the Song residence, Mrs. Sun was anxiously waiting at the front gate for Song Yang. After a moment's contemplation, Song Ji chose to enter through the back door with Xiao Tao. By midnight, everyone had long since fallen asleep, with only the serenade of crickets audible from outside. In this tranquil moment, a sudden, forceful banging echoed from the front gate. "Open the door. Quickly, open the door." The lights within the residence flickered to life, awakening the nearby neighbors. Wrapping herself in a garment, Song Ji emerged to find a throng of soldiers holding torches standing outside. Upon her appearance, Mrs. Sun immediately thrust her way through the crowd, her hair disheveled, exclaiming, "It is she! It must be her! No one else would dare harm Yalu and Mu Qinghan. My poor Yalu met such a tragic end." Tears streamed down Mrs. Sun's face as she glared at Song Ji with venomous eyes, while lamenting to the officers, "Though Song Yang is an official, you must not shield one another. You must uphold justice for us commoners. Otherwise, my unfortunate Yalu shall never find peace." Mrs. Sun's loud voice quickly informed the gathered crowd of the grim situation. It was hard to fathom that just months ago, this woman had enjoyed a life of luxury. Her voice never raised above a whisper. The onlookers were jolted awake by the revelation, exclaiming in disbelief that the Song Yalu had indeed perished. Mrs. Sun had cherished Song Yalu like a precious gem, and it was no wonder she was in such despair. Song Ji's countenance darkened. Mrs. Sun's words were utterly ludicrous. Without her having uttered a single word, she had already branded them as colluding officials. The nearby officers were equally displeased. They understood that if such accusations were substantiated, they could lose their positions or even their lives. Madam Sun, be cautious with your words. Ill fortune often springs from careless speech. Casting a cold glance at Mrs. Sun, the officers respectfully approached Song Yang, stating that Mrs. Sun had implicated the Song family in the tragic deaths of Song Yale and Mu Qinghan, necessitating a search. Song Yang had never anticipated that the demise of those two individuals could be connected to his daughter, and without hesitation, he invited the officers to conduct their search. Standing firm in his innocence, Song Yang looked at Sun with a cold smile. Those two individuals of questionable character, who knew how many people they had offended behind the scenes, were surely met with divine retribution for their misdeeds. It was pitiful for you to hastily cast such a disgrace upon your own flesh and blood without a moment's thought. Sun's eyes widened in fury as she exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. Yale is kind-hearted and intelligent. How could she possibly be killed by enemies? It must have been Song Ji who did it." Her vile countenance was laid bare for all to see, prompting whispers among the crowd. This is hardly a motherly bond. Perhaps she harbors enmity towards her own daughter. Indeed, one remarked, even if it were true that my daughter had committed murder, I would shield her from blame. Another added, did you not notice how the young ladies of the Song family address her as Madam Sun rather than Mother? I have heard that the young lady from the Song family has long severed ties with Madam Sunday. If it were me, I would have cut off ties as well. What kind of mother behaves in such a manner? Chapter 80. A life for a life. The crowd engaged in a heated exchange, their words causing Sun's complexion to shift from pale to flushed. Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted furiously at the townsfolk. What do you know? Song Ji has always been cunning and adept at feigning innocence since childhood. Do not be deceived by her. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, observing her audacity to tarnish her own daughter's reputation. Some voiced their doubts, questioning, what if it truly was the Song family's young lady who committed the crime? The constables have already entered to investigate. Let's await the results. If Song Ji is indeed guilty, the authorities will certainly take action. In unison, the crowd turned their gazes toward the Song residence, while Song Ji instructed someone to bring a stool for Song Yang, who sat languidly at the entrance. She deliberately refrained from entering, opting to remain in full view of the townsfolk, ensuring there were witnesses. Witnessing the father and daughter comfortably seated, Sun felt a surge of discontent. In truth, she despised standing. She preferred to recline rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. Previously, whenever she had to stand for an extended period, Song Ji would always offer her support or fetch a chair. Yet now, despite her feigned discomfort as she rubbed her calves, Song Ji pretended not to notice, ignoring her entirely. Truly unfilial. If only Yale were still here, she would not allow her to suffer in such a manner. As thoughts of Song Yale flooded her mind, Sun's eyes brimmed with tears once more. That evening, upon returning from the Song residence, she was struck with horror at the disarray of the Sun household, causing her to faint. Yale was dead, that maid was dead, and Mu Qinghan was also dead, while those purchased lowly servants merely fainted, roused by her piercing screams. Sun clenched her fists, vowing, Song Ji, a life for a life. Do not think you can escape this. Song Ji chuckled softly. Taking a life does not necessitate one's own. In the previous life, they took my life. Hence, in this life, they shall pay. Observing Song Ji's calm demeanor, Sun could not suppress a flicker of doubt. Could it truly be that Song Ji was not involved? No, that was impossible. Sun quickly dismissed the thought. Who else would dare to harm Yale other than Song Ji? Yale was the last of the Sun lineage, now lost due to her actions. It was her fault. She should never have come to the Song residence. She should have remained in the Sun household to care for Yale. Tears streamed down her face as her gaze toward Song Ji grew increasingly hostile. After a considerable time, the officials who had been searching finally emerged. Sun hurried over, exclaiming, "What have you found? Any clues?" The constable, growing impatient, pushed her aside and bowed respectfully to Song Yang, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, sir. Our investigation is complete, and there are no irregularities within the residence." Song Yang waved his hand cheerfully, believing this matter had nothing to do with the Song family. "That cannot be. Surely you did not search thoroughly, especially in Qingfeng Courtyard. You must conduct a more focused investigation. Sun's sudden outburst pierced the eardrums of all present. The constable, finally enraged, retorted, "If Madame Sun believes the officials are incompetent, perhaps you should seek someone more capable." They were already irritable from being summoned in the middle of the night, let alone dealing with Sun's unreasonable demands. Sun's expression stiffened. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The constable sneered. "Once you were Lady Song, and the brothers afforded you some respect. Now that you have divorced Master Song and recklessly slandered the Song family, it is already generous of us not to mete out punishment." "No." The Sun Lady shook her head in disbelief, insisting that your respect towards me stems from my lineage as a descendant of the Sun family. The constable, incensed, laughed derisively, questioning what merit the Sun family possessed to warrant such respect. During his tenure as governor, numerous wrongful accusations were made, all of which have only been addressed since our current master took office. Frankly, the great fire that consumed the place was a blessing. With that, the constables departed with their men. As if her long-held pride had been shattered, the Sun Lady stood agape, trembling uncontrollably. Watching the officers retreat, she rushed forward to grasp the hem of their garments, pleading, "You cannot leave. If you go, who will seek justice for y'all? Will you allow her to perish unjustly?" The constable, exasperated, shoved her aside, reminding her that due to the involvement of royal bloodlines, the case concerning Mu Qinghan and Song Yale would be addressed by the Dali Temple. "Should you obstruct us again, do not blame us for being unkind." The Dali Temple. The Sun Lady retreated several steps, as if clutching a lifeline. "I shall go to the Dali Temple at once." She stumbled towards it, not forgetting to issue a fierce warning to Song Ji, "Do not celebrate too soon. Once the Dali Temple takes over, the truth will inevitably come to light." Song Ji gazed at her indifferently, pondering the absurdity of the accusations leveled against her, questioning what benefit it would bring to the Sun Lady to wrongfully implicate me. Alas, one cannot help but wonder how many generations the Song family's daughter has suffered to be burdened with such a mother, without any basis. They insisted on attributing blame to the Song family's daughter. Could it be that Song Yale is actually the Sun Lady's own flesh and blood? The crowd regarded the Sun Lady with disdain, causing her to feel humiliated and furious as she turned on her heel and fled. The constables bowed apologetically to Song Ji and Song Yang, expressing their regrets for the disturbances caused that evening before taking their leave. As the constables departed, the townsfolk quickly dispersed, returning to their homes. The front of the Song residence fell into a tranquil silence, perhaps due to the recent disturbances caused by the Sun Lady. The servants of the Song household exhibited a newfound composure this evening. After the matter concluded, they departed in an orderly fashion. Song Yang prepared to return to sleep, but after taking a few steps, he turned back, unease evident in his voice. Their deaths truly have nothing to do with you, right?" Song Ji smiled gracefully. "Of course not." With that reassurance, Song Yang finally eased his mind, realizing his concern was not that she had committed the act, but rather that he did not wish for his daughter to be tainted by bloodshed. Song Ji calmly replied, "Understood, father. You should return and rest. We have court tomorrow." Nodding, Song Yang sighed, "Your mother." Song Ji, unflinching, interrupted, "Have you forgotten, father? I have no mother." "Very well, I understand. You two should retire early." Perceiving Song Ji's attitude, Song Yang opted for silence. He was filled with profound emotions, pondering what had transpired. How could a once harmonious home have deteriorated to such a state? Sun was utterly terrifying, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person, no longer embodying the gentle and virtuous figure she had once represented in his heart. Suddenly recalling something, Song Yang could not restrain himself from heading to the study to pen a letter to the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. He feared that Sun, under the guise of their former marital bond, might seek out their mutual acquaintances to cause further turmoil. Thus, he felt compelled to nip any potential troubles in the bud. He recounted the circumstances in detail and assured his full cooperation with the investigation. Once this task was completed, he returned to his bed. After a restless night, when dawn broke, everyone awoke with faint dark circles under their eyes. Song Ji, unable to rise early, instructed the servants to join her in a brief slumber. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that she contentedly stretched and sat up from her bed. Shortly after rising, she received news of the deputy minister of the Dali Temple arriving at their doorstep. Chapter 81. The witness as Song Yale approached the Hua Hall. She overheard a deep and aged voice emanating from within. Old Song, I must say, you have truly fallen on hard times marrying such a woman. Her ruckus has turned you into a laughingstock among your peers. What mother insists her own daughter be imprisoned? When I suggested investigating and refusing her, she threw a fit, demanding we immediately detain Jir. Song Yang's voice sounded bitter. He had not anticipated her descent into madness. Fortunately, I have already divorced her. The voice within expressed disbelief, pondering what was going through her mind. If Jir had indeed killed the deposed prince and plotted against the royal lineage, it would be a crime that implicates her entire family. She would not escape unscathed. With a sigh, Song Yang reassured his old friend, do not worry. I know Jir well. There is no way she could have committed such an act. Song Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment, questioning whether he truly understood her. Yet those inside wholeheartedly agreed with Song Yang. Of course, I know Jir too. I watch her grow up. She wouldn't dare harm a fish, let alone take a life. Song Ji remained silent. The two elderly gentlemen conversed with firm conviction, while Xiao Tao, following closely behind Song Ji, couldn't help but smirk. Had she not witnessed her mistress swiftly dispatch Song Yale, she too might have shared their sentiment. It was indeed her mistress who concealed her true nature so well. Clearing her throat, Song Ji entered the room. Father, Uncle Li Yin, the vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review, was a longtime friend of Song Yang. He had been on a diplomatic mission when Song Yang celebrated his birthday, hence his absence, although he had sent a congratulatory gift. With a warm smile, Lian acknowledged it. It has been some time. You seem transformed, much improved. He sighed again, lamenting, what a fine girl you are. Yet your mother is blind to your worth, treating another's daughter as treasure. Song Ji replied, Uncle Li, I have severed ties with Madam's son. She is no longer my mother. Lian paused, then recalled the rumors he had heard upon returning to the capital, a look of sympathy crossing his face. Perhaps this is for the best. Song Yang interjected. That madwoman has been spreading tales that you are the murderer. Uncle Li has come to take you to the Court of Judicial Review for a few days. Li Yan explained. Although the emperor has demoted the deposed prince to commoner status, he remains the only child of the emperor and the late empress. Upon learning of the prince's death, the emperor was exceedingly furious and is closely monitoring the case. The Court of Judicial Review must make a show of diligence. I apologize for the inconvenience. Given the tumult stirred by the Sun family, Song Ji had anticipated such developments and offered a nonchalant smile. It's merely a few days, I don't mind. She maintained her composure, while Li Yin felt that a young lady enduring such trials must be putting on a brave front, further deepening his discontent with the Sun family. After Xiao Tao efficiently packed a few changes of clothes, they boarded a carriage bound for the Court of Judicial Review. Li Yin arranged for a cell to be prepared, complete with a bed, bedding, and even a dressing table, making it appear less like a prison cell and more akin to a young woman's chamber. In an unprecedented turn of events, Xiao Tao was permitted to accompany them inside, where the master and servant indulged in tea, literature, chess, and sunflower seeds, basking in a sense of leisure. Were it not for their confinement, one might scarcely perceive the semblance of imprisonment. After a few days, Li Yin dispatched someone to escort her for a trial. The jailer, leading the way, remarked, Miss Song, Madam's son has located witnesses and demands a formal hearing, claiming they can attest to your guilt. She is rather formidable, Song Ji replied, her tone laced with sarcasm, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. That evening, she had meticulously planned her entry into the Sun residence, confident that no one had observed her. Upon reaching the courtroom, the officials stood solemnly on either side, while Li Yin sat sternly in the elevated position, amidst a throng of curious onlookers outside. In the center, Madam's son knelt, weeping inconsolably, her rage palpable as she pointed an accusatory finger at Song Ji. The common woman had indeed summoned witnesses, and no one could shield this alleged murderer any longer. Li Yin furrowed his brow but remained silent, waiting for Song Ji to step forward and pay her respects before he spoke, since witnesses have been found. Let them come forth. Madam's son nodded towards the crowd, and several common folk pushed through. entering the courtroom. They bowed respectfully and, upon completing their gestures of reverence, spoke in turn. I am a vendor of wontons from West Street. On the night of the incident, I witnessed Ms. Song heading towards the Sun residence. I am a poultry seller from West Street, and as I was closing my stall, I also saw Ms. Song making her way to the Sun residence. Others chimed in, each asserting they had seen Song Ji heading in the direction of the Sun household on the fateful day. Song Ji had initially anticipated some clever stratagem from Madame Sun, but was instead met with this. Unable to contain herself, she laughed aloud. Madame Sun glared at her, her heart hardened by the desire for retribution. How can you still find amusement in this? You are a cold-blooded killer, she spat. Shrugging, Song Ji retorted, what is there to find amusing? Is this truly the evidence you speak of? Madame Sun's face darkened. So many have seen you head towards the Sun residence. What further defense can you mount? With a languid air, Song Ji replied, it is indeed laughable. You yourself have stated they saw me heading towards the Sun residence, not entering it. How can that possibly implicate me in the murder? That night, she had not concealed her movements. It was entirely normal for someone to see her in that direction. But that was the extent of it. You truly are impervious to reason until faced with the grave. Madame Sun seethed. Her eyes filled with contempt, an expression unbefitting a mother towards her daughter. Fortunately, Song Ji had long since grown indifferent to Madame Sun's sentiments. With a cold laugh, she straightened her back and asserted, is that path owned by the Sun family? Does walking in that direction automatically imply a visit to the Sun residence? If such baseless accusations are to be levied against me, then must we not hold every passerby on that road equally accountable? Her composure unwavering. She then bowed to Li Yin and declared, if that is the case, I implore you, my lord, to summon all who traverse that road on that day to face justice alongside me. This declaration incited unrest among the spectators at the entrance. That path was a main thoroughfare, frequented by countless pedestrians. How could one impose such a conviction? What sort of evidence was this? Indeed, Madame Sun displays an astonishing lack of decency. Even in the wake of her niece's demise, there is no justification for her unfounded accusations. Throughout my life, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. The gathered crowd vocally condemned her, while those kneeling in testimony wore expressions of discomfort as if pricked by invisible thorns. Madame Sun's countenance turned ashen, her gaze shifting to the witnesses. No, it cannot be so. Someone must have seen her enter the Sun residence. You not only observed her heading in that direction, but also witnessed her entering the estate. Am I correct? The witnesses hastily clarified, Madame Sun. You merely compensated us to recount what we genuinely saw that day. You did not instruct us to fabricate falsehoods. Indeed, they added, we are willing to risk incurring the wrath of the Song family to testify, motivated by the allure of monetary gain. Yet we shall never partake in the act of slander. Had we known that providing testimony would subject us to such scrutiny, we would have refrained from this troublesome endeavor. We certainly do not wish to become the target of public scorn like Madame Sunday. They promptly asserted their positions. Chapter 82. Realizing to cry now. Why not sooner upon hearing these words? Mrs. Sun was nearly driven to the brink of fury, her glare directed fiercely at Song Ji, the very cause of her current predicament. Her sharp tongue was no match for the elegance of a single finger from Yale. You. Slap. Suddenly, the resounding sound of a slap echoed through the air. Song Yang stood there with a darkened expression, declaring, if it weren't for the fact that I witnessed your birth myself, I would genuinely doubt whether you are her biological father. Disdain flickered in his eyes as he continued, even if you're grief-stricken over your niece's death, it is unjust to drag Ji down with you. Mrs. Sun covered her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she defiantly shouted, Song Yang, on what grounds do you strike me? After decades of marriage, you disregard my dignity before all these outsiders. With a cold laugh, Song Yang cast a scornful glance at Mrs. Sunday. Look at yourself. What dignity do you even possess? Mrs. Sun's face flushed crimson with indignation. Li Yin cleared his throat, attempting to regain control of the situation. Enough of this bickering. We must focus on the matter at hand. Mrs. Sun quickly turned her hopeful gaze towards Li Yin. You have investigated thoroughly. Haven't you? She is the culprit. Isn't she? Li Yan's expression was one of difficulty as he regarded Mrs. Sun, his lips twitching slightly. There were no leads within the Sun residence pointing to Song Ji, and the surviving servants bore injuries inflicted by trained fighters. Pausing for a moment, Li Yan fixed his gaze on Mrs. Sunday. Madam Sun, you must be aware that Song Ji has been raised in seclusion. She is unlikely to possess any martial skills. This statement clearly indicated to Mrs. Sun that Song Ji could not possibly be the culprit. Mrs. Sun stood frozen, as if the foundation of her belief had crumbled beneath her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? It is impossible. Li Yan shook his head. Madam Sun, while I do not comprehend the reasons behind your relentless pursuit to blame your own daughter, there must be limits to your actions. Excessive wrongdoing will lead to your own downfall. With a gentler tone, he addressed Song Ji. You have endured much these past few days. Since you bear no suspicion, there is no need for you to remain in custody at the Dali Temple. You may return home with your father. Song Ji offered a slight bow. I'm grateful for your discerning judgment, Your Excellency. In the courtroom, she refrained from using the more familiar term uncle. Li Yan understood that Song Ji was deliberately avoiding any semblance of favoritism, displaying neither arrogance nor outrage, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the chaos. His appreciation for this junior grew even more. Just as he prepared to depart, Mrs. Sun seized Song Ji's hand. Are you truly uninvolved in your sister's death? Song Ji regarded Mrs. Sun with indifference, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. She forcefully withdrew her hand and, turning gracefully, knelt down, declaring with conviction, I have one more request, and I hope Your Excellency will bear witness. Li Yan responded kindly, What sort of witness? Song Ji cast a fleeting glance at Mrs. Sunday. For reasons unknown, that look sent a shiver through Mrs. Sun's very being, as if something essential was about to be irrevocably lost from her life. Panic surged within her, and instinctively, she sought to prevent Song Ji from speaking. Yet she was ultimately a moment too late. The young lady had long severed ties with Lady Sun, albeit merely in words. Today, taking advantage of the presence of both herself and Lady Sun, she implored the esteemed official to draft a formal document and affix the official seal, thereby completely dissolving her relationship with Lady Sunday. The assembly was astounded. It was not uncommon for parents to exclude unfilial offspring from the royal lineage. Yet a daughter formally disavowing her biological mother was unprecedented. Yet, curiously, there was an unspoken consensus among all present that her actions were justified. It was a consequence of her own making. Such a mother was indeed better left behind. Amidst the murmurs of the populace, Li Yan watched Song Ji with concern, asking if she was resolute in her decision. Although this matter should ideally be handled by the authorities, he harbored personal motives and did not mind lending Song Ji a hand. In a society that valued filial piety, Lady Sun had hoped that there would be someone to advocate for her, to denounce Song Ji's actions. Yet she could not have anticipated that her bizarre maneuvers had already stripped her of any sympathy from the people. Not only did no one speak on her behalf, but many also expressed their approval of Song Ji's stance. Lady Sun knelt rigidly, her complexion paling in an instant. Ironically, the tears she had shed for Song Yale moments before still lingered on her cheeks. No, this cannot be. After bearing you for 10 months through hardship, must you render me a laughingstock in all of Tianqi? Song Ji's countenance remained frigid. Are you not already a joke? What mother in the world could harbor such a desire to see her own daughter undone? She stated resolutely, to bring forth a child without nurturing them. How can one claim to be a mother? Esteemed official, I have made my decision. Lady Sun, in a fluster, exclaimed, No, I do not consent. Previously, when Song Ji had merely spoken of severance, it was tolerable. As long as she lived, their blood bond could not be broken. However, should the court issue a formal decree, Song Ji would indeed be irreversibly estranged from her. At this moment, Lady Sun had all but forgotten Song Yale's demise, frantically scanning the room for support, yet found none. Finally, she turned to Li Yan, saying, You too are a parent. Surely you can empathize with a mother's heart. Song Ji is but a young girl. Must you be so cold-hearted as to assist her in this recklessness? Li Yan furrowed his brow. Lady Sun, there is no need to cast such aspersions upon me. The truth is evident to all, while I am a parent. I cannot fathom the lengths to which you would go to harm your own daughter. It seemed as if the realization of her predicament struck her, rendering Lady Sun even more pallid. She cast an awkward glance at Song Ji, murmuring a feeble defense. I merely wish to see the perpetrator brought to justice. Song Yang could not restrain himself, declaring, Ji is merely on the cusp of womanhood. Why must you treat her in such a manner? As his voice grew thick with emotion, he continued, You have shown her no maternal affection since her youth, yet you demand that she submit to you as a mother. When Song Yale lived, you favored her, causing Ji pain. Now that Yale is gone, you even blame Ji for her death. What sin has she committed to deserve such a mother? If you possess even a shred of conscience, cease further attempts to sever this bond. Lady Sun, rendered speechless and tearful, could muster no rebuttal. Li Yin, with an air of impatience, remarked, Enough of the tears. Now you choose to weep. Where was this sentiment before? He gestured for the necessary writing implements to draft the severance document. Sun Shi moved closer to Song Ji, saying, Child, no matter what, I am still your mother. Do not tarnish the word mother any further. Song Ji interjected, her voice devoid of any fluctuation. Sun Shi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, shaking her head. She continued to weep. With a cold laugh, Song Ji retorted, Did you not wish for my demise? Once our ties are severed, you may as well consider me dead. Sun Shi was rendered speechless. Overwhelmed by the death of Song Yale, she now realized that she had indeed brought her own daughter to the courtroom, demanding her life in the process. She once possessed a harmonious family, a loving husband, a dutiful daughter, and a son who cared for her. Whenever she stepped outside, she was the center of attention, admired and revered. Yet now, she found herself utterly alone, subjected to the peculiar gazes of others. Chapter 83. Reaping what you sow. Sun's sudden appearance was enveloped in an unprecedented haze of confusion. What, indeed, had led her to this juncture? Just not long ago, she had contemplated the possibility of reconciling with Song Ji. Yet, why had all her thoughts and emotions been wholly consumed by Yalu in the end? Yalu was the sole descendant of the Sun family. She merely wished to preserve the bloodline of the Sun clan. Was that truly a fault? Disoriented, Sun gazed blankly at Song Ji, silently imploring her not to be so unyielding. However, Song Ji did not grant her a single glance throughout the entire exchange. The document for severance had been meticulously prepared, the official seal affixed, awaiting only the signatures of Song Ji and Sun to take effect. Without hesitation, Song Ji inscribed her name and sealed the document, which was then placed before Sun's eyes fixated on the thin sheet of paper. Her voice softened, questioning whether there was no room for negotiation. Song Ji retorted, When you favored Song Yale, did you ever consider my feelings and leave room for negotiation? When you disregarded my reputation and sent me to Mu Qinghan's bed, did you think of leaving any leeway? When you wanted the Dali Temple to arrest me and sought my demise, did you contemplate any margin for reconsideration? With each word, Sun's complexion paled further. Song Yang interjected, You reap what you sow. Everything is of your own making, and you cannot blame others. The onlookers outside clamored, Hurry and sign, Madam Sun. This way, you can focus solely on being your niece's mother and tend to her grave. Others echoed, Just do a kindness and spare Miss Song. As the crowd pressed her, Sun, fully aware that everyone sided with Song Ji, felt the weight of despair and reluctantly extended her hand toward the pen, slowly grasping it to inscribe her name on the document. The pen felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds in her trembling hand. After laboriously scrawling her name and affixing her seal, Sun appeared to have expended all her strength, collapsing onto the ground, her gaze vacant and devoid of light. Li Yin placed the document into an ornate box and presented it to Song Ji, sincerely congratulating her. Song Ji, in high spirits, smiled and instructed Xiao Tao to keep the box safe, playfully whispering, Thank you, Uncle Li. This favor was one she would remember. Had she approached the government in ordinary circumstances, the affair would not have concluded with such swiftness and ease. To her surprise, spending 2 days at the Dali Temple had yielded such unexpected joy. Li Yin chuckled affectionately, You, my dear. Song Ji turned and linked arms with Song Yang, saying, Father, the matter is settled. Let us return home. Very well, he replied, cheerfully stepping away, ignoring the prostrate Sun. Once the gathered spectators dispersed, Li Yin sighed and addressed Sun. The Dali Temple's adjudication is no trifling matter. Your actions today warrant punishment, but on account of old Song, I shall spare you this time. Now be gone. He felt a twinge of frustration. While everyone else could depart, he was tethered to this old case, needing to drag his weary bones to investigate further. Though the suspicions surrounding Song Ji have been cleared, there remains a necessity for an explanation regarding the deaths of Mu Qinghan and Song Yale. He must continue his investigation. After speaking, he prepared to leave, only to find that Sun Sui remained motionless on the ground. A wave of irritation washed over him. With so many matters to attend to at the Dali Temple, she should not add to his troubles and ought to depart promptly. Sun Sui seemed oblivious, her mind consumed by memories of her recent obsession with finding someone to identify Song Ji as the culprit. How could she, a mother, be so determined to condemn her own daughter to death? She recalled the promise she made upon giving birth to Song Ji, vowing to cherish her. Back then, the infant was a tiny bundle wrapped in swaddling cloth, delicate and rosy, enough to melt anyone's heart. She pledged to provide her with the finest things and sought a splendid match for her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she gradually neglected this daughter. Sun Sui's heart ached, and she wept bitterly, lamenting her actions. Li Yin felt no sympathy. In fact, he had never held any fondness for her. Years ago, in her ambition to marry old Song, she orchestrated her pregnancy with him, driving away his betrothed, the gentle Xiaoyin, seizing another's happiness while failing to cherish her own daughter. For over a decade, her harshness had plunged their household into chaos, truly remarkable. Upon hearing that long-forgotten name, Sun Sui abruptly lifted her head, her fading memories conjuring the image of a graceful and dignified face, one far more beautiful than her own, exuding a charm that surpassed her own. Even her status was more esteemed. But what of it? Sun Sui gritted her teeth, insisting it was for her husband's sake. Why should such an exceptional man marry a barren stone woman? It was she who could bear him children and ensure his lineage. She was the most suitable wife for him. Li Yin frowned deeply, admonishing her not to justify her malice. Had it not been for her spreading rumors about Yinin's barrenness, how could she have lost all face and fled the capital? Sun Sui unsteadily rose to her feet, retorting, "Do not think that just because you are the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, you can condemn me at will. If you claim I spread those rumors, then present your evidence. Is conviction not reliant on proof?" Li Yin said nothing more, casting a disdainful glance at her before sweeping out. Upon reaching the door, he signaled to the guards, who immediately understood, seizing Sun Sui and unceremoniously casting her out. She fell to the ground with a thud, utterly humiliated. As she struggled to rise, her face contorted in shame, she cast a resentful glance at Li Yan's retreating figure. "What are you looking at? Show some respect, or I'll have your eyes." One of the guards spat at her as they turned to leave. Sun Sui clenched her teeth, indignation swelling within her. How dare they treat her this way? Just as she was about to declare her status as the matriarch of the Song family, she faltered. She was no longer that. She contemplated asserting her identity as a member of the Sun family, but no one would heed the Sun household's claims. A sense of panic washed over her, and in that moment, she felt utterly isolated and helpless. It turned out that the things she once took pride in could not offer her protection, while those she had long disregarded constituted the very foundation of her standing in the capital. Sun's figure swayed slightly, her expression contorted in pain as she pressed her hand against her forehead. It was happening again. Ever since she had lost the medicine sought for her by Song Ji from the esteemed physician Jiang, her headaches had grown increasingly severe. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, she sought to return to the Sun residence, but passers-by recoiled upon seeing her, fearful of attracting misfortune. The streets were abuzz with life, laughter and cheer echoing from all directions, yet she could only bear her suffering alone, taking one arduous step after another towards home. At last, after struggling to take another step, Sun could no longer withstand the strain and fainted. Chapter 84. The messenger upon their return to the Song residence. Song Ji and Song Yang were met by a flustered servant who hurriedly announced, "Master, miss, it is dire news. Madam Sun has fainted in the street." Kind-hearted passers-by had taken her to a medical clinic. Yet, As Madame Sun had no relatives in the capital other than the Song family, the clinic had sent word here. Song Yang's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. Understanding the bond forged over decades of marriage, Song Ji sensed her father's reluctance and gently urged, "Father, you should go see her." After a brief hesitation, Song Yang waved his hand dismissively and instructed the steward to handle it. "We have already severed ties. Should I intervene, it would only invite gossip, and given her treatment of you, I wish to avoid further entanglements." With that, he imparted a few words of advice to Song Ji before retreating to his study. The steward, clutching a pouch of silver, hurried to the clinic, where Madame Sun had just regained consciousness. Upon seeing the steward, her face fell with disappointment, her eyes reddening as she choked back tears, lamenting, "How cruel they are. Not even a glance in my direction." The steward, maintaining a professional demeanor, replied, "Madam, will you be returning to the Sun residence for recuperation? Or do you prefer to remain at the clinic? I shall ensure your arrangements are made before reporting back to the Song residence." In a fit of petulance, Madame Sun retorted, "I do not require your feigned concern." The steward, unfazed, bowed slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall take my leave. The consultation fee has already been settled, so there is no need for you to pay further." Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and departed. Madame Sun was left dumbfounded, unprepared for his abrupt exit. In times past, when she had thrown similar tantrums, everyone had indulged her whims. But never had she experienced such blatant disregard. Her face flushed with anger. By the time she regained her composure, the steward had vanished, leaving her alone with the doctor, who observed her with a bemused expression. Overcome by a surge of emotions, she felt a bitter taste rise in her throat and spat out blood. The doctor quickly urged, "Madam, please remain calm. This clinic barely manages to sustain itself. We cannot afford any mishaps." The implication was clear. If she were to perish, it should not be within these walls. Having never been subjected to such indignity, Madame Sun, like a quilled porcupine provoked, shrieked, "What are you, a mere commoner? I am a woman of noble birth, a member of an official family. How dare you show me such disrespect?" The doctor, seemingly accustomed to her aggressive demeanor, remained indifferent. "Anger is detrimental to your health, madam. It will be best for you to rest. I shall attend to other patients now. Begone." With the doctor's departure, Madame Sun found herself alone in the room. She gasped for breath, taking a long while to regain her composure. Staring dazedly at the ceiling, her eyes reflected the fatigue that accompanies tumultuous ups and downs, akin to a stagnant pool of water. Lost in thought, a mist began to cloud her eyes, and a solitary tear slipped down her cheek. Initially just one, then two, three. Soon, tears flowed freely like pearls strung from a broken necklace. Once her emotional release settled, she hastily wiped her face and inhaled deeply. No, she could not succumb to despair. She must recover swiftly, for Yalu awaited her to uncover the truth and find peace. As for Song Ji, she is indeed her biological daughter. The bond of blood is unbreakable. She cannot truly believe that she could be so heartless. Moreover, there's also Chun Feng. Suddenly, Sun thought of her son, who was far away on the battlefield. Without further ado, she summoned a young servant from the medical clinic to fetch ink and paper and proceeded to write a letter to Song Feng. With the family already in disarray, there was no point in continuing the fight. He needed to return and support her. Sun poured all her grievances and sorrows into the letter, and as she wrote, her feelings of injustice swelled, causing her to weep as she penned the words. After much effort, she finally completed the letter, though the paper was soaked with her tears. Once she dispatched the letter, she felt a sense of peace and began to recuperate. She thought that upon Chun Feng's return, she would urge him to persuade Song Yang to reconcile with her. However, before the letter even left the capital, it found its way into Song Ji's hands. After reading the letter, Song Ji neatly folded it and set it aside, deeming its contents trivial and not worthy of her brother's concern. The dark guard kneeling below understood, taking the letter and vanishing from the room as if he had never been there. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Tao inquired, "Miss, what did the lady write?" "What can she write but to accuse me of colluding with father to torment her?" Song Ji replied with a smile, realizing that perhaps only Sun herself felt aggrieved. Nevertheless, bringing her brother back was a prudent decision. From what Meng Qi had said, it was evident that the emperor had begun to be wary of the Song family. Her brother's aspirations for glory on the battlefield were now unattainable. Moreover, it would be all too simple for the emperor to orchestrate an incident on the battlefield that could cost her brother his life. Returning to the capital was the safer choice. With Aunt Xian and Meng Qi there, she need not worry about the border for the time being. Xiao Tao pouted in indignation, exclaiming that Lady Sun was turning black into white, as she had clearly perpetrated so many wrongs against the Mississippi. Let her be, Song Ji declared, having grown indifferent to Sunday. She had been sufficiently tolerant. Should Sun continue her unrest, she would be compelled to act with righteous indignation against her kin. Miss, something terrible has happened. Someone from the palace has come bearing the emperor's decree, and they are to take you into the palace at once. In the midst of her words, a maid rushed in, almost tripping over her own skirts due to her haste. Xiao Tao steadied her. The emperor? Why would he suddenly summon the miss? Could it be he suspects her involvement in the crown princess demise? Compared to the two, Song Ji remained remarkably composed. Xiao Tao, you must inform father of this matter immediately. Be swift. Also, notify Song Chong and Ruo Yu, so they can prepare accordingly. If the emperor intends to shift his ire upon me, I cannot be caught unawares. With that, she rose and followed the maid to the carriage that awaited to take her to the palace. Just before boarding, she discreetly handed a pouch of silver to the eunuch delivering the decree, saying, "This has been a tiring journey for you, esteemed sir. Please accept this small token of appreciation to enjoy some wine." The pouch was heavy and clearly not a trifling sum. Following the customary practice, the eunuch would undoubtedly accept it with a beaming smile, offering her some parting words of advice. However, at that moment, the eunuch's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the money pouch. He quickly stepped back, creating distance as if confronted by a flood or a fierce beast, exclaiming, "Miss Song, do not bring misfortune upon us. We do not wish to possess a life that cannot enjoy its wealth." Song Ji subtly curved her lips, securing the money pouch, and remarked, "Then I shall not insist. Let us depart, dear eunuch." Only then did the eunuch exhale in relief, taking his seat in the carriage, ready to embark. Inside the carriage, Song Ji's gaze was contemplative. The young eunuch was indeed astute, having subtly indicated what she wished to know. She discreetly kicked the money pouch, allowing it to land precisely against the hem of the eunuch's garment. As the curtain fluttered, she observed him nonchalantly conceal the pouch beneath his clothing. Unlike the joyous ambience she had experienced during previous palace banquets, she felt an inexplicable heaviness as they traversed the palace path. The attendants hurried by, heads bowed, and the vast imperial palace loomed like an enormous cage. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. "Have we arrived?" she inquired. "Not yet," came the eunuch's deliberately subdued voice. "Miss Song, might you disembark? My master wishes to speak with you." Chapter 85. You truly deserve death. Song Ji leisurely leaned against the car window, indicating that there was no need to alight, merely stating it sufficed. The young eunuch was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Song Ji's unconventional approach. After a brief pause, perhaps receiving a cue, he murmured, "This servant shall guard ahead." With his departure, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable while, a voice laden with mirth echoed from the side. "You are the first to disregard my royal presence in such a manner." Upon hearing this voice, Song Ji instantly recognized the identity of the speaker. What brings the second prince to seek an audience with a mere subject? When Mu Qinghan was alive, he had been a formidable contender for the throne. Now that Mu Qinghan was deceased, barring unforeseen circumstances, the position of crown prince was all but assured for him. The outside voice continued with unabated amusement. "Knowing my identity, yet failing to pay your respects, are you not afraid of incurring my wrath?" Song Ji, lacking patience, responded, "If you expect me to treat you with the courtesy due to a noble, have you truly considered this, second prince?" It was precisely to conceal his identity that he had stealthily intercepted her here. Why assume such airs now? Indeed, he was quite the silver-tongued individual. The figure opposite her, unhurried, replied, Very well, I shall not hold this against you today. If the second prince merely wishes to engage in trivial pleasantries, it will be wiser to choose another time. The emperor has summoned me. Tardiness could provoke his ire, a risk too great for anyone to bear. The second prince, Mu Qinghan, slightly furrowed his brows before quickly regaining his cheerful demeanor. Miss Song, you are forthright. Thus, I shall be candid as well. My intent in seeking you today is to propose a collaboration on a significant matter. Countless eyes were fixed on his every movement. He dared not reveal his ambitions by openly seeking Song Ji, thus opting to intercept her on her path. Claiming to desire collaboration with her was transparent. He aimed to ally with the Song family behind her. After all, it was common knowledge that Song Yale, in a fit of rage over his beloved daughter's plight, had cast aside his wife. Persuading Song Ji would equate to persuading Song Yale. Before Song Ji could voice her refusal, the second prince continued, the emperor has, to some extent, projected his anger over the crown prince's demise onto Miss Song. Should you agree to cooperate with me, I can assure you a safe departure from the palace today. His confidence was palpable as he leisurely fanned himself, seemingly certain that Song Ji would not decline. However, she merely raised an eyebrow, stating, if I could relinquish my support for the once prominent crown prince, you might be overestimating your own allure, second prince. You refuse? Why would I agree? Song Ji, I am extending an opportunity to you. I beg your pardon, second prince, but I am currently unable to accept this opportunity. A crack finally appeared in Mu Qinghan's facade of benevolence. Daring to refuse me, do you not fear for your life? Song Ji chuckled lightly. There are many who support you. My absence will not matter. A flicker of malice crossed Mu Qinghan's countenance. Whom do you intend to support? The fifth prince? The sixth prince? Neither, she replied coolly. He surmised numerous possibilities, but failed to consider Mu Nanchi, for in the public eye, Mu Nanchi was the least likely to ascend to the throne. Upon hearing her declaration of non-support for the fifth and sixth princes, Mu Qinghan's expression softened slightly. He let out a cold laugh. The struggle for the throne and the succession of dynasties have always been a path paved with the corpses of the fallen. It is impossible for the Song family to remain detached. You must abandon your notion of neutrality. Song Ji remained non-committal. Muy un step closer, es certain. Following me would be your wisest choice. Once matters are settled, even your desire to become empress can be discussed. As he drew nearer, he reached out to lift the curtain of the carriage window. Song Ji frowned, on the verge of drawing the dagger concealed on her calf when a young eunuch's voice echoed from a distance. Your Highness, someone is approaching. Mu Qinghan halted mid-motion, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly displeased by the interruption. However, he did not express his ire, merely retracting his hand with a smile. Miss Song need not rush to respond. Take your time to ponder, for I possess ample patience. With that, he stepped back a few paces and, with a turn, vanished down the long corridor. The young eunuch returned to the carriage, reining in the horses once more. Surprisingly, they traveled a considerable distance without encountering anyone. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked through the curtain, You dare deceive your master, unafraid of losing your head? The eunuch remained silent for a while. Then a hollow purse was tossed inside. This purse was the very one she had previously discarded. Everything was self-evident. The young eunuch was indicating that their accounts were settled. Quite intriguing indeed. What is your name? Outside, there was a moment of silence, as if hesitating. Ultimately, the reply came, This servant is called Xiao Qingzi. Song Ji acknowledged with a simple hum and ceased further conversation. The only sound filling the air was the rumble of the wheels. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the imperial study. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a row of armored guards standing at attention. A palace maid stepped forward, saying, The emperor has been waiting for some time. Miss Song, please follow this servant. The imposing doors of the imperial study swung open, only to close swiftly behind her as she entered. Upon her arrival, a strong scent of medicine assailed her senses. Perhaps it was the cool breeze she brought in, for the emperor, seated at the desk, began to cough vigorously. Eunuch Li hurriedly aided the emperor by patting his back. Your Majesty, your health is paramount. I shall have someone prepare more medicine for you. There's no need, the emperor replied, gesturing towards a bowl of already cooled medicine on the desk. Take it away. This is a matter of the heart. and no medicine can remedy it. Your Majesty, I wish to speak with Song Ji alone for a moment. Everyone else, leave. No one is permitted to enter without my approval. Eunuchly attempted to persuade him further, but was directly interrupted by the emperor. With a sigh, Eunuchly reluctantly retreated, carrying the bowl of medicine. Song Ji performed a respectful greeting, uncertain of the reason for the emperor's summons. The emperor steadied his breath, slowly rising to approach her. I truly underestimated you, he remarked, his gaze piercing, the authority of a station bearing down upon Song Ji with unabashed scrutiny. The death of Honor, you were behind it, weren't you? Song Ji composed herself, responding. The Ministry of Justice has already clarified that the death of the former crown prince has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? What a splendid assertion. The emperor's voice was heavy, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. Their inability to uncover the truth does not absolve me of my suspicions towards you. Song Ji lowered her head, maintaining her dignity, asserting her innocence. I am well aware of the situation. There is no need for you to perform for me. The emperor slowly circled around her, acknowledging that Han Heir was indeed of little use and devoid of talent. Though he foolishly withdrew from your engagement, he had not committed any heinous acts. As he spoke, the emperor's emotions surged violently. Yet, you harbored resentment over such a trivial matter and took his life. Do you understand? He was the only son I shared with her, the sole bloodline she left in this world. How dare you? Upon uttering the last word, the emperor broke into another fit of coughing. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to cease, declaring, You killed him. You truly deserve death. Chapter 86. Playing observing the emperor's demeanor, Song Ji could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. Given such a display, even in death, she would not perish. Moreover, with the outcome of her previous life in mind, Mu Qinghan had long since become her irreconcilable foe, destined for conflict rather than coexistence. In her past existence, she had suffered defeat, leading to the ruin of her family. In this lifetime, she resolved to strike first to safeguard her own life and that of her family. What was wrong with that? Should she truly wait until Mu Qinghan committed heinous acts before retaliating? By then, it would be too late. Internally, Song Ji scoffed, yet she maintained a composed facade. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This matter truly does not concern me. As long as she did not confess, the emperor could not hold her accountable. Only a fool would admit guilt. Seeing that Song Ji remained unyielding, the emperor's lips twitched in anger. Do you think this will leave me powerless against you? Your demise is but a word away. Your Majesty, I am wronged, Song Ji reiterated. If the emperor truly intended to condemn her without investigation, he would not have gone to such lengths to summon her to the palace. You, the emperor gasped, his chest heaving violently. If you confess, I may spare your life. Song Ji cleared her throat and replied languidly, Your Majesty, this matter truly does not concern me. Enough. The emperor could no longer endure her repetition. Must you persist with these same two phrases? Can you not vary your response? Song Ji pondered for a moment, then stated earnestly, Your Majesty, I am innocent. The emperor nearly faltered from his fury. He extended a trembling finger towards Song Ji. Do not think I truly hesitate to act against you. Summon someone. Your Majesty, the empress requests an audience. Suddenly, a voice from outside announced the empress's arrival. The emperor, in a fit of rage, barked without a second thought, Get lost. However, the empress paid no heed to his outburst. She fell to her knees with a thud. Your Majesty, I have heard that you summoned that little wretch, Song Ji, into the palace. I implore you to allow me to enter and personally avenge our son. The empress wept inconsolably, lamenting her unfortunate son, whose death had been too tragic. Her cries were heartfelt. Even through the door, Song Ji could sense the empress's fervent desire to see her dead. To her astonishment, the empress had grown attached to the son she had raised for another, her sorrow mirroring that of the late lady's son, devoid of pretense. It was no wonder. After all, the empress had brought home a son only after extinguishing her own lineage, and it was only natural to feel sorrow for her emptiness. Song Ji felt a sense of delight. In her previous life, the empress had tormented her mercilessly, while enjoying the benefits derived from the Song family sacrifices. She had imposed countless rules with a domineering attitude. Often, Song Ji had to rise at dawn to pay her respects, and any minor ailment would necessitate her attendance. Despite the multitude of servants available, reflecting on these memories, Song Ji lamented her own forbearance. Some individuals were nothing short of beasts, and it was foolish to expect even a shred of humanity from them. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor, in a surprising turn of events, commanded the doors to be opened, allowing the empress to enter. The queen's eyes widened in fury upon seeing Song Ji, and she strode over, intent on striking her. Swiftly, Song Ji evaded the blow, imploring the queen to reconsider, for the late crown prince's demise was not the fault of her ladyship. The queen, her face contorted with rage, spat venomously, "Wretched girl! If it is not you, then who could it possibly be? I shall flay you alive to quell the hatred that festers within me." Turning to the emperor, Song Ji spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, the queen, having lost her beloved son, must be in a state of emotional turmoil. I understand her plight, and you need not worry. I shall not take her outrageous words to heart." The queen, bewildered, could only stare in disbelief, while the emperor remained silent. Song Ji continued with a wistful tone, "Alas, once life has departed, it cannot be restored. Those who remain must cherish their health. Vile wretch, I shall take your life." The queen screamed, her fury rendering her utterly irrational. Blood surged to her head, and in a fit of rage, she seized a nearby vase and hurled it at Song Ji. With agility, Song Ji dodged the projectile, but the queen was relentless, grabbing an inkstone from the desk and flinging it as well. Just as Song Ji narrowly avoided that, a cascade of neatly arranged books came tumbling towards her. When Song Yang and a group of officials arrived at the imperial study, they were met with chaos. Song Ji nimbly dodged the queen's onslaught, who was indiscriminately throwing objects in a frenzy. The scene was pandemonium, with palace maids drenched in ink and tea, frozen in shock. The emperor stood to the side, his expression dark, with flecks of soil from broken pots adorning his bright yellow dragon robe. "Enough!" he thundered, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. The queen, startled by the sound, suddenly regained her senses, still clutching a pen holder. In a panic, she set it down, realizing the gravity of her actions, and knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I did not intend this." I was momentarily provoked by her words. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she confessed, "I am heartbroken over the loss of my son, and she speaks to me in a manner that is distinctly malicious." The emperor, with a stern countenance, directed his gaze at Song Ji, declaring, "Your behavior is unacceptable. Someone, take her to the dungeons." Just as he had been struggling to find justification for punishing Song Ji, he resolved the matter without a second thought. "Your Majesty," Song Yang exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily knelt, "the young lady did not mean to offend you or the queen. I beseech you to show leniency." The emperor scoffed, "Leniency? Look at the state of my study." Song Ji interjected, "Yet it was not I who caused this chaos. It was the queen who threw everything." The queen's gaze was fiery, as if ready to consume her. "You dare to shift the blame? My throwing was prompted by your provocations." Feigning innocence, Song Ji lamented, "I merely stated that the deceased cannot return to life, and those who live must care for their health. I only wished to offer comfort to the queen, unaware that my words would be so intolerable." "You wretched girl!" The queen, pushed to the brink, prepared to order someone to silence her. Yet the emperor shot her a warning glance. "Enough. In front of so many officials, you are devoid of the dignity befitting a queen, and it is truly disgraceful." Before the queen's palace, a display of impropriety occurred, resulting in a punishment of 1 year's salary forfeiture and a month of confinement for reflection. After delivering this decree, the focus shifted to Song Ji, who, in a blatant act of disrespect, was immediately imprisoned in the celestial dungeon to await his fate. In that moment, Song Ji found himself at a loss for words. The emperor's blatant abuse of power was one thing, yet the evident disparity in treatment was striking. It was worth noting that a year's salary forfeiture meant little to the queen. If memory served correctly, she was already under confinement. The pretense of this confinement was nothing more than a farce. Upon hearing these words, the queen's anger dissipated, replaced by a cold glare directed at Song Ji, as if he were already a corpse. Once he was in the celestial dungeon, she possessed countless methods to ensure his demise without him even realizing it. Chapter 87. Do you dare to rebel? Song Yale anxiously exclaimed, Your Majesty, you must not. Are you questioning my decisions, Minister Song? The emperor shot a cold glance in his direction, his tone laden with authority. The other ministers quickly fell to their knees in a clamor, urging the emperor to reconsider. Observing the collective prostration of his officials, the emperor narrowed his eyes and inquired, What is the meaning of this, my loyal subjects? Your Majesty is wise. The Song family girl has committed no wrongdoing. We must not unjustly imprison her, a plump, rotund minister declared, bracing himself. The emperor, seething with anger, managed a bitter laugh as he surveyed the room. And you all concur that Song Ji is blameless? The ministers bowed their heads low, yet their voices resonated clearly. The Song family girl merely offered kind words of comfort to Her Majesty, the Empress, intending no offense. We beseech Your Majesty for discernment. Outrageous! The Emperor's fury was palpable as he raised his hand to hurl the tea on the table to the ground, only to find it already empty, having been discarded by the Empress. His heart ached with indignation, and he repeated, Good, good, good. You dare to defy me? It seems you no longer wish to don your official robes. Though he spoke thus, the Emperor hesitated to punish the numerous officials present. Recently, the court had undergone a significant upheaval due to the collusion with Mu Qinghan, and he feared that further unrest might destabilize his reign. The ministers felt a palpable trepidation, their grievances unexpressed. Some were there out of genuine camaraderie with Song Yale, willingly aligning themselves with him. Yet, a substantial number were coerced into attendance, their vulnerabilities leveraged against them. Take, for example, the corpulent Minister Zhang, who had been the first to speak. Song Ji recalled that you had once informed her of Zhang's precarious position. Despite his imposing physique, he had long been in decline. In his youth, he indulged in debauchery, maintaining a harem and often straying outside his home. Now, as age crept upon him, he found himself unable to sustain his former vigor, yet stubbornly sought remedies to restore his prowess, only to return each time in disappointment. Fearing ridicule, he concealed his plight. When Lady Lu Ruoyu approached him today, his face had turned ashen. And then there was Lord Wang, notorious for his embezzlement, adept at pilfering a portion of the treasury's funds while maintaining an air of innocence. He had never anticipated that he would be compelled to dance before the emperor under duress. With minds occupied by their own concerns, the emperor erupted into a fit of coughs. Eunuch Li promptly entered with fresh tea, concerned for the emperor's well-being. Your Majesty, take care of your health. The emperor's icy gaze swept across the assembly of ministers. Do you dare to rebel? Your Majesty, Song Yale implored, I have served faithfully and diligently for decades, harboring no ulterior motives, only wishing for a safe haven for my family. Yet your indiscriminate punishment of my daughter chills my heart. The emperor's brow furrowed in anger. He wished to reprimand Song Yale for his audacity, yet found himself at a loss for words, for he had yet to catch Song Ji in any wrongdoing. As if struck by a thought, Song Yale reminisced. The late empress had lived her life with integrity, winning hearts through virtue. And surely she would not wish for the emperor to misplace his anger upon others due to the demise of the former crown prince. For a fleeting moment, the emperor appeared lost in thought, recalling the radiant woman who had illuminated every corner she graced, bringing warmth akin to spring wherever she was. Before her passing, she had urged him to care for their child. She had assured him that though her body may perish, her spirit would linger as a gentle breeze and bright moon, forever by his side. If she were by him now, she would surely be disappointed. He had failed to safeguard their son. The empire they had built together could no longer be passed down to their child. A profound anguish enveloped the emperor, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body weakening as he collapsed. Your Majesty! The faces of those present paled in shock. Eunuch Li hurriedly shouted towards the door, summoned the imperial physician. Quickly, the attendants scrambled to attend to the emperor, while the guards ushered the ministers outside. The emperor had not dismissed the crowd, so they gathered nervously at the door, unwilling to venture far. Within moments, a group of imperial physicians rushed in with their medical kits. The empress emerged, supported by palace maids, and pointed an accusatory finger at Song Yale. her fury palpable. Song Yang, if anything befalls the emperor, I shall have your entire family pay the price. Song Yang's expression darkened. He had sought to invoke the late empress's name to protect Song Ji, but never intended to provoke the emperor to such a degree. Stepping forward, Song Ji interjected, Your Majesty, the emperor's distress stems from excessive worry, which has harmed his health. It has nothing to do with my father. The empress glared fiercely at Song Ji. I am speaking. Do you presume to interrupt me? With a wave of her hand, she signaled for a wet nurse to approach and strike. Song Ji was not one to passively accept such aggression. As the wet nurse advanced menacingly, she deftly extended her foot, causing the wet nurse to trip and fall heavily to the ground. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Song Ji looked around, feigning surprise as she remarked, Oh dear, why is this wet nurse on the floor? The ground is so even, it seems her eyesight is not quite up to par. The empress's face turned a shade of deep anger as the wet nurse, gritting her teeth, stood ready to retaliate against Song Ji. However, Song Ji seized the wet nurse's arm, abruptly dropping her cheerful facade. Empress, are you prepared to face the consequences of striking me? The empress had never witnessed such defiance from Song Ji, and a shiver of fear shot through her as she met the icy gaze directed her way. She faltered, her eyes darting, yet she held her ground, insisting, What? Am I, the mother of a nation, not permitted to discipline you? With a dismissive flick of her wrist, Song Ji cast aside the wet nurse and declared, You no longer possess the shield of Mu Qinghan. The harem is filled with beauties younger and more exquisite than you, and many come from families more powerful than yours. What do you have to secure your position? Silence. The empress shrieked. Each word from Song Ji pierced her heart. Was it not precisely this that instilled fear within her? The emperor had never held her in particular esteem. His respect for her was merely a token of gratitude for her role in raising Mu Qinghan. I shall undoubtedly uncover the identity of the one who took Honor's life and ensure that the murderer pays for their crime. The series of misfortunes she endured had rendered her once well cared for visage worn and haggard, her cheeks now sunken. At that moment, when she glared, her expression appeared exceedingly menacing. Song Ji's countenance was icy,